Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost 14-0 yesterday against the Milwaukee Brewers, so they've lost the series. They lost the first two games. Brewers are hot. They're on an 11-game winning streak now. Paul Skenes on the mound for the Pirates yesterday. He pitched 4 innings, gave up 4 earned runs on 6 hits. Pirates and Brewers play again today at 2:10 in the afternoon. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020. Kitty K. And Kim Heyward, according to reports, is looking for a little more than just a sweetener on his new contract. He continues to negotiate with Pittsburgh Steelers for an extension. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. The Fan Only Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to avoid a big home repair headache? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to fix the small problems before they become big ones. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they can fix it all, same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 40 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
It is me, Nicholas Harry Callis. Good morning. Happy Tuesday to you all out there. And I said Tuesday like it's Tuesday. It's actually Wednesday. I'm so tired. It's been a week. A lot going on. A lot of life changes coming my way. Getting an apartment. Looks like I'm going to sign for that coming up here soon if all things check out. And then I'm moving, so that's on my mind. Working 2 full-time jobs. It's a lot. My brain's a little fried this morning. But nonetheless, I will string together some thoughts about sports, and we will talk about them. And yes, I mean we. I like when you join the conversation, so please do it. 412-928-9370. Helps the morning go a little more smoothly. Makes me feel like I'm not talking to myself when I know that you are there. And you have an interest in what I'm talking about. So let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. We're going to chat. I'm a little concerned about Paul Skenes. Did not have a great performance yesterday. With the Pirates only lasted 4 innings, gave up 6 earned runs, and that's going to make his ERA go up. Now 2.13, 2.13 ERA on the season. It's actually not that bad. But now he's 7-9. I'm sad he had an opportunity to get back to a 500 win-loss record. That didn't happen. I don't want to depress you too much with the Pirates, but that is something notable. Paul Skenes just struggled in his start against the Brewers. Brewers are really good. Saw a notification yesterday that they're the only team, other than the Toronto Blue Jays in 2015, they're the only team in the past 70 years with multiple winning streaks of at least 11 games in one season. Doesn't seem like it's all that difficult to do well when you're playing in a division like the NL Central with how weak it is. And you get to play teams like the Pirates that consistently lose as much as they do. I don't know, good for them, though. We'll see how they do in the playoffs. Playoffs is always the big test. Brewers got to come through in the playoffs. They haven't had a legitimate playoff run since 2018. They made it to the National League Championship Series, lost in 7 games to the Dodgers. So we'll see. Everybody's raving about the Brewers right now. Anybody can succeed in the NL Central, except for the Pirates. But anybody can succeed in the NL Central. How do you do against those other big teams when the playoffs come around? That's what I ask. The Pirates continue to struggle. Paul Skenes, a little alarming that he struggled as much as he did. Like I said, giving up 6 earned runs. Over 4 innings pitched, no good. Then over to the football side, the PM team pointed this out, that Adam Schefter reported that Cam Heyward's going to be looking for a little bit more than just a sweetener on his contract. So not just looking for a sweetener, he's looking for more. He's looking for way more money. If you have an opinion on that, let me know. 412-928-9370. I have several thoughts. I will rehash them. I got pretty feisty over the last couple of days talking about this because it does annoy me. And I know why it annoys you out there, and I get it. So I'm with you. I know Crowley and Doran feel a certain way about it. They talk about paying the individual, appreciating the individual. But this is just a weird situation. This doesn't feel like Cam Heyward. And it does concern me. I know it concerns a lot of you out there, so just let me know. 412-928-9370. We already got a caller on the line, so let's go ahead and take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, Harry. It's Dave.
All right, what's up?
Hey, I wouldn't worry about Skenes. From the first batter on, you could tell he was off. But I wanted to discuss. I think it's time to DFA Haney and bring up everybody. Okay, the season's obviously been lost for a very long time. Let's get a look at these young kids. They got a month and a half. Let's see what they got. I don't understand the status quo where you just keep doing the same thing over and over every single year. Bubba Chandler should have been up here a month and a half ago. Bring up Tamir Johnson. Hell, bring up that shortstop, that what's his name? I forget. The kid they just drafted.
Connor Griffin.
Connor Griffin. I mean, really, I think it's time to just take a step on the wild side, for God's sakes. Yeah. I mean, enough's enough.
I hear you. And the issue is they're not going to do that because, like you said, they never do that. Thanks for the call. They never do that. They're not going to. They're going to keep doing what they've done over the last 6 years, over the last 6 seasons. Not going to do any of that. My optimistic attitude is gone. I know you guys heard about my optimistic attitude in May, June, and July. No optimism. It's pretty much over for me right now. Next season will be different. I can't wait for a fresh start, but we don't have a fresh start right now. We have football. That's what we have. We don't get the fresh start until March. Right now we have football. So I just say appreciate football and don't get your hopes up too much for young guys to be brought up here. I don't think anything's going to happen, and Ben Cherington's apparently going to keep his job, so why would he act with any urgency? Just doesn't make sense to him to do any of that because he'll be back. 412-928-9370. Got another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, good morning, my brother. It's Anthony.
Hi, what's up?
Listen, my man. I was a part of negotiating contracts in my old life.
I'm familiar. You've mentioned that before.
And there's honorability in contracts. And what Cam is doing right now is headed in the wrong territory. The Steelers opened it up for him last year. Even though he says, his own words, they asked him to take a pay cut, which is not unusual because they did that to Ben Roethlisberger and Jerome Bettis. So what made him think he was going to be the exception once they got past 35. That's what they do in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, they did. They gave him more money. They even extended it. But that was on him and his representative who screwed that process up.
Yep.
And the clincher is, and I get tired of the media trying to not keep defending this point, he took the roster bonus.
Yeah.
He's got all the money. Now he's headed into territory where there's going to be some consequences if he does not participate. So he has no other choice. He's either going to have to retire, and he's going to get sued for all the money because he took the money. So,
yeah.
I mean, he lost his opportunity. And I know where the anger's from. The anger's from he saw what happened with TJ. He's seeing what happened with some of these other guys. But he doesn't have the leverage, TJ. If he was 30, Cam Heyward, maybe we'd have a conversation. But he's 36-year-old.
Well, I'd argue, too, that he wouldn't have even signed the contract last season if he were 30. He'd be able to play another season and then get the maximum amount of money. So,
of course. So he's living in this delusional world. And unfortunately, some media types are playing along with them. And the Steelers are not the bad guys here, folks. They have no obligation to give him more money. Absolutely none. Especially when when they were obligated in March, because he says in February he told them, no, you don't tell anybody. If you wanted more money, it has to be in signed contract. So, I mean, what is it? What does he think? We're all stupid? This is the NFL, which Jerry Glanville said very clearly almost 40 years ago, which means not for long.
Yeah, Anthony, thanks for the call. It's very well put, all told. Yeah, I mean, Crowley and Doran have taken this stance I know that because I listen to them and I'm part of the morning show. I produce the morning show. You guys know that. When I listen to them talk, like I understand where they come from to an extent. But just the issue I have is that you're trying to get another contract a year after you already got one, and the entire team has not won a playoff game in 8 seasons. So fans want an investment to be made in players that are going to contribute to winning football. When the team wins, I feel like fans would be a little more sympathetic toward players asking for more money. I like what Crowley and Doran said yesterday about, put incentives in your contract. If you really think you're going to do well and make it to be an all-pro player, or have a certain amount of sacks, tackles, or any other statistic, if the team as a whole wins in the playoffs, gets a first-round bye, or wins the division round, gets to a conference championship, more money's earned. But they didn't structure the contract like that. That would have solved everything. If they would have worked his contract like that, that would have solved everything. Because he gets more money based on incentives to perform and to have team success throughout the year, but that didn't happen. He easily could have been cut if this team, or if he didn't play as well as he did last season. He easily could have been cut. But he didn't get cut. He had the incentive to make the roster this season. He did what he was supposed to do and beyond. He had a very good season last season. And yeah, he took the extra $13 million. He made the roster this year. He got his roster bonus. The Steelers are honoring the contract they signed last season. It's very odd. It's very uncharacteristic for him. I don't know what exactly got to him. I don't know if his representation thinks that the Steelers are going to pay him. But like I said, Adam Schefter reporting that it's more than just a sweetener that he wants on his contract. And it seems unlikely that the Steelers are going to adhere to these, what are becoming demands more and more as the days pass. Not a good look for Cam Heyward. It's just not. It's a bad look. It's a really bad look. 412-928-9370. Plenty of callers on the line. Let's keep going. We'll go with this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning. My name's Ken. I'm just calling in like everyone else about the Cam Heyward thing.
Sure.
Like it's been said before, he took the money. The honorable thing would be to play. If not, they need to recoup every dollar of that they can. I mean, you're talking about a defense last year that laid down for the last 5 games of the season. And the Steelers already made the mistake of overpaying Watt probably twice of what he's worth. Never won a playoff game. Completely non-existent in the last 5 games of last year's season. Then they're already the most overpaid and overrated defense in the league. Enough's enough.
Now, haven't you heard they're going to be the best defense in the history of the NFL? You heard about that?
Oh, yeah, I've heard that before, like every year. But, Cam Heyward is now tarnished his reputation, hopefully beyond the point that he never gets in the Steelers Hall of Honor or the Hall of Fame because it's the whole player. These guys want us to act like they're homeless living in boxes down outside the stadium. He's made over $100 million. That's more than you or I will probably see in our lifetimes. I mean, how are we supposed to be sympathetic to these guys? He's on the bottom side of 36. He could get hurt at any time. They paid him way more than they need to pay a guy that age. He needs to pony up and play, or they need to recoup every single dollar. We need to be tired of this as fans and as an organization. No more of the blunders with overpaying guys like T.J. Watt, who we know he's going to start falling apart if you look at his brother. He's non-existent in big games. And TJ's not as good as these other players that are making $1 million less than him. He does not rotate from one side to the other like other players are capable of. Teams scheme against that, 2-on-1, and he's non-existent,
Yeah, thanks for the call. I want to keep moving on. But I appreciate the call, and I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's just not a good look. Let's just go back to that. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for him. I do want to say this in defense of players, though. Because players in football and in all sports, you've got a window where you can work, right? You have one window where you can work and you can maximize your profits. Because once you're done playing football, once you're done playing any sport, that income's not coming in. So that's why they get paid so much when they go through their careers, is because if you're somebody who can sustain a career in any of these sports, you're going to have enough money that should last you a good chunk, if not the rest of your life. And when you're the best of the best, you get to live comfortably. You get all that money. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't understand and that, I can't relate to football players making money, because I can. I can understand why athletes get paid as much money as they do. Now, when you're also the best of the best, you can sell your brand after your career and do podcasts or, make appearances, or maybe you become a coach. I don't know. There's a bunch of opportunities for the best of the best to go out there and do certain things. They need to make the money that they do. I'll never say that they don't need to make the money that they do. I understand why they make the money that they do, and it's important that they do make that much money, because they only have a short window. Like, I could talk about sports for the rest of my life, as long as I have the capability of speaking. Whether you're like in sales, whether you do, contracting work, I don't know, whatever job you have out there, you could do it for the rest of your life. Sports is one of those unique professions where you have a window. So you need to maximize your profits while you have that window of time to play. So I do understand, like I said, I do understand why they make the money that they do. Cam Heyward's just at a point where the timing's off. The timing's wrong. The timing didn't work out for him. He actually had a great season last season when there was doubts that he would. And that's the bottom line here, is it's about timing. Unfortunately, the timing's not on his side. It's not like the Steelers aren't paying him, though. They decided to pay him. They decided to give him a new contract last season. They had enough respect for him to not give him a pay cut, but give him more money. And now he's coming back to the table and asking for even more money based on what he's already done. And Doran brought up a great point, too, yesterday, and said, are the Steelers paying Cam Heyward for what he's already accomplished, or are they trying to invest in him for what he's going to do for them? And unfortunately, the likelihood is that he may not do much for them as he continues to age. He might be able to offer less and less over time. That's just how it works. It would not be a good idea for the Steelers to do this. It doesn't seem like they're going to do it, according to reports, because it doesn't make sense. The timing's off. He didn't want to bet on himself last season, despite claiming that he knew he was going to be good. If he was so sure he was going to be good, he should have waited. Timing would have been on his side. Fans would have clamored for him to get paid. I guarantee it. But there's no sympathy among fans, for sure, when the team's not winning, to invest in players this heavily. And if they really want to win, then they should earn their money by winning as a team. I know that's not how it is, but that's why fans are so upset. And I'm on the side of many of the fans who have called in and said that they're upset about this, and that's the reason why. Because the Steelers are making investments in players that are not contributing to a winning football team, and that's no good. I understand your frustration as a Steeler fan out there. I do. I'm with you. Let's keep going. 412-928-9370. Got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, good morning. It's Mike from Fort Wayne. How you been, man?
A little feisty this week, but some personal things are going good for me, so I can't complain. What's up?
Yeah. So here's the thing, man. I'm not sure I've heard anybody mention this, but I think, for starters, I think the Steelers have been very fair through all this. So I went back to, Cam signed this last deal in September of 2024. Mm-hmm. So at that time, all everybody had to work off of was the 2023 season. Have you seen his stats for 2023?
No. I know it was.
Okay,
wasn't he hurt there that season?
Here are his stats from 2023. Cam played 11 games, 11, had 2 sacks, and 33 tackles. That's the season he was coming off of when they were going to make a decision on a new contract. And then the Steelers, Cam's probably looking in the mirror like, man, am I done? So I'm just looking at kind of the mindset everybody had in September of 2024.
You know he was hurt, though, in 2023. Like, he was hurt and he was playing.
Well, exactly. So that's my point. Is like this isn't a 23-year-old that got hurt. This is a 35-year-old. So nobody knows whether Cam's going to ever do well again based off the immediate information they had in September of 2024, and the Steelers still gave him $15 million a year, which to me is very generous.
With the incentive of the roster bonus, right? That too.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, the solution is, hey, Cam, we gave you $15 million a year coming off a really rough year. You could have retired at that point. You were going to walk away with at least $31 million if you quit, because you had a $16 million guarantee, and you were going to get $15 million. So as far as we know, you were done. But I looked at that as like they did that out of respect to him, because it was not a really great deal for the Steelers because of the 2023 season.
There were a lot more risks for the Steelers than the
Yeah, they were willing to bet on him, So to me, the solution is, hey, we're going to keep the base where it is, and we'll like Dorn and Crowley said, let's add some incentive clauses to your current agreement, and then you don't ruffle feathers of other players saying, well, why did you change this deal? Well, we really didn't. We just added some incentive clauses.
Yeah, Mike, I got to get going. I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. We got to keep moving on. I got a few more callers on the line that I want to get to, but you're rehashing all the points that I agree with. And I do understand. The agent should have thought of incentives back then and put incentives in his contract, more incentives in his contract. The roster bonus was a good one. But like I said, why not, hit a sack total, you get a bonus. Why not, you become an all-pro, you get a bonus. Why not, if you win in the playoffs, you get a bonus. Those all would have been nice things to put in there that weren't in there. And I think Cam might be upset with his representation more than anything because they didn't think to do that. But Cam, the bottom line is Cam didn't bet on himself. Regardless of what he says in public, where he says, oh, no, you know what, I knew I was going to be an all-pro. I knew that was going to happen. If you knew, don't sign the contract when you did. He wants his cake and to eat it too, I guess is the phrase. That's the saying. That's what it feels like he's doing. He's trying to get paid and then get paid again immediately, just because he's seeing how the market's shifting. Unfortunately, timing's not on his side. That's not the Steelers' fault. I mean, wait till this contract expires. I know he's trying to maximize his profits before he retires, which, again, he is getting older. And I understand why he wants to maximize his profits. The unfortunate part is that timing is not on his side in this case. But despite timing not being on his side, yeah, he's still $31 million richer coming into this season. I don't know what else he wants. And that's the problem. And I mentioned this too. That's the problem with signing players over and over again or not rebuilding, is that you eventually get to a point where you've got a bunch of veteran players who want paid. And you have to figure out how to make these guys happy. And unfortunately, the business is set right now where if players aren't happy with their contracts, they are comfortable sitting out and staying away from the game in an effort to maximize their profits. I don't like it. That's the way it's going. But Cam Heyward sitting out would not look favorably on him. Not that it would take away any of his accomplishments that he already had. Not that I don't think he'd be in the Steelers Hall of Honor or a candidate to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But not a good look. 412-928-9370. Another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Cal. It's Donovan. How are you?
I'm all right this morning. What's up?
I'm going to weigh in on the whole Heyward situation. First, I wouldn't be as upset if he wasn't a team captain for however many years it has been.
Yeah.
That is just a huge, big mistake as a team captain. You could have done this during the offseason, and like everyone's been saying, put in these incentives. But when you're doing this as a team captain, that is a terrible, terrible look.
Yep.
And that destroys your reputation. And that can make or break the end of your career, in all honesty. Secondly, the whole he feels like he's underpaid. I feel he has one more good season, yes. But that doesn't mean you have to restructure your whole contract. You know?
Yeah, Donovan, I got to get going. I'm sorry. I got more callers on the line that I want to get to before I'm out of time here. But I understand what you're saying. You're rehashing the arguments. I get it. I mean, we're all saying the same things here. We're all saying the same things. It makes sense. They're trying to restructure he wants to restructure his deal again and again, and the Steelers aren't biting on it. Yeah, I mean, I totally understand. It's not good. It's really not good. 412-928-9370. All right, you're the final caller. What's your name?
Hey, it's Danny.
All right,
How
you
you
got about a
doing,
minute.
Carlos?
Give me your thoughts.
Okay, it's just I pretty much agree with Anthony. Here's the whole deal. You can't talk about Cam Heyward unless you say 342 days ago he renegotiated his contract. He didn't bet on himself. He should have known or thought that he could have had this kind of year and he needed more money. That's his fault. That's his management's fault. You cannot come back to the table a year later and ask for more money. And if the Steelers do it, they're going to set a precedent for years to come. Don't do it. Let them hold out for 2 years and go try to find a team to hire him at 38. I'm done with them. Thank you.
Danny, that's a great call to end there. Nice and concise. Well done. Yeah, I mean, he didn't bet on himself. Timing's not on his side, unfortunately, and yet he's asking for more. Yeah, let him sit out. I'm with you. Let him sit out and see what happens. I appreciate the call. Well done. And that's the final call of this show. Cam Heyward rage is a-flowing through Pittsburgh. Why is he doing this? Maybe we'll never know. But yeah, I did want to mention, Danny, to your point too, I know you said if the Steelers pay him, all reports right now are suggesting that the Steelers are not interested in tendering a contract like this. So if that gives you any comfort, it doesn't look like they're going to give in to the demands he has set forth. So if that gives you any solace, good. It gives me a little bit of comfort knowing that the Steelers are not bowing to his demands. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. No reports of incidents or accidents, but we do have some good news. All lanes of the outbound Parkway West past I-79 out to Ridge Road are back open. That includes the off-ramp to Campbell's Run Road. That project wrapping up a month early. Also, all lanes of McKnight Road between Siebert Road and the ramps to Babcock Boulevard are back open. That project has been completed. That means the bridge over Babcock Boulevard completely open, all four lanes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, C.J. Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can, and they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Get-Go's got it in the bag. Flavor, that is. Dig into their crunchy, walking tacos, loaded with savory chili and cheese. Plus, mix and match select sizes of your favorite drink brands for just $2 for $5 or $3 for $7. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Who are the bets to make the final roster? Listen to the fan hosts break down their bets to make the team following each preseason game. Bets to make the team is presented by the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Bet on sports and play all your favorite casino games for real money. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. For a limited time, WetGo is doubling the shine. New members can buy 1 month of unlimited washes and get 1 month free. It's the perfect way to keep your car sparkling all summer long. Sign up now and save. WetGo. New car shine anytime. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 23rd and 24th is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. At the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. With over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Santel Landscape and Design, serving the West and South Hills area for over 30 years with custom landscaping, patios, retaining walls, and hardscaping. Whether you need to replace an existing retaining wall, have a dream for a new patio with a fire pit, or are tired of the look of your landscaping, they have affordable solutions for you. You'll be the envy of the neighborhood with a new outdoor living area from the experts at Santel Landscape and Design. Santel Landscape has an A+ rating with the BBB and is fully insured. Visit SantelLandscapeandDesign.com.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Hey, it's Crowley here for my friends at Zero Res. Did you also know that August is Pet Appreciation Month? Zero Res is safe for all pets with no harsh soaps or chemicals. I've got 3 pets, a dog, 2 cats, love them to death. They make a mess. Zero Res will take care of that mess for you with no risk to your pets. Carpets, tile, hardwood, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. If you haven't tried out Zero Res or it's been months since your last deep clean, now is the time to call. Right now, you get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take 15% off pet odor treatments and take $50 off air duct cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews, so schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Hold on tight, rodeo fans. It's time for the North Washington Rodeo. 5 nights of nonstop rodeo action August 12th through the 16th at the North Washington Rodeo Grounds, Route 38 North in Butler County. Get your tickets early and save. Don't miss it.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Honey, I found the
perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wednesday morning rush underway. Parkways east and west on the inbound side looking pretty good into their respective tunnels. Outbound, you do have the lane restriction on the Parkway east between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway east is closed. Both scheduled to wrap up their daily work about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Northbound 79, you do have a lane restriction between the Warrendale and Evans City interchanges as traffic continues to deal with that project. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Good morning, everybody. All of our lawns are getting watered right now. Rain for the first time in weeks. My algorithm on the Twitter has Brett Favre highlights in front of me.
Oh.
And that's always an enjoyable watch.
Yes.
And yesterday, weirdly, on Instagram, I got hit with Favre speaking to LSU a few years back. Have you seen this?
I don't think so, no.
And Favre said until his second year in the league, and he was really ashamed to ask the question in the meeting rooms, he didn't know what the nickel defense was. And so his backup quarterback was Ty Detmer. And one time they were just hanging out playing cards or something, and he's like, all right, I finally built up the courage to ask Ty Detmer, hey, man, what the hell's a nickel defense? Detmer goes, oh, you take a big guy off the field, you throw an extra defensive back out there. And Favre goes, really? That's it? Who gives a bleep?
It's so great.
He was just out there just throwing the ball.
Yeah, he was. I had a teammate in Buffalo that played with Aaron Rodgers for years, Nick Barnett. He actually, I think did they win the Super Bowl? I think he won a Super Bowl maybe with them. Played linebacker, but he said that it was locker cleanout day at the end of the season one year in Green Bay. And he said that Brett Favre had like 2 lockers. That's how like the big-time quarterbacks, they have 2 lockers, not just one. But one of his lockers was just trash. Like, it was just cleats and all kinds of stuff was just piled up. So the guys are cleaning it out, the equipment guys, and they find this piece of paper, and it was a check. It was at the bottom of his locker. And Nick was like, let me get that check. Let me see what it is. And Brett probably just threw it in there, and it was $1 million check from like a bonus that he just threw in his locker and didn't even know it was there. And then they had to mail it to him.
Oh, my God.
$1 million.
He just threw it away.
Yep.
Didn't think anything of it.
Was like, here, I'll just, probably was like an endorsement check or something.
Man.
Yep.
That must be nice.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You think the Steelers want to clean out some of the lockers from Latrobe and see if they might be able to find a couple $1 million to throw at Cam Heyward?
Maybe. Yeah.
That's all the text line is, by the way. Going all the way back yesterday through Harry's show, just all Cam Heyward discourse. And we'll do some of that today because there was new stuff that came out from Adam Schefter. But I don't think we're going to go full 4 hours like we did yesterday. Yeah. You doing good?
I'm great. I'm fantastic. Can't complain at all. Cal's, how you doing?
Life is good. Except for the Steelers nonsense. But yeah.
That'll be fine. Yeah. It's all going to get handled.
It's going to ruin my life. I love Cam Heyward.
My favorite thing about football is that we're generally happy on weekends until football rolls around. Then our favorite team loses a game or two, and we're all pissed. Pissed! We were talking before the show about great TV movie pairs of all time.
Yes.
We were talking about Rush Hour. Mm-hmm. Talking about Jackie Chan and
Chris Tucker, and how that was just a perfect combination.
Yes. And that those guys really haven't done much since then, but they probably made a ton of money off those movies. Those movies get replayed all the time. I'm sure they're getting royalties for it.
Yeah.
But if we're playing poker and that's the hand that we're starting with, what are some other great movie TV combos that we would put on like the Mount Rushmore at 412-928-9370?
I've always liked the combo, and you can go any genre, but the Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan's a fantastic one. Like to put those two together, to have the awareness to be like, all right, this would be funny, having these two on screen together. I always like the combo of Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black.
Yeah.
They have that father-son type of deal going on, and I always thought that they always meshed well together. That's another one. David Spade, Chris Farley back in the day.
That's way up there for me.
That's up there. I don't know if Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith are on my Mount Rushmore, but I always liked that combo. Like, them together, to me, was very good.
Those movies are gold.
Yeah.
Absolute gold. Chris Tucker is hilarious in those movies. So is Jackie Chan. We were talking about the scene where they're in their robes and they're fighting the triads and Ricky Tan. I know why you mad. It's so good.
I know why you mad.
And one of my all-time favorite movies is Tommy Boy.
Me too.
That's my wife's favorite movie.
Yep.
Those guys together, uproariously funny.
They honestly made it feel like that they were brothers for real, or cousins. Like in real life, you felt like that's how you treat your little brother, or that's how you treat your cousin. And they played in Black Sheep together, I think. And there was probably another movie that I'm missing that they were in together, but they were great.
Great together.
Really good combo.
The Yankees. Fat guy in a little coat. Too good. The chemistry's just as good as it gets.
Fantastic.
People writing in Brad Pitt, George Clooney.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Yep. Really good one. That's a real,
Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor. That's
very
a tough one
good.
to top.
That's probably, that's a.
Vince Vaughn, Owen Wilson.
It's a good one.
I remember being just young enough that movie's so funny, Wedding Crashers, but also there's all kinds of nudity.
Yep.
And I had to have been 12, 13 when it came out.
Yeah, it was my senior year in high school.
I watched that movie way too many times.
Me too.
Because of the breasts.
It was great.
Not going to lie. Jim Carrey, Jeff Daniels.
Good one.
Dumb and Dumber.
Mm-hmm.
Dumb and Dumber-er. Which I think I saw, but I can't remember.
Dumb and Dumber-er was not those two. it was a different Harry and Lloyd. And then Dumb and Dumber 2 was them again, which was not a great movie.
Okay, I don't think I've seen either of them.
Yeah.
Or I have, and I just don't have any recollection. I couldn't have seen them.
Dumb and Dumber is like really, really goofy and like just a...
Too dumb?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
A lot of people writing in Jeff Daniels and Jim Carrey.
Yeah, but like they only did one movie? Like one like they didn't do any other movies together.
That one's legendary though.
Yeah. I'm thinking of people who did like multiple movies in different types of movies, not like sequels.
Right.
Together. That
Will Ferrell, John C. Reilly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're
Step Brothers and
Talladega Nights.
Talladega Nights. Yeah, that's good.
Owen Wilson, Ben Stiller.
Meet the Parents, and
we've talked about Meet the Parents a lot lately.
It's a great movie.
Drives me nuts.
Blades of Glory they were in together.
Well, yep, there you go, Kowski.
That's a weird one for
That
me.
is weird. Yeah,
I don't know that I like Blades of Glory, but it's been a long time since I've
seen it one time.
Yeah.
One time. That's it.
I feel bad that the one submission that we get from Harry I shoot down, so for that I apologize. It has nothing to do with the
It's
messenger.
just it's normal. It's natural for you. It's okay.
Belushi and Aykroyd. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I had a Blues Brothers themed birthday party circa 2010 at the Mount Lebanon Rec Center. Yeah. Dressed up in a
When's the last time you've seen the original Blues Brothers?
It's been 30 years.
Yeah, same.
That's bad math, but I mean probably around that time.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Same.
You know what movie I love, but it's not as good as I thought it was when I was a kid, whenever I've watched it lately. This is like sacrilegious.
Give me the actor, and I'll probably guess the movie. Can you give me the actor? No. You just got to tell me the movie.
I mean, Aykroyd.
My Girl?
Ghostbusters.
What?
I love Ghostbusters, but I loved it more as a kid.
Really?
Which is weird. I mean, it's really funny.
I love it now, too. Man.
Sigourney Weaver. Hot.
Yes. Didn't realize it as a youngster.
In fact, actually, as a youngster, when she gets possessed, top 5 most terrifying things I saw in my childhood.
Uh-huh.
She was scariest. Wasn't she in the bathtub?
Yep.
Yeah, that was terrifying as a kid.
Mm-hmm. Call me Zool.
Yeah. Zool. It is a great movie, but it doesn't make me laugh as much as I remember it making me laugh as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened to me.
Mm.
I think it's more of a me thing. I want to apologize.
It's a pretty good movie.
It is a good movie. Yeah. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yep.
My grandma made me a Ghostbusters suit for Halloween as a kid. She used to sew all my costumes. Like you couldn't find the green Power Ranger at like Toys R Us, the costume. So she made me one, but she made me the suit.
Yeah.
For Ghostbusters. Then you get one of them packs. Oh, what am I talking about? Great movie. I got to watch it again this weekend. I'm wrong.
I think I told you this before. Eddie Murphy was supposed to be Ernie Hudson's character.
Yeah.
But he turned that down to make Beverly Hills Cop, which was obviously a good choice. Either way,
I would say
Beverly Hills Cop, he was the main character. So
yeah.
He was supposed to be that. He was up for a lot of roles that I told you about that he turned down.
I mean, when you got that level of stardom.
It was quick, too. It was quick. Trading Places, Delirious, his stand-up, and then he would bang.
Yeah, that's a hell of a run.
Yeah.
Mike Myers, Dana Carvey, one that you brought up prior to the show.
Dana Carvey, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne's World. Mm-hmm.
Tom and Jerry. SpongeBob and Patrick. Dickerson and Crowley.
Yep.
Did anyone say Adam Sandler and Chris Farley yet?
No, but we did separate the two for different pairs. Chris Farley gone way too soon. What a hilarious guy. Hilarious guy. Eddie Murphy, Nick Nolte, 48 Hours, someone writes.
That's a pretty good one. Decent. Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence. Can't go wrong there.
No.
Funny.
Bill Murray, Harold Ramis. Speaking of Ghostbusters, yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're in Stripes together.
It's another good one, but I haven't seen it, so I'm lying. I don't know. I'm sure it is.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, good morning, gentlemen. Bob Nutting's continued embarrassment he puts on the field is on full display against the Brewers. A smaller market team than the Pirates, yet they're run from top to bottom superbly as they're currently the best team in baseball, SMH Greg M. I agree.
Wait, that's a good one. Ben Cherington and Bob Nutting, a great pair.
Ron Cook and Vinny Riccici.
Huh.
Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Rock and Kevin Hart.
Funny. Oh, Schwarzenegger and DeVito. You ever seen Twins? Great movie. I have not.
Are they twins?
Yes.
That's hilarious. I already know that's funny.
Oh, my gosh. Just think about it. There you go. But that's what I think that, so my theory, not conspiracy theory, but my theory is that The Rock and Hollywood wanted to recreate that with The Rock and Kevin Hart. Danny DeVito and Schwarzenegger, because they played in a lot of movies together. It was always that, David Goliath type thing. I think they wanted to recreate
Kevin Hart's this big.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart just sells out arenas. Just doing stand-up.
Yep.
Everywhere.
Yep.
I don't know that I love his movies. I love his stand-up, though.
I've gone to about 5 of them.
You have?
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen him in person.
Oh, yeah.
Place is packed. He's a rock star.
He's hilarious.
He is very funny.
Very, very funny. I don't know how funny he is still now, but during the 2010s, whenever he was peaking, oh my goodness. There's nothing better.
He still does it. It's crazy.
Nothing better.
That was the heyday for him. But he really still is very popular. Tim Allen, Tom Hanks, Woody and Buzz.
Yeah.
I love Toy Story.
Very good movie. Very sad for me. I don't like watching it anymore. I probably won't watch it ever again.
The third one?
Yeah. Very sad.
Real tears.
Yep.
And I think it was Martin Scorsese I saw.
Yeah.
He said they wrapped it up perfectly.
Yeah.
I don't need to see the fourth one.
Right.
He's like, it was a legitimately great trilogy with one of the best movie endings of all time in Toy Story 3.
Yep.
And they made a fourth one.
Fourth one was a little silly. I've seen it.
What are we doing with that? It really was the perfect bow on a tremendous animated trilogy.
Yeah, I've never seen the fourth one, probably never will, because the third one just got me. It hit me too hard.
I don't think I've seen the fourth one either. I had a Woody when I was a kid.
The doll?
Well, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
And it had Andy on the foot, which really pissed me off.
Why?
Because I'm Adam, unless I'm going to a remote to collect backpacks, and then I revert back to Andy. So what I did was I painted over it, and I wrote my name in Sharpie. And then it faded off, and it was Andy again.
You painted over it like the creepy guy in the second movie?
That's right.
Or the reason why it got me, the reason why I feel like the Toy Story is so sad is because I feel like we're Andy's age.
Yes.
We were around Andy's age whenever the first one came out, and then the third one, whenever he's older and he's giving his toys away, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm getting old.
Are you somebody that gives things away or throws things out, or are you a big sentimental guy?
No, I get rid of stuff.
You get rid of stuff.
But maybe I'll keep one thing of that. I'll keep one. So say I had 40 CDs from whenever we were younger. I'll keep one CD just to have a CD.
Mixtape from an old lover?
Yeah, something like that. Sure. I'll keep one thing.
I'm bad.
You keep stuff?
Oh, I keep all. When my wife, she went to Elon for a year, and I was in Morgantown. We used to write each other letters and send boxes of gifts and things just to be like, hey, love you. I have all those letters.
Do you really?
I have all the letters.
Well, that's still a little bit different.
Anything that I deem to have sentimental value, I keep.
Really?
And she's not that way. My dad throws everything out. It drives my mom nuts because my mom is like me. I'm not a hoarder per se, but if there's any sentimental value associated, I keep it.
Really?
And then I never look at it.
All right. Just collecting dust.
Oh, Doran, Toy Story 5's in the works now.
I heard that, yeah.
Seth Rogen, Paul Rudd, 40-year-old virgin knocked up.
Yeah.
Toy Story 5?
Yeah.
Come on.
I know.
What?
It's bad.
What are we doing?
Well, Disney's making money. Pixar's making money.
You know what? That is the answer.
Yeah, that's why.
That is the answer. Which was hilarious. Scorsese's like, oh, it just is perfect.
The horror hippie just DM me. De Niro Pesci.
Just got one on the text line to Nero Pesci, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Goodfellas, Casino. I mean, Harry and Marv is pretty good.
If
Daniel
I may,
Stern. Yep.
the first time I saw Goodfellas, I had my wisdom teeth out. I was all hopped up on drugs. I was tucked in bed like a warm chocolate chip cookie. I thought it was awful.
What?
I thought it was awful.
Why?
I was all high, and I was in and out of sleep.
Mhm.
Long movie.
Yes.
Upon the rewatch, classic.
Yeah, from start to finish.
Yeah. But I didn't see that until I was about 28 years old.
I didn't see that till a little bit later, too, probably college.
It's a big watch.
Yeah.
It's a meaty watch.
Mm-hmm. You have to kind of get the genre, too. Like, I wasn't really into that, and then that made me into that. So then I started watching, like, you know, mafia movies or whatever.
Scarface.
I always love Scarface, though.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different.
It is.
He's a political prisoner from Cuba. I'm a political prisoner from Cuba, man. You told Omar Suarez to come see me, man.
You kind of made it like TK doing the impression.
That's what he sounds like.
I know. It was Quentin Tarantino who said that about Toy Story, not Scorsese. My bad.
Yeah, whatever.
People are wondering if Callis kept the dead bird for a keepsake. Probably not.
No, my dad buried all the birds.
All the birds?
Yeah, it was around Monroeville, I think it was.
How many birds were there?
3 in total.
The other 2 died of natural causes?
Well, the one died of natural causes, the second one did, and the third one died because my sister didn't feed it. So.
Jeez Louise!
But that one wasn't my fault.
No, I know. That's probably why the birds stopped being purchased, right? Like one was squeezed to death, the other not fed.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, it was kind of like, we were all busy and.
Well, why Monroeville?
That's where he worked.
Okay.
His work building was out there.
Gotcha.
He buried the bodies off-site.
In shoeboxes, actually. My mom insisted. I asked her when we got older. I'm like, did Dad actually take them out there? She's like, yeah. No, that's a real thing. They're buried.
Bert and Ernie.
Yep.
Oh, my God. It's 6:02.
I know. Look at this. Which one's Bert? Which one's Ernie? I say that all the time.
Couldn't tell you.
No idea. Bert, I think, has the long head.
Oh, puppets look the same. I mean, Big Bird, pretty discernible.
Yeah.
The Count.
Yes.
He's a vampire-looking bleeper.
Oscar.
He's a real ass.
Yep.
You could always pick him out of the lineup. But Bert and Ernie, they're interchangeable to me.
Mm-hmm. I have no idea. How old are they?
Oh, they got to be like 60 now.
How old were they whenever we were younger?
That's hard to say.
Were they like adults or were they kids?
We'll unpack that over the course of the show. I think it's an important thing to tackle. All right, coming up in 30 seconds. Mike Tomlin was on the flagship yesterday, and he's just getting lobbed softball after softball. We're not talking about hard-hitting journalism. We're not talking about gotcha questions. And Mike Tomlin, he said something we have to react to about the Steelers' defense. And we will. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
All right, good morning, everybody. It is a hump day. It is a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. He'll join us from 9 o'clock until 10. Ray Fittipaldo with his training camp synopsis coming up at 8 o'clock. John Wayner to talk about whatever the hell happened last night to the Pirates at 8:35. Going to be a fun one today. It's always fun. We start with what Mike Tomlin told the flagship station yesterday. He didn't have to say this. I keep coming back on these guys saying, hey, you are really pumping the tires of the defense. None of these guys have to say what they're saying. And so that's why we got to break it down. Mike Tomlin asked about the defense. He said, quote, we got enough talent, enough schematics to do big things. Oh, okay, all right. That's not that big of a deal. He went on then, and when I say big things, I'm talking about historic things. That's coming from the head coach, Juan Thornhill, last week. This defense could be one of the best of all time. Peyton Wilson, a couple of weeks ago. I'm a great route runner out of the backfield. He said he considers himself as one of the best coverage linebackers in the NFL. DK Metcalf, on with NFL Network, said, it's the best defense I've ever seen. Boy, are they confident in their defensive abilities. And I guess if we boil it down to a question here, are we happy to be hearing this? Does this give you as Steelers fans faith that the defense is actually going to live up to the salary being spent on it, to all the hype? Or do you look at the most recent playoff failures, the way that the defense is generally cratered down the stretch, and say, come on, for God's sakes, go do something before we hear stuff like this? 412-928-9370, Doran.
I'm excited to hear it because they have to prove it. And now you've set the standard, and they always talk about the standard as a standard. So now you set the standard of being one of these high-quality, top-tier defenses. So let's see it week in and week out. And it also tells me in my football side of it, that was my radio side of it, I was like, yeah, I want to see it because if it doesn't work, then we get to crush them for it. But my football side of it, I like to hear it because it tells me that they feel like they have the ability to do multiple things at any certain time to confuse an offense, to get home, to create havoc, to create turnovers. And Mike Tomlin, you can say what you want about, his coaching career, his head coaching career. He does know defense. Sometimes it doesn't look great. Sometimes it gets abused. But the guy knows defense, and he knows quality players. I mean, he's coached a lot of Hall of Famers. He's in multiple places. And if he sees a defensive backfield or a defense that he thinks is high quality, like, I kind of trust him whenever he says that. I do, because his eyes don't lie. And I do think that with the combination of Jalen Ramsey, with the combination of Peyton Wilson and TJ Watt and the defensive line, if things go the way that you plan, the way you draw it up on paper, I could see them being one of the best defenses this year. I can.
He's talking all time. He's talking historic. Juan Thornhill's talking historic. DK Metcalf's talking historic.
Well, what's historic? That's.
I don't think you can be a historic defense unless you win the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
That's just me.
Exactly.
And you.
So what is historic? Does it mean like, oh, we broke the record of turnovers for a defense for a year? Is that historic?
For me, that doesn't do it.
Right.
You would make history.
Right.
But that's not historic. When I think historic defenses, I think about the 70s Steelers.
Right.
I think about the Purple People Eaters. I think about the 2000s Ravens, the 85 Bears, the 2008 Steelers, the 2015 Broncos. I think about the Seattle Seahawks with Richard Sherman and all those freakazoids in the defensive backfield. Those are the defenses I think about. And you know what they all have in common? They all won championships.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to be a truly all-time great defense, I think you start there. Can it be the best defense in the NFL? On paper, sure, and I think you hit on it. If this defense fails, and I'm taking injuries out of the equation, it is 100% on coaching. 100%. I look at this roster, and I think it's fair to expect it to be the best defense in the NFL. I guess where I'm caught is, while I have that expectation, and I think the fan base should, based on the money being shelled out and the names and all the accolades that these players have individually accrued over their years, I just don't know that I want to hear it this boisterously
now
from the Steelers now, right? Like DK Metcalf, I mean, they probably worn pads for 2 days, and he's like, "It's the best defense I ever seen." Now, I put stock in it. He's played against great defenses. He's been a part of teams with great defense. I will put stock in it. I don't know that I love this much beating of the chest when the last time we saw the Steelers defense, with a lot of different components, fair enough, they were giving up 299 rushing yards. And when this defense has been in the playoffs, the last 5 playoff games, they've given up 38.8 points. It's okay to have an internal belief. It's okay to think, oh, yeah, we got something here.
Mm-hmm.
But you beat your chest about it. You better go out there and perform.
Oh, yeah.
Because if not, this would be the biggest failure from Mike Tomlin, Terrell Austin, this defensive coaching staff that we've seen in this era where they've failed a lot and come up small defensively in the biggest moments. Like this, am I breaking any news? This is the best defensive roster that they've had since, Right. Maybe since 2011. I won't disagree with that. If they fail, how can I put it on anything other than schematics when you got 3 corners you could trust, a safety that you extended because he was really good last year, 2 linebackers that go sideline to sideline, an all-pro on the defensive line, maybe the best edge-rushing tandem, and then it goes even deeper than that on the outside. If they fail, players are going to make tackles, going to make plays, but how can that defense fail if it's schemed up correctly?
Exactly, and you just have so many weapons to work with is basically what I'm trying to think through and why that Tomlin would say something like that. And it also just popped in my mind, I think one of the reasons why Tomlin said something like that, and for me to believe him, is because in a controlled setting, I can get Dan Marino, in a controlled setting and put him in a practice right now, and he could probably throw the football and understand what's going on. So I think in a controlled setting, whenever Mike Tomlin sits down with Aaron Rodgers and they're going through the film and it's just one-on-one. They probably do a lot of one-on-ones because they, high-level football guys. And Aaron Rodgers is probably like, you guys are moving fast out there. It's hard for me to discern where I want to go with the football. I'm not getting touched, but most of those plays, I'd probably be sacked. So I think that Mike Tomlin may take a lot of credence of what Aaron Rodgers' feedback he has about the defense. And I could see Aaron Rodgers being like, you guys are going to be pretty good on defense.
And he's the one guy that he has said the defense is good. He's the one guy who hasn't gone fully hyperbolic on the record.
Mm-hmm.
If he did, that would mean more to me than what anybody else said.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're right behind the scenes.
Right.
I'm sure you're right behind the scenes.
That's what I think gives Mike Tomlin the confidence to say something like that, because Aaron Rodgers probably has sat down and been like, yeah, this is tough. And it's never really been tough for me. Because, we get the practice notes. The defense usually wins. There's been a couple times, right? In how many periods that they've had in the last 2 weeks? They've had probably 50 periods. There's only been a couple times where we see, the offense won. Usually it's balanced by now. And it's not. So I'm sure that Mike Tomlin has sat down with Aaron Rodgers and been like, what do you think? And he's probably like, yeah, you guys got it going on.
The offense has gotten better. And now training camp's over. My God.
Crazy.
It's over.
Crazy.
The offense did get better as it went on, but you weren't reading that the tables had turned. I don't think it's a coincidence that Jalen Ramsey had sat out a couple of practices. He finally came back yesterday. But Jalen Ramsey was out. Alex Highsmith's been out. Cam Heyward's now doing the whole goofy Holden thing. And now all of a sudden the offense started to get a little bit better.
Right.
So at full strength, this fully armed and operational battle station, I look around, I'm not seeing too many weak spots save one Thornhill, but hey, he made a play.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big talking point. In fact, it wasn't just a talking point in Pittsburgh. Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jacksonville Jags, was asked at his practice yesterday, hey, did Trevor Lawrence hang Brian Thomas Jr. out to dry on that one Thornhill hit? And he said, it was a crap play. That was a hell of a play by one Thornhill.
Mm-hmm.
A guy that I didn't like. And then he made that play, and all of a sudden I do like. If your free safety, who was really good with the Chiefs, important to note, is the worst player you've got on defense, I think that's a pretty good place to be.
Yes.
So I have optimism about the personnel. More optimism about the personnel than I've had, again, since ... I just need to see Tomlin and Terrell Austin get the most out of this group.
Yep.
If this group reaches its ceiling, you're talking about the best defense in the NFL. I just don't know that Tomlin can get them there because it's been so long since we have seen that. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. And I'm trying to think back of the last time Tomlin talked like this. And the best I can come up with is 2017. They wound up losing to the Jags and giving up 1 million points. Now, that was a Ryan Shazier injury, where they went from a team that gave up 17 points per game with Shazier to 28 points per game after that, and you had Sean Spence come in. Tomlin, when talking to Tony Dungy on Sunday Night Football, before they played the Patriots in the Jesse James game, said, we'll play the Patriots again. That's the last time I can remember Tomlin really talking that way.
Mm-hmm. Not before the season,
we'll
though.
see them again. Not before the season. So am I cautiously optimistic? I'm just pessimistic by nature, but let's hear from the fans at 412-928-9370. The text line is split on this. Wow, hey, I'm optimistic. Other people, I just don't believe in Tomlin and the bravado. So let's talk about this to you, with you. Coming up next, Fan Hotline. Give us a ring, 412-928-9370, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 14-0 to the Milwaukee Brewers yesterday. Paul Skenes, he gave up 6 earned runs over 4 innings pitched. His ERA is up to 2.13 now, and his win-loss record is 7-9. Pirates and Milwaukee Brewers playing the third and final game of the series. Coming up this afternoon. Game time is at 2:10. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, that team in Milwaukee is hot. Maybe you want to wager some money on them tonight. Well, the summertime, the beach, you got boats and the lake or laying by the pool. Make your downtime fun time. You can enjoy casino action and sports betting wherever you are all summer long with the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. You can live bet either Pittsburgh or Milwaukee tonight, and live betting on sports is better on the BetParx app. You can bet player performances, game props, and more. Plus, BetWire is now live right inside the BetParx app. BetWire is the all-new sports betting live feed with game picks from all across the country. You can also play your favorite classic casino games on the BetParx app. New users can get up to a $1,000 cash back. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. More and more that I hear Sean McDermott speak, he just kind of says words together. And it doesn't have a lot of meaning, doesn't really inspire me. And that's on top of all the failed postseasons year after year. The 13 seconds game against the Chiefs, looking totally unprepared against the Bengals. Bare minimum for Sean McDermott to keep his job this year should be getting back to the AFC title game. And if I was Brandon Beane, I would have already fired him. You got to get to a Super Bowl at some point. You're wasting Josh Allen's prime. I'm Pat Boyle.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Your next adventure starts with the all-new redesigned Hyundai Palisade from Bowser Hyundai. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Cloudy with showers today, the high 81.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh my God.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Doggy start to the Wednesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now. Parkway West, you're in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Just a reminder, roadways are wet and could be slippery in spots, so definitely be careful. Outbound, you are fairly steady as you head past I-79, out past Campbell's Run Road. By the way, those lane restrictions lifted a month early, and that includes the reopening of the ramp to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East inbound delays at the Brinton Road overpass down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound, you are heavy heading into the lane restrictions past Squirrel Hill Homestead. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Crowley here for Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Hurry, sale ends soon. Trust Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's the most fun training camp I've ever been a part of. I feel like everything done went back to the basics. See, I have a great relationship with Coach McVay out in L.A. But Mike T, we are all very similar. We really don't have a bunch of other interests. It's God, family, and damn it, football. It's just, this is what we doing around here. It ain't no gray area. It's black and white. This is what we about around here. What we call it here is comfort seeking. If you always comfort seeking, then you can't be elite.
So that's Jalen Ramsey on the Pivot podcast, and Ramsey is buying what Mike Tomlin is selling, and they're all the get-along gang right now. Everybody's happy. Things are going great. The defense is playing well. Mike Tomlin thinks that this defense, secondary-wise, can match up with anybody, something that he said earlier on in the offseason. Now he's going on the flagship saying this defense can do historic things. DK Metcalf says it's the best defense he's ever seen. And so the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, which is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com, is, are you buying it? Are you buying that this defense can be elite? I think it can be. But I don't have faith in the coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
And when the Steelers have made the playoffs the last couple of years, the national media, the narrative has been, wow, Mike Tomlin's getting a lot out of flawed rosters. I don't think this roster is all that flawed. I think this is the best roster they've had in a really long time. Like, objectively speaking, defensively, not a lot of holes, and I think they've got some solid depth. I mean, we saw the way Eccles played, Beanie Bishop played.
Yep.
Those are your top 5 corners. I think offensively the biggest worry is the tackles, and we'll hear what Mike Tomlin had to say about the tackles a little bit later on in the show and how they progressed over the course of training camp, but they played well in the first preseason game. They've at least got talent up front. I think this is the best roster they've had in a good long while. And if they don't do really good things, if they don't win more games than they have these last few years, I don't want to hear, well, Mike Tomlin, he's still got him in the playoffs at 10-7, flawed roster. No. This roster screams 11-6 or 12-5 to me.
Absolutely. They got to get the job done. And then having, them get the job done, Jalen Ramsey's going to have to play a big part of that. And for the early sightings, it seems like that they have a lot of trust in Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey ain't been here for about a month. And it feels like that they have more trust in him than they did in Minkah Fitzpatrick his whole entire career here.
They're certainly going to use him
everywhere
the way he should be utilized, right. And they did not do that with Minkah, which is another reason why I don't trust them.
See, but that's why I do trust them, because if they're going to use Jalen Ramsey the way he's supposed to be used, usually if the reason why you wouldn't trust a defense or wouldn't trust a coach is like, okay, we're going to just put you at corner and leave you there. That's because you fit that. That's the best position that you fit in our defense. In my defense, we're just going to leave you at corner. The fact that they're already moving around and let him do what he has to do makes me trust him a little bit more than I have in the past. And I think that with the Minkah Fitzpatrick situation, that maybe they thought that Minkah couldn't do certain things.
Or maybe it was just a means to an end because of how weak they felt they were at corner last year.
Right.
And so you got to leave him in center field because you just don't trust your cornerbacks.
That too.
To the phones?
Yes.
Hammer in Portview. What up, Hammer?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I was listening to you earlier. You said about historical defenses, and you said they're not historical unless they won a championship. But in the same breath, you mentioned the Purple People Eaters. The Vikings never won a Super Bowl.
All right, you got me there. You got anything else, Hammer?
Yeah, in terms of the Steelers' defense, I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, but I can't see an elite defense giving up 31 points to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know if anybody else caught on to that.
Yeah, but who gives a rat's ass? It's a preseason game. Thank you. Like, what was out there from the first team defense? They gave up a field goal to the legitimate first team offense for the Jags.
Who did they have that was out there that was a first teamer?
They were missing their top 18 players overall.
They only had one starter, right?
Yeah, T.J. Watt didn't play.
2 starters, I guess.
Alex Highsmith didn't play. Nick Herbig didn't play. Patrick Queen didn't play. Wilson did.
Yeah.
Thornhill did. Those would be the 2 starters. Their primary 3 corners didn't play. So, yeah, I don't care that they gave up some points in a preseason game.
Yeah.
Do we allow Rob in Chicago to redeem himself here?
Sure.
Rob, you've been dicey lately, buddy. You got to be careful here, pal. We're looking out.
All right. Good morning to everybody. Crowley, Doran, Callis, whoever's back there. I'm not a big fan of pounding your chest and telling the world how great you are. I'm with you, Crowley. Let actions do the talking. But I think the defense might have to bear more weight than they expect because the offense just doesn't look like it's going to do a whole lot this year. You don't have a proven number 2 receiver. You're just going to run this prehistoric offense, and you better score to take the pressure off that defense, or it's going to be a long season.
I mean, I do buy that. Thank you, Rob. I do buy that you have to be better offensively to help the defense. There's no doubt. I mean, you think about that Eagles game. Oh, my God. Where the Eagles had the ball for the final 10, 11, 12 minutes of that game. And it's because you're gassed, because you're on the field too much. And then I think that's why they've broken down late in seasons these last few years. So, yeah, it goes hand in hand. I am more optimistic on the offense, though, than Rob is.
Yeah.
I just think Rodgers is a better quarterback than they've had. And I think with the reports of Broderick Jones and Troy Faltanu, this offensive line can be the best it's been in a while. I need to see more.
Right.
But I am cautiously optimistic about the offensive line. And you also did upgrade at number 1 wide receiver.
Yes.
So I do think they'll be better offensively, and you can play that complementary football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't get all that worked up about a defense, Doran, with 2 of the 11 starters out there.
Yeah.
That actually, again, you had 2 starters. Jacksonville played all their starters, and you didn't give up a touchdown. You gave up a field goal. You jarred a ball loose.
I mean, the 2 starters showed up.
Yeah, I thought Peyton Wilson looked good.
Yep.
And one, Thornhill, he laid the boom. 412-928-9370. Again, I buy into this roster. I would rather Mike Tomlin in particular. It's one thing if the players do. I would rather Mike Tomlin in particular not beat his chest when the last time we saw them, they got absolutely dog-walked by the Ravens. Quiet confidence, meeting room confidence. We're going to be pretty damn good. You're telling your 90 guys in there confidence. Totally fine by me. But when you go out and you say it on radio, we could do historic things.
Got to back it up.
Folks, that is a massive statement. That is, the head coach says he thinks this defense could do historic things. That should be the number 1 story today on the Pittsburgh airwaves is that guy thinks this could be a historic defense. We also heard from Rodgers yesterday, so we'll play some of that coming up. Omar Khan on wide receiver, too. There's much to get into today. You could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Milwaukee Brewers by a 14-0 final score. Paul Skenes got the loss. He gave up 6 of those runs over 4 innings pitched. Pirates and Brewers playing the 3rd and final game of the series. Coming up later today at 2:10. If you want to listen to that game, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jalen Ramsey. At the ripe age of 30, Jalen Ramsey is ready to prove he ain't done yet. The former first-round defender spent his early NFL years with the Jaguars, quickly becoming one of the most feared quarterbacks in the league. He then spent time in L.A. and Miami, winning a Super Bowl and multiple Pro Bowl nods. Now, after being traded to the Black and Gold in June, Ramsey looks to make a career run on a star-studded defense.
Join Easy Storage Ross Township for their 6th annual Classic Car Cruise, Sunday, August 17th from noon to 3 p.m. at the Easy Storage Ross Township, located at 5000 Johanna Drive. $1,000 cash prize, basket raffles, and free food. All proceeds benefit the Berkeley Hills Fire Company.
Dog days of August are heating up, and so are the deals at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo payment starting at $259 for 24 months. Visit dealer for details.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, slide.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, my friend Taylor Fournier. During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Jeep of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No games, no waiting. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, haven't run into it yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Mike talks about it being things that you can't measure. You know, the connections that happen here. Yesterday we had a home run derby here, and I was out in the hot sun just shagging shortstop for the most part. Ragging on Christian Kuntz for making a bunch of errors at the hot corner, but it's just those moments that you love. And as much as I look forward to my bed and not having to worry about bed bugs at times, I'll miss this experience just because it's really special to be able to make this walk down the hill every day and see the fans in the crowd, even when it's a hot day like today.
Aaron Rodgers talking about the Latrobe experience, and yesterday was the final practice of training camp. I can't believe it. That went fast. Now, we're not there every day like Caboli and Jeff Hathorn baking in the hot sun, watching the practices. We're not there like the players baking in the hot sun playing on the field. You think Rodgers was joking, or do you think he was really dealing with bed bugs?
He probably was. There's probably some truth to that.
You ever have bed bugs?
No.
Harry, you ever dealt with the bed bugs?
No.
Me neither. We did have fleas once.
Oh, that's no good.
Back in my old place, I was in middle school. My cats had fleas. And I remember my cat Baxter, great cat name, sitting on my lap, and I saw one scurry from one tuft of hair to the other, and it was the grossest thing ever. but it got to the point where, I mean, it was an infestation.
Oh, man.
We had to go and stay at a hotel for like a week so that they could blast them out of our house. And I still have no idea how they got in there because our cats were indoor cats.
Oh, my goodness.
I probably brought them in.
Yeah, you probably did.
I'm probably playing out in the park or something.
Yep.
Disgusting.
That's sick. Fleas.
I would think Rogers, though, would be accustomed to that. You stay in a dark cave. Like, that was the thing I would have been worried about if I were doing the darkness retreat. Like, there got to be
bugs?
Spiders up in there.
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
For sure.
Spiders like cool, damp places. And I would think that the darkness retreat spot would kind of fit that.
I don't. He didn't sound like it bothered him. He just said, like,
builds character.
Yeah. He's like, I'm just done with them. I'm done with the bed bugs. I'm rather get back in my bed. It was a good experience.
That's why Mike Tomlin thinks it's going to be one of the best defenses of all time, Doran, because they had to deal with the adversity of the bed bugs. I don't think I'd be able to sleep at night if I had an inkling there were bed bugs.
No.
Yeah, a bit overnight?
Right.
Hell no.
No way. Think about being a multi-millionaire and you're dealing with bed bugs in a dorm room.
Well, the listeners probably love that because they've absolutely
right.
murdered Cam Heyward for having the audacity to ask for a little bit more money.
That's right.
So these millionaires, they deserve to get bit
Yeah.
by the bed bugs. If I were St. Vincent and this were true, I'd be pissed
Yep.
that Rogers brought up the bed bugs.
Well, I mean, it gives you opportunity to go in there and bomb the place. Not like bomb it, but, like bug bomb it.
Yeah, like Breaking Bad. You put up the barriers and you take care of business.
No, not like, well.
Except without the cooking of meth.
Correct.
In the St. Vincent dorms. David in Crafton next up. Hi, David.
Hey, Adam. Hey, I just want to say about you said about improving in the roster. I think the Steelers need to improve in playing against bad teams. They always lose against bad teams. It's so frustrating. I mean, I don't know why. Every year.
I'm with you. The way I viewed it, though, David, is like when they've lost these bad teams, I've generally put that on the offense. Like the defense, I feel like does a great job against middle-tier offenses, lower-tier offenses, and then when the defense has to play the big dogs like Philadelphia last year, Baltimore the second time, Baltimore the third time, Kansas City when they had really scuffled by their standards offensively, that to me is, if you want to be a great defense, and thank you for the call, David, you got to play great defense against great offenses, against great quarterbacks. Texter, my power went out. Can I come hang out with you guys? No, but I hope you figure that out.
Yep.
I saw that you can burn crayon. Don't try this.
Burn crayons?
I want to put a disclaimer on this. I saw that in a pinch. If you need candles, you don't have candles, you can burn crayons. Nobody try it.
Where'd you see this at? Is this AI?
I saw it on
duped again.
I saw it on the gram.
Well, they're flammable, but that doesn't mean they make good candles because you don't have a wick on them.
I think they are the wick. They're absolutely the wick.
Or whatever that string is that you light.
That would be the wick, but I think that's what it is.
I thought they were wax.
Yeah, they are wax.
They are wax, yeah. I saw you could burn crayons. I'm not telling people to do it.
I don't know about this.
You know what? Don't try it at home. I will try it for you, and I will report back tomorrow. I'll light up a crayon today.
Okay.
Little periwinkle.
Periwinkle.
You know what might be nice? Honestly, I bet you, dude, if you get the scented crayons and you burn them suckers like a candle, it's terrific.
Nope. Different types of scents, different types of science there. Yeah.
Oh, what do you know about science?
Well, it's true. I am wrong at least 45% of the time when I say things that we randomly talk about.
It's a little higher than that, but go ahead. A little higher than 45%.
I was at about a 45% hit rate getting names right the other day.
Yeah, that was tough.
That was as bad as I've been. Then we bring Caboli on, and he only exacerbated the problem.
Yep.
So I want to go back. I want to rewind. Don't burn crayons. I will do it for you, and then I'll report back tomorrow. Little burnt orange. Literally. Ha-ha. Texter, what are you doing?
Powered by Bowser
I thought you were going to a commercial. I was tired of your bad joke. Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
Texter, I've never had a text read on the show. What does it take for my text to be read?
There you go.
There you go. All right, coming up next, your calls on the defense. Omar Khan talking about wide receiver 2. We'll see if we buy what he's selling. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Milwaukee Brewers 14-0. Paul Skenes, he gave up 6 earned runs over 4 innings pitched. He's now 7-9 on the season with a 2.13 ERA. Pirates could get swept if they lose today. Third and final game of the series is at 2:10. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 25 days until Pittsburgh faces New York. And these are some of your favorite number 25s. Ryan Clark, Artie Burns, Ron Shaglin. The countdown to kickoff is presented by Duquesne Beer. Grab a Duke. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Garfield section of the city, crew still dealing with an earlier vehicle fire at the intersection of North Eveline and Broad Streets. Watch for delays as you're directed around that. Parkway West, you are jammed right around the top of Green Tree Hill. It's bumper to bumper just below Parkway Center. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while outbound delays start around the Greenfield Bridge overpass. And Route 28, that is jammed approaching the 31st Street Bridge down to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by American Cancer Society. The American Cancer Society is making strides against breast cancer by walking in celebration of courage and hope. Are you ready to join the largest, most impactful breast cancer movement in the country? Join today by signing up at makingstrideswalk.org.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part, you can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PIT38. That's promo code PITT38 for an extra 10% cash back bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cash back earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PIT38. Upside. Cash back smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Texter, how to use a crayon as a candle in a survival or emergency situation. A crayon can be used as a temporary light source when other options are unavailable. To create a crayon candle, melt the tip of the crayon with a lighter or flame until the paper wrapper ignites, acting as a wick. Place the crayon on a fire-safe surface and allow it to burn, providing light for approximately 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the crayon size and type.
What is a fire-safe surface, though, in your house? Not the carpet, not a table.
Maybe a cast iron pan.
Oh, Doran. Bang. What you got? What you got now? What you got now back there?
I was just asking.
You telling me this can't happen?
I feel like you would
because of science.
No, I feel like you'd put it on a table. You'd be the first one to just like lay it on a table or like in a bowl or something, like a plastic container, and then you'd start a fire in your house. Like you'd be the one to do that. I'm just saying. So I just want to clarify: fire-safe surface. Okay.
I'm gonna burn a crayon today
in a pan.
In a pan. I'm gonna take it out back, far enough away from the house, the domicile, and I'm gonna burn a crayon and see what it's like. I'm gonna get one of them.
I can get one of them. I'm
gonna get one of them scented crayons.
Okay.
You see if it makes your house smell like blueberries or grape.
That probably is toxic.
Probably.
Because you think about it from a candle standpoint. I mean, those are made to burn, whereas crayons are made to color with. And so I wonder if the scent, if burned, is toxic. But I would have no way to know unless I inhale the smoke, right. And so I will effort to do that today.
Do you think that pan gets ruined, too, by the burn crayon? Like, you can't really cook with it again, can you?
Melted crayon in the pan might not be a good
That wouldn't be good, no.
But in a survival situation, you're not so worried about the cast iron skillet.
Instead of buying a lantern at a store, burn a crayon.
I still haven't seen the fall candles come out yet. I did see a Halloween pop-up store.
Did you?
By South Hills Village Mall.
You ever been in one of those?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you're, like, scared of the scary things in there.
No, it's not like I turn a corner down aisle 5 and see a mask and go, oh!
Well, you know they got those things that jump out at you, too. You ever see those videos of those kids? They're, like, press the button, then it's like, ah!
That's why you got to keep your hands to yourself. You can't, it's like you're on a roller coaster. You can't be poking those things.
Yeah.
The one place it was great to touch stuff, though, was Spencer's Gifts. They had all kind of goodies.
They had all kinds of weird stuff in there. I love that store. I got all my posters from there. My Scarface poster. I got it from there. Spencer's.
That's not... We don't do that the way we used to, do we? Do kids still put up posters all over their rooms?
I don't know. More fatheads.
See, I had a fathead.
Of what?
David Ortiz.
Oh, Ortiz.
I was a big Poppy fan back in the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a poster of all the Major League Baseball teams on my wall still in my room.
So that probably was from the 90s.
No.
I think it's too... I think you're...
Why
I think you're too old to have that. You should probably take that down.
I still have my name's painted on my room, too. It's Nicholas with a bunch of sports stuff around it.
So wait, you still have the same room from whenever you
I'm moving out next.
No. You've never changed the walls of your room since 2003.
2008. That's when it was painted. I was in 3rd grade, I remember. Yeah.
Man. Do you have the same bed?
Yep. Same mattress. Yeah.
I'm happy you're moving out.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like a fresh start's going to give me some sort of extra jolt of energy.
Texter, I have no power. I will smoke candles for light. Thank you. Don't do that. I have to try it out first.
Smoke candles for light? Not crayons. Does it say candles?
They did write candles, yeah.
Okay.
I think they meant crayons, clearly. But good catch by you. Texter, kids eat crayons all the time. They're not toxic. They might not be toxic to ingest.
But inhale?
But inhale might be different. You just don't know.
I don't know. I think that doesn't that the same thing?
No. Inhale is to breathe in the air.
Correct.
Ingest would be to eat.
We know what those words mean.
I know what they mean. Saying like it's all going to the same place.
All right,
basically.
Omar Khan did comment on his wide receiver room, which we will get to. Also, the latest on Cam Heyward, according to the NFL's biggest insider. That's all on the way. Ray Fittipaldo at 8. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's going to rain. It's Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. It's now been 15 days since we saw our last measurable rain in Pittsburgh. It doesn't look like we're going to make it 16 as rain chances return today. This morning, the best chance for rain's up along I-80. Pittsburgh's best rain chance comes this afternoon. Most should see at least half an inch of rain today. Temperatures won't be as warm today. I have Pittsburgh hitting 83 degrees for the high. Morning temperatures should be in the mid to low 70s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
For 30 years, the Good Feet Store has helped thousands of people relieve their pain and live a more comfortable life. And we appreciate working with great doctors like Dr. Pamela Maida.
The Good Feet Arch Support System can not only alleviate but also eliminate the pain from plantar fasciitis, neuromas, and bunions.
And Dr. William Spielvogel.
The Good Feet Arch Support System can be highly effective for pain relief, in addition, better balance, better stability, better function.
The wonderful thing about the Good Feet Arch Support System is it gives you a pep in your step. You walk with confidence. Your posture is better, you're well aligned, you're ready to take the day on.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
From kickoff to crunch time, when you expect more from your drive, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. During the Summer of Performance event, every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush, not a lot of fun with all these wet roadways. This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. Crews still dealing with an earlier vehicle fire in the city's Garfield section, the intersection of North Eveline and Broad Streets. Also delays on the inbound Parkway West. You're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound remains fairly steady. Parkway East jamming inbound at Churchill to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound delays back to the Greenfield Bridge overpass, while Route 28 is slow past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again at Millvale down to East Ohio Street. Know what's below, because even minor excavation projects like installing a mailbox, building a patio, or putting up a fence can do major damage. Contact 811 before you dig, or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Back to the Finn Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is interesting because it went all through camp where essentially he's having a hold-in that doesn't wind up getting reported because he's out on the practice field running around, and he wants to cash in now because he knows, frankly, that there aren't many years left in his career. And I think you add in this. Pittsburgh, this offseason, has gone out of its way to take care of any number of players from outside and inside the organization. DK Metcalf, Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, Darius Slay, and, of course, TJ Watt. So all these players that have had nothing to do with Pittsburgh's prior success got paid. TJ Watt got paid. And here's a player who feels like he's meant an awful lot to this team who hasn't gotten paid. And the two sides have not bridged any of their differences. And it doesn't seem like the Steelers want to pay him right now.
Whoa! They haven't bridged their differences here, Dorn. That, according to Adam Schefter. I mean, that sounds to me like it's coming straight from the team because it doesn't paint Cam in a great light. Cam didn't mention anybody else getting paid whenever he talked the other day. I don't think he would, even if that perturbed him. He was really classy with the way he talked about the Steelers organization. It almost pained him, you could tell, the way he was talking about these negotiations and how they've gone. Like, he didn't want to throw Omar or Tomlin or Art Rooney II under the bus, and made a point to say that he respects the Steelers organization. I do wonder if he is bummed out that Ramsey got a little cash when they traded for him.
Probably.
Jonnu Smith, same thing.
Probably.
And they have the money to be able to do something. But the way Schefter couched it there makes me feel like Cam might want more than he was letting on the other day.
That's what I've been believing the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, if we try to piece this together, if from what we're hearing that it's been going on and they've been talking since February, why has it taken so long if it's just rolling over some money that you're going to be owed in March? $6 million? You're going to take this long over $6 million? It's something more significant than that.
If that's the case, then I go from being the vociferous Cam Heyward defender to falling more in line with the team side of this. You just can't do it. Rolling money forward seems like a legitimate compromise. You would think that would make the player happy. It wouldn't put him in line with the Chris Joneses of the world. It wouldn't put him in line with some of the other big-name defensive linemen. It would just bump him up ahead of like the Javon Kinlaws of the world and weirdly the Javon Hargraves of the world.
Yeah, but in a way it is, right? Like, but in a way that it isn't. He's still going to get that money from this contract. I think he wants new money.
He might want new money.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, in a way, it's just you're getting your money now instead of getting it, 6, 7, 8 months from now.
That's why I think he's going to retire at the end of the year. That's just a working theory. I've not been told that. But if you're going to retire, then you're not going to get the roster bonus due to you in March, the $13 million. If you get it now and you retire, you'd at least get the 6 out of the 13. I think that might be it, man.
Well, you could also retire in April.
You could do that.
Right. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm not retiring. I'm coming back, get the roster, and then retire, yeah.
Boy, I'll tell you, I'm for these players doing everything they can to get as much money out of their bodies while they can. But if he collected a roster bonus in March and retired in April, I would have a hard time with that because that's one that would hurt the team. That would hurt the team because you wouldn't be able to plan for it the way that you'd want. I dropped the T like Pony there. You wouldn't be able to plan for it the way that you'd want. And then you're paying forth $13 million whenever you shouldn't have to pay any of that for a guy that's not playing. That would bother me.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be a shrewd business decision by Cam. I won't disagree with that. I also do wonder if Omar Khan might have something else up his sleeve, and that could be an explanation for why they haven't gotten it done. Or even if there's not something up his sleeve, if he's just keeping as much cap space as possible just in case.
That's a lot, though.
It's a ton.
To have like in here for a rainy day.
It would almost have to be a Joe Hayden situation.
Yeah.
But Joe Hayden, what was it, 3 for 36? I mean, even that was $12 million, and thus you'd still have a bunch left over.
Right.
Something's not adding up here, is I guess what I'm getting at.
I mean, nothing is adding up because, one, as we talked about yesterday, I'm not going to pay you for what you did. You signed the contract last year. And I'm not going to pay you for what you did and what you think you can repeat this coming season whenever you're a year older. Now, if you were 30 years old, okay, probably be an easier conversation. I'm not going to pay you for that. I also think that Cam wants more than what we think that it is.
Yeah.
And they're just like, no. And also, Cam already accepted a roster bonus. As Anthony in Oakland said yesterday on our show. That made a lot of sense to me. And then he called into the PM team show whenever I was taking my kids to practice. I was listening to him. He's doubling down. He said there's 0% chance that the Steelers pay Cam Heyward because he's already accepted the money. And Pony even offered to take him out to dinner if that was the case. If he doesn't dress before the Jets game, that Pony will take him out to dinner. And I think Anthony might be right. I don't think the Steelers are going to pay him.
If they don't, then he better be willing to hold out. But here's the thing. He ain't getting paid during the year. Like, that is one they will never budge on that. It doesn't seem like if Heyward does want an actual legitimate tear up the contract, get a new contract, doesn't seem like they're willing to budge on that either. For the longest time, they wouldn't budge on guaranteed money. They've changed their tune on that. I mean, TJ Watt got $100+ million guaranteed. They have moved on that. They're not willing to legitimately restructure a contract with 2 years. And they are not willing, I don't think, ever to move off the we're not going to negotiate in season.
Mm-hmm.
So, yikes. And if Cam holds out, man, I'm not going to be able to defend him anymore. I'm not going to defend him. Not when you've got the head coach coming out and saying we could have a historic defense. Spoiler alert, without Cam Heyward, you can have a good defense. You can't have a great defense. And you can sure as bleep not have a historical defense.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's, I mean, what, all of a sudden Y.A. Black is
right.
a starter and it's there. You got 2 of your 3 starters maybe?
Well, that's some leverage that Cam has.
Are rookies.
Then. Like, I mean,
sure.
A little bit. Like, if you're really, if you want to reach these heights as a defense, you need Cam Heyward.
I cannot defend Cam Heyward and say he deserves a new contract when he just signed a contract. I can say you can extend him an olive branch and roll that money forward.
Mm-hmm.
But at 36 years old, even as a reigning All-Pro, one of the best defensive linemen in football, they are just simply not going to alter their way of doing business for you, man. And I think that they should be willing to do the roster bonus. And I think, my God, he should be willing to take that olive branch. If he wants a new contract, I cannot defend him. A straight-up new contract. And he did a little bit talk out of both sides of his mouth the other day. He said he's the 36th highest paid defensive lineman in the NFL. But then he was also asked about, hey, this roster bonus, there's some talk that maybe that could be what happens. And he said, yeah, there are easy ways that this could get done. There are ways that this has been reported that this could get done. That seemed to be what he was talking about there. Like, he made it seem like he would take the $6 million. But then he also, out of the other side of his mouth, he mentioned that he's the 36th highest paid guy.
So put yourself in Cam Heyward's shoes. Like, I mean, getting older, you just had the year you had. You feel like you want to be valued. You feel like you want to be paid. Not $6 million more. Like, it's make me top 10.
Listen, I get it. But I don't think you can, in good faith, if you're Heyward's agent, say, rip up the contract and give me another one after we just agreed to one last year. My agent flubbed it. He totally flubbed it. If I'm Heyward, I probably play it this way and then eventually see if they'll cave and give me the bonus. But I think it's absurd if he's looking for top flight money at 36. I just don't think you can reasonably expect the Steelers, a year after giving you a contract, giving you a whole new contract. That's why I think there's layers to this.
Yeah.
And I said it way back whenever this first came out, when we got the first Adam Schefter report. If he's asking for a whole new deal, I can't get on board with that. And I certainly can't get on board with him holding out whenever this is supposed to be, according to Tom, an historic defense. I don't even know if I want to open the phones. I see the text. I just don't know if I want to go down that path. What do you think? I have Heyward fatigue. I thought it was worth reacting to the Schefter report.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to do the whole thing.
Yeah, take one.
412-928-9370. Dwayne in Pittsburgh. Hi, Dwayne.
How you doing?
Good, man. Thanks for calling.
Thank you for answering. I got two things on the defense. The first thing is, I'm listening to him talk and everything, and I'm kind of glad they're talking because for years we've had no defense and identity when nobody's talking. And when you talk, you got to play up to that potential. And my other thing is, I believe this is a great defense on paper. It's just that if this defense was coached by Dick LeBeau, I can really see it being a great, great defense.
I'm with you. Or Vic Fangio or Spagnuolo. I mean, you name a handful of guys. Yeah, of course you'd feel better with a historically good defensive coordinator. On paper, it's great. On paper, it's great. But that's why they need Cam Heyward. Like, you remove an all-pro from a spot where you have probably the least proven depth, that's going to be an issue. It's going to be an issue, which, you're right, would be part of Cam Heyward's leverage. Texter writes in, I was on Cam's side until this conversation. Well, I'm starting to change my tune a little bit. And I think we say this all the time, as information changes, then so too should opinion. If he wants to rip up the contract and get a new one, that tough nuggets, man.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I can't see, I can't see wasting energy and time for this long over the amount of money that could be rolled in.
Right.
It just doesn't make sense.
Maybe he wants all of next year's money to be guaranteed, but I think that's a pretty big ask for a 36-year-old too.
After coming off an all-pro season, logically, by the situation, I want more money. I want to be paid like one of the best players at my position, players at my unit. I think it's kind of cut and dry like that. I think he wants to be paid.
Then I think this thing it's going to linger.
Yeah.
It's going to linger. We got a long time between now and September 7th. And we'll talk to Doug Whaley about this. You can be perfect on this today from 9 o'clock until 10. He says, deadlines, they do some magic. You get close to a deadline, all of a sudden, whoa, business picks up. I just can't believe we're here. This totally took everybody by surprise.
Everybody by
Except
for maybe the Steelers. But I don't know. Maybe the Steelers didn't. I don't know. Maybe they didn't think that he would actually do it. Maybe they were just discussing it. And, that was probably something that was brought up. But I don't know. Even the Steelers kind of felt like he was actually going to do it during training camp. Like, why wait now?
it wasn't the start of camp, which is when you usually see these things.
Like, didn't he participate in OTAs and minicamp?
Yeah.
Like, why not?
And Caboli brought up a good point when we talked to him on Monday. He said, you watch that the now famous Rodgers interception by Patrick Queen on the first rep of 11 on 11. Guess who's lined up at defensive line? It's Cam Heyward.
Very odd. Like, for me, like, if it were me, like, I would have did it during OTAs and minicamp, because then it's like, all right, me and TJ are not here. So it forces their hand a little bit to get something done for probably both. It's like, we need our best guys here.
I wonder if he didn't make a stink about it, like, publicly before, because TJ was doing his thing.
Out of respect?
Out of respect, and yes, out of respect, and this is actually the time they usually do contracts. So you sort of genuflect and you stand aside for him, but then it gets done. But it got done before camp.
Right.
Do you think he's trying to test his limits? Because, I mean, who have the Steelers refused to give him a contract to?
Good point, Kals. Good point.
In history. I mean, maybe he's trying to leverage that. He saw TJ got his contract, and now he's like, you know what? Let me just test this. Let me see what happens. Let me play the media up a little bit. Let me post on social media. Let me say things that I don't normally say. And let me see how fans feel about this, and let me see if I can influence the Steelers.
I think that's a fantastic point. Very good point. And he also knows that the Steelers got the bread to do it.
It almost always works when players do this, too. The difference, though, between Heyward and Watt, and it's a big one in their minds, and by there I mean the Steelers brass, there's 2 years left on the deal. And he just signed it last year.
Okay, but Boswell's doing it too, though. So it's like,
I think that this is going to be
2 years left on his deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's probably like, all right, pay TJ. You're paying this guy. You're paying that guy. Boswell's doing it with 2 years left. What are they going to say to me? I'm Cam Heyward.
I'm starting to get real annoyed by this Boswell one.
I think this will be overall good for the Steelers, though, because it's going to force them to say no,
or say yes.
Or they're gonna
cave, right? I would hope they stay strong and say no, because it is a bit of a ridiculous request, in my opinion.
If it's a full-blown new contract he wants, then yeah, I absolutely hope they say no. Absolutely, I hope they say no. We'll see what Ray's been hearing when we talk to him coming up at 8 o'clock. You can obviously react at 412-928-9370. That's a good chat there, boys. That's a real good chat. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What did Omar Khan say about his wide receiver core? We'll tell you next. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Newest reports coming from Adam Schefter, first discussed by the PM team yesterday, suggest that Cam Heyward is looking for more than just a little sweetener to his contract. He may be looking for a significant more amount of money and an entirely new contract to move forward with. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Milwaukee Brewers can't stop winning. Even the great Paul Skenes didn't stand a chance. They lit him up as he lasted just 4+ innings. The Brew Crew have won 11 in a row for the second time this season. They're 54-19 in their last 73 games. They're hitting the cover off the ball. Who knows what'll happen come October, but right now the Brewers are nearly unbeatable. I'm Pat Boyle.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax
tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and select units only. Offer ends 8/31/25.
Hurry into Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my God.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Marshall Township, the PennDOT camera is spotting an accident off to the side on northbound I-79, just past the Wexford on-ramp. Watch for some slowdowns past the scene, but all travel lanes are open. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks before Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays approaching Millvale down to East Ohio Street, and an earlier vehicle fire still tying up the intersection of North Eveline and Broad Streets in the city's Garfield section. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Chris Muller. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down. The results are fast, easy, and start your very first week. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter, any chance this whole Cam Heyward situation is for NFL entertainment value? Think about it. Great guy like Cam, it gives the whole NFL world something to talk about. I don't know that it's a huge deal outside of Pittsburgh. I'm not seeing it like lead Sports Center or on these NFL Live shows. I know they talked about it with Schefter yesterday. So, I mean, it's a story. I don't know that it's even close to a lead story right now. Not with Shedeur Sanders throwing the ball all over the damn yard.
Correct.
I'll do a quick cursory search on NFL.com.
I mean, I was interested in that same topic yesterday and listened to and watched Colin Cowherd's show for a little bit, and I was like, I wonder if he brings up Cam Heyward. And he didn't.
He'd probably say don't pay him because they spend too much on defense.
Right.
Just a guess. In fact, there is. Harry, I want you to play along with this too. And I wouldn't have got this. I'm not smarter than you guys just because I have this open. There is a Steelers story listed among the top 10 stories on NFL.com. Do you guys want to take a guess at what the story is?
Bedbugs.
It's a hell of a guess.
That's what I was going to say. Is it
No.
Jalen Ramsey?
No.
A Steelers story. Huh.
You'll never guess it. I never would have guessed it. Are you ready?
I had one on the tip of my tongue, but it's probably not it. But Steelers should have drafted Shedeur.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. That'd be our show today.
Aaron Rodgers, number 16 on the list.
No, that's too easy.
And that wasn't written by the NFL Network. That was a
Steelers.
The Athletic. You'll never guess it because it's incredible. The Cam Heyward story not up on NFL.com. Here is the story. I can't believe we haven't discussed this. It's a massive deal. Steelers Rodgers doesn't like new helmet. It looks like a darn spaceship out there. Seriously, nothing on Cam Heyward. A write-up about Rodgers' new helmet written by Nick Shook. That is a big deal for, like, the individual.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you've
definitely
talked to me about that before.
Yeah. He looks really dumb in that helmet, too. Real dumb.
He's always looked dumb in the helmet, I think, Rodgers. He's always had that giant dome looking helmet.
Yep.
Peyton Manning, great player. One of my all-time favorite players. I used to love watching Peyton play. He always looked dumb because he had those stupid long sleeves.
Yep. But whenever he first came into the league, he had that, like, almost lineman face mask that tight ends used to wear back in the 90s.
Yes. Peyton's kind of goofy, man.
He is goofy.
Mm-hmm. And Antonio Brown lost his ever-loving mind. He filed a grievance against the league because of his helmet way back when.
And let me tell you this.
Froze his feet, too.
The helmet that Antonio Brown lost his mind over and the helmet that Aaron Rodgers is kind of losing his mind over, they suck. Both those helmets are terrible helmets. The helmets that they make now are way better. Like the ones that you see that has a little thing on the top of the head, the forehead.
Yeah.
Like those are 100 times better than the ones that those two are upset about. Those ones, they're terrible.
But you know how it is, though. I have my wife got me all kind of new sexy-looking underwear.
Oh, my God.
Just wait.
Boxer briefs? Boxers or briefs?
Briefs. I don't like the bunch. I don't like when it all gets all bunched up around my thighs with the boxers. More of a briefs guy.
Okay.
And can you imagine trying to find briefs for me that actually cling to the leg?
Well, I mean,
my thighs are smaller than your arms.
Youth 8s. Youth size 8. Youth large. You probably do. You probably can fit in a youth large.
For underpants?
Yeah.
No. Maybe for my legs, not the third leg.
Hey, Crowley, it's time to move on. You're making all of us uncomfortable. It's been a while. You don't know as much as you say. So it's time to move on, or we'll be here all day. Third leg. Come on.
Point being, I like wearing my old underpants because they're just more comfortable.
To Doran's point.
Even though they're worse. And these helmets are worse. Clearly, like, obviously, that's why they got thrown out of the league.
Can't even wear them. They stink.
And wouldn't you think, from like a safety standpoint, I'm 41 years old. Like, I ain't trying to get a concussion late in my career.
Right.
Like, I don't want to. My last year in the league, I don't want to get hit in the head and get hurt. Look what we've done. Thank you, NFL Network.
Kyle's, what are you about to say?
I was just saying, there's nothing like a helmet that doesn't fit right, or like, I mean, the way it squeezes your head.
It's more the look, I think, that guys are going for. Like, they want to look a certain way in a helmet.
I bet you're right.
It is. Like, you look a certain way in a helmet. Like, I mean, I wore like the China box face mask for a while because like I didn't like having a different face mask because that's not how I wanted to look.
Dudes will wear visors with the super dark tint that maybe they can maybe make an argument it helps them, but in a lot of cases, I think they just want to look sick.
Just look.
Yeah. They got the mouth guards with the teeth.
Yep. Just looking.
Yeah. We were supposed to talk about Omar Khan and what he had to say about wide receivers. So we will do that. Also, the most important story that came out of Steelers camp is not sexy, but it is the most important story. So we'll do that next as well. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play this afternoon against the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates have lost the first 2 games of the series. You can listen to today's game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Game time is at 2:10. Coverage begins at 1:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show over there on the AM station. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? Then you're stupid. Because I've been telling you for months, years even, that the obvious choice is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551. With Gherkin Roofing, I wouldn't recommend Gherkin Roofing if I hadn't used them on my house. They're great people. They do a great job. They've got hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, including mine, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the pickle today at 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Camlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for my friends at Zero Res. Did you also know that August is Pet Appreciation Month? Zero Res is safe for all pets with no harsh soaps or chemicals. I've got 3 pets, a dog, 2 cats, love them to death. They make a mess. Zero Res will take care of that mess for you with no risk to your pets. Carpets, tile, hardwood, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. If you haven't tried out Zero Res or it's been months since your last deep clean, now is the time to call. Right now you get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129. Take 15% off pet odor treatments and take $50 off air duct cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews, so schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward order forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and soon college and pro football will be back. Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offering amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Hi, this is Larry Richard letting you know that your next adventure starts with the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on the 25 Santa Fe. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 total due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Oh, that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Want to save big for back to school? Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods is serving the looks you need for less. Score up to 70% off shoes, tees, pants, sweatshirts, and backpacks from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Save big on styles for the school year. Your year, your style, your price.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Man, I think they've gotten better every day. Broderick got slowed by a little day-to-day injury there for a spell, but has really been on the uptick since his return. Same with Troy. I like the trajectory of the group, but as I mentioned, even though we're leaving here, man, we still are very much in development and got a lot of time in front of us between now and the opener.
Mike Tomlin talking about Broderick Jones and Troy Fautanu. Arrow pointed up on those guys. And I think it was Trey Essex who tweeted this out, and Trey is our offensive line whisperer, that the preseason game that Broderick Jones played could give him a huge boost of confidence. And his talent's never been the issue. We've always talked about it as being between the ears for him, whether it's a technical, the technical side of things or the confidence side of things. He got better when the pads went on. He got better the healthier he got. He got better when he was with Sayamalu. Didn't even play next to Sayamalu in the preseason game. And while I'm not willing to plant my flag in, hey, he's totally fixed now territory, man, it's much better than the alternative. Because on July 31st, I tweeted out Broderick Jones' development or lack thereof is the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports, and it ain't even close. Cam Heyward has now superseded that. But as far as the tangible and how it affects this team, I still stand by that. And you know what? We're in a much better place now than we were when the Steelers entered camp.
No doubt. Last night I watched every single rep that Broderick Jones, Fautanu, and Zach Frazier took.
Look at you.
I did. And they obviously, for Zach Frazier, looked good. But I wanted to compare and contrast. I've been saying that a lot lately, compare and contrast. I wanted to compare.
Well, you've been doing a lot of it lately.
Yeah, that is true. I wanted to compare what Broderick looked like to what Fautanu looked like. So first I watched Broderick. He definitely looks better. He looks more confident. There's still little details that he needs to do. He keeps ducking his head, but I think he wants to play physical whenever he's pass protecting. It looked a lot better. Like a lot better. Like it looked like there was a foundation there for him to get better throughout the season. So like I'm kind of easing back a little bit on the Broderick.
Yeah.
You know, hey, this bust territory. No, I think he can figure it out. But then I watched Fautanu. He might be an all-pro when it's set in the next year or two.
Yeah.
Like his technique, his get-off, his punch, his sliding is like night and day compared to Broderick.
Wow.
Night and day.
So Broderick's improved, but then you look over at Fautanu and you
then
go,
it's
man.
like, man, this guy's only had how many reps?
Man, that's huge.
I'm like, this guy only has like what? 4 games, 5 games? Most of them preseason?
No, he didn't even. I mean, he didn't even play last year.
Which he played with
He got
Denver?
hurt. He got early in preseason. He got into the Denver game and then got hurt again.
Okay, so I was like, what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send it to you in the break, and you look at the both of them.
I'm sure I'll be writing down. He's dipping his head.
No, I mean just look. I mean you don't even have to look at that. You could just tell that there's a difference between the two of them. But Broderick was still holding his own in the preseason game, and I think he has a lot of room to improve, and I think he will improve. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I always try to couch it like this with the offensive line. Like, it's as talented a group as they've had in a while. Now, talent can only get you so far. You got to be able to play the position. But, man, the reports that were coming out early in camp of Broderick Jones, I was concerned that Aaron Rodgers was going to get hurt. Next year, you'd be looking at having to address the tackle position. We were talking about the potential of Darnell Washington having to move to tackle, which we all still think he could do, but you see this tree trunk dude running down the middle of the field. You'd like to keep him in that position, for goodness sakes. So right now you could put a pin in all those conversations, and where he is right now isn't going to be good enough, but that he got to where he is right now is good enough for where we are right now, which is a big, pleasant surprise. Because you think about one position that could derail the season, those tackles, and Mike Tomlin does not heap praise on young players frequently. And as far as Mike Tomlin goes, like this, I'll play it again. I mean, this is pretty high praise.
Man, I think they've gotten better every day. Broderick got slowed by a little day-to-day injury there for a spell, but has really been on the uptick since his return. Same with Troy. I like the trajectory of the group, but as I mentioned, even though we're leaving here, man, we still are very much in development, got a lot of time in front of us between now and the opener.
So much better, but still leave open the room to grow. Love that answer. Love that answer. So happy to hear it. People texting in about other quarterbacks that look dumb in their helmets. Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, he looks dumb.
He looks like Jimmy Neutron running around out there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you brought up Peyton Manning. Peyton, he wore the helmet so tight.
Yeah.
He would have that big red mark in his giant 5 head when he'd take his helmet off.
He still has it from his playing days. He still has it. I swear. look at him. He still has that imprint. Yeah.
That dude's got a massive forehead, dude. Massive forehead. What a player. Goofy. Funny guy.
Uh-huh. Big guy.
Big guy.
In person. Very big. Like almost like weirdly big. Like you think Peyton Manning, you go, yeah, he's pretty tall. Like, no, like you stand next to him, like, huge.
Guys like that don't play the game anymore. Like, that's not what you're looking for anymore. Tom Brady, his size, pocket.
Yep.
Accuracy. Ben.
Matt Ryan's big.
Yeah. Phillip Rivers, we've gone.
He's 6'7".
I mean, my God.
Yeah.
That's why you can get away with throwing the ball out, goofy little angle. They were
Praying
trying to.
Mantis.
What?
Praying Mantis.
He had another kid.
No, he didn't.
No, you know what? You're right. I misremember the story. His first kid had a kid.
Nuh-uh.
Phillip Rivers' granddaddy, Phil. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
How about that?
What's he have, like 8? 9?
How many kids? We were supposed to be talking about receivers now, Dorn. I mean,
he was running off the field my rookie year when we were playing him at halftime. He looked like a praying mantis. He was running his arms. He was like running like this. And I was like, man, he looks like a praying mantis. He was all big.
Dadgummit!
Yeah, he was just looking at us. I was like, what is he looking at?
He doesn't cuss.
No, just staring.
He has 10 kids.
10 kids?
Which makes me believe that maybe on the football field while mic'd up, he doesn't cuss. If you have 10 kids, you're cussing. I mean,
I'm letting a few slip at least.
Oh, my gosh.
All that year. Oh, man. His first kid has a kid?
First kid is kid. Their most recent child, his most recent child was born in 2023.
That's.
So he's got a kid that's 2
and a
grandkid. How old is Rivers? Ben's age.
Like, that's not your brother. That is your. Wait.
43.
So that's his uncle?
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. That's 2 years older than him.
Yeah. Yeah, my uncle's potty training.
Oh, my God.
That's weird, man. That's wild. What were we talking about?
No clue.
All right. So good reports out of the tackles. from Steelers training camp. We'll talk to Ray Fittipaldo about that and more coming up at 8 o'clock. I've been teasing this for a full hour, so we better get to it next. But what Omar Khan had to say about his wide receiver room, are we buying or selling? First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 14-0 yesterday against the Milwaukee Brewers. The Pirates have lost the first two games of the series. In that game yesterday, Paul Skenes pitched 4 innings, gave up 6 earned runs. Jared Triolo also made a pitching appearance, if you missed it. Game 3 of the series today at 2:10 in the afternoon. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Their coverage begins at 1:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents tying up the morning rush. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Latest accident reported in Penn Hills. This is near the intersection of Rodi and Tulip Road, so watch for delays around that. Also an accident in Mount Lebanon being cleared at the intersection of Bower Hill and Cochrane Roads. Watch for delays there as well. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Outbound before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 delays from Shaler Waterworks down to the East Ohio Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. On Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day, which is a new holiday for football fans like you and me. It's a full day, 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So you can take a flyer on the MVP race. I like Drake May in New England to shock the football world this year and be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. You can crown your champion in August. I think the odds are great on Washington with Jaden Daniels to make a run this year. Or parlay your division winner dark horses. A couple of mine are Jacksonville and Atlanta to win the South divisions of the NFL. So mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now. Because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready to own your year? Score this season's hottest brands at Dick's House of Sport. Shop the latest from FP Movement, Jordan, On, Nike, and more. And check out over 2,000 footwear styles to nail your first day fit. Plus, visit Dick's House of Sport to test your skills in the multi-sport cage. Choose from over 300 plus styles at House of Cleats. Or get your gear fine-tuned with steaming, customization, re-gripping, restringing, and more. Own the moment this year at Dick's House of Sport.
Santel Landscape and Design, serving the West and South Hills area For over 30 years with custom landscaping, patios, retaining walls, and hardscaping. Whether you need to replace an existing retaining wall, have a dream for a new patio with a fire pit, or are tired of the look of your landscaping, they have affordable solutions for you. You'll be the envy of the neighborhood with a new outdoor living area from the experts at Santel Landscape and Design. Santel Landscape has an A+ rating with the BBB and is fully insured. Visit SantelLandscapeandDesign.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. It's hot, but cooler weather's ahead. Don't sweat the changing seasons. Call my friends at Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time only, buy an air conditioner from Sullivan and get a free furnace. You heard that right. When you buy an AC from Sullivan Super Service, you get a furnace for free. Call Sullivan Super Service at 412-203-5736 or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Get a bottle of Seafoam odor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. In 10 minutes, Ray Fittipaldo, who is at every single Steelers training camp practice, will give us his MVP, the LVPs, offensive guy that stood out, defensive, all that fun stuff with Ray Fittipaldo. During the break, I was watching all these reps from Broderick Jones. Now I got to go back and watch Troy Faltanu. Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Really impressive stuff. Last segment, we were talking about Phillip Rivers and how he's got 10 kids, and his youngest kid just had a kid. So Phillip Rivers is a grandfather.
Oldest kid.
Oldest kid had a kid. Thank you. Important correction. Someone in the YouTube chat just writes in, "Get off her, Phil!" Nick Cannon, 12 kids.
Yeah.
You start
Cromartie, right?
Cromartie has 14.
I mean, come on. 14. I mean, I get mixed up with 3. How you can't possibly.
Oh, I call the dog the kid's name, the cat's the kid's names, the kid's the other's name, my wife, my kid's name. I got 2 kids. Meanwhile, okay, I will. So there is a multiple-time Super Bowl winning Steeler that after his rookie year just said, screw it, and got a vasectomy. I was talking to him about it at Sharky's like 8 training camps ago. Because he was sitting there with some 20-something lady who was wearing very little clothes. I was like, man, he's getting it. And I started talking to him. I was like, things seem to be going pretty well. I got a vasectomy. I think you know who it is.
Yeah. They call the IT department.
All right. Omar Khan, talking yesterday, said he feels really good about the wide receiver room. Are we buying it or are we selling that?
Selling it. That's what he said last year.
Yes.
That's what he said last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. They didn't feel good about the receiver room last year. They don't feel good about the receiver room this year. They feel good. I mean, they feel okay. They feel good about DK Metcalf, I'll say that. But there's no way that you can look yourself in the mirror and say that you feel really good about the receiver room the way it is right now.
I feel, me personally, much better than I did last year when you go 1 through 5. I feel better about their number 1 guy. Roman Wilson, arrow pointed up. Now, Calvin Austin, he's got a core muscle injury, so we'll see how long that keeps him out. But that has given Roman Wilson an opportunity to make a step forward. I think they're better overall. The problem is, and I think this is what you're getting at, if you lose DK Metcalf, it's no different than losing Pickens last year.
Right.
Where I might feel better about the collective, but if we're talking strictly wide receivers, you're in a world of hurt if all of a sudden Calvin Austin or Roman Wilson's your number one.
Right. I mean, the tallest receiver's 5'10".
Yeah.
5'11".
You do have a better version of Darnell Washington, and you do have Jonnu Smith. So from an overall weapons standpoint, I think you're in a much better spot than last year, but you are one DK Metcalf injury away from being in a world of hurt again.
Yep.
A world of hurt. And we're getting no smoke about them being interested at all in a wide receiver. Like, this is the time. Rumors are flying left and right. We're getting nothing on that right now. Nothing. Now, we didn't hear much about Jalen Ramsey. The Steelers were linked to Jonnu Smith. We hadn't heard much about the Jalen Ramsey thing, and that happened without anybody sniffing around it before it happened. So maybe they got something in the works, but I'm buying that he buys it. I'm just not buying that from a wide receiver standpoint, they're in a great spot. Let's talk to Ray Fittipaldo coming up.
Yes?
What are you Googling goofy stuff over there, aren't you?
No, I'm good.
I didn't want to bring up Nick Cannon, but I just start typing in how many kids does, and then he was the first one that popped up.
He's a lot. Man, that's a lot to keep track of, man.
All right, Ray Fittipaldo joins us coming up next. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 82. Getting some much-needed rain around here. 75% chance of rain. It's raining where we are now. It's going to rain for a large chunk of the day. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or rates as low as 0.0%. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or rates as low as 1.9%. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 2nd, 2025. Visit soutthillskia.net for details.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared an earlier accident, reopening the right lane of northbound I-79 just past the Wexford on-ramp. Watch for leftover delays. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from Banksville to Carnegie, and then again from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jammed inbound at Wilkinsburg, outbound at the Bend at Bates. Route 28 stacked at the Route 8 at the bypass all the way down to East Ohio Street. Also, crews clearing an earlier accident in Mount Lebanon, the intersection of Bower Hill and Cochrane Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by beverages2you.com. Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2you.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jonnu Smith. Somewhere, Arthur Smith is smiling. The Steelers add another tight end on their roster. This time, Jonnu Smith. Born in Philadelphia, Smith joins his 5th NFL team here in Pittsburgh. Drafted by the Titans, and then having stints with the Patriots and Falcons, Smith was most recently with the Dolphins. After making the Pro Bowl last season in Miami, Smith was traded to Pittsburgh this summer, and now he'll look to become a key piece in the ever-growing Steelers offense.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, one more text on Phillip Rivers. Rivers couldn't pull out of his driveway. Ray Fittipaldo no longer has to pull out of his driveway and drive to Steelers camp. It is over. It is in the book, and he joins us now to break down what he learned over the course of 15 practices. Ray, brought to you by the Western PA injury attorneys of Larry Kelly and Joe George from LGKG. Usually they give me the LGKG before we get the guys' names, and that screwed me up. How we doing, Ray?
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
Outstanding. Yep. Ray, you got to be thrilled. Training camp is over. You're going to watch that joint practice tomorrow, right? They're off today. They'll get that joint practice with Tampa tomorrow. Who would you say, let's do offense first, who's your offensive MVP from Steelers training camp, if there were such an award handed out?
Oh, it would have been much easier if you said defense first. Offense, I'll go Aaron, just because he's the quarterback and just because Mike was so effusive in his praise of him yesterday. Just talked about how he loves football and how it's, rubbing off on his teammates, how much he cares about the game. But I'm going to be honest, it was a slow start for Aaron. Then it picked up. And then Jalen came back yesterday, and some of the other defensive guys are coming back, and you saw the defense get back at it again. So I think the defense is probably the story of this training camp, Adam. I know we'll get to it, but Mike, I don't know that I've ever seen Mike Tomlin as confident as he is in his defense as he is right now. I mean, he is just really excited about what this unit potentially can do this season.
Yeah, Ray, why do you think he is so confident? I mean, we discussed it early on in the show of, with some reasons why he may be saying these things out loud. Why do you think he's so confident in this defense this year?
Jalen Ramsey. I think that's the number one reason, and that's not to say the other parts aren't important. We all know TJ and Alex probably make one of the top pass rushing duos in the league. We know the inside linebackers are better than they've been in a long, long time, probably going back 10 years to Ryan Shazier, but they haven't had a secondary like this to match up with the better offenses in the NFL in like 2 decades. And I don't know that they've ever really had it under Mike Tomlin. You got Darius Slay, who's 34, but he can still play. You got Joey Porter, who's now in a position where he could just, cover like the number 2 or the number 3 receiver. And he doesn't have to worry about covering the 1. And then you got Jalen Ramsey, the chess piece. We're playing Jamar Chase this week, he's going to be on Jamar Chase. You're playing maybe Travis Kelce the next week. He's going to be on Travis Kelce. So Mike Tomlin just loves that versatility, and he loves just having that at his disposal. And I think that's probably the biggest reason for his high confidence level.
So Jalen Ramsey would be the defensive MVP of camp if there were such a thing.
Absolutely. Even though he missed like a week or so, but when he's out there, he's such a difference maker, Adam.
Probably not a coincidence that that's when the offense picked things up, right? Is when Jalen Ramsey was not out there. Yeah. Ray.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it. Like it's almost like we're in the same place we were last year, but just like a different chapter of the book. Like the defense is going to be really good, and I'm still not completely sure what the offense is going to be. I have hopes that it can be better, but I think I have to see them go out and prove it.
Well, a big part of that would be the offensive line. Mike Tomlin talked about his tackles yesterday after practice, and he thinks they got better. He thinks Broderick's injury early in camp kind of hampered him a bit, but both guys acquitted themselves well in the preseason game. So what did you see out of both those tackles as camp wore on?
Yeah, it was nice that Jacksonville played their starters early in that game because we kind of got to see good on good. So that was positive for both Troy and really the entire offensive line. I thought they held up well in pass protection. There was the one sack. I can't remember if the starters were still in there, but it was like a second or third and long, and they got Mason on the ground. But really good stuff in terms of pass pro. And if there's one complaint, it's probably about the running game. They really never got that untracked, but I think I think that'll eventually come. You got some new pieces in there with Kenneth Gainwell and Caleb Johnson, so I understand that it's not where they want it to be right now, but just in terms of all the angst about Broderick Jones, the angst about Troy Fautanu coming back from the injury, for the quarter or so that they were in there. I thought it was a pretty good showing for not only them, but really for the entire offensive line.
Ray, what's your assessment on Caleb Johnson's performance on Saturday?
I don't know that the holes were there. I'm not going to get on Caleb for that it's all his fault. There were probably a couple where he made the wrong cut or, he didn't, have his eyes in the right place. But to me, when I watch Caleb Johnson, I worry about the pass pro and the hands out of the backfield. And I think in the short term, we're just going to see him basically be a guy who's out there on running downs. I don't know that they trust him yet in pass pro to be out there in second and long or third and long. And that's such an important thing when you have a 41-year-old quarterback. You gotta know that your pass pro is going to be there. You got to have somebody you could trust back there. And I don't think they're to that point with Caleb Johnson. So, like, people were projecting him like all these touches and all these snaps as a rookie. Yeah, he's going to play a lot. But if you can't be trusted on second and third downs, how much are you really going to play? So he'll have his moments, but until they have more trust in him as a pass protector, I don't think he's going to be out there as much as people think.
Ray Fittipaldo, the Post-Gazette's joining us here in the Fan Morning Show. The latest report from Adam Schefter on the Cam Heyward situation made it sound like Cam is perturbed, although he didn't say this publicly, that Jalen Ramsey got paid, Jonnu Smith, TJ Watt, DK Metcalf, Aaron Rodgers, and they haven't paid him. You wrote on Twitter yesterday that you don't think you've ever seen the Steelers fan base so against a player in a contract negotiation. What do you think ultimately happens here, Ray?
I think eventually either Cam will just come to terms with the Steelers not paying him, or the Steelers will give him some sort of an advance on that March 2026 roster bonus. And it's $12.9 million. And I think at this point it's just a matter of how much the Steelers are comfortable giving him. Listen, I think he deserves it. Like, he went out and played at an all-pro level. I think I certainly understand Cam's side of it, but if you want to look at it from the Steelers side, you signed a contract, and we can't be going back with 2 years left on the contract, and we can't make this exception for you and then not expect other people to ask for it in the future. So I think it'll eventually get done. What's a fair number? I don't know, but maybe 4 or 5 million he gets advanced, and then he gets the other, 7 or 8 million in March. I think that's probably the way it's going to turn out.
You don't think he'll sit out regular season games?
I don't think so. Chris Jones tried to do that a couple years ago, Doran, and I think he missed one game. He missed a game check. Now the only difference is, and I don't know if people realize this, but Cam's just making $1.3 million in salary. So if you prorate that over 17 weeks, he could probably afford to sit out some games if he wanted to. Like if he really wanted to take a hardline stance, but I don't know that that's in Cam. Like we saw Le'Veon Bell do that, but Cam's a team captain, and you would have to be pretty dug in and pretty much know it's over with the Steelers, I think, if you did something like that. So I just don't see Cam doing that, but he said it's a possibility, so I think, we got to take him at his word at this point.
What are they going to do with Boswell? I mean, Boswell hasn't exactly expressed publicly. In fact, he has not expressed publicly his demands. They could theoretically make him happy by giving him $1.6 million to make him the highest paid kicker in the NFL. But then here it is again. You're talking about a guy with 2 years left on his contract. Do you think they do anything with the kicker?
I mean, it's almost like it's a non-story just because everyone's talking about Cam.
For sure.
Chris hasn't really addressed it. I suppose if Chris addresses it and, he's really upset about it, I think it might become more of a story. But, kickers can kick into their late 30s. He's still young for an NFL kicker. So I think Steelers will probably tell him, hey, we'll take care of you next year at this time. You'll become the NFL's highest paid kicker, but we're not going to do it right now before this season because of what you just talked about.
Ray, out of the guys that didn't play this past Saturday, who do you think will play this coming Saturday?
I don't know how many. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to play. Like all the injured guys, Highsmith's not ready. It'll be interesting if they want to get TJ out there. TJ's back to being a full participant. We might see. I don't think we're going to see a lot of them. Like as long as Aaron Rodgers is out, why would you play DK Metcalf? They know what he can do. So, what did they send out? 20? You might see 2 or 3 of those guys come back, but I think it's going to be a short roster again. They want to keep their stars healthy, and then unfortunately for them, Doran, they got Calvin Austin's injured. They got a lot of key guys who are injured, guys they want to find out about, and they're just not going to be available for this game and probably not for Thursday's game in Carolina either.
Well, how are you feeling about Y.A. Black? I saw he had his elbow wrapped up, and the way that we've talked to you about him, you've talked to us about him. It seems like they really like that guy. Any reason to be concerned about the elbow?
I don't think so at this point. Mike really didn't mention it yesterday. I retweeted something Brian Boldinger. He does the video analysis for NFL Network, and it's one thing for people like me who just watch practice to report what this guy's doing. People were probably sick of hearing Y.A. Black, but when a guy like Boldinger comes out and tells you how good this guy is, you better start paying attention. So, 5th round, to get a guy like that in the 5th round, he's out there, manhandling the Jacksonville starters and just showing out really well. So hopefully that injury isn't all that serious and he could be healthy for the regular season. If he is, that big question mark we all had about the defensive line probably a month ago or certainly 3 months ago before the draft, I think it's kind of like way down on their list of worries right now, if you ask me.
What if Cam Heyward doesn't play? What do you think the starting D-line looks like? Oh, my God.
Man.
What are you throwing 2 rookies out there? What happened to me?
I froze there for a second. So the starting D-line, Harmon, Benton, and then do you go with one of the vets?
Oh, he froze again.
Man.
At least he didn't hear me suck, I don't think.
Right.
Or do you go with a guy like Y.A. Black? So that would be really interesting. But they'd probably go with a vet early and then let Black come off the bench and sort of, earn his stripes that way.
Raymond, you are a wonderful man. We appreciate you reporting from training camp, all your written works, but, of course, jumping on with us every Wednesday. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ray.
Take care. Man, my brain and my mouth are not in sync today.
Sometimes it just happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been a whole week theme for you, though, at this point.
I thought yesterday was fine. Monday and today, not so much. A lot to react to, I think, from Ray, and we will do that coming up next. The Pirates got obliterated last night. They've been outscored 35-9 in their last 3 games. John Wayner to touch on that briefly at the bottom of the hour. Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, in that game yesterday, 14-0 final score. Jared Triolo made a pitching appearance late in the game. How about that? Pirates and Brewers play again today at 2:10 this afternoon. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. I've got coverage beginning at 1:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Is this the summer where you finally make your real estate dreams a reality? Chris and Heidi have worked with Gina in the past, so when they were ready to sell their home, they knew that they wanted to work with Gina again. In their 5-star review, Chris and Heidi said that Gina and her team are the epitome of professionalism, and we're always there for them throughout the entire process. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on the deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Easy Mini Storage Car Cruise.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm very confident of 2 things when we talk about the San Francisco 49ers. They still have a Super Bowl caliber defense, and Brock Purdy, at worst, is the 10th best quarterback in the NFL. So when he balls out this year, the Niners win the West, and Purdy puts up incredible numbers, I don't want to hear it anymore about a system QB. Garbage takes, especially since Brandon Ayuk's probably going to miss the first 5 or 6 games of the season. Purdy's still going to ball. I'm Pat Boyle.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, Premier League action, and soon college and pro football will be back. Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offering amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Shorty Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage. Already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills. Or online at ShortyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Your new Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods is now open in Bridgeville. Get ready to score up to 70% off top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Under Armour, Kalia, and more. Shop deals on thousands of styles for the whole family, for everything from athletic gear to clothing and shoes from your favorite brands. Join Dick's Scorecard to earn points and rewards and find new markdowns and arrivals every week. Swing in for our grand opening celebration this weekend at your new Bridgeville Going Gone.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger, who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews busy with an accident in downtown Pittsburgh, the intersection of Grant Street and 7th Avenue. Also, they're on the scene of an accident in Moon Township on Business I-376 at Airside Drive. Watch for delays past both incidents. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound at the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound delays between Banksville and Parkway Center down to Carnegie. And then from I-79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jammed inbound at Wilkinsburg. Outbound at the Bend at Bates. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Robert Half.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
James Cook, 4-year, $48 million contract with the Buffalo Bills, $30 million guaranteed, average annual value of $12 million a season. He was entering the last year of his deal. He gets all this guaranteed money. Running backs they're back to being a hot commodity now, Doran. You'll pay your running backs these days.
Sure will.
Went through a phase there where you wouldn't. Hell, the Eagles even paid Saquon Barkley this year when they didn't have to. And I wonder if Cam Heyward looks around and goes, come on now. Come on now. It's not really applicable. It's apples to meatloaf when you're talking about a younger running back who tied for the league lead in rushing touchdowns last year as compared to a defensive lineman, yes, who was at the top of his game and at the top of the sport. But again, 36 years old and with 2 years left on his deal. But if the Adam Schefter report that we played earlier on in the program is correct, and Heyward was somewhat perturbed by other Steelers getting money, I'm sure every player that gets paid across the league at this particular time, he goes, hello, how about me over here? Ray doesn't think that Cam's going to skip games. But he didn't totally rule it out, and he made a good point. I mean, his salary is, $1.3 million. You miss games, you're barely losing any money.
Right.
What you are doing, though, is you're hurting your team's chances of winning.
As a captain, yes.
As a captain, and I think that would be a horrific look. I think anybody who is on Cam's side here, if he starts missing games, I asked yesterday, we asked as a show yesterday, if what's going on with Heyward will ultimately affect his legacy here. For me, personally, the last 4 or 5 days, whatever it's been, no. You start missing games for a defense that Mike Tomlin says could be historically good, that Juan Thornhill says could be historically good, that DK Metcalf says is the best he's ever seen, then, yeah, I think that's going to be mentioned in the career obituary. Because you ain't going to be that without him. Because as Ray said, you got Keanu Benton, Derek Harmon, and then it's sort of a question mark as to who would start on the defensive line if Cameron Heyward's out. And if it's Y.A. Black and you shift pieces around, you're starting 2 rookies on a defensive line. They may well be very good players. And the reports out of camp on both guys are great. But 2 of your 3 defensive linemen are rookies? That's not a recipe for success. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But that's where Cam does get the leverage, as you said earlier on in the show.
I mean, if there's any leverage, it'd be that. I just don't see any leverage really in this situation. He signed a contract last year. This contract was clearly bad. He bet on himself, and then now he wants a new contract. And the Steelers, business-wise, are like, look, you have 2 years left on your deal. Like, either play your deal or we're not giving you more money.
Right.
I mean, I love Cam. I think he deserves a lot more money. Clearly. Deserves it. Absolutely deserves it for what he did last year. But business-wise, no.
You look at what James Cook got, and he gets those $30 million guaranteed. And again, these aren't necessarily comparable. But if I'm Cam and I do want them to rip up my contract and give me a new one, I'm looking at guaranteed money and nothing else. And if I'm the Steelers, if I'm Omar Khan, God love Cam for everything he's brought. And the performance he had last year, he was great. Unquestionably great. You can't continue to guarantee a lot of money to a 36-year-old player.
No.
You just can't, because eventually one day, breaking news here, like Sidney Crosby's eventually not going to be a point-per-game player. Eventually, Cam Heyward, in a season where he does stay healthy, ain't going to play at the level that he's played at over the last decade of his career. Like, eventually, father time comes for us all, mother time, whatever time comes for all of us. I'm trying to be fair.
Yeah.
I'm all for rolling money forward. But the more and more you get reports, and the more you start to dive into what Cam said and how he kind of left gray area for kind of leave it up to your interpretation, the more I think he is looking for a full-on new-ass contract, which is just not good business for the Steelers. It's just not. You're going to need, they have a ton of cap space for next year, fair enough, but you're going to need that potentially for a left tackle. I mean, the reports of Broderick are good, but you might. You don't have a wide receiver, too. Maybe you draft that guy next year, or maybe you pay one in free agency. They've spent money in free agency. They've traded for guys. They just paid DK Metcalf. Maybe you pay another one. You can't tie it up in a 36-year-old. If he was 31
right,
and he had 2 years left on his deal, I don't know that I'm crazy about ripping it up if he had just signed it the year prior, but I'd feel a lot better about giving out guaranteed money to a 31-year-old defensive lineman than a 36-year-old defensive lineman. So something's got to give here, but I do not think they'll cave and give him a full-on contract.
I don't think I think that's impossible.
Yeah. They have all the options that are out there, including holdouts and things of that nature, like him missing regular season games. The one thing I'm totally ruling out is them changing their policy on renegotiating contracts, because they're not going to do it with Boswell either. If they were going to do it, like rip up a contract with 2 years left, they could have easily done it with Boswell because he's cheap as hell. He's a kicker, for God's sakes. And I don't think they've made any movement there. 412-928-9370. Texter, love Cam, but let's be honest, he wasn't great the last 6 games of the year. He was irrelevant like the entire defense. I think a lot of that had to do with the age of the defense, something that they're going to have to deal with this year. But those, 3 games in 11 days?
Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough. We talked about that at a show at Studio B. Like, you have rookies that at the end of the year are hitting that rookie wall, and you have the old guys. It's been forever since the bye week, and you have to play all those games against Super Bowl contenders and the most physical teams in football in 3 weeks. I think that had a lot to do with it. I'm not making excuses for Cam. I'm just explaining it a little bit.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, if I am a Derek Harmon or I am a Troy Fautanu, and say I'm Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., I mean, I'm paying close as a young player that has some promise in this league. I'm paying attention to what the Steelers do with Cam. I'm paying attention to the situation. Like, if they rip up this contract and give him a new one, that's exactly how I'm going to operate too moving forward.
Yeah, that's why they can't do it.
I mean, it's exactly how it operates.
Yeah.
You know, even if I'm anybody, really, if I'm anybody on the team.
The precedent has already been set because of what happened with Antonio Brown before that you can roll the money for, but you'd be setting a new precedent now. And look, if you're the Steelers, and you would do, I don't think they will, but if you're the Steelers and you rip it up and you give them a new contract, you could always say to those guys, hey, 10-time captain, 7-time All-Pro.
Yeah, but no, my agent don't want to hear that.
No, he doesn't.
Nope.
No, he doesn't.
And that's the first thing that they're going to use whenever I have to negotiate.
And that's why I think there's nuance here. And I've said it the whole time. I think you're on board with it too. You roll money forward, you extend an olive branch, you make the player feel good, and you're not hurting yourself, not really. Then you wash your hands of the situation. Perfect.
If that's what he wants, yes.
But you cannot give him a new contract. You just cannot do that for a 36-year-old player, even though he was great last year. Get ready to slay this school year at the 13th annual Pittsburgh for PPS back-to-school event, August 18th at Acrisure Stadium from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m., presented by Target Freight Management. Drive-through for backpacks, school supplies, food and drinks while supplies last, brought to you by GBU Life, life insurance, annuities, and member benefits since 1892, and Rugby Realty. Boy, one of the low points of the season for the Pirates yesterday. We haven't talked about the Pirates in like a week. John Wayner is going to join us next. Has John Wayner ever pitched in a game?
I was going to ask him that. That was one of my questions.
I think we got to get into that. I haven't looked it up. I want to know if he has. Because Jared Triolo did. And, yikes. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play today at 2:10 against the Milwaukee Brewers. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Coverage over there begins at 1:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Caleb Johnson, selected in the 3rd round of this year's draft, running back Caleb Johnson will begin his NFL career in Pittsburgh. An AP scholar in high school, Johnson showed he could excel on the field, spending 3 historic years in Iowa. Named the Big Ten running back of the year last season, Johnson will now take Najee Harris's place alongside Jalen Warren in what Pittsburgh hopes becomes a dynamic 1-2 running back bunch.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Your next adventure starts with the all-new redesigned Hyundai Palisade from Bowser Hyundai. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188.
Pittsburgh, are you ready? The top teams in women's college volleyball are coming to PPG Pace Arena for an epic event. It's the second annual State Farm Women's Volleyball Showcase, taking place on Labor Day weekend, August 31st and September 1st, featuring the national semi-finalist Pitt Panthers, defending national champion Penn State, plus nationally ranked Arizona State and TCU. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. 4 elite teams, 4 incredible matches, one unforgettable weekend of volleyball action. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
If you smell the rock is cooking.
Wiener, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. David Wiener. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wiener.
That's not the rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
That's right. On the heels of a 14-0 loss to the Brew Crew in the House of Horrors, John Wehner joins us now on the Fan Hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good morning, Wehner. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing swell. How about you guys?
We're doing good. Dorn and I, a lot of times we think the same thing, and then it comes out on the air, and we're like, hey, wow, I was going to ask John this question. Did you ever pitch in a big league game, John, like Triolo did last night?
No, that's the only position I didn't play. I was mad. I really wanted to. Yeah, I always wanted to. I pitched in some minor league games. I pitched since I had some decisions in minor league games, actually. You know, kind of crazy. The first time I went in, it was bases loaded, no out. and I got out of it. I got a comebacker in the 13th inning. Second time I got bases. Second time I pitched, I had bases loaded, no outs, and I gave up those 3 runs and about 5 more. Yeah, and then literally I was done playing. I got released at the big league level and went down to Double-A to coach, and I had to play because they had some injuries. And I remember I had to pitch a tie game in the 9th, and I left, and I had a scoreless inning, and then I got the loss in the 10th in Altoona. So, yeah, it was fun. I'll tell you, the adrenaline flows, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I know this; it's a different type of deal. I mean, I probably threw 30 pitches to one outing, and my whole body hurt the next day. And you play every day, you feel pretty good, but that pitching is a whole different thing. Throwing down a slope, my back hurt, my butt hurt, my legs hurt, my arm hurt. Yeah, it's a whole different animal.
Well, what was the?
It's fun. Good.
What was the pitching arsenal? Were you just up there throwing fastballs, or would you drop a hook in there or two?
I practiced a split-fingered fastball every day for about 10 years for that opportunity to pitch. So I did. I got a strikeout on my split against a kid in Double-A. But mostly fastballs, and I didn't lob it. I threw it. I was max effort. I wanted to see what I could light up on that gun.
John, Don Kelly got ejected last night. What's the worst ejection you've ever been a part of or seen?
Oh, man, I don't even know. I never got ejected as a player. I did get ejected a few times as a coach. The worst one ever. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's something I need some prep time for, because I'm sure there's some doozies.
Lloyd McClendon taking first base was an all-timer.
That was great. I was there for that, and it was hard not to laugh. And it was hard not to laugh. And he might not like me tell this story, but Lloyd's was probably the best of all time. One time, Jim Leland, he's probably going to hate me for this, but he went out there and he was arguing with the third base umpire, and I was playing third base, and I don't know what it was about. And why he was so mad, whether he did it on purpose or not, but the umpire said something to him, and he started going off, yelling at him, "Throw a punch at me, I'll kick your ass right now, throw a punch at me." It was the funniest thing I've ever heard. I had to turn around and walk away because he's in this guy's face telling him to throw a punch because he wanted to kick his butt right there on the field.
Would he yell at you guys often, Jim, like his players?
He picked his spots. There were times that he had some doozies in the clubhouse. I mean, there was a bunch of good ones in the clubhouse, and he'd pick his spots, though. Like when I was younger, everybody was scared to death, and he was one that would pace and go walk through the clubhouse, then walk into his office. And, if you're a younger player, the guy next to you would say, don't get up, because he's coming back out. He's coming back out. And so he just kept doing that, in and out. And, and he had some great lines in there, big league players, my blinking butt. He goes, you wouldn't make you guys wouldn't make a good big leaguer or you guys wouldn't be a good pimple on a big leaguer's butt or something. I mean, he had some great lines, man. It was so funny. He'd start yelling at the bullpen. If I hear one more guy complaining about their roll, you know what a roll is? A roll is what you put butter on. He'd come up, and he was so mad. You were so frightened, but then. When I'm with him 5, 6, 7 years and he'd do it, you realize he was just trying to send a message and keep everybody on their toes, because then, literally 30 seconds later, I'd walk by him and he said, "That was a pretty good one, wasn't it? Pretty good one." I think that he's all mad and he's not going to sleep, and he's just like, "Well, that was a pretty good one." He's all proud of himself.
Do you think he could throw down if he had to?
He's not afraid. I know that.
Yeah.
He's not afraid of anybody. I don't know, what he's got, but he was a tough little son of a gun. I mean, he wasn't scared of anybody. Walkie told a story one time when they were down in AAA. When Walkie was in AAA, he was managing in Toledo, and they were throwing. A couple guys got hit on Toledo, and I forget who Walkie was playing with. Maybe Clearwater or something. I don't even know, but not Clearwater. Some AAA for Philly would be my guess. And Walkie said that they started screaming back and forth, and then Leland charged their dugout, and they had like these little rocks and pebbles in front of the dugout. He called on the whole dugout and then started kicking pebbles on them.
I mean, you talk about sending messages. I mean, I think Don Kelly did a little bit of that last night. I mean, I know Milwaukee's the best team in baseball, and they're hot as all get out right now, but that place has been such a house of horrors. Like, do you burn sage? Like, what do you do? Because even the almighty Skenes has had trouble in there, John.
Well, back in the day, I guess this was the 2000s when they had Prince Fielder, Ricky Weeks, and that group. That was historic. I mean, it felt like we were 3-42 or something. I mean, it was something really ridiculously bad. And then we went through a period where we did okay over there. For maybe 6 or 8 years, and now we're back to where we're struggling. But they're a really good team. Obviously, it's
right.
The best record in baseball. They came out of nowhere, and you're facing them at the hottest point in their season. I mean, they're doing everything. They're pitching, they're hitting, they're playing defense, they're running. I mean, that's a gritty, grindy team that goes out there to beat you every day. And it's not like, I mean, they got Yelich, but outside of Yelich, I mean, they got a bunch of gamers, and like I said, they could pitch, and they figured out a way to bring in talent and get the best out of that talent. And when you win 10 in a row, and I don't know, 13 or 14 or whatever it is, they're good. And you hope Skenes could kind of put him in a slump, because he's that type of pitcher to come in there and throw up a bunch of zeros and then put that whole team in a slump. But you got enough hot bats, and you make a mistake here and there, somebody's going to take advantage. And a couple of guys did yesterday, and we couldn't do much against Peralta. Peralta's a solid pitcher, and so 14-0, that may have got out of hand, and I think the bullpen's been a little bit overused. So these guys are pitching a little more than they want to throw, and so it just kind of. It kind of snowballs on you. I didn't realize, I fell asleep last night. I didn't realize that they brought in a position player to finish a shutout. I don't think I've seen them. In fact, a couple of years ago, before we got Rowdy, and they had Rowdy, I'm pretty sure Rowdy pitched a clinching game, to what got them to clinch a playoff berth. He finished the game, which has never been done before. But I'd never heard of anybody pitching to clean up a shutout. That's kind of unheard of. But you understand these days they want to protect the arms, and don't use as many as possible. So, but yeah, it's something. They're white hot right now, and it'll be interesting. I don't know if they have enough pitching to go deep in the playoffs. We'll wait and see. I don't know if they have the horses, and that's what. I think most teams that go ahead and win World Series have the best pitching, and I don't see that just yet.
I hate the Brewers. All right, last thing for you. Talk about some pseudo-history. Gene Lamont at 78, technically the third oldest coach to ever manage a major league team last night when Don Kelly gets ejected. So something that I didn't think we'd be talking about leading into the season, that Gene Lamont would be pulling the strings, but you love to see it. Great stuff, John.
Yeah, he's still sharp as ever. He's a guy that can handle anything. He's as cool and calm and collected as anybody. He's a great man too. So I'm happy to see him. And hopefully next time we talk, we'll have better news.
Yeah, we'll talk about actual baseball maybe the next time, John. Thank you for your time as always, brother.
All right, have a good rest of your week, guys.
You too. John Wayne are the best. All right, coming up next. The biggest weird story in sports right now, before we got Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. I'll read that again. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That's like when a receiver takes his eye off the ball and then drops it. That's what I did there. Now it's time for a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Still, contract disputes between Cam Heyward and the Steelers. Reports from yesterday suggest that Cam Heyward is looking for more than just a sweetener, and he may be looking for an entirely new contract. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still on the scene of an earlier accident in downtown, the intersection of Grant Street and 7th Avenue. Meanwhile, Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Banksville down toward Carnegie. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 stacking at the Route 8 at the bypass to East Ohio Street. And delays on the Parkway North around the bend at Bellevue Westview. And then again from Perrysville down into the lane restrictions past Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's Chris Muller. Get started today with your 20-pound summer slim down. The results are fast, easy, and start your very first week. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
At JeepofPittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer Sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Jeep at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at JeepofPittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents The Sound of Happy. Hear that? That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time in no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
Precision Doors, a name you can trust.
Attention Greater Pittsburgh. Are you tired of dealing with a garage door that just won't cooperate? Locally owned and operated Precision Garage Door in Imperial at 8179 Steubenville Pike and their McMurray location has a fantastic offer. For a limited time with approved credit, you can enjoy 12 months same as cash financing and pay nothing for a full year. When you need a new door, call Precision. America's largest residential garage door repair and installation company. Precision trucks are loaded and ready to go 24/7. Their expert technicians will ensure your garage door operates smoothly and efficiently, regardless of brand. All that plus this amazing offer. 12 months, same as cash. Call 1-844-345-4737 now. On the web, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, the name you can
Contractor license PA 060566.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Doug Whaley to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. We'll hit the Cam Heyward stuff hot and heavy with our NFL executive insider, former NFL GM. College football music here, Doran. Just found this out during the break. We're 30 days away from the Backyard Brawl.
That's it?
30 days.
Yeah, 9/13. I guess it's 8/13.
How about that?
How about that being the date?
I know, man. Rich Rodriguez is back.
Man.
That place is going to be a cauldron. It's just going to be wild.
And it's at West Virginia, too. It's like, man, history repeats itself.
Or maybe 9/13, it's the reverse. He tries to convince himself with very little confidence. The big story, though, in college football right now is Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer. Back when he was a freshman at Washington State, there were a couple of transactions on Venmo labeled sports gambling. Now, when you play college football, guess what you're not allowed to do? Gamble on sports.
Correct.
So he comes out with a statement yesterday and said, I'd never bet on sports. I understand the seriousness of this, blah, 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 blah. It was an inside joke between me and my friends. No, it wasn't. And look, there are a lot of things that you can do in college football that you couldn't do before. You know, pay for play is real now. You used to have to do that kind of thing under the table. One thing they're never going to be okay with is gambling on sports. You are not allowed to do it. The integrity of the game is too important. If this was just an inside joke, and I do not believe him, but if this was just an inside joke, it shows horrendous judgment.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. 18-year-old. That's what happens.
Well, you know what? And that's true, too. So, like, I guess I don't want to hammer him too much. But at the same time, I guess he's probably making a fair amount of money right now at Oklahoma. You got to show more friggin' sense.
Yeah. Jeez, man.
Write anything. Grandma's beehive. You can write anything.
Yep. Grandma's what?
Beehive.
Why?
Because you can literally write anything. He writes sports gambling, and he expects people to believe, no, I wasn't gambling on sports. All right, dumbass.
Who went back and just kind of...
See, that I do have a problem with. I'm not sure how it surfaced.
Jeez.
Yeah. Twice. And then the other one was sports gambling USC UCLA game.
Gee. Yeah, that's bad.
You imagine someone just writing like, went to the brothel.
Right.
Like, you can just...
the strip club.
Also, I do think Venmo is odd. Like, it's for transferring money, and they've turned it into... It's always been this social media kind of deal.
The comments. Like, you have to put what it's for.
You have to. It doesn't let you not. Which is so weird. I don't need people to see what I'm spending money on.
You could also make your account private.
Oh.
Where nobody sees anything.
Probably should have done that, Mr. Mateer.
Yep.
I'm gonna look back through my Venmo transactions, see if I wrote anything funny over the years. I'm gonna take a look-see at that during the break. Sure, it'll be really interesting for everybody.
Yep.
Ray Fittipaldo joined us at 8. Thanks to him. We've got Doug Whaley coming up from 9 o'clock until 10. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group. Kick, save, and Butte. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 82. We desperately needed rain. We got it, and we're going to get it for large chunks of the day. Doug Whaley next to Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You still got it. but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's heating up at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township this month. Check out their large selection of Dodge Ram trucks today. Get a 25 Ram 1500, 15% off or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. See dealer for details.
Hello there, procrastinator. Yes, I'm talking to you. Yes, you. No. You. Yep, you that hasn't called Precision Pointing and Restoration yet because you've been meaning to, but you haven't, and you know, longer that you wait, more it's going to cost you, more damage it's going to potentially do. Yes, you have that masonry project, and you haven't called Precision Pointing and Restoration yet. Yes, they're the company to call. We've been telling you about that for months now. Water leaking through the chimney, whatever you have, well, get it done. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net. Stop procrastinating.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
1 in 5 people in the U.S. have a sexually transmitted infection, or STI. 1 in 7 people living with HIV are unaware. No shame, no stigma. The Allegheny County Health Department's Public Health Clinic offers free STI HIV testing and treatment at 1908 Wiley Avenue. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 3:45 p.m., except Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. Walk in, make an appointment, or order a free test kit from the comfort of your own home. Learn more. Call 412-578-8081 or visit AlleghenyCounty.us/STD.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or rates as low as 0%. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews clearing an earlier accident downtown, the intersection of Grant Street and 7th Avenue. Meanwhile, Parkway East jammed inbound at Wilkinsburg, outbound before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28, that is stacked from Millvale down to East Ohio Street. Parkway West is stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway North heavy as you approach Perrysville down past McKnight Road, then again past Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers. When was the last time free actually meant free? At Cohen Markets, all Club Cohen members can get a free Blue Bunny ice cream sandwich every day, all summer long. Stop by any participating Cohen Markets and get yours today. Cohen Markets, your free ice cream station.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yes, Doug Whaley will be joining us momentarily on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. There is a Venmo transaction. I paid you $50, and I just wrote in the description, friendship. So for those of you out there who believe I pay Doran to be my friend, I think you can reasonably deduce that from that Venmo transaction.
Yep.
$50 for friendship.
Friendship, huh?
Yeah. That's probably Fubo way back when.
You think?
Probably. Could have been Zins. Could have been food. Could have been being at your house for a playoff game. A lot of different options.
Yeah.
But
a lot of things that I covered for you.
That's right.
And it probably was months later whenever you gave me that.
And it was probably less than what I would have voted if I had paid at the time.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I deemed it friendship.
Yep.
Another word for that would be freeloading.
Yep.
Doug Whaley joins us now. Hello, Doug.
Fellas, let me ask you this, though, Doran. For the $50 friendship level, is that the bargain basement level? Is that platinum level? What level is he on?
Yeah, it's bargain basement.
It's a cookout once a year, and the occasional weekend text, Doug, is what I've paid for.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. Hey, you get what you pay for, Adam. So, step up if you want a better friend.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe you don't get what you pay for, or you get more than what you paid for. In the case of Cam Heyward, right? He's the 36th highest paid defensive lineman in the NFL, the 22nd highest paid defensive tackle in the NFL. Meanwhile, he's one of the 5 best defensive linemen in the NFL, an all-pro. Boy, Doug, if you are Omar Khan right now, what is going through your mind?
Well, I'll look at it this way. If I'm Omar Khan, I said I did a great deal for the team. Now, where I think it's an abject failure is Cam Heyward and his team. If they saw that contract, and the reason why I say this, if he walked out the doors and said, if I make All-Pro, I'm going to see you next year. No. You're at the bargaining table now. Put that in there now. So if you're the rep, you should know that the salary cap's going to spike a greater amount than years past. People are going to get signed. You know who's going to be free agents, and they're going to sign deals. So make sure that next year's deal, and you can even put it in an incentive. If he makes All-Pro, his salary goes up to X. And then and this is what he gets paid for, to compute where would be probably a top 10 salary range for D tackles for the next year. So all of this does not smash. Think about this. The 15 years of goodwill Cam Heyward has gained in the public and on the team is smashed over this lack of foresight. So to me, it's an abject failure from Cam. So I can understand why he has such vitriol from the fans, because you should have did this before. Now, I'm not saying, and we're all not saying he doesn't deserve it, he outplayed his contract, but the failure is him not negotiating a good contract in the first place, especially after a year. If this was year 3 of a 3-year deal, then people would say, okay, yeah, he outperformed. But this is the second year after he just signed a deal. So if I'm an agent, I'd be whispering in Heyward's ear, like, listen, the guy you have didn't foresee this, and you guys went out on a promise, I'll be back. They didn't say they promise if you make All-Pros, we'll be back in the negotiating table. That's not the type of guy you need, especially if you want to be that Cam Heyward that can be the face of the Steelers after you retire, like a Charlie Batch. What's your goal after the season? So that's where I would be coming in talking at Cam Heyward is. But in the end, it's not on the Steelers. This is on Cam Heyward and his camp.
Totally agree with you, Doug. What do you actually think that Cam Heyward wants? Do you think he wants that roster bonus rolled into this year from that he would get next year? Do you think that he wants a whole brand new contract to be compensated as one of the top defensive linemen in the NFL? Like, what do you think his asking price is right now?
I think it's probably he would settle somewhere in between. And if I'm the Steelers, obviously I think it's an easy fix. Whatever he's got that 12-something roster bonus next year, you move 6 of it into this year, and you guarantee that other 6 for the next year. And then you put a clause in. If you make All-Pro, then you put another incentive in there that can bump up the base salary next year. So it's an easy fix. But like you guys talked about before and Ray talked about, then you start setting a precedent. And then everybody's going to be at that door saying, well, wait a minute, you did it for him, you're going to do it. So it's putting the Steelers in a bad situation, and it's putting Cam in a bad situation. So this is not what you want going into a season where everybody's thinking the defense is going to carry this team. When you have your head coach coming out salivating about the defense, and then your star player that has been the bedrock of your defense for so long is in a contract dispute that could have been easily fixed by him in the first place, it's just something that they don't need at this time.
We're going to get into Mike Tomlin's comments and whether or not you agree that this defense can be that good, but do you think that this administration under Omar Khan has caved too much to players?
No, I think they've done the right thing. I mean, they've had some strict rules in the past, and I think what they've done is evolved to say, hey, let's take this case-by-case basis. But again, you have to be very careful because when you take a case-by-case basis, the people you're negotiating are going to take it as blanket. This is how you operate and do business. So you have to be, and Omar's smart enough to be able to throw something in there to hopefully pacifize, I don't even know, make Cam happy, but not go against what they're truly standing for of not negotiating unless you have a year left. So that's where I think you can just move some money around. It's not a whole new contract. You give them some more money this year, guarantee a little bit next year, but don't change the totals payout. So I think there's things you can do.
So you think that they will pay him, like it's something?
I think so.
Okay.
And again, it's just shifting the money around. I don't see it being increased. I just think it's going to be, I would advise shifting the money around where he gets more money this year that was promised to him next year, and then guaranteeing the base of what you don't move forward.
If they don't get it done like in a timely fashion, do you think Cam Heyward will go as far as sitting out a regular season game?
Oh, that's a very good question, and at 36, knowing how special this team is supposed to be, that's going to tell you a lot about Cam. And then again, if he does, that's going to tell you he is not looking about how this situation sets him up for the next situation. Think about this. If Cam comes in and they get this squared away, Cam's going to be a lifelong Steeler, and he could walk into Pittsburgh at any time, and do whatever he wants, be it business-wise, be it charity-wise, whatever, and he will be held at a very high esteem of one of the best charitable Steelers out there. If he starts sitting out, and this is supposed to be that defense that everybody's talking about, could be a top 5 defense. You have Aaron Rodgers for 1 year, and they're going to try to make a playoff run. That narrative changes, and it changes for the worse for him for life after football. So he's got to be very careful about, like I always say, it's not what this decision, how it affects this move. It's how it's going to affect the next move. So I would be very careful if I was in his camp advising him not to. But, again, I'm not. I'm just thinking of the business side of it.
Steve texts in, the last Venmo comment I put was just crack, and it was lunch at work. You too can text us like Steve. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. If the Steelers did extend that olive branch, if you will, and said, hey, we'll roll that money forward, do they do stuff like that for Cam that they otherwise wouldn't do? And I know they did it for AB because of his leadership, his charity work. Like, does that stuff factor in whenever you're negotiating these things, Doug, from the general manager chair?
At this time in someone's career, absolutely, because you want to you're setting a precedent of ripping up a contract with 2 years. That's a precedent, but also setting a precedent of taking care of true Steelers, of men that are Steeler DNA. And Cam's that. And so, yeah, we're going to evolve how we do it, and we want to make sure that we take care of you. And in essence, we're going to help you fail forward. Because right now he failed in his negotiation, and he's trying to make up for it, and we're going to help you fail forward, but it's going to be on our terms because you did sign a contract. But because of who you are, what you've done, and what you've meant to the Steelers, we're going to evolve and give you a little something here and there. But make no mistake about it, it's because of what you've done in the past and what you've brought to the Steeler organization.
If you had to bet right now, Doug, would you bet that Cam Heyward has another All-Pro season this coming season?
I would. What's the odds?
Let's ask John Mateer.
Right.
I would say this person, he'd be in the conversation. I do. I think he's got 1, maybe 2 more years left, and especially if you have all the reports of this Wyatt Black in there and you can start getting him on a rotational basis where he's not playing 90 to 95% of the snaps. You break him down to like 85% this year and then 80%. I think he can still perform at a very high level.
I know Boswell's the best kicker in the sport, and he's paid as the 11th best kicker in the sport, but he's in a similar situation. The difference is, obviously, he didn't sign his deal last year, but 2 years left on the deal. I guess nothing happens with him.
Yeah. What I would do is, Omar, I would be like, okay, listen, we'll start the negotiations now, as in we're going to, when the season's over, the first phone call I have will be to your agent. So that will be a handshake, verbal deal like, hey, we're not going to do anything this year, but you're going to be our first priority next year. And I would do it. I mean, we all know those kickers, you don't miss them until you don't have one. And when you have the best one in the league, don't even mess around. The day after the season's over, I'm on a flight or I'm calling his agent and saying, let's get to work.
Doug, you talk about incentives, and I do think, and we've agreed on this, Doran, that Cam's agent missed a massive opportunity last year. Do you think when they all laughed at Cam when he said, if I'm an all-pro, I'll come back, do you think that they would have been inclined to say, okay, no, we'll do that if the agent had pushed? And B, just how far can you go? How far have you gone in the past with incentives? Like, how grandiose can those things get?
So there's two types of incentives. There's likely to be earned and unlikely to be earned. So an unlikely to be earned is if Cam's named NFL MVP, and you could put a $20 million roster bonus on that if he does. But if he's going to be named an All-Pro, which he was last year, that's a likely to be earned incentives. So you put in for guys that you want to take care of, you're going to put for Cam likely to be earned incentives. So I would even drop it down instead of All-Pro. I give it, Cam, because you're Cam, if you make the Pro Bowl, and everybody's making the Pro Bowl now, so Cam's going to make that unless he gets an injury. And that for sure gets that roster bonus in there, gets him some guaranteed money, so that's a likely to be earned. But if you say, all right, he's going to be defensive MVP, that's unlikely to be earned, and then that's where you're really just throwing it out there to make it look good on paper, but it's nothing that anyone's thinking is going to happen. And if it happens, great, but it's very small chances of that happening.
Doug Whaley on the Cam Heyward situation. Doug, we're going to throw you on hold for a second here. We're back with more Doug after this, talking about Mike Tomlin's praise of this defense, saying it could be a historical unit this year. Man. First, in support of the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, you can bring a brand new backpack to Federal Galley today from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. for pop-up bingo with free entry and free parking, plus happy hour specials. Help us get students in Pittsburgh Public Schools ready for the upcoming school year. Details at 937thefan.com. That's where they got them good hot Nashville chicken sandwiches at that Federal Galley. You ever had one of those?
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable. All right, more with Doug coming up next. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates played yesterday and lost 14-0. Paul Skenes lasted 4 innings, gave up 6 earned runs. Jared Triolo made a pitching appearance. Pirates will play again today at 2:10 this afternoon. Coverage of Pirates baseball can be heard over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's an injury on his non-throwing hand, but an injury nonetheless, as Packers quarterback Jordan Love had surgery on his left thumb this week. He should have no issue playing Week 1 against Detroit, but any injury is a concern if you're a Packers fan. Second half of the 2023 season, Love played like an MVP, but an injury-riddled season seemed to affect him physically and mentally last year. Will it affect his throwing? Probably not, but having to think about another injury is not ideal. I'm Bart Winkler.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and we've all been feeling the heat. So why don't you beat the heat with an incredible offer from Universal Windows Direct? Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there's no limit, plus no interest for 5 whole years. Universal's windows have their exclusive super spacer technology. And in short, these windows keep the hot air out and the cool air in. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Once you feel the difference, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Red 42, hikes! Kicking off the Big Drive Sales Event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details. Ends 8/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In downtown, crews have cleared an earlier accident reopening the intersection of Grant Street and 7th Avenue. Now an accident at the intersection of 5th and Liberty Avenues, also in downtown. Watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound Parkway East stacks at Edgewood Twistvale. Outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass. And Route 28 slow approaching the 31st Street Bridge and jammed approaching East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. twomenandajuncktruck.com. At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Some breaking news from college football insider Pete Thamel. Kansas has received an unprecedented $300 million gift from donor David Booth. Believed to be among the largest single gifts in the history of collegiate athletics, KU officials tell Max Olson and me.
What?
And they have a picture of the new football stadium they just built. If they wanted to use that money just for the revenue sharing to pay the football athletes, they could fund the football program for 14 years. Because what is it, $20 million bucks? I guess $20 million to spread amongst all athletes. And they care about basketball, obviously, a great deal there. But that could fund the revenue sharing dollars.
Wow.
For 14 years.
Wow. $300 million.
Imagine being that rich, just be like, you know what I really want to see in this world? Feed the hungry, nah. Stop this, stop, no. I want to see Kansas get their football back to like 2007 levels.
Unbelievable.
That's FU money, man.
Yep. Kansas is going to be good.
Yeah. It upsets me greatly. That upsets me greatly. Now, that being said, if it were my school or your school, be great.
Yep.
$300 million. Doug Whaley with us. Doug, Mike Tomlin on the flagship station yesterday, he said this, quote, about the defense. We got enough talent, enough schematics to do big, big things. And when I say big things, I'm talking about historic things. Doug, this on the heels of Juan Thornhill saying this defense could be one of the best of all time. Peyton Wilson saying that he's one of the best coverage linebackers in the NFL. And DK Metcalf saying it's the best defense he's ever seen. They are feeling themselves in a big way here.
And I like it. And especially if you're talking about your head coach, and I'll use one of your lines, waxing poetically about the ceiling of this defense. The one thing I look at it, and it's great, he is basically assigning accountability to himself and his coaching staff. So if I'm Terrell Austin, I'm on notice now that he's basically saying we got the talent. Now it's up to us to make sure this defense reaches the levels that we think and everybody is saying that it can. So to me, I love it. And like I said, at the end of the year, you keep score. And if it was great, check mark for you and TA, Coach T. If it's not, you're going to have to give us some answers of why it wasn't. So I think it all the way around, for accountability, for promise, for giving just love to the defense and what the personnel that you have in, it's a great talking point for him to go out on. But again, at the end of the season, he'll have to be held accountable, and I like that. He puts a target on his back, and he's not shying away from any adversity whatsoever or any claims of what he thinks his men can do.
What do you think gives him the confidence? Like, what do you think he's seen with his own eyes that gives him the confidence to say stuff like that, or gives DK Metcalf the confidence to say stuff like that, or Juan Thornhill? What do you think that has been going on in training camp that it's like, okay, maybe there's some truth to this?
The biggest difference, and I think when everybody started talking this way, was when they got Jalen Ramsey. That chess piece of what Jalen Ramsey can do and the versatility he can bring to that defense and what the defense can disguise and really gives them that flexibility where they don't know what the defense is going to do. I think that's where everybody's getting excited, where we can leave Jalen Ramsey on there and cover one of your best tight ends or cover your best wide receiver or sit back in zone in a deep roll position and go get a ball. So that versatility gives the coaching staffs a lot of things to work with, and then it helps your rushers. It helps your rushers because you can hold up on the back end and you can only rush 4, or you can rush 5, you can rush 6, you can do simulated pressures. You can bring DBs off the edge, so that versatility is not going to have them sitting back in just zone or man and being very predictable on defense.
I buy that, and I think the roster is as good defensively as it's been, maybe since the early 2010s, which is saying something. You talk about ramifications, you talk about Tomlin putting a target on his back. He absolutely is. Thing is, I don't think there would be any ramifications for Mike Tomlin if this defense doesn't play well. Maybe they'd move on from Terrell Austin. I think the target kind of gets placed firmly on his back. But do you agree with me that the roster's arguably great? If they don't succeed, it is absolutely on the coaching staff. No?
No doubt. Yeah, absolutely. Let's say this, on paper. Now, what could also happen is all these 30-plus-year-old guys hit a wall week 10, and then you have a 5-game losing streak at the end because they aren't ready to play, or they just lost gas. And they are 30-year-old plus players, and Father Time is undefeated. So then you can also have a little out like, well, on paper, yeah, they look good, but guess what? You can't win on paper with a bunch of 30-plus-year-old guys. So there is a little wiggle room there, but in the end, I truly believe, and I love it, I think that it goes to Terrell Austin, and he may be, if it doesn't work out, the fall guy, but it's going to get one more step closer. Like, hey, coach, you hired Terrell. You had a major say, if not the say, in stocking this roster, and you said it should be historic. It wasn't. What are you going to do different next year? So, and these are things that we'll have to see how it play out, but that could happen. And I like it because then he can sit up there and be like, this is what went wrong, and this is how I'm going to fix it.
They have overhauled the defensive side of them. They've really overhauled this roster. Half the damn starters. So they've made changes. Tomlin did promise changes. I just can't believe the last time we saw them in a game that counted, they gave up 299 rushing yards, and you had Kirk Herbstreit calling them out in front of a national audience saying that they had given up. And now you fast forward to August 12th, and Mike Tomlin's talking about how this can be a historically great defense. It's crazy to me. Doug, when we come back, the biggest non-sexy storyline might be the biggest storyline coming out of Steelers camp. That'll be next. You can listen to the Fan Morning Show podcast on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry-Callis, Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 14-0 yesterday to the Milwaukee Brewers. Paul Skenes, 4 earned runs given up over 4 innings pitched. Jared Triolo made a pitching appearance in the game. Pirates in danger of being swept. They're down 2-0 going into the third and final game of the series, which is today at 2:10. Coverage can be heard on KDKA AM 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And that coverage begins at 1:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Crowley here for Window Nation. It's the end of summer. You can smell it in the Pittsburgh area, but your AC's been working overtime, just trying to keep your house cool and comfortable. What can you do to make a difference? You can replace your older builder-grade windows with windows from Window Nation. And this month only, that's right, this month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can even get them with 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Window Nation's windows are custom made for high-quality materials with precision fit, so they won't let cool air out in the summers. They'll keep the heat in the winter. Bottom line, your home stays comfortable year-round. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 3 million windows installed, you can trust Window Nation for quality and service. Hurry, though, Pittsburgh. This 50% off all windows sale ends soon, so don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION or online at windownation.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. NFL regular season is right around the corner, which means it's time to start betting player props. BetMGM currently has Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow to throw over 4,500 passing yards, priced at a stupid plus 175. I think that Joe will easily go over that number. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
It is heating up at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township this month. Check out a brand new 2025 Jeep Wagoneer S Limited. Payment starting at $309 for 24 months or 1.9% standalone for 72 months. See dealer for details.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Man, I think they've gotten better every day. Broderick got slowed by a little day-to-day injury there for a spell, but has really been on the uptick since his return. Same with Troy. I like the trajectory of the group, but as I mentioned, even though we're leaving here, man, we still are very much in development, got a lot of time in front of us between now and the opener.
Mike Tomlin talking about the tackles and how they've looked. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock. Doug, we've been on with you now for 38 minutes, haven't talked about the preseason game. That first drive, hey, Mason Rudolph looked sharp, and you had Darnell Washington, but I think the big takeaway was how clean a pocket Rudolph had from which to operate. And then you have Mike Tomlin there kind of singing the praises of the tackles. That was a huge storyline, maybe the biggest tangible storyline going into camp, and so far so good for those tackles.
And you got to throw Artie Smith in there. I mean, you have to throw how he's calling plays to make sure to build this young offensive line some confidence and to put them in positions to be successful this early in their togetherness and being all five as one starting unit. So do not forget that. And I think it's hopefully foreshadowing of what we're going to see in the regular season to help really these offensive linemen as a group crawl, walk, run with Aaron Rodgers being at the helm and being able to really get the ball out, distribute it quick, and then build to the point where they can really do the play action and take some deep shots. So that, to me, is encouraging.
Doug, I asked Ray this earlier. What was your thoughts of Caleb Johnson's performance, the rookie? To me, he looked like he was running in mud and looked like the moment was maybe a little bit too big for him.
Yeah, I let's put it this way. I wouldn't panic. It's his first game action. Sure, things are going at 1,000 miles an hour. But the only thing that I would that's creeping in my mind a little bit is like you said, is this game too fast for him? Does he have the burst to get through those holes like he did in the Big Ten? Because these holes close up a little sooner and a lot faster than in the Big Ten. So is that burst going to be able to translate so he can get to that second level or at least in the hole before he has to incur contact? So I'm not panicking yet. It's his first one, but this is something that is going to be on a question mark in the back of my head right now.
I had not looked at this before, so you're talking about the speed of the game and all that, and the way the Big Ten is scheduled out, you could have a schedule where you're Iowa and you play Oregon and Ohio State and Michigan and all the great teams, or you could play a whole bunch of nobodies. I'm pulling up Iowa from last year. So against Ohio State, he had 15 carries for 86 yards, 5.7 yards per attempt. All right, that's pretty good against a really good defense. They didn't really play anybody else that's great. They played Iowa State. He had 25 carries for 187 yards. Do you think you can learn a lot from him then in game two, Doug?
No, absolutely. I think not only that, because you're hoping, okay, he got that first taste out of that, and now he can go and focus. Hopefully it slows down. But not only that, I want to see him in blitz protection, being able to know which person to get, where to fit in that blocking scheme and in the pros, because that to me is one of the toughest things for young running backs to do, is to be able to be proficient in the pass protection. And it's not the willingness and the want to, it's more the identification of who's the biggest threat and knowing where to fit in that blocking scheme with that offensive line. And that's why a lot of running backs, when they first get in the league, they're more runners than three-down backs. And guys that are three-down backs right off the get, they're special. So I'd like to see that, but more importantly, I'd like to see, if you're right or wrong, just be decisive and bursty. I want to see can you get through those holes.
Doug, what would you be looking to get out of joint practice tomorrow? Steelers take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Saturday, and they have a joint practice at Acrisure Stadium tomorrow. As a GM or as a coach, what are you looking to get out of that? And how many guys do you think will play in the game knowing that there is a joint practice tomorrow?
Joint practice. Well, first, I'll answer that last one first. I would say probably about a similar starting lineup and people that are getting held out as in preseason game one. What I would be really excited about, and I think joint practices are way better than preseason games because you can work on situational football. Because in a game, you may not get a backed up in your own territory on a 3rd and long. You may not get short yardage. You may not get goal line. You may not have a chance for a 4th down play. So constructing periods where you can really work on situational football, I think, is invaluable. Obviously, you got to make sure that everybody's being a professional and tempers don't get flared. But if they do and they get good work on, I think that's where you're going to see the veterans really, that's their preseason game. And that's how I think they're going to approach it, how I would approach it, and then more importantly, how I think you can get a better feel for what your team is. Because, Doran, you know as well as I do, in camp, you're going against the same guys after a while. You understand each other's tendencies. You may start picking up on their checks and what they're doing, so you can start really playing the game inside the game. But when you're against someone else, you get a truer evaluation of the skill set of your offense, defense, and individually each player.
And you can do stuff schematically because you're not playing Tampa this year and there's not going to be a bunch of cameras around. You can do stuff that you wouldn't otherwise put on tape in a preseason game, I would think.
Absolutely, but you also just want to go mano and mano.
Yeah.
Is our guy, is this guy better than, is Broderick Jones better than their guy? Is Frazier better than their guy? Let's just go once old school Oklahoma type stuff, which they won't, but you can set up inside run for things like that. So that's why I really love joint practice. And as you see, they start cutting down these preseason games. These joint practices are going to be more valuable than the preseason games in years to come.
Doug, true story. When you were running the Bills, Sammy Watkins was on the field for that joint practice, and I thought this guy was going to walk into the Hall of Fame. I mean, unbelievable. What a talent. And B, he almost ran me over. I would have died. I would have died if you ran. He's going full speed, fly route down the sideline. I'm standing there like a jackass. Yep. I mean, dude, I would have been gonzo.
Like CeeDee Lamb.
Like CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
Yep, exactly. But that real quick story to everybody talked about Sammy Watkins. Yes, it was a gutsy move for us to trade up to get him, but it was one of those consensus where out of all the wide receivers on the board, that's the one the coaches liked and the one we liked. Now, the point of the story is one of the things that I didn't realize, and a lot of people probably don't realize, when you have athletes that have nothing but success in their life, some of them, when they have a setback and failure, and with Sammy, it was injuries, he did not know how to cope. And that was when that hit me that mental performance, with your brain being the strongest muscle in the body, why not have mental performance being utmost in player performance? So that's when we started investigating a mental performance coach, and we brought one in. So that's these lessons learned that you're like, wow, you never thought about it. A guy as talented as Sammy Watkins, oh, if something happens, I'm Sammy Watkins, I can overcome it. Some guys cannot because they never had to deal with it before.
Man, I didn't think of it from that standpoint because that guy was a dude.
Exactly. I didn't think of it either.
He was a dude. I saw him at Clemson too.
So good.
Oh my God. All right, tweet us.
So those pro days. So first route, he runs a quick out. The ball's behind him. He reaches behind him with one hand, picks it off his ankle, and fluidly. Didn't stop. All one motion. Got it, tucked it, ran upfield. I was like, that's all I need to see.
That's right. Doug, one more with you when we come back. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Doran, we were talking off the air about the Steelers' defense. Mike Tomlin saying it could be historical, and all the guys the hyperbole that's coming out of these dudes' mouths talking about this defense. And I'm like, first time they give up 28 points in a game, we are going to skewer them. So then we looked at the schedule. I don't think they're going to do that against the Jets, who they might need another quarterback, by the way. Tyrod Taylor got hurt.
Yep.
So he might not be ready for week one.
Skylar Thompson. Trade for him. You
imagine if Justin Fields gets hurt and then Skylar Thompson picks him apart?
Oh, my goodness.
Then you get Seattle, New England. I don't think you're getting carved up in those games. Minnesota, it's weird. It's Ireland. It's a quarterback in his 4th ever NFL start. You're probably looking at Thursday, October 6th. Oh, yeah, a Thursday game in Cincinnati, Ohio. First time they give up 28 points.
6th or 16th?
16th. They play the Browns before that on a Sunday. Then you turn around, go to Cincinnati.
Probably it.
I think that Friday we might be skewering.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, one more with Doug when we come back. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates have a game today at 2:10 against the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates could get swept if they lose this upcoming game. You can listen to it over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Coverage begins at 1:15, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 25 days until Pittsburgh faces New York. And these are some of your favorite number 25s. Ryan Clark, Artie Burns, Ron Shaglin. The countdown to kickoff is presented by Duquesne Beer. Grab a Duke. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Additional slowdowns as you head past 2nd Avenue and up onto the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Outbound delays around the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 slow approaching the 31st Street Bridge and jammed approaching East Ohio Street. And you are slow in both directions approaching the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge from the North Shore Expressway and Route 65. Parkway West, your inbound delay starting at Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. We are in the heart of summer, Pittsburgh, and it is hot. If your air conditioning isn't keeping you as cool and comfortable as you'd like, don't sweat it. Call the honest professionals at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. The certified cooling experts at McVay are ready to restore cooling comfort fast. From quick repairs to full system replacement, McVay has the tools, the techs, and the trusted reputation to get your home cool again. Beat the heat. Call McVay today or visit callmcvay.com. McVay, your honest home service experts.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit, come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
All right, here we go. It's hot. It really is. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about Schultz Ford, and when it's hot, they got things going on. They got things going on all the time, but the summer sales event right now, it's spectacular. Listen to this. $399 and $499 lease specials, 0 money down, 0 payment for 90 days, and 0% interest. That's just fantastic. You know what else is? All the inventory. Over 1,500 new Fords on the lot right now. Check them out. Or you can go to SchultzFord.com and check them out. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Got that great store down in Wheeling, too. So get there. The selection, the service, the way you're dealt with, none of it will be beat. I can promise you that. Oh, and don't forget about that mobile service. That's spectacular. They'll come right to your house, do whatever's needed right there, and bring your car back. All the great locations, and as always, SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Malzy. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. One more segment with Doug Whaley. We had a texter right now who says, I'm going to put Doug back on hold for a second. Texter writes in and says, thought you guys would like this. Sammy Coates is doing our Fantasy League weekly recap all season. Man, this guy is funny. It's a cameo thing. $8 a week. Listen, Doran, I'm not going to speak for you, man. We can talk this out right here, right now. If anybody wants us to do it.
100%.
I mean, a little extra something on the side.
100%.
You want us to do your weekly recaps? You want us to pick your draft order? Whatever you want.
We're in.
We're in. You can just Venmo us, and you can write in the descriptor sports gambling. Doug, you ever get in the cameo game? You're a business guy.
No, I never got in a cameo game. But Crowley, if you go for $8, that's discounting your rate. I thought it was $80K for everything.
I've sold myself short.
Yes, you have.
Mm-hmm. I need to fire my agent like Cam Heyward.
Yeah, there you go. You and Cam are negotiating against yourselves in a bad way. Come on now.
Doug, we going to get you back in studio next week?
Next week I'll be back in studio.
Very cool.
Yep.
You were about to say something, though. I accidentally cut you off.
No, I think I'll be in studio probably until the end of September, so I'm around.
Nice. Very good. Nice. 30 days away from the backyard brawl, Doug.
Oh, I can't wait. And guess where I'll be for the backyard brawl? Vegas. I'm going to go out to the Alvarez-Crawford fight, so I'll be watching it in Vegas. So I'm excited about that.
From what I hear, game day is probably going to be in Morgantown for that, but that is a stacked Saturday of college football. I think there's going to be 3 ranked matchups going on, too, so perfect time to be out in Vegas with John Mateer. Thank you, Doug.
No doubt.
Talk to you next
All right,
week.
fellas.
Thanks, Doug.
See you soon. All right.
See you, buddy. What a man.
Yeah.
Doug Whaley.
Yeah.
Another great man. Pat Bostic going to join us tomorrow from 7 o'clock until 10.
2 great pit men.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
2 of the few. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. Fan weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 82, low at 73. It's going to be raining off and on all day. It's going to get bad before the brawl. And I have zero confidence either, so I'll probably just be lashing out in every direction.
Good luck.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Starkey up next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard letting you know that your next adventure starts with the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on the 25 Santa Fe. And don't forget, All new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 total due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Do you suffer from sore feet, back, knee, or hip pain? The Good Feet Arch Support System has helped many people find relief, like Tim.
I'm always telling my colleagues who have sore feet, this is the greatest thing. I'll even take my shoe off and show them. And I believe in the product so much. When you have something that works, you kind of want to share it with people. It worked for me. Maybe it can work for you.
Or do you wake up at night with heel pain like Crystal?
I would wake up in the middle of the night with all kinds of pain in my heels and in my arch. So I went to the Good Feet store. And ever since then, I've been pain-free. I wear them every day. I wear them when I walk, at the gym, when I work. They're great.
Get back to walking, working, and exercising. And imagine a life without pain. No shots, no surgery, no medication. You've got nothing to lose but your pain. Stop in the Good Feet store today for a free fitting and test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
It's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. When you pull into your driveway, do you cringe at the sight of your dingy old siding and windows? Replacing your siding and windows is now easier than you think with Weather Seal's Buy Now, Pay Later program. You don't pay a dime for 2 years. That's zero out of pocket until 2027 and get 35% off. Weather Seal's a local company I trusted with my home, and you can too. Call now, 877-351-SEAL, 877-351-SEAL, or weathersealhomeservices.com. Prior sales excluded. Offer ends August 24th.
Join Easy Storage Ross Township for their 6th annual Classic Car Cruise, Sunday, August 17th from noon to 3 p.m. at the Easy Storage Ross Township, located at 5000 Johanna Drive. $1,000 cash prize, basket raffles, and free food. All proceeds benefit the Berkeley Hills Fire Company.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Some outbound slowdowns from Green Tree toward Carnegie. Parkway East stacking inbound at Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays right before the Greenfield Bridge overpass. Route 28 just a little heavy approaching the East Ohio Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Will Howard, born in Pennsylvania, Will Howard starts his NFL career right here in Pittsburgh. After 4 years at Kansas State, Howard transferred to Ohio State ahead of last season. Howard led the Buckeyes to the school's first championship in a decade after multiple blowout wins in the playoffs. Howard was selected in the 6th round of this year's draft by the Steelers and will look to make a statement in the crowded quarterback room. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Difficult game for the Pirates last night against the Milwaukee Brewers, as they've now lost 14 in a row. 4 in a row, I should say, but lost last night 14-0 as Paul Skenes took the loss. He's now 7-9. 4 innings pitched for Skenes. That's it. 4 runs, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, 6 hits allowed. Skenes allowed a leadoff home run to Sal Frelick, his 9th of the year. A double to Wilson Contreras in the bottom half of the 3rd inning, scored a run. Bryce Terang took Skenes' yard in a solo shot in the bottom half of the 4th. And Frelick again struck off Skenes, singling to right field, scoring Joey Ortiz. And that really started to break it open for the Brewers in what was an avalanche of a game that Jared Triolo ended up pitching an inning in. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The gang is all back together. It's Pomp and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, deep left field. Yelich has gotten into this one. Oh, boy. That hits the facing behind the bullpen. 6-0 Brewers. Another rout is on. Milwaukee cannot be stopped. 2-2. Swinging a deep drive. That is a 430-foot home run. 12-0. A bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning.
This embarrassing night for the Pittsburgh Pirates finally ends. This was awful. Yep, one of those days where you just want to turn the page, go back to the hotel, go to sleep, show up tomorrow.
You sure about that, Matt Capps? You sure you want the Pirates to show up today? Having given up 14 runs in 2 of their past 3 games, sandwiched, Bob, by them only giving up 8. I mean, that was a good outing. In the meantime, there is nothing more galling than watching the Milwaukee Brewers of all teams do this while the Pirates shrink and implode and peter out before Steelers season even begins again. We'll get to that. Yes, we'll get to a 6-pack, but first I want to say hello to my friends. One is named Bob. The other is named Austin. Hi, Bob.
Hello, Joe. Hello, Austin.
Guys, good to be with you. Good morning. Better to be with you, Limits. Better to be with you.
I saw you banking shots in from big distances, 30 feet away.
That was from the NBA three-point line. I was trying to channel my inner Steph Curry at the Hall of Fame, Bob. It was really cool to see. Why aren't you wearing a baseball hat today? Because I wore one yesterday, and I didn't want to be repetitive.
He wore a jersey that says, Raise the Jolly Roger.
Well, we're all in a good mood anyway, but what's a good mood without enhancing it? Crack some, will ya? Let's do a show-opening 6-pack off the top presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Oh, my God, the Pirates. What is happening here? I just wrote for the Post-Gazette this morning, fire Ben Cherington today. You know, I'm not big on celebrating people losing their jobs, but when you've been this incompetent for this long, and it's right in your face in the form of the Milwaukee Brewers,
in a market smaller than Pittsburgh, Bob, with a team that has all the challenges of a low payrolled small market team, and all they do is win division titles, and now they're the best team in baseball. They lost a 30-home run guy from last season. They lost an electric closer from last season. The year before, they lost a really good starter and a good position player. All they do with a guy who should be the Pirates GM right now, that's Matt Arnold, who Bob Nutting passed over, and then he was promoted in Milwaukee. He chose Cherington. We're 6 years in, and they're on pace for 68 wins, getting embarrassed by the Brewers, and you look up and down that historically inept and humiliating lineup, and you see one Cherington failure after another. Jack Sawinski still on tryout at age 27, Bob?
Apparently
still
so.
auditioning, still walking in and doing, singing. What do you sing in an audition, Bob? What would be a typical song you'd sing if you walked into, let's say, a Hollywood audition?
Well, if I wanted to impress someone, it would be 24/7, 24-karat magic. I got magic and, whatever.
How does that go again?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You came out of the blue with that one.
I know. I did.
know.
He's still auditioning at age 27. There's him. There's Canario. Oh, there's Hank Davis hitting 177, a number 1 overall bust is what he is.
How about watching Miguel Andujar play for another team and have 7 home runs?
How about watching Quinn Priester and Quintana combined to go 21-6 this year? Up and down the lineup, failure here, failure there, failure everywhere. O'Neal Cruz regressing by the day.
By far.
Under this organization, in this organization. He stinks, Bob, and there's nobody at the door knocking position player-wise at AAA. In fact, Priester they sent him to Boston for Nick York, who's gotten worse since he got here. Now Priester's 11-2 for the Brewers of all teams. If you're Bob Nutting, how can you watch this and not take action? I'm being dead serious here. Ben Cherington should be fired by the end of this show or before. When's the first pitch today, Limits?
2:10.
Yeah,
yes,
2:10.
Before the end of this show. Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I said that at the time of the Shelton fire. If you're going to do it all the way through. And that did not happen. And now you wonder what's going to happen in this offseason. Greg Brown was on with the PM guys yesterday, and they pretty much he was optimistic they were going to spend like they've never spent before in this next coming off season. Which until I see it, I won't believe it. I hope Greg's right because they need to do that. Because as you said, Joe, they don't have anything in their system. It's one thing, to lose players like Milwaukee has done, but what they do very nicely is they replace them with younger guys who seem not to have a problem being on that stage.
And smart free agents.
But they haven't really spent all that money in free agency. Not this year, they didn't.
Right.
They've done it with just guys they've kind of brought up through their system, and they put in there, and all of a sudden it's working. And to the tune that they have the best record by far of anyone in baseball. And that's saying something considering they spend $115 million.
Is Nutting curious at all as to, like, the Quinn Priester thing? Huntington drafted Priester 18th overall. He failed here. Cherington got rid of him. And now has a guy who's gotten worse in Nick York since he came here. And Priester's 11-2 with a 3.7-something ERA. Is Bob Nutting even curious how such things happen? What are they doing? Like the Brewers are, again, with a similar payroll in a smaller market. Milwaukee's a smaller market than here. And they're better than the Pirates at drafting, at developing, at free agent signings, at scouting, at managing, at base running, at hitting, at pitching, and defense. Other than that, I think they're even.
Defense, especially, that is a really good team, fundamentally sound in all ways. So they don't knock the cover off the ball on a regular basis. They just know how to play fundamental baseball all the way through. And when you have a lot of guys that are up there and early in their careers, that's exactly what you want them to do. Don't make mistakes. Their pitching has been solid. They know how to acquire players. They do it all right. They are the model franchise for some. I would say for any team in Major League Baseball, but especially a team like the Pirates, who should be doing what they're doing, but they're not even close.
Especially
21-1, the combined score of the last 2 nights.
And we're watching Jared Triolo hitting 177
and pitch.
And
how about the guy who came in for Milwaukee last night? He made it look easy. 3 outs.
So embarrassing.
He's a position player who throws it up there. 20.
Aaron Seager, is that his name?
Seager, yeah, like 70 miles an hour.
No relation
40 miles
to
an
Bob. It was so embarrassing. I mean, but it's not really about a 14-0 loss. It's about the rampant and year in, year out, just total ineptitude juxtaposed with Milwaukee's magnificence in every area. They've won 11 games in a row for the second time this season. One of the few teams in baseball history to do that. And who are they doing it with? I mean, Jackson Troyer is not even in their lineup right now.
No. And he's one of those guys they brought in, immediately signed, and he has produced for them, and he's not in the lineup.
But Triolo, as I was going to say there, is being positioned now to be their starting shortstop next season.
That's
you
how
better
they're kind of
believe that
framing it.
until Griffin gets here.
Well, they better hope that guy they acquired in that one deal, he hit his 20th home run last night in AAA, is their guy at shortstop. They need pop.
Doubt it. I doubt it. It's gotten so bad that Liover Peguero is being hailed as a savior around here. He's because he had one good game.
And he was AWOL for a while. We hadn't heard his name in like a year and a half.
He's batting 200. All right, Limits. Now it is drowned our sorrow time. Thank you. That was perfect.
Much
timing.
needed.
Bob, your reaction, and Limits also your reaction as you're watching the game, and we're reminded of Rowdy Tellez when he pitched 3 times in 2 weeks last year, and how Shelty didn't think it was a big deal that the Pirates used their first baseman to pitch 3 times in a very short period of time. And we all remember the Noah constrictor being the only one to ask Shelty that question after the 3rd time Rowdy Tellez pitched. Do we have that, Limits?
I don't know what we're going to do with Bednar right now, Noah. Yeah, come on, Noah. It's 11-0. It's 11-0. Bednar, Holderman both threw yesterday. Santana's been our best reliever. Come on, you've watched enough baseball to know that. It's 11-0. Seriously. No, you don't have to ask. There's a better question than that. Seriously. I mean, it's 11-0.
He said
Bob,
that 5 times. It's 11-0.
Sometimes even the Noah constrictor gets put back in his box, doesn't he? By Shelty?
Yeah, but I mean, those are questions that they know should, they're going to
great
come.
question.
They're going to come at you. You have to answer them.
So were you laughing in that inning? Were you crying? Or were you somewhere in between when the matchup turned into Jared Triolo against Bob Seeger?
No, I was. It's more just like, come on, this clown show continues. We've seen them. They may lead the league in how many times they've used position players to pitch.
Yeah.
And I'm serious
they were
about
taking
that.
his pitches, which were close. They were taking them, which was great. That's just, to me, that's rubbing it in. That's great.
And
they deserve it.
Gave up a 2-run home run. Seager did not.
Seager came in. He gave up a lazy single to somebody, and then he retired them on 3 fly balls.
Yeah,
not
just
one hard hit ball.
Not one. They were just lollipops out there. Yep.
Can it get any worse than that? Limits, your thoughts as you were watching that 9th inning play out?
Just a microcosm of what we've seen throughout the entirety of the year. I mean, embarrassing.
How about the last 10 years?
Yeah, against a division rival, a team that has really owned you for the last 5 years, ever since you changed general managers. And it's just the complete misdirection of one franchise that moves off players and can adapt, and another that does the same thing where their players actually go and thrive, where Devin Williams is struggling with the Yankees right now. It's just a complete and utter disaster for them. And it was sad to watch. It really was.
Sad is a good word. Greg Brown, and this embarrassing night for the Pittsburgh Pirates finally ends. This was awful. And I realized the short answer, why have Cherington around? You owe him money. Well, they owed Huntington and Hurdle and Coonley money when he fired them. There's just no legitimate reason to keep Ben Cherington around. People think I'm joking. I think he's the worst general manager in the history of Pittsburgh sports. Pirates, Penguins, Steelers.
Yeah, you would be right up there. Looking back, I know a lot of people put Ron Hextall in that box, but I think some of the things he did were okay. I wouldn't put him nearly.
Hextall had a winning record.
Right. That's the other thing. But Cherington for 6 years, come on. I mean, it's supposed to be a 5-year plan, and now here we are in year 6, and it's the worst of the previous 5.
And let's live in a fantasy world for 10 seconds and pretend that Greg Brown is right, that they're going to spend more than they've ever spent in free agency. Are they going to spend it wisely with this guy?
I would like to know, number 1, how much, and number 2, on whom. Because you're right. That's, their thing is, look how much we've spent. Last year it was $30 million, but it was on 10 players or something, So you got to make big splashes. That's what I would be hoping for if I'm a Pirate fan.
Who knows what's going to go wrong today? Mitch Keller on the mound after 2 tough outings. Is he going to go into his usual late summer implosion? It would appear that way. Maybe he can right the ship today. All right. Next, Limits. Let's get off the Pirates, please, for a moment. All right. Let's move to Cam Heyward. Get it, Bob? Cam Heyward? Came up with that this morning talking to Doran Dickerson. Cam Pay Me is more like it. Every year, this guy wants more money. And there are two interesting quotes that go along with this, Bob. One is from Adam Schefter that I believe we have to the point of it doesn't sound like the Steelers, and this is pretty obvious, since Cam said that they approached the Steelers in February, it doesn't seem like the Steelers are that interested in acquiescing to Cam Heyward. Let's hear that.
This is interesting because it went all through camp where essentially he's having a hold-in that doesn't wind up getting reported because he's out on the practice field running around, and he wants to cash it now because he knows, frankly, that there aren't many years left in his career. And I think you add in this. Pittsburgh, this offseason, has gone out of its way to take care of any number of players from outside and inside the organization. DK Metcalf, Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, Darius Slay, and, of course, T.J. Watt. So all these players that have had nothing to do with Pittsburgh's prior success got paid. T.J. Watt got paid. And here's a player who feels like he's meant an awful lot to this team who hasn't gotten paid. And the two sides have not bridged any of their differences. And it doesn't seem like the Steelers want to pay him right now.
One line stands out to me there. All those guys had nothing to do with Pittsburgh's prior success. Would you care to elaborate on that, Adam? What I guess we're talking about the non-losing streak, because in Cam Heyward's career, they're 1-8 in the playoffs. 1-8. What success are we talking about? Getting blown out by Blake Bortles and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and even going back to Tim Tebow? What are you referring to? That's number one. But number two, Bob, it doesn't seem like the Steelers want to pay him right now. I had Brian Backo on yesterday. He had an interesting theory behind the sort of delay in all this when we all, I think, believe that he's going to get a sweetener here. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want it to seem like it's easy. That the Steelers don't want it to seem like it's easy. You just ask for more money and you get it. They want to make this seem like a very troublesome, arduous process where there's a little bit of acrimony. They want to still seem like we're the tough Steelers who don't give in. But, man, they sure gave in last year. If they asked Cam to take a pay cut, that somehow wound up in an extension.
Yeah,
so
I think they did him right last year because he was coming off a not good season. And with his age, certainly a question mark. They did. They went through this. They rolled around in the mud a little bit and came up with something that he accepted. And therein lies probably the problem, is that he accepted it, whereas maybe, his agent and his team should have come up with a creative way. If his ambition was to continue to play even after this season, then that should have been part of the negotiations, or at least make it incentive-based so that, whatever the case may be.
Well, you hit on something there, Bob, that Doug Whaley mentioned this morning. Doug, having made, a career at one point out of dealing with agents, he said just what you said, that the agent screwed up last year by not at least making it an incentive-based, like he said, and I'm paraphrasing Doug. He said when there were giggles, remember when Cam said the other day, it felt like people were giggling, and I said, you'll see when I'm an all-pro, I'll come back for more next year.
That should have been written in there then.
Should have been written in right then.
And they probably would have given it to him if they giggled, right? If they thought that was not going to happen, sure, we'll give you that incentive, go prove it, and we'll pay you the money then. But that was not included in there. I also think what Schefter was talking about is regular season success. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
And it can't be postseason at all because that disqualifies the comment.
No, and, even that, Bob, what kind of regular season success has there been over the last 4 years?
Well, I'm talking about personal for him. He's had seasons in which he's
personally for him, but he was mentioning all these players that haven't been part of the Steelers' prior, quote, success.
Right, I get that.
There's no doubt that Cam is a great player.
Cam cannot be looking at other players and their situations.
Well, everybody does that.
Okay, but you can't use it as a reason to get angry either. And people were bringing this up last night on our sports call show, and I think this is different. Chris Boswell's in an entirely different situation. This is normally when the Steelers do business with these guys, when they have a year out, and they will, at that point, talk contract with you. I think they are. I think they will with him. But it's a different situation than someone who doesn't have time left. And there's, he got a bonus. This is where they are. So he wants more money, but it's not because he needs a new contract. He just wants more money.
Are you of the opinion this is simply going to work out and they'll borrow from next year for this year? And that
they also have $25 million available in their cap. And, at the end of the year, if you don't spend what's there, you don't get credit for it. So at some point, it's going to be put into play. And you could put a little bit of that into play in this situation to just end it. So I think that's what will happen. Do you?
Yeah, I do in the end. I think the Steelers are trying to put on, a tough guy front here, just like they didn't really try to do that last year because we didn't know at the time that they asked him to take a pay cut. What if they had just insisted on a pay cut last year? How do you think that story would have ended? With a trade?
No, I think he would have eventually accepted it. Again, because the facts are he was coming off a season that was not his best. He was injured. And I think at that point you don't have much leverage, do you?
Right.
So you probably, if you want to continue to play, you do what he did and said, I'll prove you wrong. I'm going to have an all-pro season, but get that in writing. That's all.
Yeah, and he also wanted the security that sort of came with this roster bonus this year of $13 million. You know what I mean? Like he was going to have to either get hurt again or just disintegrate to not achieve that $13 million bonus this spring.
Right.
So last year, he avoided the pay cut and got, his money then, and he got a little bit of security in knowing he was probably going to get that bonus this year. You know what I mean? Because who knew, whether it was Cam or anybody else, what kind of season he was going to have last year?
No, nobody knew, and that's why they offered a pay cut, and I think they did that mostly because it's Cam Heyward. They wanted to keep him around, but they ended to, hey, we got to move on with different business here. You're getting older, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, and he went out and had a heck of a season, a regular season anyway, and therefore he's in the position he's in right now. But, again, if you believe that and they believe that, then they should have put it into writing. It's as simple as that, I think.
Next. Do you think this lingers, Bob? For Cam Heyward, do you think?
I don't think it goes into the regular season.
Well,
that's
no,
what you're indicating.
I'm sorry. I mean more with the fan base, a lingering resentment toward him, and it does anything to his legacy.
I don't think so. His legacy is too good, and if people choose to look at it that way, then I think they're being short-sighted. Cam has done nothing but great things in this town for a lot of different people. His play has been outstanding overall. No, I don't think it affects any legacy.
No, I don't either.
Even Franco, if you look back to that temporarily, that was happening. Franco was still beloved, and he always was. And you get over that a little bit. People were angered at the time. How could you do that? And people will cite, well, you went to Seattle.
Right, but Franco's legacy was largely secured because of what happened in playoff games.
I get
He's
that.
the greatest playoff running back of all time.
And that's the other thing that has to happen. If you don't have playoff success, then you can argue, name a name of someone who came up big in a Super Bowl in the past for the Steelers who's not a big name. Name somebody who, like Lamar Woodley, had 6 sacks, right? I mean, you could remember that more so than anything else. You can remember Santonio Holmes catching a touchdown pass. He didn't have a big career here, but he made plays in big games. So those are the kinds of things that secure legacies. Cam's legacy, though, is all-encompassing, and I don't think it will be tarnished at all. It shouldn't be. Should it be? No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think it will be. Honestly, in the end, I think, however, that him and TJ, when people look back on their careers, if they don't ever get anything done in the playoffs, they will have failed to live up to their Steelers ancestors. It'll just be, they had some great moments, those defenses, but man, they didn't
make a difference.
They weren't the Polamalu defenses, and they sure as hell weren't the Steel Curtain or anywhere close. Right?
And that's what they're battling right now. They still have opportunities to change that, and they have to do it this year.
I realize not a lot of defenses are close to the Steel Curtain, but the 2000s Steelers got real close.
Mm-hmm.
Got to 3 Super Bowls and won 2. This group they don't really have a postseason legacy. And if you're a Steelers defense and you have 0 postseason legacy, that's going to live on, unfortunately.
No question about it. It becomes even more so than your regular season, because people remember that. Those games are the most important games you have.
Next. What should the Steelers do, Bob? Should the Steelers simply end this today and give Cam his sweetener, and that's it?
Again, I think that's how it's going to end.
Should they do that? Should that be the end? Should they just get it over with instead of continuing the charade if it's a charade, or is what Schefter says true and they're really reluctant to pay this guy and he's intimating that they might not and it could get uglier? Let me rephrase the question or add on to it. What should the Steelers do, and is Cam going to miss? Is he going to sit regular season games?
No, I don't think he'd go that far, and I think they know that. If he does do that, then that's the kind of stuff they want to try to avoid. So if push comes to shove, and it may go all the way down, I don't think it will. I think it'll solve itself here relatively soon. But if it doesn't, they have a decision to make too, because you're going to have a disgruntled guy, and if he doesn't play, it's a big, this is a season they put a lot of eggs into this year's basket. They've gone out and spent a ton of money. He's a big part of what they do. He's the most consistent part, despite the postseason, of their defensive line. They have a lot of young guys. How about if they don't handle it well? So there'd be, undermining their own season to a degree. So that's why I don't think it's going to get to that.
I don't think so either. I don't, but I'm very tempted here to say they should call his bluff, and if he sits, trade him. But you're right. They've already sort of made their bed for this season, and that would just be that would be a classic case of what do you call it? Spite your nose, something about your nose and your face. Yeah. Do you know that one,
No,
Bob?
I forget it.
I forget it too, Limits. What is it?
It's cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Yes. That would be a classic case of cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Right. And they want to avoid that.
It wouldn't make any sense, but man, am I tempted to say that they should draw a hard line.
How about if Boswell doesn't get a contract? He has 1 year out.
Do you think he'll sit games?
I don't know. Sure, would he?
They're going to bring back Matthew Wright,
they got Ben Sauls.
The astronomer. What is he? A nuclear physicist? I forget what he is.
But my question to that, this is the time they normally do that. He's going through his own hold in. See, I think that's a whole different situation. It's not that much money comparatively. So
yeah.
I think that'll get done.
I think
they know how important he is to them. They can't be having a season like this and then play games with a kicker.
Next. All right, Bob. Aaron Rodgers hates these new helmets, says they look like a spaceship and just doesn't like the feel of them. How concerned are you about this? Is this going to affect his play?
No. He can be uncomfortable all he wants. It won't affect his play.
I agree. Next. Training camp has ended, Bob. Other than what popped up late here, the Heyward Boswell situations, what's been the story of this camp, the theme of this camp? How do you come out of this camp feeling about the Steelers?
Well, I think the biggest thing is they have a bunch of guys, at least on defense, who look like they fly around and do different things and give them more opportunity to change a trend that I've not been happy with if I'm an observer of theirs, and that is not getting to the quarterback a lot. They had, I think, 40 sacks last year, which for them was, one of the worst totals they've had. They went through, I don't know how many years, 4 or 5 years, where they led the NFL in sacks. And that means you're being aggressive at times. And I think with this new defensive makeup, they can do different things in the blitzes. I would expect their blitz numbers to double. They didn't really blitz all that much last year. They relied on guys sitting back a little bit. So I think those guys, specifically Jalen Ramsey, if he's, what you see up there is what you can translate into the regular season. I think he's going to have a big impact on their defense.
What do you make of Tomlin basically lighting a fire to all these quotes? And when I say lighting a fire, I mean increasing the volume of these things. Greatest defense of all time. We're this, we're that. We can cover anybody. And yesterday, he was given an opportunity to sort of tamper that and instead says, we're capable of big, big things. And when I say big things, I mean historic things on defense. Is this the right time for that, Bob? Do you like that or no?
To me, it's too much because when you say all this, you can believe it. And you can say, we were happy with – you can do a lot of different things. And Mike knows how to play this game.
Does he? Because every time he goes off like this, they seem to go the other way.
Which is normally he doesn't in a lot of this situation, at least on different aspects of their team. On this one, sure, he feels bullish about the athletes they have. And, on paper they should. Whether or not
they should what?
They should feel pretty good about the names that they have. Now, those names might be more effective 4 years ago.
You feel good about Juan Thornhill? You feel good
I don't
about
know
Joey Porter Jr.?
Well, I do. I think Joey Porter Jr. has a lot of potential. And
he's not even going to be the guy covering the other team's best receiver, apparently.
Maybe not. They may switch off. But the 18 penalties and grabbing and holding has got to change. If it's not for that, I still think in year 3 you're going to see a much improved Joey Porter. I do.
Okay.
But I still wouldn't put that out there because words don't go away, and people know how this works. When you start saying those kinds of things, and the minute they give up 4 touchdown passes to Drake May,
right,
all of a sudden those words come back.
I think of the times that Tomlin has gone off like this. I think of the famous Unleash Hell year of 2009. Remember that?
I remember that quote. Again, it doesn't go away.
We're going to unleash hell here in December. I think of the year he guaranteed a rematch against the Patriots in the AFC title game when he sat down with Tony Dungy before a regular season game. Remember that one, Bob?
I remember that too.
Well, they couldn't get by Blake Bortles, could they? And then in 2022, Tomlin talked about how he expected his defense to be, quote, great and dominant, and they didn't even make the playoffs. You remember that year.
Right, all of those things. He seems to really double down on his defense more so than offense. He doesn't go that far on offensive matters. But he's the guy in charge of the defense largely, too. So, you may have these feelings, and it's great to have those feelings if that's how you think. I don't think it does very well to come out and just put it on a pedestal like that because people are going to remember it if it doesn't work. And all it takes is one bad effort for that to come back to haunt you.
On the rare occasions that he talks this big, bad things happen. That's all I know. And if it happens again, he'll at least be 0 for 4. Historic things, he said, from this defense. Historic. What does that mean?
Historic. That means numbers you haven't seen before. Even, there have been some good numbers in the past here. To be historic, you'd have to go out and really dominate. Be number 1 ranked defense, number 1 in a lot of different categories.
I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like that he said it. That doesn't mean I have to agree with it or think it's best for the Steelers or think it's true. I mean, I think it's crazy talk.
But it is generally inside their room. He should feel that way. They should feel that way.
Sure.
Everyone should feel that way if you're trying to do this. You can't, but again, putting it out there in this day and age, it lives a life that will never end.
Any day and age. I mean, 2009. You think people still don't talk about unleashing hell in December?
No, they do, but even more, I'm saying this day and age with all this social media stuff and things that come back, videos, everything, it's more pronounced than it's ever been.
All right. Speaking of that defense, up next, as we finish the 6-pack, Jalen Ramsey sat down for a very interesting interview and revealed who Mike Tomlin told the defensive backs would be the guy when it comes to covering the likes of Jamar Chase. Would it be PZ Jr. or would it be him or Darius Slay? What did Tomlin tell his own defensive backs? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Starkey's Card of the Week coming up next as well. We have the big boy warming up in the bullpen.
Uh-oh.
Dan Zangrilli is warming up in the bullpen. Both of those guys should outdo Jared Triolo on the mound, shouldn't they, Bob? Can you believe the stuff he was throwing, those blooper balls?
Yeah, well, how many times has he actually been on the mound? I've seen other guys. I think Tellez is probably leading in the clubhouse in terms of appearances, right?
I'm not sure Triolo's not a better pitcher than he is hitter.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
Bob, you have a message for the Pompulus.
And it is about football season, Joe. We're in it almost. And since we're in it, it also reminds you that it's also home improvement season. It's also here simultaneously. So if you want to change the way your house looks, I got a great message for you. And guess who is Pittsburgh's most trusted home remodeler? It's West Shore Home. They've completed thousands of jobs in the last 10 years. They make the process very quick. They make it interactive. They provide you with a quote that's good for 1 full year. So whether you need windows, doors, flooring, or a new bathroom this fall, or you're just in the planning stages, you want to do it a year later, West Shore Home can help you. This month, the more you buy, the more you save. For example, if you need windows in the whole house, you can qualify for a new front entry door. Log into westshorehome.com/fan to schedule online and save an additional $500. Another example, if you need a new bathroom remodel, for example, you get a second shower in your home done for free. So what are you waiting for? Get out, call them, Get on the website, westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule online today and save $500. See the website for details. Make it West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Training camp at St. Vincent College is over for the Steelers. There will be a joint practice for the Steelers tomorrow against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as they prepare for the second preseason game of the year at Acrisure Stadium, 7 o'clock on Saturday with Bob on the call. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Aaron Rodgers. Ever hear of him? The 4-time MVP quarterback who will spend his final NFL season here at Pittsburgh after joining the Steelers this offseason, coming off 2 down years in New York. The future Hall of Famer spent his prior 18 years in Green Bay, showcasing his all-time skill and talent. The last time Rodgers won a Super Bowl was 14 years ago over the very same Steelers he now joins. He will look to add one final Lombardi trophy to his resume, this time with a black and gold. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Easy Mini Storage Car Cruise.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Pour one out for Rondale Moore, the Vikings wide receiver who's going to miss another season because of injury. He was drafted by Arizona in 2021, but he's had a problem with injuries, including missing all of last year with a dislocated knee as he tried to make Atlanta's roster. Not great news for the Vikings either, who could use a guy like Moore, especially during the first few weeks of the year when Jordan Addison is serving his suspension. Who will step up for J.J. McCarthy? That will be a focus for the rest of their preseason. I'm Bart Winkler.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of select Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil in-store or online.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Red 42, hut, hikes. We're kicking off the big drive sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details in 8/31/2025.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now get 50% off all window styles, plus you could pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Lincoln Park. From Zero World Tour 2025. Live in Pittsburgh. PPG Paints Arena, August 19th, with special guest Gene Dawson. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit LincolnPark.com.
Want to save big for back to school? Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods is serving the looks you need for less. Score up to 70% off shoes, tees, pants, sweatshirts, and backpacks from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Save big on styles for the school year. Your style, your price.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Limits, let's continue our six-pack with Bob now that we're reunited. It's been very exciting so far. Thank you. Bob, I did a Twitter poll yesterday. I said to people, I asked them on X, Would you be okay with trading Cam Heyward? It was a quickie poll, about 40 minutes. I got about 300 votes. So I think it's somewhat scientific. What % of people said, yes, I'm okay with trading Cam Heyward? Wrong.
I was going to say 40%.
Nope. Limits?
More?
10? 10 would be okay with trading Cam Heyward? Holy horse
First
milk.
of all,
I think it's growing.
Nah.
How many said they'd be okay with trading Cam Heyward? Limits? Wrong.
I'll say 10.
Bob?
I said 40, but that's obviously
53.4%.
Well, that's just an emotional take, I think.
Isn't that all fan takes, though?
Yeah, but
People are emotional. I'm emotional about the Indiana Fever. I'm ticked off about last night. I threw those things, limits, the little wrist weights that you use to improve your wrist. I do that when I'm watching TV
Your
sometimes.
secret to the golf game, right? Just
and
get those wrists.
I threw it at the end of the game, Bob. They lost at home to the Dallas Wings. How the hell does that happen? You can't lose that game.
And Caitlin Clark is playing.
No, she's not.
Oh,
she's out.
There you go.
No, it still made me angry. Point being, fans get emotional.
No, they do, and I think that's an emotional take. I think they realize how important he is. When the season starts, if he has a year like he had last year, people will be fine. They'll move on. You won't even talk about this. If he doesn't, then that's when that resurfaces.
What do you think is the source of their anger? It's obviously not Cam the person. He's a wonderful person. What has set them off? Is there a bigger story?
Yes. I think the bigger story is lack of success in the postseason. I think it transmits into everything.
I agree.
When you don't win big games, people don't look at you as a big game performer. And thus, okay, you want more money, but what is the situation going on in the postseason? Why hasn't there been success? You can do this with everybody on that team.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks, coaches,
but
all of them.
I think to add to that, it's having the highest paid defense. The words money and Steeler defense set people off. In politics.
Again, if you got results, they wouldn't. They'd be more than happy to pay.
But you haven't.
No,
so
that's the problem, right?
In politics, all sides are looking for catchwords that will set people off, correct?
Yes.
Here, it's money and Steeler. It's simply money when we're talking about the Steeler defense. They don't want to hear about people asking for more money on a defense that already has the fourth highest paid cornerback, the highest paid edge rusher. Cam's last big deal was 2020. They made him the highest paid defensive player ever, over 30, I believe, in annual salary. Alex Highsmith has a big deal. I mentioned Jalen Ramsey. All these guys.
Patrick Queen got one here.
Yeah, they don't want to hear it anymore. And then you combine that, it sounds like Cam is constantly complaining, and that never goes over well, and playing with their heartstrings, which I mentioned yesterday. The threat last year implied that Cleveland would even be in play. I'll sit games this year. It's basically people viewing it not unrealistically as a poor me, pay me from Cam Heyward. That's what they're looking at here. And the other thing that doesn't sit well is he got his bag for this year. May not be a big bag, but he already got paid for this year. That roster bonus was 90% of his pay for this year, and then he didn't show up for work. That doesn't sit well with people. Forget about not showing up for work. Getting all your money for the year and then not showing up for work, that really doesn't sit well. So there's a lot at play here.
And it was the same thing with TJ Watt. I'm sure if you did a Twitter poll back then when things were going on, there would be people, I don't know what the percentage would have been, who say trade him also.
I did. And the question was phrased this way. Would you rather have the Steelers move on from TJ Watt and trade him, or give him the Myles Garrett money? And it was decidedly in favor of move on.
Right. So that's also working at play against him and the lack of postseason success. So that's all part of this. It's part of the rhetoric that you see. Terry McLaurin, I saw still standing on the sidelines there. Trey Hendrickson, he's been engaged in all sorts of bad stuff with both sides shooting back, and yet he's showing up over there. He hasn't done anything. He's expecting. It's all part of the process when these guys, what they go through. So for me, while I understand why people would be upset with it, because it is a precedent that they don't want to get on, and maybe the Steelers are trying to send their own message back to people that we're not just going to be a pushover for money here. We're going to make this hard on you.
Right. That's what they're trying, but I don't think it's working, Bob, because the Steelers, in some ways, I think inarguably have become a pushover organization in terms of raise a little fuss about wanting to be traded. Sure, we'll trade you. Raise a little fuss about wanting more money. Sure, we'll give you more money. We asked you to take a pay cut last year and backed off from that. What happened to that? I thought that was a very legitimate stance to take with Cam. A pay cut? We approach you with a pay cut, and we wind up giving you an extension? How does a pay cut turn into that?
Well, I mean, it still is viewed by many as a pay cut based on previous salaries that he's had. So it's gone backwards. But, I mean, that's what happens when you get older in sports. You're not going to get the same money you once did. But I also think that they did him well in that they respected what happened over the course of his career on the field, off the field.
Sure. They've treated him like a king.
They've treated him very well. So that's why I think that's also part of this whole
yes, it is.
Backdrop.
Yes, it is. And backdrop is a good word, Bob. And you thought of it on the spur of the moment. Backdrop is a great word there.
Is it? I don't know.
Yes.
I was thinking of another word, and that one came to mind.
No, the whole, yes.
But it is. It's what goes on and why people have the emotions they have. But again,
but I think some of this is logic, too. I don't think this is just crazy emotion here. I think some of the fan take here is quite logical. And Doug Whaley spoke to it. I mean, Cam is trying to have it both ways in a lot of ways.
And that's where he messed up. Last year, he and his agent should have had something in writing for this year.
Or an incentive-based salary last year.
Exactly.
You want to laugh at me?
Especially if that giggle thing, what he said.
Yeah, you want to giggle? Giggles all around? Let's put it down.
On paper.
Put
if
it
I
on
have
paper.
That year, I get this.
That's what Whaley said, and I agree with him.
Yeah, and you know, if they did giggle, then they're telling you they don't believe you, so put it down. And they would be probably willing to put it down.
My bad, you know? And then Cam said the other day he can't cry over spilt milk. He's weeping over spilt milk. And he wants somebody to pick it up for him and put it back in the bottle with another bottle on top of that. Well, he is crying over spilt milk. You screwed up. You and your agent screwed up last year. And now you want the Steelers to make it good.
Yeah, that's pretty much it in a bottle. That's it.
Some would say more like a baby bottle, Bob, is what you got to give him.
Listen, I respect that man too much and what he's done to go down that road. I do think the whole thing comes back to handling it wrong on their side of it.
Yeah.
So, again, I just think at some point this will end and they'll move on. They can't afford, based on what they've done, not to have him.
Is he going to play well this year?
I think he will. I mean, if he stays healthy, he played all 17 games last year.
And aren't you paying him for what you think he'll do this year, not for what he did last year?
Yes. That's how it should be.
So what do we is there still a decent
it's
chance
whatever your belief is. If you think he can, then you do it. If not, then you don't.
What if you're torn in between, which I think is a legit stance on a 36-year-old player who faded at the end of last season? I think it's legit 50-50 whether he's going to be really good or not.
I mean, obviously. I mean, if you're injured and you're older, things happen. You can say the same about Aaron Rodgers. You can say the same about a lot of other guys on their team that are over 30. Injuries could play a big part in what happens with this football team moving forward. They could have all the name recognition they have, but if they get injured or underperform, they're not going to get what they want. But I think in his case, if I were betting, I bet he have a good season. You don't think so?
Including a finishing kick?
Well, that's the whole trick to it. They have to have that. Not only him, T.J. Watt, Mike Tomlin, all of them.
Oh, I think they're going to get off to a great start defensively because of their schedule. They've got a bunch of questionable quarterbacks for the first month and a half, and I think they'll be sitting there at 4-1 going into the bye. And
you're not a believer in Drake May?
We'll all be talking, not necessarily yet. I like him, but I think it's advantageous for them to be going up against him and Justin Fields and J.J. McCarthy and all those guys. I think Cleveland is somewhere in there. They're going to be 4-1 or so. Everyone's going to be talking told you so, like Tomlin said about the receivers last year. Remember that little act? I forget which game it was, but after a game, he was like, yeah, you guys keep talking about the receivers, intimating I was right about these guys, and then the rest of the season happened, Bob.
Right, there's always the rest of the season.
It's what we've been kind of discovering or rediscovering throughout every component of this process.
Is there more to that, Limits?
No, I thought you just wanted the short version.
No, I want the long one, where he gave credit to the receivers. I was pointing at you like you had done something good, and then it ended. We're communicating like the Steelers' defense last year, Bob. I'm putting up a signal, and Limits is running the other way.
No, but there was I had the same apprehension about what kind of. I'll tell you what, Austin, he has a lot of stuff going on back there. I give him a lot of credit.
He's unbelievable.
It's what we've been kind of discovering or rediscovering throughout every component of this process. You guys were asking us about our lack of quote unquote a number 2 in team development, and the guys made plays. Whoever we throw the ball to makes plays. The strength of the pack is the pack. We got a bunch of guys that want to be the reasons why we're successful. And when given an opportunity, I think they continually prove that, whether it's Scotty or Mike or Calvin or whoever, Van. We believe in our group. I know I've said that to you guys repeatedly. Maybe you'll start believing me.
Maybe not. Maybe not, Mike. Van? Really?
Yeah, Van's not a good example. But at the time, you get where he's coming from when you make that statement that they believe in their guys. And the problem was their belief was misguided.
The problem was he spoke too soon, and they're all speaking very highly of their own defense way too soon this year, although they will get off to a good start this year.
How about if they don't?
Convinced of that. Well, then we're looking at an implosion, aren't we?
Well, yeah. I mean, these are the games, again, look at the back end of their season. I think like last year, it is really difficult to do. They're going to face all these teams in succession, and they better build up some early season insurance that they can withstand a little bit of that, even if it goes sour. So, yeah, I think it's important for them to get off to a 5-1 start, actually.
Are they better defensively, Bob, than the 85 Bears, in your opinion?
No.
Okay.
Who said that?
They're saying they're as good as them. They're saying
they use that example?
If you're saying we're one of the best defenses ever, then you're comparing yourself to the 85
I thought
Bears.
someone specifically said that. No,
not yet. That's next week. Oh, boy. This is incredible, Bob. All right. Jalen Ramsey, I meant to get to him. He had some big quotes about who's going to cover the other team's best receiver, about how much he loves this camp. Let's listen to Jalen Ramsey next, and he's apparently had a really good camp. He can still play. I'm convinced of that. I think he's one guy. I think he's going to get off to a great start as well. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Sunny with a high of – it's not sunny with a high of Jason Gilden today, Limits.
Cloudy.
You forgot to change
thunderstorms.
The weather. Cloudy today with a high of what? Willie Parker? Are we getting that bad?
No, we're not there yet.
82 today.
A high of Antoine Randall L.
John Stallworth.
And John Stallworth.
And Rainey. Rain expected to stop around 1 o'clock.
Chris Rainey is involved in this?
A little bit, yes.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. It's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday, right around noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Jeff Patton on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. General Patton, we like to call him, Bob. Do you have a guess for the card of the week? I'm going to go Jared Triolo for his big-time pitching performance last night.
Just to make fun of it, yeah. There's not much good pirate-wise over there. I got to think about that for a second. Card of the week. So you'll take Triolo. What are you going to take, Austin?
How about Skylar Thompson for his preseason performance?
I'm going to say
going up.
There is no card for this guy, but there may be. Max Hurlman.
The Hurley boy wonder.
Hurley boy with a backflip.
Let's go. What do you got, General, and how are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. I appreciate you having me today. Dog days of summer, not much going on in Pirate ways. We'll throw in a Jared Triolo rookie autograph in honor of the great guest. But we're going big today. This is one of the best cards we've had. I didn't expect you to guess this, but today's the 30th anniversary of Mickey Mantle's death. Mm-hmm. We're going to go with a 1959 Baseball Thrills Mickey Mantle card. It's probably the best card we've given away in a year or so.
Wow.
It's an original 1959, and it has a depiction of Mantle hitting his 42nd home run in winning the Triple Crown.
Wow.
So it's a really good card. We'll throw in a Triolo. In fact, for Austin, we'll throw in a Skylar Thompson also, but the Mantle's going to steal the show today.
General, is the Triolo card worth $1.77 to match his batting average?
This is more expensive than that. Yeah, I'm going to give you one that has an autograph on it.
Okay.
He did win a Gold Glove.
Okay.
He did win a Gold Glove. Yes, he did.
Okay. Thank you, General. The Mickey Mantle one is great. That was Ron's guy, Mickey Mantle. Thank you, General.
Yeah, you guys have a good week.
All right, we'll see you, Jeff.
What a nice man, huh, Bob?
He has more cards. I was blown away at that place when I first saw it. Really was. Didn't expect all of that.
He stood up for Jared Triolo there with the Gold Glove defensively. I mean, there may be other Gold Glovers in the minor leagues who could hit 177 for you. Bob, you can't play in the major leagues if you're hitting 170.
Well, and that may be one of the better averages of the last month. I mean, Henry Davis has really gone the other way again. O'Neal Cruz, you look at his 3-year average. We did this as just a thing the other day because we wanted to check out how many at-bats, and it's like 1,413 at-bats that he's had in his career, and his average is 204.
Yeah, it's and it's getting worse.
I mean, that should be 204.
Yet
if you don't hit 50 home runs, 204 is not good.
I think this defensive line is a question mark no matter what, by the way, Bob, just to finish
Just
off
because
the hour.
it's young and unproven.
Well, old and young. You have Heyward at 36. You have a rookie on the other side. And Keanu Benton, last I checked, completely flatlined last year. And then where's your depth coming from? There's another rookie who's looked okay. Where else?
Milk. I mean, they're guys who've been around for a while. They're not,
You convinced those guys are going to line up against Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson and get the job done up front?
Which is why Cam Heyward will get something done. They will, because they need him. They know that.
All right. Coming up, Jalen Ramsey had some very interesting things to say, including a little story about Mike Tomlin walking up to him and Joey Porter and telling them which one was going to cover Jamar Chase when they play the Bengals. This is good stuff, Bob. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates, they will try to bounce back after yesterday's disaster of 14-0 against the Milwaukee Brewers when Paul Skenes took the loss, pitching only 4 innings. Skenes is now 4-9 on the season. Mitch Keller will try to end the 4-game losing streak as Brandon Woodruff will start for Milwaukee. It's a 2:10 first pitch. You can catch the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 1 o'clock. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
It may be goodbye summer, but it's hello deals here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And this bow tie does not lie. New Ram 1500s, take up to $15,000 off MSRP. New Jeep Gladiators, now up to $7,500 off MSRP. All up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. Last chance to make this the summer event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
With more than 15,000 cardiac procedures performed in the last 5 years, UPMC is a leader in the field of cardiac care.
We've been first to use advanced technologies for heart valve disease, for aortic disease, for coronary disease. The work that the heart team here at UPMC does is truly life-changing. We want to be the pioneers and continue to innovate in the world of heart disease.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Your next adventure starts with the all-new redesigned Hyundai Palisade from Bowser Hyundai. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Ready to own your year? Score this season's hottest brands at Dick's House of Sport. Shop the latest from FP Movement, Jordan, On, Nike, and more. And check out over 2,000 footwear styles to nail your first day fit. Plus, visit Dick's House of Sport to test your skills in the multi-sport cage. Choose from over 300-plus styles at House of Cleats. Or get your gear fine-tuned with steaming, customization, re-gripping, restringing, and more. Own the moment this year at Dick's House of Sport.
It's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. When you pull into your driveway, do you cringe at the sight of your dingy old siding and windows? Replacing your siding and windows is now easier than you think with Weather Seal's Buy Now, Pay Later program. You don't pay a dime for 2 years. That's zero out of pocket until 2027 and get 35% off. Weather Seal's a local company I trusted with my home, and you can too. Call now, 877-351-SEAL, 877-351-SEAL, or WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Prior sales excluded. Offer ends August 24th.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Book us to RedAndAJunkTruck.com.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Paul Skenes, he's now 7-9 after yesterday's loss to the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates losing it 14-0 in a game that Jared Triolo pitched in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Skenes allowed 4 earned runs in 4 innings, 6 hits, 4 strikeouts, and just 2 walks allowed, but allowed a solo home run to Sal Frelick that really set the tone in the game. Pirates and Brewers are due it again. 2:10 first pitch. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Our coverage begins at 1 o'clock with Mitch Keller on the mound. Steelers are done with training camp at St. Vincent College tomorrow. Joint practice against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Preseason game at Acrisure Stadium, 7 o'clock on Saturday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Bob, if you ask people who've been there every single day, they'll tell you that Jalen Ramsey. Look at this. Everybody's bobbing their heads to this. What is this, Limits?
This is Red Barn by Gary Pratt.
I like Red Barn. If you get red paint, paint your barn red.
That's right, Mike.
The standard is the standard, Bob. We want to be wine drinkers, not grape squashers, don't we, on this show?
I love to be a wine drinker. You don't want to be a grape squasher. No.
Mm-mm. Never.
Do you like wine?
My wife does.
Do you like wine?
Used to. Not really. No, even when I drank a lot, it was beer.
Okay, but you haven't given wine a shot is what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, Boone's Farm Wine in Mammal's trailer.
Mad Dog 2020, I'm not talking about that.
Did I ever tell you about Mammal, Bob?
Mammal.
Yeah, he was my friend. My friend Don Braun, nicknamed Mammal. And he lived one house over, but it was through like a mini forest kind of, and then you get over to his yard. And his dad, his job was to deliver amusement park equipment. So their backyard was littered with things you would find in an amusement park. We'd go over there, one of those bubbles you bounce in.
Mm-hmm.
We'd fire that thing up and bounce in it as kids, Bob. Then we got older, and we started drinking and doing other things in Mammal's trailer. Mammal's trailer was like a little concession stand, a little tin concession stand you'd find at an amusement park. Well, we would get in there, a bunch of people, shut the door, and drink Boone's Farm wine in there. Apple flavored, I might add, Bob.
I've had apple flavored Boone's Farm. I liked it, actually.
Yeah. I loved it.
Yeah,
so things that happened in Mammal's trailer, they go down in history, Bob.
Back then, it felt a little illegal to do it, didn't it? You probably were underage. Were you underage?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course. Yeah. Is there a statute of limitations on that, or will I be arrested right now for drinking Boone's Farm wine?
You're fine.
Was there a Mammal in your life, Bob? A best friend, maybe, or a good friend who maybe led you astray for a little while?
Yes, but I'm not going to reveal names here because I don't want to put them in. But yes,
they're still here?
and they know who they are. So
Yeah.
if you're listening to this, you know who you are. And I survived that, surprisingly. You need
Limits?
more details on that, but I'm not going to give them to you.
Is there a mammal in your life?
A mammal in my life? Care to further elaborate on that, Joe?
I just said to Bob, somebody, a friend, a good friend who might have led you astray for a little while.
I've whittled all those people out of my life, thankfully.
Yeah.
So currently, no, I have none of those people.
That's good to hear.
Yes.
Very wholesome man, Limits is, isn't he, Bob?
He is.
Very nice man.
You look at him, you see wholesome. That's what I see right now.
I try to get the best out of life, Bob. Very important.
Bob.
Learned lessons early in his life. Look at that. That's
When did you first meet Ron? Do you remember the first meeting?
No, but I know when it was, actually when I was still in high school. Because he was working at the Beaver County Times, I think, at the time.
Wow. He didn't interview you, did he?
No. That's just where I think I went up to him and introduced myself. Something like that. But it was way back when.
Did he have a beard already?
I don't think he ever has been without the beard.
Oh, yes, he has. We saw his senior class picture.
Oh, I didn't see that one. No, I remember him only with the beard.
I think he went to Blackhawk, did he
Blackhawk,
not?
yeah.
Yeah. He was a wide receiver of some repute there and a pretty good baseball player, Ron.
I heard about the baseball skills, not so much the football.
Great for talk radio, my man.
I miss him. Don't you, Bob?
We were just talking about how he used to go on the road with the Steelers, and then on Monday he would call in from some hotel
in his
room
underwear. Yeah, and do the show in his underwear.
Knock, knock, knock. Housekeeping. He'd have to run and say, "Excuse me."
Oh, he's a legend, and he's very happy. I did hear from him a few days ago, as a matter of fact.
Good for him.
And he couldn't be happier.
Well, he made that very, that's how to plan a retirement, the way he did it, I think.
Yeah.
He was
years
a
in advance.
year in advance. He figured it all out. Many years?
Oh, he always wanted to live in Florida, and he saved up all that money, Bob.
And he has a lot of money to save.
He did, especially when he never treated when you went out with him, right?
Right.
Right. Limits. His favorite things in the world, Bob, are drinking beer, walking, and reading. And that's basically what he does.
That's his life, yeah.
And
Good
I
for
think
him. He knows his own level of happiness. Everyone should have determine their own level of happiness. What does it take to make you happy?
Right.
Come one, come all for the wheel of ball.
I miss the wheel of ball.
Maybe he's working.
happiness.
Can you imagine he's working at a circus down there somewhere in Florida? And with a hat on. Come on, come on. It's the wheel of ball.
The man with back hair, they come from far and wide to get a view of the man.
In this corner, ladies and gentlemen, we have a hyena. And in this corner, it's the world-famous elephant. I don't know.
And in this corner, the man with the most back hair on the planet. Come one, come all. You're right, Bob. It would be incredible. I think he's also found romance.
What?
I don't know that. I have no clue about that. But it seems
good for him if he has. I mean,
like it would have been inevitable.
Romance doesn't have to be romance as you understand the word romance. It has to be companionship.
Yeah.
It's just people to hang out with.
And Ron deserves that.
Yes.
And I have a sneaky feeling he's found it. I mean, there's a lot of people in Florida who are looking for companionship in their later years, right?
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
And they have something happen in their lives, whether they lost a spouse or somebody else, and all of a sudden they're looking.
Maybe Limits could move there.
That back hair. That's a selling point. That's a selling point. You're on the beach and you see that. That's a manly man.
I'll tell you what. Ron used to put out a shirtless photo of him on the beach.
I know, it was a good one.
And the women went crazy. That's around the time I met the woman in the Mount Lebanon coffee shop who asked me about Ron. Do you remember that tape,
I remember
the interview?
That. Yep. Mm-hmm.
The famous interview where
he was buff. Very buff for his age, absolutely.
I'm telling you, he looks like an aging Ernest Hemingway. And that's a compliment to Ron. And that woman wanted to go on a date. It was a woman and her mom.
Two of them wanted to go on a date?
No, just one.
Okay, the mom
that
or the
I knew
woman?
of. The mom.
Oh, the mom.
The younger woman was advancing her mom's case as to why she should date Ron.
And it never happened?
I gave Ron all the contact info, and I believe it never happened. What can you do, Bob?
All you can do is set him up?
You can do your best. That's it. Can't control the uncontrolled. You control what we can control, right?
Yes.
Bob, did you hear the story about how a lady emailed Joe to try to set me up on a date?
Yeah, I remember that.
No, I didn't hear that story.
Did that ever work out?
You never gave me any contact info.
Oh, well, it's not too late. It's never too late, Limits.
That was like a year ago.
And I hear Ron needs a roommate in Florida.
Packing my bags right now.
All right, Bob. Jalen Ramsey. You talk to anybody who's covered the team regularly down there, they'll tell you he's been among the most impressive, if not the most impressive guy in all of camp. What podcast was this, Limits?
This was The Pivot, hosted by Ryan Clark and many others.
Clark. They did a couple good interviews down there. One was with Jalen Ramsey. Let's play a couple clips from that. This one, I think, is a little bit surprising. I didn't have this on the old bingo card, Bob, as to who's going to cover Jamar Chase when they play the Bengals and maybe other top receivers.
When number one from Cincinnati roll up here then, because he the one too. What's the conversation going to be that week?
That's me. That's Jay. That's 5 for now. That's 5. Joey, I'm gonna give you. I know that's what Joey wanted as well, and he gonna get his ops. But that's 5 right now. That's 5.
5 being that's me.
That's
Jalen
me. That's
Ramsey.
his number 5.
And he said Tomlin came up to those two guys and basically said, "You're going to cover these people, including Jamar Chase." Does that surprise you, Bob? I had Joey Porter pegged as the guy, even though he covered Higgins last year. I realized that. Forget about that matchup, though. What about the idea of Ramsey playing safety a little bit this year, moving around a lot? It sounds maybe like Tomlin has him pegged as the number 1 corner.
Sounds that way, doesn't it? And, by rights, if you look at his resume, he has achieved that. He should be. He's I think 4-time first-team All-Pro, all this stuff that goes with it. So if you're going to pick someone who still can play, and by all accounts he's been playing really well and practicing really well, you would choose him. But I do think part of that quote he said, Joey will get his ops. I think he will. I think they're going to mix and match different things in different times. But I do think Joey Porter's still going to have a big, big role on this team, and I think he's going to be good this year. I do.
Oh, for sure. For sure he'll have a big role. I'm just surprised, I guess, by that. I would have thought going into a game it would be Porter chasing around other 1 receivers. And then if he was struggling, it would be a great thing to have Ramsey, and you sort of have, an alternate plan. I was picturing, and maybe it'll still be true, Jalen as being a guy who moves all around that secondary, from nickel to outside to safety to everything else. You?
I think they're going to put him in spots where he can be extremely difficult to figure out. And that's what they should do with him. He's capable of doing all that stuff. They need to get creative defensively on trying to make bigger plays and to push teams backwards to create down and distance advantages. And I think with him around, they can do that.
Let's hear more from Jalen Ramsey. Limits.
This is what Ramsey had to say about the vibe around training camp being the best he's ever seen.
It's been one of the best experiences ever. Even I was talking to my pops today, and he was asking me about how camp has been going and stuff like that. And I'm like, yo, it's in the weirdest way. This is the first time I've had to go to a college, stay in the dorm rooms, do all of that. It ain't, it's nice or whatever. It's old school a little bit. But I'm like, this is the most fun training camp I've ever been a part of. It's the most that I've enjoyed football, the most that I've enjoyed my teammates, being around my teammates, my coaches, and everything, because I feel like everything done went back to the basics. It's about ball. It's about the right stuff. It's about the relationships.
Bob, your thoughts?
You hear that a lot from people coming into Mike Tomlin's training camps and practices. They enjoy the experience. So, and that's all well and good. But at the end of the day, it's got to result in the kind of defensive numbers that you expect from a defense that's as highly paid as this one.
Mike Tomlin was also on the pivot. And I think I've mentioned this before. I know I have. That Mike Tomlin is very likable.
Oh, no question.
I just wish, for the most part, players love him. I think when we get to see different sides of his personality, like when he's a little looser in some of those kinds of interviews, he's just really funny and likable. You know what I mean? He's got that kind of personality. I want him to succeed. I want it to go well. But unless your idea of success is the absolute bare minimum, this hasn't gone well for a long time around here. They haven't been competitive in a single playoff game in nearly a decade.
Right, and it's always going to come back to that. That's the whole thing that this organization should be about at this point. It's winning those games. But first you have to get there, and they've done that a few times in the last couple of years, but they need to get there in a better position. And by that I mean they have to not just be a wild card team. You'd like to set yourself up so that you have some success. A home playoff game would be helpful.
I know, but even those have gone poorly.
They have.
Cleveland,
but
Jacksonville.
I would still take my chances.
Yeah,
home
me
with
too.
Those things.
Me too, for sure.
So that's where the regular season comes into play. They got to have a better one than just getting in and then having to go on the road immediately. So, but yeah, I mean, they're going to be defined by what they do in this because that's the biggest observation people will make. Haven't won a playoff game since 2016. That's going to hang over them until they change it.
And really the overall performance, as we've talked about here over the last 4 years, when you factor in each playoff game, they're 38, 32-1 with a minus 129 point differential. That's just, nobody could define that as good. I hope they couldn't define that as good. Hopefully that'll change. It's a happier place. I know, bad news sells, and certainly in talk radio, there's some truth to that for sure, but so does good news. If the Steelers are winning and winning big, that's great for talk radio too.
It really is.
I would love to see Mike Tomlin succeed.
Because then it becomes matchup driven. You're talking about, okay, what do you got to do to beat this team? This team comes here. What? All the little
It's
things.
An excitement that just envelops the whole town.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Exactly.
Thank you, Ron.
And then there's rallies before, AFC championship games and things like that where I go and ask people if they've ever had a Cornish hen. Remember I used to do that, Bob?
I do.
Yeah.
Cornish hens are not very popular from my recollection, are they?
No. Baby chickens is what they are, and people aren't all that enamored with them if they even know what they are. But the point is that the town gets pumped when the Steelers are winning, and it's great. And Tomlin is a very likable guy, and I think he's a good football coach. I just happen to believe that it's gone sour here, and I thought that last year was a very, very natural ending. Rock bottom was that Ravens loss. Maybe he and they will prove me wrong here. I'm not convinced of that, but I'll happily admit it if they do. I just won't admit it if they're sitting here at 4-1 or 6-2. I got to see a finishing kick.
Well, lessons learned. You have to wait until the end of the season and see what happens over the entire 17 games. You can get carried away. What were they, 10-3 last year?
Yes.
So if you're 10-3, now you have aspirations to do much better than what happened following that first 13 games. So it's got to be looked at with the entire season in view.
One more from Jalen Ramsey, if you have it, Limits.
This is Ramsey on what his relationship is with Tomlin.
And Mike T, he 101. Like, obviously, I have a great relationship with Coach McVay out in L.A., and we had our great times, and still a great friend of mine. But Mike T, different. Like, he different. Obviously, we already connect because he defensive-minded, especially with the secondary. But just his messaging, his motivation, the way he, is a true leader. Like I just sit in his meetings, and I'm like, dang, because, I want to be a high school football coach one day, so I'm, sitting in his meetings yeah, I got to use that one day. This gon' hit. Yeah. That's how I am listening to him and then talking to some of my teammates, and they feel the same way about him. It's yo, you can see why he's had so much success throughout his coaching career because, man, it's a random Tuesday, and he'll have that whole locker room ready to run through a wall for him. No joke.
I know, but that's what's the word? That's the paradox here. That's I don't know the word I'm looking for. It's like the Netflix thing last year, or the HBO thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, with the Steelers, it was like he was the star. He was a TV star. Everybody loves him. He's magnetic. He stole the show. The other coaches in the division look like complete bores compared to him. But it doesn't add up anymore to win ever winning big games. It just doesn't add up anymore. What we see and what we hear all the time about how great he is and how magnetic he is, and we saw it. We saw it on that special last year. players, coaches, whoever else was in that divisional HBO thing, he was the star. Unfortunately, as he was starring in it, his team was falling apart again at the end of a season and imploding in a playoff game. So something doesn't add up here, Bob, anymore.
No, and it's also reflective in, you heard Jalen Ramsey talking about how fired up they are. And Mike has that ability. He really does. And he can bring a lot of people together. But then it doesn't show up in the first part of a game either. How many first quarters have gone by in the last year and a half, 2 years, where they haven't done anything in the first quarter, came out flat? If that fire is there, it should kind of manifest itself early in football games, I would think. And the same is true in the playoffs. It hasn't been good starts.
It's a case of
first quarters have been non-existent for them.
Yes, I think it's called cognitive dissonance, where something seems one way but is very much the other.
Cognitive
dissonance, I believe, Bob.
Wow.
Yes. It seems, and from everything you hear and from everything the people who are with him every day say, that they should be winning a lot more. You're ready to run through a wall for the guy on a Tuesday. Well, how about for a playoff game? Except they have the longest playoff losing streak in the NFL right now. And in the first quarters, when you think you're just dying to get out there and run through that wall, they've been outscored 73-0 in those first quarters. They've missed the playoffs during this 8-year playoff win drought. They've also missed the playoffs 3 times, which is almost 40% of the time. Something is not adding up. Well, he has obvious strengths and he has obvious weaknesses, and the weaknesses come in the area of personnel, the coaches that he's hired over the years, his heavy hand in the draft
and game
over
planning
the years.
Early in football games, that
Clearly.
kind of stuff that comes into play.
Yeah,
You're
with the
supposed to be
hiring
able
of coaches too.
Right.
Him wanting to have complete control of that defense, which has reared its head, and having the defense perform. They're all talking about making history. They've made all the wrong kinds of history defensively. First team since pro football was invented to give up at least 40 points in 3 straight playoff games. And they're lucky it's only 3, because if Lamar or Josh Allen or Brady wanted to put up at least 40, they all could have too in those games. We know that. And then last year, they set a Steelers franchise record and made history by giving up 299 yards rushing. Bob, something doesn't add up. What you're looking at isn't really what you see. That's cognitive dissonance. The ability to look at something and think it's one thing when it's very clearly not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I totally do know what you mean. And in the most physical games of all, on a team that takes pride in being physical, they were out physical. In the Philadelphia game, where they just ran it right down their throats.
Yeah.
In the Baltimore game, where they ran it down their throats,
Yes.
and they couldn't even get the ball back for their offense to have a
Right.
chance.
So I get fired up when I hear Jalen Ramsey. I want to run through a wall. I get magnetized by Tomlin on those shows. The minute he walks into a room, you can see why he got the job as a somewhat obscure coach at that point, because he walked into the room and blew everybody away. That's why. But something isn't adding up now for many, many years in a row.
Right. It did for the first 5 years, and then ever since then, things have not been as successful, especially as we've talked about in the postseason, which has got to change.
Limits, let's hit the phones for a minute. What do you got?
All right, let's do it. Let's go to Bob in Millville to chime in.
Hey, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Bob, when you compared Harris to Heyward, were you talking about Najee Harris?
No, I was just talking about legacies and how, Franco Harris still has a prominent legacy, but a lot of that had to do with success in postseason games and where he ran the ball down most people's throats, and they won 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I put Harris aside for a second. You guys are acting all confused why they don't win now. Mike Tomlin's a horrible coach.
Well, that's ridiculous. They don't win now, yes, because he's done a poor job in recent
What has
years.
he done in the last 13 years?
I know, but to say he's a horrible coach undermines everything. Every other thing you're going to say is to say he's a horrible coach.
Tell me something he's done in the last 13 years.
They make the playoffs a lot, but you're putting me in position to defend Tomlin when I'm the first guy in line to fire him. Okay? So when you say he's a horrible coach, then you sound like an idiot. But what else do you have to say?
Well, how many other other head coaches haven't won a playoff game in 8 years.
Yes, he should have been fired. He's a good football coach. He's the wrong coach for here.
Good football coach. We have 3 playoff wins in 13 years.
Look at his overall record. Look at his overall record, and look how many times they make the playoffs. This is such a stupid argument. Okay, let's go a little bit deeper. Honestly, what else you got?
I don't understand how you can think he's good. He has 8 playoff wins in 18 years.
Well, there are a lot of coaches that have the prominent coaches that you look through. There are a lot of them have those same kinds of records, and even John Harbaugh down there is fighting. How much success they haven't had with Lamar Jackson and company. It's just part of it. That's But if you're talking about overall,
you guys think he's a good? Where would you rate him right now in the 32 head coaches?
Between 10 and 15.
And you think that's good?
I mean, if you're the 11th best coach in the league, you said horrible, didn't you?
Horrible.
You said horrible. Okay, horrible.
Let me ask you one more question.
Where would you rank him? Let me ask you a question.
I put him 15th.
And you think 15th is horrible?
For why he's been here so long.
You think 15th out of 30 is horrible?
Okay, I'll take back horrible. I'll go to okay.
Okay, I'll meet you at okay. Okay to good.
Okay is not good enough for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We agree on that. That's why I think he should have been fired after last year and traded to the Bears.
He'll never be fired.
Okay, that's a different topic. We agree on that too. See how many times we've come around to agreeing?
You know what? I love you lately. I swear to God I do. I agree with everything
This has gone completely opposite direction where it started.
We're going to wind up going out for a drink at the end of this.
Playing golf together.
Bob, I'm a little worried about you, though.
Why?
I used to love you, but sometimes I just don't understand how, paying more money to the defense, how does that help? The offense is horrible.
Listen, I've said, given the amount of money they've paid them, they have underachieved. I don't know what you want me to say.
Of course they've underachieved. They haven't won anything in
Well, the offense has a lot to do with that, too, and they haven't put enough into it over the years. Now they have. They've drafted 2 number 1 picks on tackles. They have a number 2 at center. They're trying to fortify that line. They're doing what they can to make this season something that will be entertaining and hopefully successful.
Maybe they should worry less about getting extensions and paid and show some pride in the playoffs. Because their playoff performances are embarrassing.
Well, there's no debating that. That's what that is.
When you have the announcer of the playoff game saying, this team hasn't even showed up.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, that's why we play the clip all the time. On that much we agree, and that's why the trade, the call they got from the Bears for a trade would have been a beautiful thing. No different than the Mike Sullivan situation. He's a good coach too, but he wasn't the right coach here anymore. He's a great coach.
I agree 100%. But the Penguins are committed to winning. The Penguins saw that Sullivan trade and said, his time here is over. It's like with Noel. He got stale. He's the greatest coach we've ever had. He's probably a top 5 coach all time. Coaches get stale.
Yes.
18 years, he's as stale as leaving bread out for a year.
Yeah. So that's different than being a horrible. That's different than being a horrible coach. He may be a very good coach elsewhere, and who knows? He might prove us wrong.
Let me ask
still.
One last question: what do you think the chances of them winning one playoff game are this year?
40 to 45%.
I put it at 50-50. I do. I think if
you think it's going to go to 9 years?
Yeah.
I just have a problem with it. I agree 100%.
Of course. Yes. We all have a problem with it.
This offense cannot win in the National Football League. They're not good enough.
Thank you, Harry in Millvale.
Have a good day.
See you on the first tee. You guys will play golf together, and I wonder who's going to give whom strokes.
Have a good day, he said at the end, Bob. I mean, really.
Well, he's fired up. I get it.
Yeah. No,
and
we agreed on virtually everything.
Right.
But I think you undermine anything else you say by saying he's a horrible. That's a ridiculous statement.
Yeah, it is. But that's what's happened, and that's the product of not winning significant games. People come to that conclusion.
He's not the right guy here anymore, but he's still here, so he has a chance to disprove that idea.
Right, and that's why this season is so important for them. They don't want to just throw it away. They've invested heavily in it, so they're ready to see what they can do. And if everything goes right, I can make a case. I think Aaron Rodgers, if he gets protected, can be a very effective quarterback for them for 1 year. And then they start this whole process all over again.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's time for the Limitless Express, or to hail from our earlier days. What did we used to call it? Somebody just, you played it. Oh, come one, come all for the Wheel of Ball.
Wheel of Ball.
Should we get Folsey on there for one more of those soon? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. There's another prominent team in the AFC that had a holdout, and then he became a hold-in, and now he's signed. And, man, is that offense going to be dynamic, even without great receivers. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about some of the other doings in the NFL and maybe a little college football next on the Limitless Express. Bob, you have a message for the Populace.
Yes, I do. And it is football season, but it's also a very important time of the year, Joe. Did you know it's home improvement season? You can do this in the spring. You can also do it in the fall. And guess who is Pittsburgh's most trusted home remodeler? There's only one, and you should know the name. It's West Shore Home. They've completed thousands of jobs in the last 10 years. All you have to do is look at the website to find out. They get a lot of great responses, and they make the process quick, interactive. They provide you with a quote that's good for 1 full year. So what that means is whether you need windows, doors, flooring right now, or a bathroom right now this fall, or you could be in the planning stages, West Shore Home can help you. This month, the more you buy, the more you save. You got to act now for this. For example, if you need windows in the entire house, you can qualify for a new front entry door. Log on to westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule your online visit today and save an additional $500. Again, you got to check out the website. Also, for another example, just to throw this in, if you need a new bath remodel, for example, you get a second shower in your home done for free just because you got that first one. But you got to go to westshorehome.com/fan. Schedule online today. Save $500 and see why they are the best in the business. West Shore Home.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt receives a vote in the AP poll. Penn State just a couple of first-place votes away from being the #1 ranked team in the country. Nittany Lions are second. More headlines. 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, the power of Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Packers say Jordan Love's thumb surgery won't affect Week 1, but that's far from their only concern. With their top 4 receivers injured, rookies are scrambling to fill major roles. Add in key defenders like Xavier McKinney and Nate Hobbs also being sidelined, and Green Bay's preseason looks more like damage control than fine-tuning. If expectations are a deep playoff run and maybe Super Bowl, the reality right now feels much shakier. I'm Maggie Gray.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
this is Larry Richard letting you know that your next adventure starts with the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on the 25 Santa Fe. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 total due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Hey, it's Malzy. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is so hot outside at the end of summer. You don't want it to be hot inside. Your AC's working overtime. Keep your home comfortable year-round with custom-fit windows from Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down, 0 payment, 0 interest for 2 years. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 3 million windows installed, you can trust Window Nation. But hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or online at windownation.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. Target TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Pittsburgh, the top teams in women's college volleyball are coming to PPG Paints Arena. See the nationally ranked Pitt Panthers, Penn State, Arizona State, and TCU all compete live. Be there for the State Farm Women's Volleyball Showcase on Labor Day weekend. Secure your seats now at Ticketmaster.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Thunderstorms this afternoon, the high 80.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with here?
You can call me Ron.
Insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity.
Gentlemen, let's get into it.
Welcome to the Limitless Express.
Let's just go around the room with each topic. Go ahead.
Thank you very kindly for that introduction there, Bob. I want to start with this. Could Will Howard actually play in the preseason after all?
I don't know. I hope so. We're just going to have to see how this heals. And, I know I defer to Coach Tomlin on most of that stuff. And, I'm still just taking it day by day, week by week, and doing what I can to stay ready so I don't have to get ready.
I'll say this much, Limits. He said he would tear his arm off to play in a game. Can you imagine a one-armed Will Howard going out there? That would be quite a spectacle.
That would be a sight.
He's going to lose a whole preseason. You could make an argument that for him and his career, that playing in one measly preseason game is more important than playing in a national championship. I mean, he has to, if at all possible, let people see him. You know what I mean? He has to give the Steelers something to evaluate him on, and if he has a big game, that could influence what they do in the future potentially. In turn, Dom, go ahead.
Yeah, he should absolutely not play in the preseason. If he was 100% healthy, I would say he should not be playing in the preseason.
Yeah.
Now that he's injured, there's no way he should see the field in the next few weeks. Absolutely not.
Do you think he would agree with that?
Will Howard?
Yeah.
No, of course he wants to play. But I'm telling you from a fan perspective, Pomp, there's no way that Will Howard should be in this preseason.
Bob, you might have noticed.
From a fan perspective, meaning what?
So I said this last week when I produced for Joe. if Will Howard goes out and plays spectacularly, you are going to have a large contingent of people saying that he should be the starter over Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
and then you have a built-in QB controversy. That's the last thing
I don't think that's a real thing. I think that people would do that, but they do that with everything. They've done it with Skylar Thompson, I think. And people are making a case now that he should be on the roster and Will Howard shouldn't, which I don't think is going to happen. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I want to see him. Even if I don't care. He's going to have that one opportunity to play, maybe. And if he should get it, that may be the only chance you get to really see him and gauge anything. I think from a coaching staff perspective, they can watch him all season long, take a few reps here and there, but they don't gain much out of that. I think it's very important, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen.
Bob, what do you think of intern Dom joining the show suddenly?
That's fine.
I pulled him right out of the hallway.
Ringing endorsement.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Next. It's fine.
Well, I didn't know what was going on here. All of a sudden, Dom's over here, and you don't tell me
I know, but
anything.
you just subtly insulted him by saying it's fine.
I took insult to that.
Yeah,
I did.
I would have, for sure.
I'm sitting next to the Bob father.
Right.
Wait a minute.
I said, what do you think of it?
Fine.
Yeah.
What's wrong with it's
ask
fine?
him. He was insulted by
Why would you be insulted by that?
I didn't insult Bob. I didn't insult Bob. Because, if you really wanted me here, you would have said, "Oh, Dom, it's great to have you here. I'm glad you're sitting next to me."
I didn't know you were going to be here.
Well, he
All
is
of a
now.
sudden, he pops in, and, and you're...
Okay. I didn't know I was going to be here either. I'm late for a meeting with Greg already.
Filling in pinch hitting is the very controversial intern Dom. How controversial is Dom? Well, when he was at Oakmont this weekend, people were coming up to him and saying things like, "How dare you attack a legend like Bob Pompiani? How dare you say this was rock bottom for him and that he said something that was a career low point? Who are you? Since when are you Pittsburgh sports media's Siskel and Ebert, Dom?" And yeah,
all right.
So that's how you've made your name. That's
Let's
how you've
come back
made a
into
name
the
for
studio. Bob, there's a lot of history
so
here. There's a
happy
lot
that
of history
Dom is here.
Yeah.
Dom, would you like my seat? I'll go over there. I'll relinquish this seat for your seat.
No. I appreciate the thought. And by the way, when I said Pomp hit rock bottom, saying he wanted Justin Fields this year, hate to say it, I'm starting to look right because Justin Fields hasn't played too well in the preseason. Just saying.
He just got his first preseason game the other day, and he led him on a one drive touchdown.
Not preseason, training camp. Training camp.
Who
Same
cares
thing.
about training camp?
I care about training camp.
We'll see at the end of it. Again, my theory with him was he's young. I think there are a lot of cases where guys just take their time and then they blossom. And if and they are in a position of still looking for a quarterback. That's all. And so why would you shut him off as possibly being your future quarterback? That's all I wanted to see with him.
Next. James Cook agrees to a 4-year, $48 million extension with Joe's Buffalo Bills. Joe, I know you like this. The running back stays.
All the way.
Thank you, Bob.
Are they?
No.
No. You're still sour on them.
Yeah, I am, and I think the Ravens are the best team in the AFC. James Cook, however, is one of the most underrated players in all of football. I think he's a legit great player. And if they had given the ball to him instead of Josh Allen, trying quarterback sneaks or whatever you want to call what he was doing in that playoff game against Kansas City, I think they would have won the game. The news here is you have a team that just resolved a contract dispute, intern Dom. Do you think the Steelers will resolve with Cam Heyward soon? And are you on Cam Heyward's side very quickly or the Steelers' side in this?
I'm completely on the Steelers' side. I am to the point now where somebody threw this out, I think, on those stupid YouTube comments last week to Pony, and then Pony tweeted it out. And at the time I said, that's an interesting thought, not completely against it. I am now completely for the idea of not just trading Cam Heyward, trading him to the Cleveland Browns to send a message to the locker room. Because this is getting absurd. Cam Heyward is the guy that for years was Mr. Leader, Mr. Captain, Mr. Steeler, bleeds black and gold, the whole thing. Gave Aaron Rodgers a bunch of crap saying, do you want to be a Steeler or not? It comes down to that. And now Cam Heyward has become the biggest distraction during a season when they have legitimate playoff aspirations, maybe even more. And now he's sitting around bitching and moaning because he wants to redo a contract that he did less than a year ago. A guy, Bob, that made $131 million in his career. If that is undervalued, I want to be undervalued. I'm meeting with our boss, Craig Riley. Undervalue me. This whole thing is absurd. I am over Cam Heyward. He has, I think, tarnished his legacy with this, and it's gone beyond ridiculous. I'm 100%
Bob, I think
Steelers.
intern Dom, who up to this very point that we're sitting right now is loathed by the fan base here, is now going to be celebrated. I think this was a big turnaround.
I think a lot of people agree with your assessment, but I'm not going to go so far as the tarnished legacy thing. I don't think this is ever going to get to that point.
Should they trade him to Cleveland?
No.
Yes.
No. They have too much at stake this year. They need him. And
What if
that's why
they could get
won't do
Orpheus Roy back?
Orpheus Roy. There you go.
Well, hold on,
One of my
Bob.
favorite names.
Hold on, Bob.
Maybe Josh Cribbs thrown in, Bob?
So you said they need Cam Heyward. I don't necessarily disagree. Do you know what the Steelers' playoff record is with Cam Newton? Cam Heyward?
Newton, I know.
Cam Heyward, same thing.
I know. I mean, that's
Same
we've
amount of
talked
wins
about
with
that
Cam Newton
for the
as-
last
Yeah.
9 years. It's not good. But it goes beyond all of those guys. It's about everyone involved in that. I'm just saying that given where they are in their defensive line, what their expectations are this year, and yes, their defense got gouged in the run game last year. That's why they've drafted guys to fortify that. But those guys are, at this point, just unknown quantities. They may be good, they may be bad. So they're hoping they're good, and Cam Heyward is a big part of what that group is. So that's why I don't think it'll ever get to that. I think you'll see some sort of resolution here before it gets out of control.
What exactly did Isaac Newton do? As long as we're on Newtons, do you know, Dom? You go to Syracuse. What did he invent?
He's the most overrated guy in history. Guy had an apple fall on his head and was like, "Hey, gravity, something falls, it's going to hit you."
Physics.
And I think he's the guy.
Is he overrated, Limits? Isaac Newton?
No, I don't think so. Didn't you have Newton's 3 laws of motion or something?
Yeah.
Bob.
Very
I thought he
important.
was
The most important Newton of all.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, Fig Newton's important.
Fig. I like Fig Newton.
Yeah, the guy said if you push something, it'll move. Genius. I mean, wow. That is mind-blowing stuff. He was like one of the first 3 people on Earth. Somebody was going to realize that at some point. It just happened to be him.
Bob, did he take advantage of an opportunity, or is he overrated?
No, I think he's not overrated. I mean, took advantage of an opportunity, yes, but very much, I think, properly rated.
If you interviewed everybody in America Dom's age, 21?
Yeah.
You're
Would
21?
Yeah.
Wow.
Would they be more familiar with Cam Newton or Isaac Newton?
Cam, for sure.
I think so.
We learn about Isaac, though, in school.
Do we still?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for those paying attention. Most people in school aren't paying attention these days.
Well,
so
that's
what's going on
That
back
is also
there.
true.
I'm laughing at Dom saying that Isaac Newton was one of the first 4 people on the planet.
He was.
Dom, you act like he was born in like
What are you, Harry Callis?
17,000 BC.
Well, Callis can't count to 4. I can count to 4, and I'm telling Austin, he was
wasn't like a Neanderthal or something. He was.
But he was one of the newer people in the history
All
of
right,
the Earth.
let's the 3 of us guess when Isaac Newton had his discovery. What was it? Bob, was he under an apple tree? And an apple fell on his head, and he said, "What did he say?"
I don't know what he said, but it's a gravity thing, so I don't know.
All right, so let's give an approximate
Okay.
year for Isaac Newton's great discovery and prove how dumb we all are. I'm going to say, I don't even want to go first. I could be anywhere from 1200 to 1900. I don't know when Isaac.
1750 is my guess.
I'm going to say 1840.
No, way before that, Austin. It's probably like 1500, right?
1666 is when the
You
event
didn't have a
occurred.
guess.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
I said 1500.
Oh, when did you say, Bob?
I said 1750.
I said
I was close.
So Dom says
1840.
1500, even though he was saying he was the 4th person ever put on the earth. How does that make any
Just
sense?
about. Joe thought he was alive during the Civil War. Yeah, Isaac Newton. If you push
he
something,
invented muskets too.
if you push something, it'll keep moving until you stop it. I mean, the groundbreaking stuff.
Hey, somebody's got to set the basics, Dom.
I'll set the basics.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you for visiting, and you're late to your appointment.
Yeah, no, thank you both
What
for having
appointment
me.
do you have?
Just meeting with Craig.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're going to go and get your value.
Yeah.
He's going back to
Undervalue me.
Syracuse, Bob.
I
Can
know.
you believe that for another year? Are they going to be any good in football?
No, basketball is going to make March Madness.
Really?
Yeah, they got Carmelo's kid, Cayenne, who should be pretty good. Basketball team will be something to watch.
Do they
Wait, do
miss
you
Jim Boeheim up there?
Yeah, I think so. The guy that got to replace him, Adrian Autry, sucks. So, yeah, I think so.
Who's your favorite all-time Syracuse athlete, Bob? Pearl Washington here.
Pearl Washington is
Yeah.
my favorite, too.
How about you?
Carmelo.
Limits? He only likes Penn State athletes.
Yeah, and RMU
Probably
athletes and Duquesne athletes and any
here
other
it
15
goes.
schools that he roots for.
Well, I see you rooting for Penn State too, Dom, on social media. They've got number 2 in the AP poll.
But the difference is I just root for Penn State football. I don't root for any other football team.
Who's your
What
all-time
a-
favorite Penn State athlete, Bob? John Capoletti here.
Well, Caballé is a good choice there, but I still have to go to Franco Harris.
Saquon.
But I got to call out Dom. What other football team do I root for, Dom?
I don't know. RMU.
Oh, exactly. I don't know.
No, I do know.
I sense a little rivalry here, Bob. Do you?
Yeah, I think so.
Dom, you have to get to a meeting, and thank you very much for stopping by.
Thank you, boys, for having me.
Best of luck in your. What year are you in? Is it junior year?
Senior year.
Senior year.
One more year.
Wow.
You sure about that?
God willing, it's one more year.
Who's your all-time favorite Michigan athlete, Bob? Dennis Franklin here.
Michigan. Oh, man. I really haven't, I'm not a big Michigan fan to the point where I would have to say Woodson. Charles
he was
Woodson.
great. Dom?
Shea Patterson, the quarterback in the late 2010s.
I like it. Limits?
Yeah, I'd say Charles Woodson as well.
Who's your all-time favorite UCLA athlete, Bob?
Lou Alcindor.
Good call there. Mine is probably Wendell Tyler. You?
Josh Allen? Not Josh Allen. Josh Rosen.
Oh, Josh Rosen.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Probably Tiger Campbell, the point guard on the basketball team that made the Final Four a couple years ago.
Thank you, Limits. Goodbye, Dom.
Bye, Dom.
Bye,
We
guys.
have Dan Zangrilli next, talking all things Pirates, including last night's epic disaster.
Did he do the postgame show last night?
I don't know, but I want to hear.
That would have been interesting.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Sunny today. It's not sunny today. It's rainy
Cloudy today with a
Cloudy
high
today
of
with a high of
82.
Antoine Randall L. 82. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hi, Pirates are trying to avoid being swept by the Milwaukee Brewers. They've lost 4 in a row. They'll play at 2:10. Mitch Keller will be on the mound. Listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Pregame coverage begins in an hour. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines. They're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates, all that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It may be goodbye summer, but it's hello deals here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And this bow tie does not lie. New Ram 1500s, take up to $15,000 off MSRP. New Jeep Gladiators, now up to $7,500 off MSRP. All with up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer driven, world-class facility. Last chance to make this the summer event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds.
It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound Summer Slim Down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound Summer Slim Down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Craving your favorite alcohol? Get it delivered to your door with beverages2u.com. No limits, no hassle. Craft beer, shots, bubbly wine, and beverages for the whole family. They bring the party to you. That's beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com. Drinks delivered.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Chris Boswell looking for a restructured deal. Cam Heyward also looking for additional money this season. Adam Schefter of ESPN saying yesterday, doesn't look like the Steelers are going to give Heyward that, or at least they're far off at the moment. The Bills and running backs James Cook, he agreed to a 4-year deal with the team worth $48 million. The extension giving Cook $30 million guaranteed. Tomorrow, joint practice between the Steelers and Tampa Bay before the preseason game against the Buccaneers Saturday, 7 o'clock, Acrisure Stadium with Bob Pompiani on the call. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Now, for Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for Dining with Dan. Our Bucko Chat with 93.7 The Fan's Pirates pre- and post-game show host Dan Zangrilli.
And Dan Zangrilli is sitting right in front of me, and to Bob's right, and to Limit's left. This is very exciting. The game last night was not.
No.
Dan, what was the post game like after that disaster?
I mean, it was somber. Chuck in Uniontown usually leads us off every night, but for whatever reason, he didn't call in until later, and he basically ended the show. It was a very somber, very sullen, very melancholy Chuck. And usually he's able to find the good. Even knows that there'll be days like this, Mama said. And sometimes he'll quote said song from, I think that was from, who sang that song?
I don't remember.
I forget who, but that's
there
the
were
song.
2 days like this in the first 3 games of the series. But anyways.
But he, I just kind of let him end the show. And all I said after he hung up was, well, good night.
That's all you can
So
say.
he was just like resigned to the fact that this is what it is and it may not get better.
I mean, I wish and I don't know if Limits, it was probably around 11:20, 11:30-ish last night. And I don't want to put you on the spot here, but he was as downtrodden and dejected as I think I've heard him in a long time. And he's a great barometer for us.
Yeah.
Because he is the ultimate fan, the ultimate optimist, the guy that shows up every single night. And anytime you get this guy down, and if you know what he's dealt with off the field, if you will, he has pretty good perspective on life. He was in a bad place.
It just seems like it's particularly galling when you see Milwaukee, in a similar, they have some of the similar small market, low payroll challenges as the Pirates. They lose good players every year. Like, what are they doing that the Pirates aren't?
What I've watched, especially the first 2 games of the series, is
and I mean largely organizationally as well as this particular team.
Well, everything starts at the top, and it starts with wonderful leadership, and I think Pat Murphy is that guy. He's a special guy. He demands talk to people inside the Brewers organization. He takes no prisoners whatsoever. It's very much an old school mentality, and that's something that is unique because that often doesn't play in today's society with today's athlete. They don't want that type of challenge. They don't want people to make them uncomfortable. Quite the opposite. And everybody wants patted on the backside, and Pat Murphy subscribes to the mantra that if you do that enough times, you're liable to what in my hand. So that mentality, those expectations kind of just trickle down, permeate, and you got a bunch of dogs in that line. Like, what is a Bryce Terang? What is a Caleb Durbin? What is a Sal Frelick? Is the MVP on the roster of the Milwaukee Brewers in 2025 in the National League? Probably not.
No, not even close. No one ever mentioned his name.
So they're playing 11-on-11 football on the baseball diamond. The most aesthetically beautiful thing perhaps in sport, Bob, is watching 11 guys on one side of the ball all do their job in perfect synchronization with each other. That's what the Brewers are doing, but they're doing it on the baseball diamond, which is very much a individualistic type of sport. It's pitcher versus batter, that individual matchup. Well, the Brewers aren't playing that game. They are 9 guys morphing into one big fist and just going out crushing everybody. And that starts with their at-bats. That starts with their approach. It starts with their thought. It starts with their identity. It starts with the culture going bottom up now, right? Mm-hmm. And they look at what they did against Paul Skenes. They're very much a throwback organization. We're going to hunt the fastball, and then Kevin Young said this, and then our 2-strike approach becomes a team at-bat. So they very much have a team mentality. And right now, that mentality, that big closed fist of 9 guys collectively turning into one, it's become an unstoppable force, something that we haven't seen in the game in a long time.
Wow, I mean.
And you mentioned fundamentals. That Pat Murphy, I've listened to enough interviews of him. I mean, defensively, they're as good as any team in baseball. That's the other thing. Little things that make a big difference in the grand scheme of it. And they have guys who are just buying into whatever he's selling at this point. and he won the Manager of the Year last year. I think he should win it again this year.
So here's what this is somebody from within the Brewers organization. Murph is baseball's version of Bill Belichick. Old school curmudgeon, stickler to details. He refers to his lineup as a bunch of woodpeckers.
Don't mention that word. I don't need that word.
Bob's had a woodpecker problem. He's taking medication.
Yeah, is it on your chimney? Is it waking you up?
Yes.
Yeah, I've had that too.
Pain in the butt.
I know. Well, it sees itself in the reflection. I
don't
think,
care what he's doing.
On your on top of your chimney, your warm air release or whatever, and so they'll hammer, and it sounds like there's a jackhammer, and your furnace is about to explode.
5:50 in the morning.
What is them seeing themselves? Is this an expression of self-hatred from the woodpecker? He wants to peck himself?
No, I think they think they're pecking somebody else.
Oh.
It might be that time of year.
Oh.
Yes. So
there's medication for that, too.
Apparently so. Oh.
What were you saying, Dan, before that?
Something.
Idiot.
They're a bunch of woodpeckers, the Brewers.
That's right,
yes.
the Brewers.
They're pecking their way to great things.
So the Brewers steer clear of the hack and hope type of swings. So they're up there with a game plan, an approach, and their execution of it. Again, look at what they did against Paul Skenes. Now, Skenes had an off night. His off-speed stuff was probably as bad as it's ever been when he was in the big leagues, but they were able to grind him down because they had an approach. They sold out to the approach. The approach, I think, that's very much going against the grain of where baseball wants to take everybody.
Yeah.
The Brewers are a throwback organization led by a throwback guy, and because they're playing baseball the way that we grew up watching it, guys, they're getting results, zigging when everybody else is zagging.
They are.
And I hear that. Dan Zangrilli in studio, but essentially on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can communicate with limits on the text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Quinn Priester, he's almost become symbolic of exactly what we're talking about. Here's a guy Neil Huntington took in the first round. Cherington and company never really developed, or did they not give him enough of a chance? I don't know. What I do know is he went to the Red Sox, and now he's in Milwaukee, and he's 11-2 with a 3.8 ERA or something like that. What's this guy going to win 17 games? So what happened?
I know what happened. Here's the irony of it. He's thrown his sinker. Became a two-seamer guy. Isn't that ironic?
Yes.
You know, the Pirates organization having the reputation for so many years being a two-seam organization, he's thrown his two-seamer. And listen, I understand that he was hard to get in touch with, you know, and
what do you mean?
He wasn't very coachable. So,
but he is now.
Well, but nor was he with the Red Sox. So that's part of the story here. And then what did Hurdle always used to say? You usually don't get the ears of a player until they need to listen, not when we want you to listen. And he was probably on the precipice of being, an organizational up and down guy that was 8th or 9th on the depth chart. Well, the Brewers saw this two-seamer, and they basically laid out probably much of the same information that both the Red Sox and the Pirates laid out, and he was, I think, just a little more receptive to it, and he's obviously taken off. But ironically enough, it's the sinker.
I didn't know that. I know he's used it, but I didn't know he didn't have it here as part of his...
I think he wanted to be a four-seam curveball guy here because that's the way that, the game was sort of trending, and he wanted to work up in the zone. Well, the fastball quality just isn't there. I don't think the velocity, when especially he was first drafted, was there. It sort of fell off a few ticks. Remember some of the starts that he was making? There was some concern about his velocity. Well, I mean, the four-seamer at that velo is going to play a little differently than a two-seamer, and he's able to throw that both arm side, glove side. He's able to backdoor it, front door it. It's a much different pitch. He's a much more dynamic pitcher because of that. I don't know how much the Pirates pushed on it, but it came to a point, obviously, they dealt him away. They needed some upper-level bats in the organization, so they probably felt that they were trading from a place of depth. But Boston had no success with him either, but now he's just on his third organization in a matter of a year and a half. All of a sudden, your stock is pretty low. That's, I think, when players are the most receptive to change.
How much concern do you have about O'Neal Cruz? Because I do. I have a lot. I expected this year to be a big breakout season for him, and he's striking out at a ridiculous rate. He's doing a lot of things that make you wonder if he's regressing, not able to reach the potential that I think they all wanted for him. Where is he?
Still in between, still showing you those flashes of brilliance, still able to put the tools on a somewhat consistent basis on display. But with any form or fashion of consistency is what has eluded him.
Yeah.
He's still and he's going to get endless opportunities because of the tools. And if that all does come together, then you have something that you can otherwise not afford or ever acquire, unless you really do get what the Pirates got, which was an A-ball player at the time for a reliever, a lottery ticket. He turned out to be a lottery ticket. And more often than not, you don't get to cash those things in. The Pirates are going to hang on to this lottery ticket, hoping that it realizes its full value. So he's going to get as endless a possibility and as much rope as he needs because of those tools. And if they do come together, but to answer your question, he is just in between the place that he's been essentially the last 3 years.
Limits, the notion of leaving you out of this conversation has left Bob borderline despondent.
I appreciate that, Joe, because I would like to play a clip for Dan of something that Greg Brown said with the PM guys and get his reaction to it. Here we go, Dan.
And I think they're going to be extremely aggressive. Now, we've talked leading up to the trade deadline. I believed he was going to make some big moves. He did, and maybe still to come, either through, I should say both, through trade and free agent acquisition. You know, I think it's possible, and I'm going to stress this. This is the fan in me. I think it's possible this offseason they go after maybe not the star of stars on that free agent market, but they go out and get at least one name that we wouldn't have dreamed about 10 years ago.
Wow.
I'm stressing it. This is my opinion. I think it's possible. I'm just watching what they're doing and listening to what they say, but watching what they do more than that. He's no doubt he's paired payroll, had to make some moves in his estimation to bring that payroll down now, and I believe, to build it back up in the off season.
Do you think that's going to happen, Dan?
Everything that they've done is putting themselves in a position to try to do that, to be in position to be able to go do something that they typically haven't done. Now, is it Bo Bichette of the Toronto Blue Jays? Because he would be the logical thing that Cherington is familiar with, comfortable with, of the Toronto Blue Jays. For those that aren't familiar, I believe Cherington and Steve Sanders drafted him, so there's a history. They probably have a really good feeling about who and what he is, and he would fit so nicely in this lineup. But I would say that, is it going to be the marquee free agent? I'll believe it when I see it, but everything the Pirates have done are trying to put themselves in position, and it's pretty obvious they're setting this thing up for a December move.
Okay. But what kind of move?
Right.
Bo Bichette is projected to get a $200 million salary.
Right.
If that happens here, I'll do 10 shows in my underwear.
Oh, boy.
You will?
Yes. A $200 million deal from
Mark
Bob
that down,
Nutting?
Austin.
So
are you kidding me?
That's why I say I'll believe it when I see it. But from a more active free agency period, I think that they're going to be as active as they've ever been. And here's why. Because it has been stressed to the owner, and I think the owner realizes that, and say what you want about him, I do believe that he cares about his legacy. His legacy is attached to Paul Skenes right now. Would you agree with that?
Yes. At this point.
I'm trying to wrap my brain around that.
That's his legacy, because otherwise, if he fumbles the ball here, it very well likely turns out to be one of the greatest tragedies in the history of Pittsburgh sports.
Well, he's already bobbling the ball.
Right.
He's gotten hit in the backfield, and the ball piggies on the ground, and he better either recover it or the other team's gonna pretty soon.
And I think he's well aware of that. And I think that there's angst here for sure. I think that there's a sense of urgency, obviously, and he's a guy that, for whatever reason, right or wrong, that has always just cash flowed the organization. He may not necessarily lose a ton of money, but he's not necessarily going to be making a lot of money. The money that he's going to make is, if and when he ever sells the team, it's the value of his franchise. So that said, he does know, and he's very aware that his legacy hinges upon what he does or does not do with this guy on the mound.
You're assuming then that he cares about his legacy. You're making that assumption.
I am.
You're also saying there's urgency. Exactly nothing that has happened so far would reflect a sense of urgency.
If anything,
and he's had him for 2 full seasons, pretty much.
They haven't done anything.
So I think obviously they've fallen short in what they believed that they would be able to do internally with guys. That plan didn't work, so now here's the pivot. The pivot is that you have to go well beyond your comfort level, and you have to throw your chips to the center of the table. I don't think last year at this time he felt that was necessary, because they felt that there was a number of guys in their lineup that could get better. Cruz, Davis, hey, you name the laundry list of players that they have, that, okay, they've put this on paper for certain spots of their careers. This is why we think this is going to happen. Well, that obviously didn't, so here's the pivot. And this is the, I guess, Hail Mary, if you will. And who knows how everything looks on the back end of 27. So are they in a position to maybe do some uncomfortable things going into 26? Possibly. And remember, if this is the era of the opt-out, if the Pirates are to sign somebody for an exorbitant amount of money, I bet you there would be some form or fashion of an opt-out in there, because that's what players want. So if they go after a Bo Bichette, and I'm not really suggesting that they are, but that's the guy that makes sense. Every move that they've made here in July is trying to free up as much capital for something. And maybe they get other guys off the books. Maybe there's bigger trades that we've suggested. Could that be a Keller? I don't know. How much of Reynolds do you believe in? Do they rearrange the deck chairs in that end? And do they try to offload even more money to then hopefully reallocate it? It's the most pivotal time, perhaps, that we've kind of lived through here, with Skenes driving all the angst and that sand in the hourglass running out on the Pirates.
I think Paul Skenes has been really diplomatic about how he's handled things. Sure. But do you think down deep, I mean, he's got to be beyond frustration, right? Given what's gone on here. He is intimated that he would like to see more, and he thinks there will be more. The question is how much more. And you mentioned Bo Bichette. I'll mention another name, because he just hit a home run last night for the Mets to become their all-time home run leader. Pat Strawberry was Pete Alonso. He has a player option I looked into. He can do what he wants at the end of this year.
And may I add, Bob, and interject, he's looking for a deal, they say, north of $30 million per year.
But
go ahead.
Should be doable. That's my point.
Well,
$30 million a year for a guy who, how many home runs would he hit at PNC Park?
Doable, and
he goes to right field
doable, and does Bob Dunning have an appetite for it? Are two very different things.
Well,
so here I don't think that Nutting is. Sorry to cut you up. I don't think that he's afraid of a 1-year payday. He's concerned about $20-30 million a year for 5 years and something not working out. That's his concern, because those are the type of deals that can wreck a franchise. Say what you want about the Rockies, with their underneath right now choking on the Chris Bryant deal, what the Washington Nationals had to endure choking on the Strasburg deal.
But he has no track record of the big short-term deal either in free agency.
He was going to pay Russell Martin $20 million a year for 3 years.
He has no track record of paying somebody that kind of money in free agency.
10 years ago, Russ Martin had a $20 million a year, 3-year deal in front of him. Pirates lost out to 5 years, $82 million. That's what Martin signed. They wanted to re-sign him going into the 2015 season. So I do know for a fact that was out there. And a decade ago, he was in position to pay somebody $20 million a year. And this isn't to defend anybody. I'm just laying out what I know.
I know, but the facts are they never have. Even
correct.
Even said Pete Alonso, 2 years, $54 million from the Mets.
That's why I said
they've done nothing approaching that with a player.
That's why I think,
and that's very doable.
That's why I was very clear in saying that I'll believe when I see.
Yeah,
but what is percolating here? All we have in front of us is what's percolating. Correct? I mean, these are the moves that are being made. Does it amount to anything?
But
That's a different story.
And I think Greg is assuming that they're freeing up money to spend money. Are we sure about that, or are we just freeing up money here?
That's why I'll believe when I see.
Yeah.
But all of the moves, and what are the tells here? This is what I basically know and have heard, that there is certain angst there, and the owner is, again, this is an assumption, but basically what I'm picking up is, does he care about his legacy? Sure. Does he want to be the guy that fumbles everything, the best asset perhaps in the history of Pittsburgh sports? Is that your legacy? Is that what they're talking about 10, 20, 30 years from now?
I don't think that's the question.
I think it is. It's very much a driving.
I don't think it's the complete question.
But
we
what drives
all
it, Joe?
want to be liked. We all care about our legacies.
Sure.
Does he care about his legacy more than he cares about the bottom line?
Probably not, because I think that anybody that has, a brain, they're not going to do something reckless. But and he's somebody that has always been judicious in how he's run this organization, and that's, I think, the kindest word to use here. But he knows that whether he wants to be or not, he is tied to the hip of Paul Skenes.
Yeah, but when it comes to the value, you mentioned earlier, and I think this is the case with all pro sports franchises, if you're an owner, it's the valuation, which keeps going up no matter what you do. So he should not be cared. I would not care about short-term money I'm spending. If I go into a red for 1 year, so be it. I'd rather have that knowing that I'm trying to do something to benefit this community, which has been good to him.
Sure, and what you've said there, Bob, is the operative word, 1 year. A lot of times to get something done, it takes multiple years of going into the red because of just how the game is structured.
But you're still going to make money in the end.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, but you also want to hang on to the franchise for as long as you possibly can, just like McClatchy did. You saw you had a front row seat to that.
Yep.
And how did he lose it? The deals of the early 2000s. Let's name them. Let's run them down. Mears, Young, Kendall,
a lot of bad ones.
Burnitz,
Kendall was
Derek
probably
Bell.
the biggest.
Yeah, all of them, they choked on it. And then they can't pay Aramis Ramirez. And then guess what? You're selling the team in 2006, or you're forced to, because baseball's going to come in. Joe, you worked at the Trib at the time. They did the big expose on that. There was a come to Jesus speech at the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Because 2 years prior, the Expos were so mismanaged. Baseball swoops in 2004. They take over the operations. How close was that to happening here in Pittsburgh? I don't know. Apparently pretty close. The Trib reported on it. It's in the archives. And then all of a sudden, this guy shows up with the keys in 2007. How did he get the keys? Do we ever ask that question?
Can you answer it?
I just did. I laid it all out.
Because of all those failed
the
deals.
The minority ownership group became the majority ownership group. And he saw everything and inherited a bad balance sheet and spent 5 years cleaning it up. And then it just so happened to turn around to be 2011, 2012. And then things started trending in the right direction. They got arrogant. They were the best baseball organization in 2015. They thought they had it all figured out. Well, Houston Astros came in and they turned everything over. And then the game changed. They didn't know how to adapt. For 3 years, they waded in the water. And then 2019 comes around. Blow it up. And here we sit 6 years later.
Not in a very good spot.
Right.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Very good stuff.
What a soliloquy at the end, wasn't it, Bob?
Yeah, it's all very topical stuff here, though.
I love you. I love you.
But is it true?
What in particular?
Those are the facts, right? That's the story.
But what's the moral of the story for you?
The moral of the story is, to me, there's a guy on the mound that's driving all the angst. And I think the owner feels the angst, and his legacy is, whether he wants to be or not, tied at the hip, too.
Yes.
And what he does with it, we'll see.
Well, we will see, because it's going to have to happen this year and quickly, and next year, and before it gets to the point where they're just going to say we can't afford him at all and we're going to trade him, because I think that's the natural thing that happens next.
The big boy next? Speaking of next?
Big boy next.
All right, Mark Cabali's going to wrap up training camp and tell us where we go with the Cam Heyward situation. Get ready to slay this school year at the 13th annual #Pittsburgh for PPS Back to School event, August 18th at Acrisure Stadium from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Presented by Target Freight Management. Drive-through for backpacks, school supplies, food, and drinks while supplies last. Brought to you by GBU Life Insurance, Annuities, and Member Benefits. since 1982, and Rugby Realty. Call now, by the way, to win 2 tickets to see Kansas at Timber Rock Amphitheater on August 23rd. Caller number 3 at 412-928-9370. In the meantime, my feet hurt for a long time. You know that. Then I discovered the Good Feet store. The Good Feet Foot Arch Support System in particular. So simple, so easy, so comfortable, and so effective. You don't need new shoes, anything like that. They work around your shoes, golf shoes, tennis shoes, basketball shoes, dress shoes, whatever you got. So easy, available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, promoting maximum performance and versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. Listen, my pain lessened, the joints of my big toes. Whatever your problem is could work for you as well, whether it's needles in your heel, plantar fasciitis, whatever it might be. Visit a store or go to goodfeet.com. The stores include one at Robinson Town Center. That's where I went. Across from IKEA, one in Cranberry Township on Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Try that Good Feet Foot Arch Support System. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Buccos lost yesterday's start, dropping Paul Skenes to 7-9 on the season. 14-0 was the final, and Jared Triolo even ended up pitching an inning. Skenes, 4 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks. They'll look to avoid being swept in Milwaukee. They've lost 4 in a row. Mitch Keller on the mound trying to play stopper. Pre-game coverage on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA begins in about 20 minutes. The game is scheduled for 2:10. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Darius Slay, another cornerback, you say? Darius Slay joined the Steelers this offseason, coming off 5 years in Philly as one of the best corners in the Eagles' history. With 28 career interceptions, Slay is a 6-time Pro Bowler and won the Super Bowl this past February. And at the age of 34, he'll look to prove that age is really just a number as he joins a budding Steelers secondary. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Packers say Jordan Love's thumb surgery won't affect Week 1, but that's far from their only concern. With their top 4 receivers injured, rookies are scrambling to fill major roles. Add in key defenders like Xavier McKinney and Nate Hobbs also being sidelined, and Green Bay's preseason looks more like damage control than fine-tuning. If expectations are a deep playoff run and maybe Super Bowl, the reality right now feels much shakier. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-548-6839. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea, tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Shorty Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shortymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Pittsburgh, the Breakthrough T1D Walk presented by UPMC and UPMC Health Plan is back October 19th at Acrisure Stadium. A high-energy day filled with music, inspiration, and fun, all to help cure type 1 diabetes. If you love someone with T1D, you know how much strength it takes every single day. Walking is one way to show them, and thousands of others, they're not alone. Register today at walk.breakthrought1d.org. PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group are proud to support T1D awareness.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Red 42, hut, hike! We're kicking off the big drive sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details in 8/31/2025.
Viral songwriting sensation Oliver Anthony comes to the Western Pennsylvania area this August, and you don't want to miss him. Oliver Anthony live at Timber Rock Amphitheater in Farmington on Friday, August 15th. Don't miss the raw and soulful vocals of Oliver Anthony, Friday, August 15th. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Your next adventure starts with the all-new redesigned Hyundai Palisade from Bowser Hyundai. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Now get 50% off all window styles, plus you could pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Hammer Don Kabuli, Hammer Don Kabuli, Hammer Don Kabuli. All right.
Oh, got out there.
Ah, that felt good, Bob.
A good stretch every now and then and a good yelp helps get through the day.
Limits, how are you back there?
Oh, I'm doing well today, guys. I'm doing well. Not as well as you after your little whelp and yawn there.
Yeah, the bottom line on our last discussion, Bob, as I repeatedly mentioned to Dan Zangrilli, is Bob Dunning has zero track record of ever doing anything like what's being described he might do in free agency. I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think he cares as much about his legacy as the bottom line. And I don't know how much clearer I could make that during the conversation with Zangrilli. It seemed pretty clear to me. You?
Yeah, me too. And that's why I ended it by saying whatever happens, it's going to be the same outcome, and that is Paul Skenes will be traded because they're not going to be able to deal with him or choose not to. Whereas they can if they want. I'm a big believer that losing money doesn't really matter when your valuation of your franchise keeps going up. If you're gonna play the game under these sets of rules with the economic situation of what it is and no salary cap in Florida, you got to play the game. And if you're not going to play the game, then you can make money, but you'll make money in the long run anyway because everybody increases the value every year. It just does. I don't care how bad of a team you are. The value. Look what the Penguins now are worth. You know?
That's where the money is ultimately. Let's move to the Steelers. And money talk is primary there as well with Cam Heyward wanting to get paid again, Bob, for the second straight year.
And there is Mark Cabali who joins us.
There he is,
on the
right in the middle
stream.
with his TJ Watt. With his Look at that hat, the TJ hat. It's really for Thomas Jefferson, though, Bob. He lives out that way.
Yeah.
Wonderful, man.
It's for TJ Watt.
Mark Cabali. He's on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can watch this show on YouTube. Those numbers are staggering right now. All the numbers regarding this show are staggeringly high right now, historically high. Just like Mike Tomlin saying that the Steelers' defense is going to make history this year. So are we, Bob. And one of the reasons why is that guy right there. Mark Cabali helps make us who we are. Who's right, big boy? Cam Heyward or the Steelers? He wants money. They don't want to pay him. Whose side are you on?
Can they both be right?
Nope.
Can I play it right down the middle here?
Nope.
First of all, it depends on what Cam wants. I mean, we're not 100% sure exactly what he wants right now.
Let's say he wants $5 or $6 million added to this year's salary. Is he right
fine.
or are they right?
That's fine. Give it to him. You can work around that quite easily, and we've seen it in the past. Everybody's happy at the end of the day. He gets his couple extra bucks. He feels like he's not the top 22nd rated or highest paid defensive tackle. Kind of funny how he knew that number exactly, but I think everybody saves face with that. Now, if he wants that ripped up and you want to sign a 3-year deal where he's a 25 million, a top 10 type of salary, then no, absolutely not. He's 36 years old. You're a 36-year-old. Not too many 36-year-old, if any 36-year-old guys, or more than year to year. So if he's just if he's happy with a couple million bucks, yank it from next year's guaranteed money or that roster bonus, then come next March, if he's still playing at all-pro level, rip up that contract and write him a new one, then I think that's very easily doable. But it seems like there's 3 sides to the story, right? What they say, his side, their side, and the truth.
But you're of the belief that whatever happens, it's going to get done here relatively soon. It won't linger into the season, correct?
I mean, I find it – he is a crafty veteran, and he's done this before where he's almost, threw it out there that, hey, maybe I'll go somewhere else next year if they don't want me. Hey, I might not play next year. He has no interest in that whatsoever, of not playing this season or missing the first couple of games. It's just all a ploy, and to be able to move this negotiations along quicker. Who knows when it will be, but just like TJ's contract, it's going to get done. You don't come this far in this offseason where you think you have a chance to win and blow it or potentially ruin it over a couple $1 million with maybe the most well-respected player in your organization over the past 20 years. You give him a couple bucks, both of you are happy, and let's move on our merry way.
Then why hasn't it happened yet?
Good question. Well, I would imagine, this is just totally speculating here, that the Steelers don't want to make it seem like it's a, hey, come ask me and we're going to give you money. Then the next guy's going to do the same thing, and the next guy's going to do the same thing. Maybe they're just playing a sort of a hardball, knowing all in the back of their mind that this is going to get done, but let's not make it seem like this is an easy negotiation and easy ploy to go about it. Or Cam wants more than he's letting on that he wants. That's take or choose. I don't know.
But so far they've been successful in doing that. Players who've wanted what they wanted have gotten it.
But players who have wanted out have gotten out.
Yeah, well, that's
fine.
That's a different thing. I, as far as this is concerned, I do think that is what the holdup is. I just don't think they want to make this as easy as it can be. Like you're going trick or treating, and open up your bag, and all of a sudden things are being filled. So, but I do think that.
Good one, Bob.
I also think that this is just part of what goes on here. We see it in every other camp. There's hold-ins everywhere. Prominent guys still don't have contracts. Words are exchanged. Things happen. But I think at the end of the day, they know, and I made this point earlier, if they're going to put their eggs in all of this season for what they've done, Mark, they need him. They can't afford not to have him because they have a lot of question marks on their defensive line. They know that too.
And that's why Cam's probably playing this ploy of, hey, maybe I won't play. He sees who's on the defensive line. He sees there's a couple rookies over there and one guy who's, has potential. If you're looking at one potential weak spot of this team that can make things go downhill in a hurry, like we saw last year in the playoffs, it's the defensive line. So it's just how, if you talk to anybody, their same thing will come out of their mouth. It's all about negotiation. They're just negotiating, and it just happened to be through the public right now. I don't really.
How do you think this came out, Mark? Who triggered this?
I 100% believe it's Cam's people. I don't even think twice it was the Steelers.
So they intentionally triggered one of the greatest backlashes I've ever seen for a popular Steeler?
I think they might have miscalculated. Yeah, I think they might have miscalculated they read the room wrong, maybe.
Did he also read the room wrong? We had Doug Whaley on the morning show did today. He said last year that when Cam and his agent, got the chuckles or whatever it was, when he said he was going to be an all-pro, they should have said right then, oh, all right, how about we write in some incentives then? And if I make all-pro, I get this and this and this. Do you agree with that? That either that should have happened or he should have just signed a one-year deal and bet on himself.
I just don't know how this giggle was taking. Were they laughing at him, or he just felt like, hey, they don't think that I'm serious? I don't think that they actually laughed in his face.
Well, forget the giggles. Should he have tried to draw up a contract with incentives if he believed in himself that much, or just settled for 1 year and bet on himself?
Yeah, that's what he should have did, the 1 year. The incentives, they usually don't do a lot of incentive-laden contracts. I think it has to do a lot with him betting on himself. He probably wasn't sure himself how he was going to come back. So let me get that guaranteed money, and I got guaranteed money, potentially over the next 3 years. I'm not really betting on myself, but once it turned out in his favor, It's like, okay, now maybe I should have bet on myself. I think there was a miscalculation of letting this out like it was, even if it was originally February, then why now? I understand probably why, because there wasn't getting anywhere and they wanted to get it out there, but I think they miscalculated the reaction to it. And I think they miscalculated the last year too as well, but of signing more than 1 year. But I don't think that if you remember, that was a late contract signing by Heyward that basically came out of nowhere. So I don't know how interested they were of giving him big money last year. They really didn't give him a raise. They just manipulated some numbers. It was, if you looked at it last year, it's like, wow, they can get out any single year they want, and it really wasn't that much money.
If I heard the giggles, and if I was an agent who heard the giggles, I would have made sure that was in writing. That's the only thing I would have done differently there. I would have said, okay, you don't think?
I don't take it literally. I take that figuratively.
The giggles, what he said?
Yeah. I don't think they're like, oh, yeah, okay, Cam. No, I just don't.
Well, they may have had a look on their face like, yeah, really, you believe that? And I would have just said, okay, how about if I do then? If I'm an agent, wouldn't you put that down in writing? If I do, if I go out and prove that I still can be at that level, here's what happens next.
Well, maybe he has time to do that now, too. Give me a couple bucks and let's write some incentives into this contract. I mean, anything's doable right now.
All right, big boy. We have Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show. Sunny today. It's not sunny today, Limit.
I know
because
that.
he
We
wrote
know,
it in here. I feel like the guy from who's the guy who read the teleprompter wrong?
Ron Burgundy.
Ron Jeremy.
Oh,
cloudy today.
He read it wrong too.
Cloudy
Don't
today.
say that.
Limits. Sunny. It's not sunny.
It's cloudy today.
Cloudy
Raining of
and a high of 82.
That Jeremy
Antoine
comment was
Randall,
funny.
John Stallworth.
Yeah.
When Ron said it, he just said it, and he didn't even know he said it.
Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Big boy, the talk coming out of training camp to me is insane, especially for a defense coming off a historically humiliating playoff game. Juan Thornhill, we're going to be one of the greatest defenses of all time. Deshaun Elliott could be number one in the league. DK Metcalf, that's the best defense I've ever seen. Peyton Wilson, I'm one of the best coverage linebackers in the world. And now Mike Tomlin, who had a chance to cushion all of this yesterday, comes out and says, we have a chance to do big, big things. And by big, I mean historic things. So I ask you, is this defense going to be historically great?
First of all, I would probably dismiss Deshaun Elliott and Juan Thornhill. They like to talk. I don't know how much he really believed that. DK Metcalf, all he saw out of this defense is what he saw over the past 3 weeks.
All right, let's focus on Tomlin.
Spectacular. Tomlin.
Historic
Tomlin's in
things.
love with Tomlin's in love with this defense.
Yeah, he was in love with the 22
with
defense too.
Wow, I'm just telling you where his point of view is. He likes the parts he got for it. He likes what they're able to do right now.
Well, I'm asking you, is this going to be one of the best defenses in Steelers history?
Steelers history, were we talking a couple 70s, maybe 08, 2010s?
Yeah.
I think it has a potential. That 08 and 10 ones were pretty good. I think if everything works out as well as possible, they can be in the conversation with that 08-2010 season.
Mark.
Although that 2010 season was pretty spectacular.
Wow.
I mean, and honestly,
Mark Thornhill here, Bob. Juan Cabali. Mark Thornhill.
Honestly, that 08 team, if Larry Fitzgerald and the Cardinals don't put together that fourth quarter, that might go down as one of the top 5 defenses of all times in the Super Bowl, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They just totally obliterated them in the fourth. So they were pretty good.
What makes you optimistic about it? What do you think? Just because they brought in a bunch of guys and they can do different things because of those corners and because of the people that they could dial up in blitzes, perhaps?
You got 3 elite edge rushers. And I truly believe Herbig's getting to that point right now. You got an absolutely superstar in Jalen Ramsey. I'm sorry. An absolute superstar. He's just a different breed out there, and you'll pick him up like that. Boom. If he happens to play on Saturday, you will see what we're talking about. It's just he's different. He can play multiple positions. He's able to play man defense. They're all playing man defense. It should help out the pass rush. Their secondary is better. I think I like their depth. Everything's in place, except they have to do it. That's the big key.
Who's the better safety combination, Polamalu and Ryan Clark, or Juan Thornhill and Deshaun Elliott? Come on.
It's different
You've
because
lost your
Jalen
mind.
Ramsey. Of course, it's Polamalu and Clark, but it's going to be a different type of defense where Jalen Ramsey is going to be able to get back there in certain instances of personnel on offense as well. I don't know how much you're really going to see. You will, but I don't know how much you're going to see on a consistent basis of Juan Thornhill and Deshaun Elliott or Chuck Clark back there as a traditional,
Big boy, can you stay for another segment?
Let me think. I guess.
All right, that sounds good. We'll have Mark Cavalli coming back, and then Jeff Hathorn to finish the show. It's been a barn burner, hasn't it, Bob?
It has been a barn burner. A lot of interesting stuff, and I want to get Mark's take on a lot of what he saw in Game 1 and what he expects moving forward with some of these guys.
All right, let's wrap this up. I want to tell you about limits. What are you doing?
Joe, could I toss it to you after I do the update?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
My God, Bob, he's freaking out back there. Did you see that?
Clock management.
He looked like he's a player, an NBA player calling for a replay. Did you see that? This guy's gone nuts, Bob.
He's running the ship. He's got to give signals.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan.
I've never seen him like this.
Pittsburgh sports.
Have
Smart
you?
and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Joe, I'm just trying to prevent our own version of Chris Webber, where he called a timeout in the Final Four, and we don't have any timeouts left to make sure that everything gets played in a timely manner. Just like the Steelers, it'll be a timely manner when 7 o'clock hits, and Bob will be on the call right away, as professional as Bob always is, to announce Steelers and Buccaneers, as the two teams will have a joint practice tomorrow as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And, Joe, you have a message for the people.
Yes, I do, Limits. Thank you for your kindness. On Tuesday, August 26th, it's my birthday for one thing, but in a much bigger story, it's FanDuel Futures Day, new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your favorite football season predictions. The MVP race. Who's an underdog, maybe? What if Christian McCaffrey comes back healthy and wins MVP? What if the 49ers are really good? Crown your champion in August. Man, I was just reading where the Lions, now I don't think the Dolphins are a very good team, but somebody reported today they've never seen a controlled scrimmage as lopsided as Dolphins-Lions in the Lions' favor. Lions might be a good pick. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, calls, your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 25 days until Pittsburgh faces New York. And these are some of your favorite number 25s. Ryan Clark, Artie Burns, Ron Shaglin. The countdown to kickoff is presented by Duquesne Beer. Grab a Duke. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It may be goodbye summer, but it's hello deals here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And this bow tie does not lie. New Ram 1500s take up to $15,000 off MSRP. New Jeep Gladiators now up to $7,500 off MSRP. All with up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. Last chance to make this the summer event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic, semaglutide injection 0.5 milligrams.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder & Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
If you have back-to-school shopping to do, then you should make Macy's your first stop, because Macy's has back-to-school styles from brands like Nike and Jordan, must-have denim from Levi's and Good American, and now Macy's has Abercrombie Kids too. It's all in one place, all at great prices. And here's another reason to come in. If you're already at Macy's and you saved so much, you could stop by the fragrance counter and pick up something for yourself too. The best back-to-school styles are here now at Macy's.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that number one Cochrane Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochrane's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochrane Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochraneKia.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 5 whole years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Kohl's back-to-school sale is here with deals on looks your kids will love all year. Because even though they're sad summer is ending, let's be real, some of us are ready. It's time to trade the all-day PJs and always damp swimsuits for styles that'll keep up and hold up, so your kids will be ready too. Shop Kohl's back-to-school sale and bring on the new year. Select styles, prices good through August 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The preseason AP poll is out. Texas, the number one team in the country, but just close behind, a couple of first-place votes away. The Penn State Nittany Lions are 2, Ohio State 3. Pitt also receives a vote in the AP top 25. The Steelers will have a joint practice tomorrow against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers before their preseason game, second preseason game of 3 at Acrisure Stadium. 7 o'clock with Bob on the call. No word yet if Aaron Rodgers and some of the starters will play. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What a treat we have here. Is the big boy still here?
He is.
Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show.
He's got a football in his hand.
There you go. You can see him on our YouTube channel. And then Jeff Hathorn has joined us, our sports director.
We're going to have a foursome video here, or no? No, only 3.
Only 3 can we fit?
I'm good.
All right. You know Mark, don't you, Jeff? Say hello.
Hello, TJ.
Hey, what about this? Best defense since Super Bowl 43, Joe. What do you think?
All right.
Man, you can't accuse him of having little hands.
It'll be historic. They'll do historic things. All right. So training camp just finished, gentlemen. Other than what's popped up late, the Heyward Boswell thing, what was the biggest story, the theme of this training camp? Jeff, you go first.
That the new number 5 is a stud, is a bad man. mean, Jalen Ramsey makes that defense. Well, I mean, look at what everybody's saying about it. Look how excited people, even Tomlin is excited about it. And the reason they're excited about it is because of what number 5 brings.
Yeah, Kabali was just talking about that. Now, he said on that, look at this, Bob. There's a new camera angle.
Yeah, that's Limits trying to do all these different things in here.
Limits.
Well, now you can't see Kabali, and he's the star of the show at the moment.
He's in the far monitor there. If you look hard enough, there he is.
There he is right
full
now.
Screen.
Jalen himself said yesterday that Tomlin told him he's going to be the guy against Jamar Chase and maybe other number 1 receivers. Are you surprised by that? And does that compromise his ability to go back to safety a little bit? Mark?
I guess you're talking to me. No, it doesn't surprise me at all. I think that was plan number 1 the first day that they signed him, that's what they wanted to do. I think it's more of having options of where to put him in. If they need him to travel with Jamar Chase, so be it. They need him to play the nickel in certain opportunities, certain situations, go do it. And they need him to slide back to safety, so be it as well. I think that's where most of Tomlin's him bragging about this defense comes from, is those 3 secondary guys that he absolutely loves.
But one of them though, Darius Slay, is not coming off a good season, and he is older, and so I wonder about him. You can say 3, and I hope that's true, but I think of those 3, Jeff, would you say he's the one that, if you have a question mark about it, would be mostly him? I mean, forget the experience. I know the experience is good, but my point is he did not have a good season last year in Philadelphia.
That might depend on how you measure it, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, he
think
played a lot
people
of
think
snaps.
He played well, but he didn't have any interceptions.
No, I understand that, but I'm just looking at raw numbers, and I didn't see anything on those raw numbers that made me think that he was going to be an impact player at this age. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I guess I would put it this way. If you're looking at those 3, Slay, Ramsey, and Porter, Ramsey is here, and then the other 2 are. I mean, there's a difference between the other 2.
And Corey Trice is injured, and that's a shame because they really seem to like him.
He's nice, is Trice.
What happened to him?
What about you, Mark?
Kabali? Where's Corey Trice these days?
What do you do? Is this 3 out of 4 years he's injured himself? Maybe 4 out of 4 years. I think this might be the time where you might have to cut bait with this guy. I mean, there's only so many times so many options you give him with dealing with injuries before you're like, okay, it's enough. They're all soft tissue injuries. You're even dating back to college when he got injured as well. This camp has not did him any favors whatsoever. Very talented individual, but you can't make the club in the tub, and that's where he's at right now, man. It's just where he's at.
Ray Fittipaldo said Ramsey is the defensive MVP of camp, and Aaron Rodgers is the offensive MVP. Jeff, do you agree with that?
I think there's a story on our website that says the exact same thing.
Holy
I
horse
didn't realize
milk.
Ray said that.
Wow,
so
he said
I feel
that on
better
our
about
very
it.
air.
Listen, if you were to said that early in camp, it would have been hard to find an offensive MVP. It may have been, I don't know who, maybe Metcalf, just because of his size or
How about
Washington.
Mount Washington?
Yeah, it may have been him. But I think over the last week, you watch the offense gain some traction. And then it's all those other things about Aaron Rodgers that have appeared not just by his mouth, but by, more importantly, by what others are saying about how he leads and the intangibles that he brings. I think that would make him the offensive MVP for me.
You agree, big boy?
I throw Darnell Washington out there in terms of what we saw on the field, because he's been just spectacular. He's been spectacular since April. But in the grand scheme of things and where we thought Aaron Rodgers may have been, and like Jeff said, not only the intangibles of snap counts and how quickly he gets rid of the ball, but just the total acceptance he has of taking in this team, his teammates. He seems like the most normal, down-to-earth, cool guy that you just want to go talk to, and he interacts with everybody, and you would have never guessed that from what we've heard from outside interest over the past couple years. So if you take that into account, I think Rodgers has surprised me the most of how much fun, how relaxed he seems to be, and he still has some talent, obviously, as well. But if you go strictly on the field, it's Darnell Washington to me.
Yeah, and I'm glad they used him the other day in those kind of situations. I hope they do it more. I think Rodgers is just basically, he's come to grips with the fact that this is it, and he's trying to make the most out of this situation. And so he has a much better attitude than I think most people thought he might have coming in here.
I mean,
but we still haven't seen in games, and when things get cranked up a little bit, there could be some problems.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he's a really smart guy, and you know it. You know there are things that he drops out there that he wants people to hear. But I think he's sincere with some of about being around guys and loving the game and just talking football with some of these guys. I think there's sincerity to that. Maybe it's because this is probably his last year and he's kind of enjoying the ride. But you also see some of that intensity where he'll point out guys in the field. He'll have conversations. Like he was ticked off during a team period. Mark, you probably saw it too, where he was kind of clenching both fists and he was upset about a play. But what we hear from guys is that he gets on himself as much as he does others.
I think, Jeff, guys, I think he has had some kind of thing with the players where the players don't want to let him down. It's what it seems like to me. They're not afraid of him, but they want to perform well because it's Aaron Rodgers. It might be his last season. I've seen that or noticed that from a handful of players as well. And and some things he does say are very deliberate. Do you think he did not mention Connor Heyward's name on purpose yesterday, Jeff?
Yeah.
That was. He wanted that out there.
I think that was a designed move. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought when I heard it. Nothing against Connor, but I think he did it with some reason in mind.
Here's another thing to note about what he said and what he said about Connor, and he said about a few others. He can deal with smart people or guys that know the game, know where they need to be, or you can count on them to be wherever. But guys that aren't, I think that's where the tolerance level, where he gets frustrated. Maybe that goes back to Mike Williams, from last year, where he wasn't where he needed to be or wasn't on the same page. So I think that extends, and Mark, you heard it too. I mean, the first guy he mentioned was Scotty Miller, and Scotty had a role when he was with Tom Brady. I think Scotty can have a role with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, Scotty is where he needs to be at all times. So it's sort of like the security blanket, and you see that being molded up there in camp. He likes this. It's like the Ben Roethlisberger, Ryan Switzer type of situation.
Oh no!
It's Aaron Rodgers and Scotty Miller. He just loves how he plays the game. He doesn't say it. He really doesn't say a ton about it, but you see how he reacts and throws it to him, and he's always in the right spot. And Scotty Miller is a pro. I didn't think he was going to make the team. Now I'm pretty much almost have him as a lock now.
At whose expense would it be? Robert Woods?
No, I don't think so, because I think they need a veteran. I think they need a veteran wide receiver just in case something happens to a guy like Metcalf.
What about you, Jeff? Whose expense? If he makes the
roster,
whose
expense then, big boy?
Depends on if that number 19 is hurt or not, or how hurt he is, right?
So if 19 is healthy, I mean, Robert's got to be on, because I don't think it's going to be Skoranek. It's not going to be Roman Wilson. But some of these guys they brought in as, undrafted free agents that thought they had a chance. I don't think any of them have a chance.
No, they have a chance for the practice squad. That's about it. Yeah,
but not
I think they would go out and find somebody. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked either way with Calvin Austin. He could come and play week 1, or he can end up finding his way on the IR. If he finds his way on the IR, then all of a sudden you're going out shopping.
Jeff, may I engage the big boy in a game of free association?
Please.
And you'll stick around for the next segment?
Absolutely.
Beautiful. All right, big boy, I need fast answers. Will Will Howard play a preseason game?
No.
Give me an obscure player who had a really good camp and could make the team.
That's a tough one. I'm going to say Max Hurlman, but he's not going to make the team. He'll make the practice squad.
Good enough. Give me a surprise cut. In other words, somebody who maybe at the beginning of all this we didn't think would be cut, and now we do.
I'm going Cole Holcomb.
Wow.
We were just singing his praises, all this comeback.
And Would you like to elaborate on that,
When he first came here, he was a 3-down guy, and then that catastrophic situation happen, but man, he seems to have bounced back.
That third down part of that 3-down guy now is a little bit compromised.
Yeah,
Fair enough. What's the most concerning injury right now?
For Calvin Austin.
How is Highsmith injury-wise? Okay?
I saw him running the other day, so he should be. He's another one. He's had his share of soft tissue injuries, but he should be ready.
Who signs first, Boz or Cam?
Cam, they're not. Boz ain't going. Forget Boz.
Broderick Jones' arrow pointed up or down?
Talk to me after Saturday.
Grade Harmon from the first preseason game. Simple letter grade.
B.
Grade Johnson from the first preseason game.
C.
Who's going to win the punting battle?
No doubt, Cam Johnson.
Who's going to win? Who's going to be the kick returner?
Kick returner. Oh, Kenny Gainwell.
Punt returner.
It was going to be Calvin Austin, but I'd throw him out there if he's injured, then I don't know. I'm just going to go with Calvin Austin, assuming he's back.
Mount Washington over under 4.5 touchdown passes this season.
Under. I'll go under.
And finally, give me a record with Mason if he were to play versus Rodgers if he were to play the whole season. Now, I know
Mason 10-7. Aaron 10-7-1. No wait, it can't be 10-7-1. 10-6-1.
So a half game difference.
Holy bird milk, Bob. Thank you, big boy.
All right.
See you, buddy.
Fellas. See you, Jeff, tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Jeff, we're going to have to go through some of that.
Yes.
I think he's lost his mind. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Jeff Pathorn in studio to finish the show next. We'll talk about a little bit of that. Do we agree with the big boy on some of those things? Broderick Jones, the record with Mason versus Aaron. We'll do a Pirate prediction, see if they can hold the Brewers under 14 today. And in the meantime, the Good Feet store. Yes, I've spoken about it many times, the joints of my big toes. They used to hurt a lot, then the pain lessened. What was the difference? The Good Feet store, the Good Feet foot arch support system, to be specific. And you don't have to go out and buy new shoes, anything like that. What they have is customized to your shoes, golf shoes, basketball shoes, tennis shoes, dress shoes, whatever you got. It's really simple, and it worked for me. It could work for you. Available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, promotes maximum performance, versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. And whatever problem you have, this can work. Plantar fasciitis might be yours, low back pain, sharp pain in your heel, pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever it might be, this could be the solution. And it's so easy. Check it out at goodfeet.com or visit one of the stores. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mark Cavalli telling us he thinks the Steelers and Cam Heyward will find some common ground, and Heyward will end up with a little bit more money this season, and thinks that the Steelers are playing hardball to avoid potentially other players in the future taking a similar route as Heyward. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com, where Jeff has you updated with everything from the end of training camp. And for more, you can go there to check out Jeff's work with our headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by NHTSA. Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. This is just unfair. The Vikings confirmed.
This training camp update is brought.
Rondell Moore suffered a season-ending left knee injury in Saturday's preseason opener. Moore was hurt on his very first snap after missing all of last season because of a major right knee injury. Getting hurt's part of the game, but maybe the injury gods can leave Moore alone for a while. I'm Andrew Bogish.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's Ocean Waves and Kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Larry Richard letting you know that your next adventure starts with the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on the 25 Santa Fe. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 total due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Oh, that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound Summer Slim Down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound Summer Slim Down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound Summer Slim Down with the solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Pittsburgh, are you ready? The top teams in women's college volleyball are coming to PPG Pace Arena for an epic event. It's the second annual State Farm Women's Volleyball Showcase, taking place on Labor Day weekend, August 31st and September 1st, featuring the national semifinalist Pitt Panthers, defending national champion Penn State, plus nationally ranked Arizona State and TCU. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. 4 elite teams, 4 incredible matches, one unforgettable weekend of volleyball action. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. This training camp update is brought to you by Smale Kia Greensburg and by Schleideck and New Flow Men's Health. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Bob's underrated. Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart always has a role in this program. Until Jackson
Every
Dart
day I'm going to mention him.
He's off to a good start. We'll see.
If only his name was Rabinowitz, then you wouldn't be able to rhyme it with anything. But Dart rhymes with everything.
He'll find something to
Wait
rhyme
until you have Mexican one day and you come in and the Jackson Dart rhymes.
You know how so many quarterbacks had a good first preseason game?
He was good.
Easton Stick was one of them. He was. 15
figure.
of 18 for the stick figure.
But what's the guy
Cam
from
Ward?
Louisville?
Shuck.
Yeah, he didn't have a good game.
No.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can count on, well, no, you can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. Today, O'Neal Cruz goes on, 1 week?
7 days.
Yeah.
Concussion.
That was a weird play because it didn't look like they hit that hard, but I've seen too many head injuries and concussions to ever look at a play and say, well, no, that couldn't be a concussion. It feels like anything could.
Yeah.
It's about whether your brain is jarred in your head, and that can happen in a number of ways. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I don't know that it is a concussion.
Well, I'm sure they're just taking cautionary measures here.
If there was ever a time to be overly cautious with a guy like O'Neal Cruz, it's right now. He does not need to be out there if he has the slightest tingling, let alone, severe symptoms.
He needs a break anyway. He's got to figure something out.
Well, we
He's
need to see
striking
more
out way too
Canario.
much. Yeah.
Now
I know, Joe, that's what Joe's looking forward to.
Well, here's the indictment. Here's the indictment of Ben Cherington, which is an indictment of nutting. We know that. Is that in his place, they're calling up Ronnie Simon.
Randall's brother?
What happened to Nick York? He was supposed to be he's their 11th rated prospect. He's supposed to be a good player. That's who you're calling up when you have an outfield injury 6 years into a rebuild?
Or Billy Cook or any of those guys.
I mean, listen, Joe, Ronnie Simon's been a Pirate for 2 months, and he was claimed off waivers from the Marlins.
Which also tells you
unbelievable
that somebody can be claimed off waivers and moves ahead of other
by the
opportunities.
Marlins, not claimed off waivers by the Dodgers. Claimed off waivers by the Marlins.
All right. Well, what about what Cabali said at the end there? He thinks with Mason, the Steelers will go 10-7, and with Aaron Rodgers, 10-6-1. Virtually the same record. Do you guys agree with that? Is Mason as good as Aaron at this point in their careers?
It's hard to say at this point in their careers, but I'm never going to make that claim only because of the resume that Rodgers has put out. But I think if you give Mason Rudolph now, this version of him, because I think it's a more confident, I'm okay with who I am. I understand my role. And he knows what he can do in this system, I think. He talks positively about it. I think he can be a very effective quarterback. Is he better than Rodgers? I'd say no, but he's certainly one of the better backups that I'd like to have on my team in this league.
I'll throw back to the Rob Makoviak. I'd rather see less of Mason and think, oh, maybe we should have had more than overuse him. I think Mason for 3-4 games, great. 17, no thanks.
Well, how convinced are we about Aaron Rodgers? I realize this has been an extremely positive, downright giddy camp in regard to how people are viewing Rodgers at this camp. But I can not make anything like a sound judgment until I see teams scheming against him and trying to hit him.
I mean, it's the same with most quarterbacks at this time. I mean, except for the established Jackson, Burrows, Mahomes, those guys. But whether you're rookies or you're in a Rodgers situation, you won't know until the regular season, no matter what they show in the preseason.
Will he be the same as, better than, or substantially better than late-stage Ben and Russell Wilson? I'm going to say same as.
I'm going to say better than Russell Wilson. The way Russell Wilson ended the season, I wasn't convinced the Steelers made the right choice there. They should have rode and ridden Justin Fields. I would not have messed with him after.
How about final 2-season Ben, who threw for 55 touchdowns?
Did. See, that's the one thing I looked at. The numbers are still pretty good there. I don't know. I mean, until we see it, really don't know.
What's your guess?
My guess he's going to be like he was last year in New York. Not the record of 5-12, but what he did, especially in the red zone. If you break down his red zone numbers, he was really good in the red zone. That's what this team needs more than anything else.
Jeff, I think he'll be similar to those guys late in their career.
Yeah, I think so too. And I would be okay with that. If Aaron Rodgers were end-of-career Ben, with what the defense is, everyone's talking about it being, I think they could have a good year.
Cloudy today with a high of Antoine Randall.
You sure it's not sunny? Because the sun is out right now.
I know. Well, that's the irony. I've been saying sunny when it's cloudy, and now I'm saying cloudy when it's sunny. High of 82. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 50-minute mark on the fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff and Bob, how about a prediction on the old ball game today? Mitch Keller showing some worrisome signs with back-to-back rough starts. He usually goes downhill late in the summer. Is that going to happen again?
I think he'll give you 5 to 6 innings, decent baseball, but they won't hit. And, this Milwaukee team is on a roll, 11 in a row. I say they make it 12 in a row, and they, totally dominate a 3-game series. which they've already done at 21-1 and runs scored.
The Brewers have clubbed Pirates pitching, including Paul Skenes.
Yeah.
They're going to do the same thing to Mitch Keller this afternoon.
Is Ben Cherington going to be the GM next season?
No.
Limits?
No.
Wow, you guys are more confident than me.
But again, why would you continue?
Well,
what evidence do you have?
The question isn't why would I continue. The question is, will Bob Nutting continue with this guy? And I'm going to say yes.
Well, if those people out there think he's about winning and his legacy, then the answer should be no.
Should be.
If they're going to spend, I mean, there have been several, Greg Brown among them, like, hey, they're going to spend a lot of money this offseason. I can't see any avenue to where Ben Cherington is the man spending that money.
Yet he was the man in charge of their draft and trade deadline.
I know.
This is a disaster, Bob.
Yeah, they need to make smarter moves. They need to, again, the fact that
at least
Ronnie
Simon is here.
Is an indication of.
I'd rather see Paul
It's an
Simon
indictment
in
of what's
center
gone
field.
on in their system.
Listen.
They have a guy they just brought in off the waiver wire from Miami, and they're putting him ahead of all their prospects.
It's unbelievable, Bob.
And this is why you get upset that Pham and IKF remained on and Heaney remained on the team. It's not that what they could have gotten in return. It's the roster spot they're taking of somebody young you could be seeing right now.
It should be somebody we're seeing right.
Regardless of what they've done this year, just bring them up and say, okay, swipe it clean. Here we go.
I
6 weeks
agree
for
with
you.
that. I put the over-under of their total infield home runs this year from the 4 primary starters as 37.5 before the season.
I remember
total
that.
infield
I do
home
remember
runs.
you said that.
So
where is it now?
Well, I'll tell you. The 4 primary guys who have played, and one of them's not here anymore, Horwitz at first, Gonzalez at second, IKF at short, Key Brian Hayes at third. Give me what the home run total for those guys is right now. Limits?
My guess is
Wrong.
12.
Jeff?
11.
Wrong.
15.
Wrong. 14 home runs. From your entire infield.
The entire infield, right. That's
How
crazy.
does this guy still have a job?
While we're
Why
at
are
it,
those guys-
could you please move Connor Griffin to Double-A before the end of the damn season?
Right. And can we see Bubba Chandler
We've
up
seen
here?
him enough in A-ball.
I
We're
wanna
trying
get
to win
rid
a
of-
championship
they
with the
should-
Grasshoppers.
You don't need Andrew Heaney on this team anymore either. Bring up Bubba Chandler and just say same reason to bring up a minor league outfielder. Wipe it clean. You're struggling. We're going to give you a chance up here. Let's light your fire, baby. Let's go.
Come on, baby, light my fire.
Come on, baby, make my ire.
We have to go, Bob.
Too bad. We just got started.
Thank you,
Good
Jeff.
night. See you guys.
Bye, Limits.
Bye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis.
Joe, we never thanked Mr. Hester. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local guy, Tim Hester. Thank you, Mr. Hester. And the Pirate game is beginning in about 20 minutes on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA in Milwaukee, looking to avoid a sweep. Mitch Keller on the mound for the Buccos. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, and you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Pirate game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, and the PM team's next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Denton Day, here to help you beat the books for the BetMGM Network. Tonight we're going to the WNBA and taking the Las Vegas Aces, laying 2.5 against the New York Liberty. The Aces have won 4 in a row, and 3-time MVP Asia Wilson has been on fire. She's averaging 29 points over her last 3 games. There's always added motivation when the Aces and Liberty square off. I'm taking the Aces, laying 2.5. I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rates in your term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
From kickoff to crunch time, when you expect more from your drive, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. During the Summer of Performance event, every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray or online at spitzeracura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Malsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
Want to save big for back to school? Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods is serving the looks you need for less. Score up to 70% off shoes, tees, pants, sweatshirts, and backpacks from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Save big on styles for the school year. Your year, your style, your price.
Don't put away your beach gear yet. Summer isn't officially over until September 22nd, so there's time for more seafood dinners, sunsets, and spontaneous second glasses. Stay in your vacation state of mind with wines from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. With $3 off, Martin Kodak's Albarino takes you to the coast of Spain. Franciscan Sauvignon Blanc, now $2 off, brings you to the Monterey Beaches. No boarding pass or PTO needed. Find your next getaway in a glass at FWGS.com. Offers end August 31st, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Whoa, look what I just found on Mac.bid.
Wow, and look at that price.
I know, I'm bidding.
What did you type in the search to find it?
Oh, I never search, I just scroll.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what I want until I see it.
So you just go to Mac.bid.
Or the app.
And you just scroll and scroll and whoa, look at this.
See?
This is a whole new way to Mac.bid.
Scroll or search? What kind of Mac.bid shopper are you? Don't get stuck in the same old rut. If you're a searcher, you may be missing out on some amazing deals and stuff you didn't even know you needed. Start scrolling at Mac.bid and on the free app.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Steelers have a joint practice tomorrow with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. In the meantime, Tampa is practicing in Pittsburgh today at Carnegie Mellon, which is kind of cool. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
If he walked out the doors and said, if I make all pro, I'm going to see you next year. No. You're at the bargaining table now. Put that in there now. If you're the rep, you should know that the salary cap's going to spike a greater amount than years past. You know people are going to get signed. You know who's going to be free agents, and they're going to sign deals. So make sure that next year's deal, and you can even put it in an incentive. If he makes all pro, his salary goes up to X. And this is what he gets paid for, to compute where would be probably a top 10 salary range for D tackles for the next year. So all of this does not smash. Think about this. The 15 years of goodwill Cam Heyward has gained in the public and on the team is smashed over this lack of foresight. So to me, it's an abject failure from Cam.
An abject failure from Cam. That is Doug Whaley, the former Steelers front office man, Kevin Colbert's right-hand man for many years, and now a longtime contributor to the Fan and the Fan Morning Show, saying that Cam screwed up royally. Cam is represented by a group called Element Sports Group. I think he should fire Element Sports Group as his agent based on how people have talked about his decision last year from all walks of football life. Other agents, team personnel, former players, fans, obviously, Steelers media calling out the poor job that was done there. Mark Cabali was on a little while ago with the Midday Show, and Mark is trying to calm everybody down. He is trying to be the guy that tells people to cool your jets and pump your brakes. Don't get mad at Cam.
Do we even need to pump brakes anymore? Don't we have things that you don't necessitate actual physical brake pumping in cars?
I think we do.
Well, we also don't have records anymore, and we still say don't be a broken record on things.
Or call it a record scratch moment.
Intern Jack has never played a record in his entire life. Okay, he's not even old enough to remember the last time the Steelers won the Super Bowl.
I know. That's depressing.
Is that right, Jack? How old were you when the Steelers won their last Super Bowl?
He was as old as Ace is right now.
Yep.
Goo goo gaga. Still pooping in diapers, probably. Jeez Louise. So Caballi's got to be the guy. All Caballi's doing, I'll let you finish as to how he's going about this. Mark is simply doing what the salmon do every year in Alaska, swimming upstream, swimming against the current. The current is starting to really, I think, go in a direction one way against Cam. You just laid it out. Joe Corey, I cited him yesterday, former agent, going after the deal that Cam struck for himself, which absolutely, doesn't it feel like to you is agent-on-agent critique there? I am saying this, and I am really saying your agent.
It's a call from inside the head house. Yeah.
It's that for sure, but it's also your agent did a crappy job, Cam, is like the subtext there. So Caballi's saying, no, everybody calm down, just is very on brand for Mark.
And I thought Whaley made a good point. Why would you, after putting your signature on it, say, well, let's come back and do this next year? Well, try to negotiate that into that contract. You are currently at the negotiating table. So
that's your chance to get what you want, man.
Exactly.
And you have to know if you're not getting a guaranteed deal, because that's the NFL, you might not get back to the negotiating table if something happens to you.
Caballi is really stressing that cooler heads are going to prevail here. And he sees no way that Heyward would follow through with his threat to miss games. Now, Mark is not basing that on anything Heyward has told him. He's more using the Caballi Steelers common sense that he has.
The Vibometer?
Well, just Caballi's wisdom.
Oh.
As a guy that has covered the Steelers for a long time and knows the way of the Steelers.
Caballi's
and also
intuition.
Knows Cam Heyward. Caballi's intuition, correct.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I do respect and put some stock in. The way it was presented to me this morning, though, is that the idea that Cam is throwing this idea out there that he would miss the Jets game, let's say, and he knows deep down he would never do that, and the Steelers know it's complete bunk. The information I got today says something very different than that, and this is something that agents are aware of now. And a lot of people who have high-level positions inside the Players Association are aware of this too.
Hard to figure who those people are since they've gone through some upheaval.
They see an opening here with the way teams like the Steelers have structured contracts. So, from what I've heard, take this with a grain of salt. I got the Brandon Ayuk thing wrong. What I've heard is that there's really no recourse for the Steelers to get the roster bonus back. He was on the team in March. They were fine with him being on the team in March. There's like no strings attached to that. You're still a member of the team. At this point, you've done nothing wrong. Here's your money for being on the team. People that are aware of that contract don't think there's any way the Steelers could go get that money.
So the only money, if he sat out, to be clear, I'm taking this one step down the road for you. His base salary is like
1.3 million.
Okay, so basically vet minimum base salary.
Spread out over 18 weeks.
Which is 100, not
even.
It's 90, 70, 80,000.
It's about $75,000
Chump change compared to the money he has already been paid that you just heard. They have no recourse to go after.
Now,
so why wouldn't he sit out games for a relative pittance?
There could be some fines that are a part of that too. There probably would be. You know, they could say they could fine him for conduct detrimental to the team. They could do stuff like that. But the big hit to his wallet, in air quotes, you know, guys don't want to miss game checks. Well, in this case, it's a lot of money for us, but it's not a lot of money for NFL players, especially a guy that's made over $100 million in his career and has been very smart with his money. And the blueprint for this is what happened last year with Hassan Reddick. This has happened recently. He got all of his money in a roster bonus. He was making chump change into the season, so he said, screw it.
I'll sit.
Yeah.
It's essentially not worth my, paying. It's better for me to just sit than to risk my body.
Wishful thinking is, well, it won't come to that. Cam will step up and sacrifice. The Steelers will compromise. they'll find a way to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
But based on the way the Steelers, like, if it were $14.5 million, what he makes total, and that was what he was going to get week to week.
If the roster bonus was 1.3 and the base salary was 14, different conversation.
Yes, then of course he's never going to miss game checks. But this is like the teams have tried to do it more this way for salary cap reasons, for salary cap relief, and or to accommodate a player and just like, yeah, we don't want to guarantee money for, we don't want to actually say this is guaranteed money that we're just giving you when you sign. So we'll make it very, very easy to get these big lump sum payments. You just have to be like...
You have to like exist.
Yes.
Essentially.
So this is like the newfangled, new age way that agents and the Players Association has found, like, we can actually maybe get things back if we take advantage of this when guys are making peanuts in the regular season who are much better players than that. So, and I don't think it would come to this, but he could do what everyone said Le'Veon Bell was going to do. Show up like 2/3 of the way through the season,
so it tolls.
Play those games, and then it counts for the full year.
Right.
I mean, that is the extreme outcome.
Mm-hmm.
But based on how little money he's making in season,
it's not a ton of.
Two separate people told me that this is not out of the question.
Did they term it likely?
No, they didn't term it likely because they still ultimately think the Steelers are going to give in on this.
So I talked to one person today whose opinion was on the situation updated, was that a lot of this on the Steelers' end is that they are playing legitimate hardball, and they're to some extent. And that they
talked about the hardball.
That they might actually feel sincere in that, but that much of this effort publicly on the team's part to not budge at least yet is to make sure that everyone involved on Cam's side has to sweat a little bit before giving him ultimately what he wants so as to discourage other players. We've had lots of callers bring this up, so I'm going to give the callers props here. They're sniffing around the same direction, the same places that some of the people you and I talk to are. They don't want to encourage or embolden anybody else who isn't Cam Heyward, i.e. a guy who's playing his best ball in his 30s.
Well, they've already emboldened that, though, with Boswell.
Well,
it's already emboldened one extra player.
I asked this person about Boswell, and maybe I could bring up what they said later, but they think that eventually Cam gets the little pot sweetener that he wants here, $5 or $6 million, and that the team just does not want to roll over and show its belly. This, what are we, how many days? 26 days from the regular season starting? Something like that?
They don't want it to look easy. They don't want it to look like it's a tough negotiation.
And just to be clear here, I think the subtext of that is we, the team, know that the player is going to have himself ready. He's a veteran. He really does not need much in the way of reps because he's been around for so long. It's almost a win-win to get our younger guys looks here. And this serves our aim of don't make it look like we got stuck up at gunpoint.
I mean, I feel like right now, for as much as the court of public opinion, we'll have an early Judge Donnie today at 2:35 on this.
Oh, my goodness. Well, in the court of public opinion, they already ruled against Cam Heyward.
Well, right. That it's very, very, very anti-Cam right now.
Yep.
But if it gets resolved in the next couple of weeks, I think for the most part, all is forgiven. If this does go into the season, like, let's say he misses the Jets game and says, yeah, withhold $75,000 from me.
No.
And I get fined another $25,000, so it's $100,000. I've made over $100 million. I'm fine with that. I'm good. To make my point and to force you to give me more money. If he does that, and like, either way, I mean,
especially if they lose and they look bad.
But I mean, either outcome's bad for him.
Yeah.
If they lose, it's this guy.
You turned into a mercenary. You put yourself over the team. Team lost. If they win, it's we didn't need you.
Right. You've made so much money. You're really haggling over this in year whatever it is, 16? Come on, man. I thought it was about winning Super Bowls. And to your point, if they win, then it's like, well, screw this guy even more.
If they win and say Harmon looked great and Y.A. Black looked great and all that, people would be like, forget Cam. We don't need him.
I think that's the breaking point for people. Look at the Aaron Rodgers discourse. For months it was, we don't want him if he doesn't want to be here, and Heyward was part of that. And then he gets here, and now, like, people have, for the most part, changed their opinion on him. We heard people bitch up a storm about how you can't let the Browns dictate what you give T.J. Watt. Don't give him $41 million. Things have calmed down there. I do think this has the chance to mellow out and cool down. But if he's serious about missing games because it's not going to take that much money out of his pocket, holy crap. He's really going to F things up with fans.
Here's something else
severely.
Here's something else from the player's perspective.
And I wouldn't be able to blame fans for that, by the way, if it does go into the season.
If it goes into the season and you know it's a calculated thing because he knows he can get the money, they can't come after the money that he already got, the majority of his pay this year. I wouldn't blame fans for being put out about that. It also feels like to whatever extent the Players Association could be involved in this, they feel like, all right, the owners are going to see this, and if he actually does miss games, they're going to get mad about these roster bonuses and want to stop doing deals that way. But if the players get that kind of, not concession, if they get the owners that mad, then that's something that they have as a negotiating chip. Oh, you want to take away doing roster bonuses like that? Well, you have to give us something in return that our players want.
412-928-9370. Let's get more of your reaction. You've got Doug Whaley saying, what an abject failure by Cam Heyward. And you've got, like, real people out there who think Heyward could actually take this into the season. Not Caballi. He's trying to calm everybody down. But there's a thought that he actually has the ammunition and the ability to miss games. And what would you do then? How would you feel about Cam Heyward if he actually held into the season? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line of Person Injury Law Firm, where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here is Donnie's first headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates trying to hold off the sweep in Milwaukee, a scoreless game, top of the first inning. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's has been around for a while. And it is what a place to go to watch games. I love Mike's. Right next to PNC Park. What they've got going on right now is tremendous. 80 rotating taps of local craft beers. They've got some of the summer beers still hanging around, and the pumpkin beers are starting to come out in full force. You go there and you watch a little afternoon baseball like today. Maybe you're going to the football game Saturday night on the North Shore. Park over near Mike's, have a couple of pops, then either walk over in the nice weather, take the tea over, and there you go. You got yourself a nice evening, so meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Derek Harmon, rookie defensive tackle Derek Harmon is about to be introduced to the NFL as a member of the Black and Gold. Selected 21st overall in this past draft, Harmon spent his first 3 years in college in Michigan State before transferring to Oregon. As a Duck, he started all 14 games last season and received All-American honors. He now looks to integrate himself to Pittsburgh as a key piece of the Steelers' interior D-line.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I should probably know better by now, but I'm going to believe Oklahoma QB John Mateer. No one's dumb enough to write sports gambling in the Venmo description when they're actually betting, right? So maybe this one's nothing, but something else will come along, probably soon, and it'll be real, and it might affect an entire season. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-548-6839. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839. 800-548-6839.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. O'Reilly.
Stay cool this summer with AC Pro refrigerant at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
He is a crafty veteran, and he's done this before where he's almost threw it out there that, hey, maybe I'll go somewhere else next year if they don't want me. Hey, I might not play next year. He has no interest in that whatsoever, of not playing this season or missing the first couple of games. It's just all a ploy, and to be able to move this negotiations along quicker. Who knows when it will be. Just like TJ's contract, it's going to get done. You don't come this far in this offseason where you think you have a chance to win and blow it or potentially ruin it over a couple $1 million with maybe the most well-respected player in your organization over the past 20 years.
I think that's now highly questionable for fans. The most respected, based on how the tables have turned on Cam Heyward, given his request for more money. Cavalli didn't leave any room for interpretation there, an out. He said it's going to get done. And that's the second time I've heard that clip since he was live on with Joe and Pomp earlier. Mark has been very agnostic on this for the most part, but that's the first time I've really heard him say something like, come on, Steelers, step up. You've brought Aaron Rodgers in for this last dance type season with him. It's his swan song, his one and only shot to win. And you're going to let a few $1 million to make Cam Heyward feel better about himself. You're going to uphold some principle and potentially blow this up over that? For Cavalli, who I think is very objective, that's honestly one of the most anti-Steelers things I've ever heard him say. Because that's making it sound like they're, not Cam Heyward's agent fumbled the bag. That's making it sound like they're dropping the ball. Why are you letting this drag on? Why are you irritating your Walter Payton award-winning, pillar of the community, still all-pro guy? Just do it and keep it moving.
It is strange to hear him take that posture. I don't have some great explanation for it. Unless he also just is saying it almost flippantly, like he genuinely thinks this is going to get done. We know he does. It's much ado about nothing. He clearly seems to think on some level it still is that, and is just throwing this out there. But yeah, I usually don't anticipate Kaboom throwing takes out of that nature.
And also, if it's obvious to Mark, because I disagree with Mark. I don't think it's just lip service by Heyward that he would miss games. If Mark's saying it's just a ploy, and Mark is smart enough as a man that gets his car stuck at Latrobe for 2 hours and
does very little to help push it out,
and will deny that he falls asleep during Mike Tomlin press conferences, if he can observe that in Heyward, then obviously
the Steelers are
Omar
observing
Khan,
it.
Mike Tomlin, and Art Rooney can do the same thing. They weren't all born yesterday. So that's not an effective ploy whatsoever.
Correct.
Mark saying he's doing it to kind of accelerate the negotiating process. No, he's not. If the guys know it's complete BS.
If they know you're holding 2-7 in poker without looking at your cards and there's nothing on the board to make a full house for you, they're not just going to fold.
If everybody knows I love it here and I say, sorry guys, I actually do mean this. I love it here. I'm not going to leave. Or I love it here. This is a horrible analogy. I've already butchered this.
No. Well, why don't you really triple down on it and go all the way here? For entertainment purposes.
If I threatened to leave, but everybody here knew that I loved it here and didn't have the actual gumption to do it, that wouldn't help me in negotiations. You actually have to be ready to pull the trigger and leave or not play in order to get somewhere.
Correct.
Heyward has to be willing to say, I guess I'll retire then, or I will hold out into the season. And if you don't think I'm being serious, go ahead and try to call my bluff.
And we'll see what happens. Then there is, though, the Steelers' end of this, that they all along, again, this is kind of the suggestion I was told today, somebody else's opinion on the situation, outside looking in, for the most part, that they ultimately want to do this or will intend to do this, but just are keeping up appearances.
They want to make them sweat.
They just don't want it to look like they caved very
they're
quickly.
Weak when it comes to these types of things with players.
I could see it maybe taking until a couple days before the season. Maybe the week of practice leading up to the game against the Jets. And then, hey, the Steelers, by the way, shoveled some money around here and gave Cam what they wanted, and then everyone sings Kumbaya.
Donnie, what Malsey is saying is this is going to go down a lot like T.J. Watt, where we all kind of hypothesized, ooh, this looks bad right now, but the Steelers will cave. They will cave for the one helmet guy. They'll give in for the one helmet guy. Art will do that for TJ. And Chris is saying he'll do it for Cam. Do you agree with that?
I do think it's tough to look at the Steelers and how these situations go historically and not think that will happen. I mean, it's pretty rare.
Are you in Barnabas again where that fan's going in there because it's 100 degrees?
How can you hear that? How loud are your headphones turned up?
I can hear.
Well, I mean, he jacks it up the whole way.
I can hear the oscillation taking place. Yeah.
I mean, I even have it on a low level.
It's amazing to me that you haven't blown out both eardrums, Pony. Anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, given the Steelers' history, they do tend to give in on these situations.
Are you? And would you be cool with them giving in this situation?
I said the other day that I think Heyward does deserve a raise, so I guess I would be going.
Man, but you don't sound convinced right now. You sound like a guy who's
teetering.
You just sound more like a guy who is pretty frustrated by Cam's approach to all of this.
I said yesterday that the seesaw is going back in that opposite direction.
Oh, that seesaw. By the way, the chat sounding off, not so much on this topic, but Johnny the Barber wants to know, is Pony wearing a schmedium or has he gotten that jacked? Does the fan have a PED policy? Mike, I didn't know Baby Gap had a pit section and Pony found it.
I'm wearing the only pit shirt I own because
Size of the shirt?
No, because apparently if you tweet out something nice about Pitt in Cleveland, you get a box of Pitt gear. And we've been at the flagship. I'm not going to say his name. I don't want to give him a free pop.
What size gear do you think it was?
XXX.
Okay.
We've been here. Maybe they didn't know who else. Well, they got big offensive linemen, so people wear 3X over there. I mean, they've got some, the kid Bear up front. It's a very good tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he is a Cleveland kid, by the way. But anyways, I digress. I wore Pitt football to try to get on the radar. Like, give me some more Pitt stuff. Why is it that somebody in Cleveland is getting free Pitt stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Where's our Pitt swag?
Are you also wearing a hat that says well-hung vineyards to get more wine? That hat has been catching a lot of people's attention to start the show.
Yeah. My grandmother got me this hat.
No way. Absolutely not. Isn't she like 90?
She is 91. She's actually dealing with walking pneumonia right now, so if she's listening, I hope she's doing well.
You think she's got bets in today?
No, because basketball. Well, she likes the WNBA. She's got.
Does she actually bet on it? Does she know how to use like a betting
No,
app?
but she's never met a slot machine she doesn't like.
I think
My
that's
God.
anybody over the age of 75.
I hate to stereotype, 75 and up women, but they go crazy over slot machines the way I do when Paige Spiranek puts out like a new video. It's insane, man.
Well, I think
they
even
just
people
love
who make
slots.
Even people who make movies that have any involvement in a casino cast the movie like that. It's always the old lady who comes up after the character leaves or something who pulls the slot lever one time and quarters shootout.
So my mom is in her 60s now. In another 10 years, is she just going to something is going to flip in her and she's going to start loving slots?
Probably. I mean, your mom will have to be told you can smoke cigarettes, but not the stuff you like to smoke.
Well, she's in New York, which I think allows for her to do those
things there. She could just be rolling doobies?
I think.
My grandma, who passed well over 10 years ago, up until the last couple of years of her life, she didn't move around as well. She didn't move around as well, but my one uncle would take her if we would go to Atlantic City or something, or down to the ocean. He'd take her up to Atlantic City. She was in a wheelchair at that point for the most part.
Uh-huh.
She'd be there for 11 or 12 hours at a stretch. They're pumping oxygen into those places, so you feel good. You can't see the windows. You don't know how much time is passing unless you're checking
bingo
it.
Too.
Oh, she'd pull the
old
slot
heads,
levers
the
for hours.
septuagenarians and octogenarians also go hog wild for bingo.
What I don't get about the slot machine is it's such a passive activity. You're not using your brain. You just sit there, pull lever. Like, occasionally you spice it up and make it a triple value bet.
You want my morbid take on that?
Sure. Yes, Pony. Come on, it's me.
I think that people at that age are like, you know what? I can't take this money with me, so I might as well try to, get a jackpot, a huge score, and if I end up giving it to the casino, so be it. It's better than just sitting around in, a savings account somewhere.
Yeah, I can respect that. And if you win some and you got grandkids or sons and daughters.
How about you had some grannies, Donnie? Were they into slots? Were they into the casinos?
Big time.
Yeah, I think is it a stereotype? If it's true.
It's just like an easy retirement activity. No.
Yeah, it takes no physical ability.
They get in one of those little buses that takes them down there. They cut them a deal. They give them a food voucher too. They're in. It's like a. It's like a. It's like a trip. It's like a field trip in school. Exactly.
Oh, our big one was
an
when
old
we got to go to the
field trip.
When we got to go to the strip district in 6th grade, man, it was off the chain. Going and getting candy, but yeah, you're right. It's a field trip for the retaillees. My parents are much more spry. They're in their early 70s, and
congratulations on all
they
their
get
success.
around and they like to travel and they go to national parks. But occasionally, my mom will tell me that my dad likes to go down to one of the casinos and the one that has a dog track or whatever.
He bets on
he likes to go down to the track a little bit and throw in a few wagers. He likes to watch the races.
Good for him.
So do I.
Sure.
When I had my bachelor party, my dad, we were out in Wheeling doing that deal. My dad was at the races just loving life.
I'll tell you, Stella went nuts for the Washington County Fair yesterday.
She looked like she was loving it. She got the little cowgirl boots. She had her outfit.
There was a brick of fries.
You said this off the air, a brick of fries.
Yes, it was like a rectangular thing. It was like a compact rectangle of fries that you could get with bacon and sour cream and stuff like that poured over if you wanted it, nacho cheese.
So it was just very crispy on the outside like a rectangle, but then inside
People
it was soft.
People were mostly eating it with forks. They had all the games there. the basketball hoops, the one where you're trying to throw like a ball into a bowl for crap. I mean, they get you every which way, those carnies. But the they do. Yeah. But you know what was actually, to me, so my highlight from being there? So Scott Blasey performed from the Clark solo.
Yeah.
And I just have such respect. The dude just gets up there. There's probably like 20 people milling about.
Incredibly nice guy, by the way.
He gets up there and he's like, hey, I'm Scott Blasey. Like, no
fanfare.
Yeah.
If he was at the Fayette County Fair, they'd be going nuts because he shouted out the Fayette County Fair.
Well, that's what he said. He goes, I'm a Connellsville guy. So he just starts ripping off songs about living in Pittsburgh and whatnot, acoustically.
Very talented dude. I mean, I've done events where Scott's been the entertainment, and like he listens to the show. I know he does.
Well, I liked
Not
it.
like super regularly, but I know he listens.
A tear almost came to my eye listening.
Really?
Yeah, they were just moving songs about family life and growing up and rites of passage and things of that nature.
We're going to the festival tonight. I'm taking the boys.
What festival?
My parents' parish festival.
Those are a hoot, man.
They're great. Dude.
I
love the church festival.
The church bazaars and festivals are right up my
You hear
alley.
that wheel clicking, you know you're in the right place.
Chuck-a-luck, the money wheel. What? Oh, dude, there was a dealer back in the day. You could, bet the money wheel, right? And you could bet up to like how many ever dollars. They'd bring in a cooler if me and my buddies were winning too much. His name, I don't know if he's alive. I'm going to shout his name out. His name was Keith Allen. And if we saw Keith Allen come in to spin the wheel, we're like, the cooler's here, brother. We're scrambling like cockroaches in the light.
You get those older, like, Eastern European grandmas. They're making their pierogies
You've got your elephant ears. You've got every night there's a different dinner theme.
They're making making that Hynoski thing that
Henry Hynoski.
Henry Hynoski.
They're just They are cooking up fullbacks like you wouldn't believe.
You guys know what I'm talking about.
Belushi.
That's good.
Belushi, they got the Chinese auctions.
Oh,
My
yeah.
dad goes to me, guess what? The carnies are back this year, so the Ferris wheel is back. And like that, the teacups, man. I mean, me, Lennox, and Ace are going to be pigs in slop tonight.
That's a lifestyle, man. The carnies, they're just taking those rides from town to town, festival to festival.
So like they still have it. My parents.
Where are they sleeping?
Great question. Boxcars. Don't you imagine?
Are they sleeping in the back of their trucks? Are they in a hotel?
Do they have like RVs or anything?
Probably RVs. Yeah. So the one dude who stands at like the information desk and kind of is like the MC because it's all in a big parking lot, right? He's still going in his early 80s. I said to my dad, "How's Mr. Kerr doing? Is he still doing?" He goes, "Absolutely." He'll say just $1 little gets you all these things, and I love it, man. I'm probably more excited than the kids to go tonight.
Definitely gets like the gambling bug in kids at an early age.
Dude, it's like the one acceptable way to have kids gambling. It's wild.
I'll tell you, the Catholics have no bones about that. They don't care.
No, absolutely not.
They'll get you right in the mix with that stuff, baby.
Yeah, well, then you see that in the light beer. My joke was like, because the nuns used to obviously take part. And I would say they'd take vows of poverty, chastity, obedience, and then I would say, but not sobriety. You'd see him walk. The old principal at my mom's grade school be walking around with a can of Natty Light.
That's awesome. All right, Judge Donnie is next, and he will be presiding over this case. Has Cam Heyward tarnished his Steelers' legacy? Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers preseason game 2, Saturday night, 7 p.m. against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
If you think Craig Riley, our degenerate gambler boss, had a take on the bachelor party dog track, Sean Gentili and I won a decent chunk of change betting on a dog named Mohican Kiwi at your bachelor party. Craig remembers this from almost 10 years ago. That's interesting that Craig remembers that kind of stuff. Anyway, Awaken 180 weight loss. I won't forget the impact it made in my life, that's for sure. I remember it every day. I remember it too because I sleep better, my joints feel better, I'm more limber, I'm more spry. I had to go in for knee surgery. I handled that way better than I would have at 210 pounds because I was 177. I still remember my surgeon saying this is like the best thing you could have done for yourself is lose this weight. And I consider myself a big Awaken 180 success story, not just because I lost the weight, but because I was somebody who previously had tried and failed to lose it. And I know how depressing or frustrating that can be, and Awaken 180 can be your solution to that frustration. They come up with the plan. Your coach tailors the plan to you, your needs, how much you want to lose, time frame, everything else. You execute the plan. They call the play, to use a sports analogy. You run the play, and then you watch the weight melt off. I think I lost 10 pounds my first week. When you see that kind of instant result in that very first week and you realize, hey, this is pretty easy, it makes you want to keep going. That is why Awaken 180 is the long-term solution for weight loss. Find out for yourself at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
Now get 50% off all window styles, plus you could pay nothing until 2027. Visit windownation.com today.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile, Wi-Fi, and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 16th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Your next adventure starts with the all-new redesigned Hyundai Palisade from Bowser Hyundai. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Palisade. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Planting a tree? Putting in a fence? Whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasOfPA.com.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. All rise. Judge Donnie has entered the chambers. It's time for Judge Donnie, presented by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Give a whole new audience a chance to hear Judge Donnie. It's a 5:30 on Hump Day special. We've got Pirates baseball that's caused us to change our schedule up a little bit, so a chance for the Honorable Judge Donnie to preside over a case that's been moved up on today's docket, brought to you by Myers Law Group. We love Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. At 2:45, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610.
I'd like to point out, for the record, that last week's Judge Donnie, which was Judge Jack, was an abomination rarely seen. The judge clearly on the take.
Calling out one of my underlings.
One of your clerks would be it. Yeah, he was atrocious.
Already he's
Judge,
correcting the judge.
Judge, I'm glad to have you back.
Interrupting the judge, correcting the judge.
Judge, I apologize for overstepping my bounds. I just wanted to express my gratitude that you, the true judge of this segment, are back. Anyway.
Today's case, gentlemen, has Cam Heyward tarnished that legacy?
All right, we decide who argues what with the game of rock, paper, scissors.
Hold on.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh!
Chris?
The ball's in your court, Malsey.
I will argue that Cam Heyward has, in fact, tarnished his legacy. Your Honor, Cam Heyward is one of the most beloved Steelers of this era. He's one of the guys that embodies what it means to be a Steeler. But part of that embodiment for most fans, if you ask them, was his no-nonsense nature, the fact that he always seemed like the adult in the room, the fact that his effort never waned, the fact that he was as blood and guts as they get. He would often be paid, even though he has not been a part of a big playoff winner or a Super Bowl winner, he would often be paid what I think is one of the highest compliments, especially by older Steelers fans. They would point out Cam Heyward and say things like, he could have played with the 70s Steelers. Now, that's a guy who doesn't have any fear of anything. That's an old-school football player. Cam Heyward is trying to advocate for himself here, which is a decidedly new school thing in the world of non-guaranteed deals and free agency, etc. In so doing, though, he has been very clumsy with his effort, and it has called into question a lot of what he said. I do think he has tarnished his legacy. To wit, After, in the timeline of events, we know that he approached the Steelers and said he wanted more money, wanted maybe not a new deal, but some sort of sweetener. He then went out publicly and said that you either want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't in the case of Aaron Rodgers. Now those words are understandably being thrown back in his face because if he really is serious about sitting out games, the question could be asked of Cam Heyward. Do you either want to be a Steeler or do you not want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? These are all valid gripes for fans. The guy that was the ultimate adult, kind of like the team dad, is trying to get his, even though the Steelers sat down with him and gave him his, and he agreed to it. And now he basically doesn't like the terms of the deal, and he wants to try to negotiate a new one. He ain't Darth Vader. This isn't The Empire Strikes Back. You don't just change the terms of the deal because you don't like it. Cam Heyward, the ultimate team-first guy, appears to be more me-first here, and I think the damage done in this is going to last beyond whatever resolution we have.
Andrew?
Well, I completely disagree with that last point, Your Honor. I mean, we had several loyal listeners, people that might make up the audience here in this courtroom, who said things of T.J. Watt like, what is the Steelers' record in playoff games with him? They've never won anything with him. You can't go along with the Browns setting a precedent with Myles Garrett and use that as a place to negotiate from. You need to pretend like that never even happened. Shame on the Steelers if they give that money to a 30-year-old. They did, and then everybody changed their tune and was happy to have TJ back and welcomed him into the embrace of their warm bosom with the Steelers and will be cheering for him and rooting for him, and no one will be saying he's overpaid or any of those things when he takes the field against the Jets in Week 1. My other Exhibit B here on why I do not think Cam Heyward has tarnished his legacy is actually an anecdote that involves you, Judge Donnie. And that would be when Judge Donnie and his friends took a trip out to Las Vegas, and while they were there, they ran into none other than Antonio Brown, a man who had his Steelers career end in much messier fashion, where he legitimately quit on the team, didn't play in a game where the Steelers could still qualify for the playoffs, said horrendous things about Ben Roethlisberger, a much-beloved player, out the door, said horrific things about the owner, and people act like the Rooney family walks on water here. And Donnie saw this man years later at a game, and there were thousands of people there who were ready to greet him in black and gold and acted like he was actually the Messiah. So if Antonio Brown can turn things into water under the bridge, then I think the fans will do the same thing for Cam Heyward. Your Honor.
Chris, final argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to point out first, I'll go in reverse order here, that Counselor Filipponi's referencing an Antonio Brown appearance in Vegas that I believe had a political connection to it, so who knows whether or not anybody actually was there to see Antonio
Your Honor,
Brown.
It did not. Can you clarify that for the courtroom, please?
Reason. Well, they were in Vegas then. I'll strike it from the record. They were in Vegas. Everyone's having a good time at all times in Vegas. Also, Antonio Brown had set a baseline level of behavior that I think was so bad that Steelers fans kind of just said, okay, this is the last straw. I actually think it hurts Cam Heyward more that he's been such a model Steeler up until this point, and now there's this abrupt shift. It actually hurts more given what you knew about the player going in. Also, I think it's immaterial, Your Honor, to compare this negotiation to that of T.J. Watt's. Watt was at a point in his contractual term where typically these deals get renegotiated. And while I think Cam Heyward is obviously coming off a great season, Watt is 6.5 years younger than Heyward. That changes the paradigm. He absolutely has permanently tarnished his reputation with fans.
Andrew.
Counselor Mueller in other court proceedings has made it known that he believes that something will happen.
Objection relevance to other court proceedings.
Well, you brought up something that was factually incorrect. He believes that something will get done with Heyward between the Steelers and Heyward. So when that happens, just to be clear, Counselor Mueller sounds like he is arguing Heyward will still hear Bronx cheers. He will still be booed. People will still burn his jerseys. They will act like he is no longer one of their favorite players. When he makes a big play in a game, they'll act like, well, okay, that's still not enough. He needs to do more, because he's such a selfish guy. I think that is illogical. I do not believe that that will happen. I think something will get done, and when it gets done, this will be a small chapter in the overall incredible book that is Cam Heyward's career with the Steelers. We have guys that have done heinous things allegedly off the field. Allegedly. Like maybe the quarterback. And he is one of the most popular podcasts in the history. Can I have more time, please?
An extension, Your Honor.
No more time.
Are we just throwing out rules here in the judges' chambers? What are we doing?
Time is up. You badmouthed him at the start of this, Chris.
No, it was a roundabout way of praising him while questioning his taste in clerks.
Boys, in the case of Cam Heyward, I don't think yet he has tarnished that legacy.
Yes.
But we revisit this in a couple weeks, fellas.
It's
and the
still
old
a win.
judge might be singing a different tune.
It's still a win.
I mean, the power. Rhetorically speaking, I mop the floor with you. I mean, the judge is applying, as he really just admitted there, a time-sensitive standard to this particular case.
You won rock, paper, scissors, and if that was such an easy argument to say he has not tarnished his legacy, you could have picked it, and you could have mopped the floor with me even more.
No,
but you didn't.
I like to take on challenges in the judges' chambers here. I'm not a lowest common denominator kind of guy. Mark Crowley in the YouTube comments, the fix is in 2 weeks in a row. Frank, Chris smoked Pony. Maybe Mugwamp knew that the fix was in. He said, you already know Donnie is going to side with Pony here 4 minutes ago. Unbelievable. And then Peter said if Cam had Cracker of the Day posts, he'd be back in good graces.
Thank you. Another win. 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Well, I'm pretty sure Chris Boswell has been Antonio Brown's Cracker of the Day before for some of his great field goal exploits with the Steelers. He blew off reporters in Latrobe. What about him? Should the Steelers give him more money? Let's debate that next. We'll be right back. It's the PM Team on the Fan. And I am here for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. All right, Tuesday, August 26th, it is FanDuel Futures Day on America's #1 sportsbook, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. A hot one every year for Steelers fans is whether or not the Steelers are going to go over. The number is only 8.5 for this football team to continue Mike Tomlin's run of never having a season worse than 8-8. They added Aaron Rodgers and subtracted Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. If you think Rodgers is an upgrade, now would be a good time, Tuesday, August 26th, to bet that over on FanDuel Futures Day. Or maybe there's a dark horse you like. Colin Cowherd today predicted the Broncos to win the AFC West. So make your pick now. Visit the FanDuel app and start planning your futures bet now because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Join Easy Storage Ross Township for their 6th annual Classic Car Cruise, Sunday, August 17th from noon to 3 p.m. at the Easy Storage Ross Township, located at 5000 Johanna Drive. $1,000 cash prize, basket raffles, and free food. All proceeds benefit the Berkeley Hills Fire Company.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Red 42. Hike. We're kicking off It's the Big Drive Sales Event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Rush in and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Every play comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can score even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards. This is one summer drive you don't want to miss.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details. Ends 8/31/2025.
Febreze.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zycam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zycam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zycam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zycam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. When you pull into your driveway, do you cringe at the sight of your dingy old siding and windows? Replacing your siding and windows is now easier than you think with Weather Seal's Buy Now, Pay Later program. You don't pay a dime for 2 years. That's zero out of pocket until 2027 and get 35% off. Weather Seal's a local company I trusted with my home, and you can too. Call now, 877-351-SEAL, 877-351-SEAL, or weathersealhomeservices.com. Prior sales excluded. Offer ends August 24th.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only. Offer ends 8/31/25.
Hurry in to Mike Camlin Hyundai during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. New 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Palisades, both available with 0% financing for 60 months. Or receive up to $3,500 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers have an off day before doing a joint practice with the Bucs tomorrow at Acrisure Stadium. Play them there Saturday night. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Boswell, unlike Cam, did actually have a jersey on today. He didn't do much, but again, you don't see kickers do a lot, and especially kickers that's been around as long as him. I asked him to comment, and he said no, and as he went by, he turned his head back around and said, because I know what you're going to ask me, and then kept going. People want to know. Yes, you might know what I want to ask you, but people want to know what situation. What are you thinking? I mean, for as much as people are probably hating Cam, at least the fact that he came to us and explained his side of it, I would hope at some point that Chris would do the same thing.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Looking for a hot one on Saturday night for the Bucs and Steelers. 88 degrees is the projected game time temperature for that one. That was Jeff Hathorn, our Steelers insider, did an excellent job at Steelers training camp this summer on Chris Boswell's negotiations. Because I do think that there is a category or a group of Steelers fans who don't want Heyward paid, but want Boswell paid. That want to throw out the, well, you signed a contract, live up to the terms of your contract, a deal is a deal, and they forget that and say, well, Boswell is the best at what he does, and he didn't just negotiate last year, so let's take care of him. And my thing is, you either do both or you do none. Either say that...
Under what auspices?
Under the auspice
would
of...
you say that you can't split the baby here if you're the Steelers and take it on a case-by-case basis?
Under the auspice of they're both like one percenters. They're both the best at what they do.
Well, I don't think Cam is the best defensive lineman in the league, and Boswell, statistically, I think you can make the argument, is the best kicker in football. It's probably, him or Brandon Aubrey?
Okay, but 2 defensive tackles make the All-Pro team, and he was one of them.
No, I understand that. He's up there very close to the top of the heap if you're just talking D linemen, period, D tackles. I would just say Boswell, though, is the best. And you know what? To be pragmatic about it, if I were going to try to put myself in the shoes of the people that might want Boswell done but not Cam, it costs you less money to do
Well, I mean, but if you wanted me to really like parse this out with you, which I just might be in the mood to do, like, are we sure Boswell's better than Brandon Aubrey?
I just said Brandon Aubrey, but I think if it's 1 and 1A, however you want to slice it.
So last year Heyward was 1 and 1A. It was him and Chris Jones.
Who's likelier to age better?
Okay, well then you would always pay a kicker over a position player because they can last until they're in their 40s.
I think if you're the Steelers, you're definitely not looking at this as, okay, does each guy deserve it? It's the old Unforgiven line. Deserves got nothing to do with it at this point. The chances are greater that Boswell, for 4 more years, remains very, very good until his late 30s, let's say.
Yeah.
And factually, we know that what he wants, even if Cam just wants the $5 or $6 million front-loaded from next year into this year, what Boswell wants annually, I think, it would take like $1.6 million a year extra to make him the highest-paid kicker in the league, AAV.
Yeah.
That's easier to do if you're the Steelers. For a player that you can reasonably speculate, as great as Cam's 30s have been, is likelier to hold his value and live up to that contract in performance.
But you can't break your long-standing policy of not negotiating with players with 2 years left on their deal for a kicker.
Why not? Just a devil's advocate here. Why can't you do that?
Because even though the guy won games for them last year, kickers are inherently way less important than defensive linemen or, frankly, any position in the league other than maybe punter and long snapper. And the way they're paid reflects that.
Are they less important, though, if you're playing a lot of close games, as Tomlin's teams often do?
Yes.
The difference – well, hold on.
The market says that.
Well, the difference between the best kicker in the league, or at worst the second best kicker in the league, and league average is what % of kicks made. You know what I mean? I'd have to go look that up. But, like, if I took a middle-of-the-road kicker, there are years where you could have said if I took a middle-of-the-road kicker and replaced Chris Boswell with that guy, the Steelers might have 3 fewer wins that year. Their 13-3 season in 2017, when I think you were the one saying they were paper tigers a little bit.
Yes, they were.
They were probably a 9-7 team that the kicker turned into a 13-win team. So that inherently kind of speaks to the value a really great one can provide.
Well, then why don't they make more money? Why, if they're so important and they can change 9-win seasons into 14-win seasons, why aren't the top kickers making $20, $25 million a year, Chris? They're not making anywhere close to that.
I do think that there is a blind spot's not the right word, almost a contradiction or a paradox. The really good ones are ultra valuable, but
they don't get paid that way.
Teams also probably feel that even the best kickers are more replaceable because it's the whole you're not really a football player. You're a very, very, very specialized person on this team. It's the same reason why, for example, Mariano Rivera, even at his apex, was never going to make the kind of money that a great starting pitcher
right. So
did.
that's why I'm surprised, because you do say that about Rivera all the time. So I didn't expect you to make the case that, like, yeah, you should give a kicker that money because kickers are that vital or important.
Okay, but I think in a practical manner of speaking, it is easier if they want to do that deal to do it. Whether you think like you should be bending over backwards or breaking an unofficial team rule that we all agree is kind of silly and gets in their own way a lot for a kicker or not is almost immaterial. The Steelers, in very practical terms, would just be running this through one filter, I would think. Is it worth our while to pay this guy the money he would want right now? Is he valuable enough, and is that something that we should do? And it's an easier ask because it is less money.
But you don't get to a point where Boswell's kicks matter
without Cam.
If guys like Cam, exactly.
No, I know.
They gave up 299 rushing yards in a playoff game last year. They think that they can't stop the run. So now they're going to say it makes more sense for us to give Chris Boswell money and not a guy that stops the run.
What I don't know is how much internally they value what I'd have to ask a ton of people and try to get a handle on it. Do they value Boswell and look at him as more than a kicker? Do you think, let me put it this way. Do you think that at its best, I'll use Tucker as an example, although they haven't won anything. They didn't win anything while he was there, and obviously it ended in very ugly off-field fashion. But do you think Tucker ever ascended to a level with his own teammates and within that organization where they looked at him as, for lack of a better term, more than a kicker?
Probably not. And
I would. Vinatieri ever ascended to that level?
Clearly no, because the Patriots moved on
with Gostkowski.
They brought another guy in, and they kept winning Super Bowls. There you go. You just answered your own question.
I'm asking. No, I didn't answer my own question.
You kind of did there, man.
I hinted in the direction that the Steelers probably would feel about this.
The Patriots voluntarily moved on from the best one ever, and the next guy came in, and they really didn't skip a beat.
Tomlin is both like such an ultra, I'm a football guy, I'm a football lover, where I feel like he would be predisposed to feel like specialists are somewhat a dime a dozen. But, man, he's not stupid either.
He also talks about Boswell like he's got
different.
He's got like a rabbit up his sleeve, like he's got a special weapon and X factor.
Except when he doesn't deploy him in a dome for a 59-yarder or whatever that he probably should have let him kick. But, like, he does play so many and coach so many close games that he would theoretically hold Boswell in higher value than most coaches would their kickers.
I really want to hear from fans on this because we've heard from a bajillion Steelers fans on Heyward's holdout. And if Boswell is as important as you are making him out to be, Chris, then everybody should have very strong opinions on Boswell too. Do you give this guy his money? Are you cool with paying Boswell and not paying Cam? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. We'll come back with some calls. You can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll get Mike Florio in. Pro Football Talk. Man, is that going to be a great interview on Heyward. He is tied into the agent business big time in Rules of Football at 3:30. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates down 2-0 to the Brewers in the top of the fourth inning, looking to avoid being swept in Milwaukee. It's Brandon Woodruff versus Mitch Keller in this one. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Jack. I want to tell everybody about MHI Roofing. You saw the storm blow through last night, so you know that when severe weather hits, your roof is kind of the first line of defense, so you want your roof to be on point, right? That's when you call MHI Roofing, whether you need to have your roof looked at to see if it needs to be replaced or you know your roof needs to be replaced. It's all about MHI Roofing. And on days like we've had a lot of this summer, really hot, really humid, you really need to check out your ventilation in the attic. Believe it or not, that is actually the first place that MHI goes when they are doing their free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. They go to your attic. They want to see, is it ventilated properly? They want to see if the air circulation's on point, because at MHI, they know that if the ventilation is not right, that roof is going to be built on a shaky foundation. And guess what? Every MHI roof, it comes with a very well thought out attic ventilation plan. One of the many reasons that MHI is able to offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They're the only people I trust with my roof. I feel like you'll feel the same way once you call them up and see them in action. So call for your free roof inspection and estimate today, 412-998-8864, or you can book online, mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Mark Ryan with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Do you feel that tremor? It's the reality that a salary cap is going to be the hot topic next spring at MLB's CBA negotiations. Rob Manfred says every other league has a cap. signaling to the players to prepare for war. A cap is great, but I'm equally interested in a floor. It would expose greedy bottom-feeding owners. Pay up or get out. I'm Mark Ryan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Crowley. It's hot, but cooler weather's ahead. Don't sweat the changing seasons. Call my friends at Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time only, buy an air conditioner from Sullivan and get a free furnace. You heard that right. When you buy an AC from Sullivan Super Service, you get a furnace for free. Call Sullivan Super Service at 412-203-5736 or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com. You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2 men and a junk truck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I love Boz, and I'm tired of him getting Player of the Week. He probably got Player of the Week again this week. He's deserving of it. But it reminds us of our warts. It reminds us of the work that we need to do. But man, no doubt, I'm thankful that he's on our team.
So Boswell's been maybe numb too. He's been playing a lot of golf, and he's just not engaging in any kind of, I'm going to stick up for myself and give you my 2 cents or my opinion on why I'm doing the same thing Cam Heyward is doing. It does come with the caveat that Boswell did not negotiate his contract last year, but he is still in the no negotiation zone that the Steelers have preached for decades. You have more than a year left on the deal, you don't get a new deal. Boswell has 2, just like him. And there's not as much venom. There's not as much vitriol. There's not as much anger. Boswell seems to be, for the most part, flying under the radar. And I just am asking out loud if that means most fans feel differently about him and think that he should get the money while Cam shouldn't. 412-928-9370 is the telephone number. Listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Steve did text in and say, Pony, I'm watching on YouTube. I find you eating your pen disgusting. You should stop that. All right, fine. Here's what we'll do. Anytime somebody catches me chewing on my pen, from now on, every time I do it, I'll put $5 into a bucket.
I'll bring a mason jar in. It'll be, well, no, we're going to have to confiscate the bucket after every show because somebody would just steal the money in here.
And we will.
Crowley.
Or Callis.
Hello.
And we will, I'll donate the money to a charity.
Okay.
We'll pick one. But okay, Steve, if it's so gross, if you can't stand to watch me nervously, anxiously chew on a pen as I try to.
What do you have to be nervous about?
Well, I'm trying to brainstorm things I'm going to say. It helps me do that. Cook got me into that.
Really?
I watched him do it for years, and he somehow passed that terrible nervous tick off to me.
How hard was it to brainstorm Stay Healthy 7 and I Like Ben Roethlisberger?
I don't know. The man would...
I heard you laughing at that one, Don.
The man would get done with his show.
Then he'd pace the hallways.
And he would pace and chew on a pen.
To write columns.
For hours, yeah.
That would usually start 7 out of 10 times with, Ben Roethlisberger once told me, even if they were about the Penguins. Again, you guys know I'm right. I'm taking shots, but Cook's in Florida. He doesn't care.
Here is Dave in North Huntington. Hello, Dave. He's back.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. So I'm one of the few, actually, that is on Cam's side. He deserves the money for how he's played, how he played last year, and playing hurt. That's why he had the bad season to begin with.
Okay.
Money's not guaranteed. He deserves it. Boswell, to me, it's a non-issue. That's why I don't think fans care, because they know this is never going to happen this year. They will never break that rule about not negotiating unless you have 1 year left on the contract. They didn't do it for Watt. They're certainly not going to do it for Boswell, a kicker.
And you don't think they'll do it for Cam, to be clear, then, too?
Well, Cam's a little different because he's truly not. Well,
but you did just say they'll never break it, though.
To me, it's a difference. Well, no, because to me, there's a little nuance. Because he's not really looking for a new contract, from my understanding. He just wants to get a little, as
he wants to get a little bite at next year's apple.
Right.
But that's still
he's not changing the overall contract a little bit. He's just getting a little cash.
Thanks, Dave.
He's making it sound like the Steelers and Cam's deal are a payday loan company.
I mean, they could do the same thing with
Boz.
With Boz,
they could front his money.
And Dave's theory is that people aren't talking about it because it's that big of a non-starter. I disagree with that.
They could front Boswell's signing bonus from next year, presumably into this year, I guess.
I think people haven't really talked about Boswell just because of just how angry they are at Heyward and the timing of this.
Well, he also, no matter to the point of like who's more important, I still do think ultimately a D lineman who's a first-team All-Pro is more important. But like in who occupies public consciousness. Just look. One guy's the best kicker in the league. The other guy is probably one of the 4 or 5 best defensive linemen in the league. No one cares about best kicker in the league to that point.
Boswell is better at his job than Heyward.
Do you think
his
Boswell
job
would
is
ever
less
hold
important?
Out and just say, I'm not kicking?
I don't know.
Because here's what's
I don't know as much about him.
Well, here's what's interesting to me. Ben Sauls looked pretty good. Let's say Ben Sauls is going to kick in all these preseason games.
Well, we both hypothesized. Maybe they knew something about Boswell when they picked Sauls up.
Because Sauls, I think, was pretty damn good at Pitt.
Oh, my God, if we had $1 for every time Narduzzi said Sauls was, going to be a great NFL kicker, we'd have probably hundreds of thousands of dollars here.
I would feel less job security if I were Boswell solely for this reason. You could always catch a team or a GM and a coach and an owner in kind of a bad mood if you actually threaten to do anything dramatic. And they could just say, screw it, we'll live and die with the kicker. And if Sauls goes out and hits 3 45-yarders in week 1 and they win, guess what, man?
Yeah, good point. 412-928-9370. Here's Chase. He's on the case. Hello, Chase.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
We're good.
So real quick, I just want to say I think it's ridiculous that they're both kind of doing these hold-ins or hold-outs, whatever the correct term is. Because with the whole negotiation thing, you got 2 years on the deal. You signed that contract. You have a duty with your job to oblige that contract. But for the Steelers' case, I think it's absolutely easier to sign Boz instead of Heyward because kickers are cheaper. Tony, you said, why don't kickers get paid as much? Why doesn't the best kicker in the league get paid as much? It's because they're on the field 10 times a game.
Right. So how could you justify even giving them $1 million more for what you just said there? You just said how dare you not honor your contract, and you're going to back down from that for someone that's on the field a handful of times?
In a very simple sense, it costs you a lot less money to give that guy what he wants.
I get that, Chris, and Chase does too. But
Tony, I'm not backing down. My thing is, that's why I said my case first. I think it's ridiculous what they're both doing. But to answer your question, why people might not be so enraged by Boswell doing what he's doing is because the simple answer is he's cheaper. Heyward wants so much more money to get up there with the Daniil Hunters and the Chris Joneses of those contracts, and it's just ridiculous. Dude,
actually, that's not true. It's the difference. We think, we don't know this for sure, but we're guessing that with both guys, it's like $1 million for Boswell and $5 or $6 million for Heyward. That's really in the NFL not that big of a difference. Who the frick are you going to get for $5 or $6 million? You're not getting a really good player.
I mean, yeah, you're getting a third-string receiver, if that. You're not getting much.
Okay, so why does the money bother people so much then?
Because it's the timing of everything. We're ready for the season, and then these dudes are going to do
Well, why
this.
doesn't that apply to Boswell then? That's what I'm saying.
He didn't just sign the deal last year, but it doesn't apply.
He just said it does, Chris.
I don't think it. Part of the reason is he didn't just sign a new deal last year.
But Chase just said two things that are different from what you're saying. The first one was the principled thing of we're just not going to do it with 2 years left on the deal. And his second point there was, dude, you're messing with like the vibes of the season. You're asking for it right now when we're 2 weeks away from the season starting. What's wrong with you?
Well, in Cam's case, he asked for it apparently
in February,
and this has just been a stalemate that he didn't think would turn into one. Boswell is doing it more late in the proceedings.
And he's getting a free pass for the most part.
It's kind of weird the time. Maybe I'm misreading this, or maybe I haven't analyzed it in my brain enough. If you're Boz, wouldn't you want to say it right after last year before they can go out and think about bringing a kicker in?
No one is giving him the Peyton Manning, Mike Vanderjagt treatment of we're doing this for a friggin' kicker. Are you kidding me? A kicker.
If he was the only one holding out or holding in, do you think he'd be getting this treatment, or do you think it would be more just the kicker's not happy? So what?
I can't tell. I don't know.
I do think a lot of it is Cam's situation. I mean, dude, how many times have we, in the job that we do, we take into account all sports things that are happening, kind of chuckle and say when there's a huge Steelers story, for example, and maybe there's something that's not a great story about the Pirates or Penguins. Boy, I bet the people over at their offices are happy that this big Steelers story broke.
Yep, we do say that.
It absolutely happens that way.
Here is Fake John and Robinson, who's in a fantasy football league with Mulsey, where Mulsey does all kinds of self-inflicted wounds to cause his team to suck.
Well,
Hello, Fake John.
this one involves Sean Tucker, and
Multiple.
Fake John jumped right on
multiple.
it.
I did say
It's
that. I stressed
horrifying.
that. This is
I
not a
took
one-time
a knife
occurrence.
and stabbed myself in the stomach multiple times. In this
And I was actually accused of collusion there on the Sean Tucker thing that I had to fight off. I didn't tell you about that one, but anyway, Tony, as usual, I do disagree with you here. I mean, it's only 1.5 AAV. I know you refuted that point on Boswell, but to me, the bigger thing is, and using your own words against you, kickers aren't real players, so the Steelers aren't breaking the rules here. Right, it's just an ancillary piece. That's what it takes to keep the best in the league at what he does. And Common Ball requires it.
But if one of the central arguments, if one of the key arguments against giving the money to Heyward or anybody is, if you give it to this guy, you're going to have everybody on the team asking for new deals when there's multiple years on their contract. You do that for a kicker, you're absolutely going to open up that can of worms then.
I do what I rarely do here and get in the middle of this. I do think, just to be technical, Fake John's argument here is actually that because Boswell is such an ancillary piece, he would actually be looked at totally differently. Like, oh, yeah.
I think that would be a bigger slap in the face to these guys. You do it for a kicker, but you don't do it for us?
To your point. Well, no. To your point, they're not football players, right? They're ancillary. They're kickers. So the thought being, we're not breaking our rule. We're doing it for this guy. But to my point, look at Baltimore last year and how many games they lost because of Tucker and others around the league. Tomlin loves playing field goal games, right? He likes to win by 1, 2, 3 points.
Well, then wait a minute here.
You absolutely need that guy.
Hold on. You just brought up something even more interesting to me. Then if you're Boswell, why would you settle for just $1 million more? Because
it makes you the highest paid kicker in the league.
Yeah,
but you're resetting the market.
So reset the market by a ton, like Myles Garrett or Deshaun Watson did.
So the Steelers really are the Browns now, right? Let's just reset the market unnecessarily.
You just said. I'm saying from Boswell's standpoint, if you can, if you're really that important, well then absolutely set the market for kickers. Prove to people that they are valuable. Ask for $5 or $6 million more.
Fake John, if you were Boswell's agent, how much more AAV would you actually ask for here? As you said, he is integral to the successful implementation of Tomlin ball.
1.6. I mean, become the highest paid guy in the league. It gets you still have another contract coming after this, right? He can be 33, 34 when this contract's up.
No, he's 34 right now, believe it or not.
I thought he was 31. Okay. Well,
no, he's
30.
He's actually 34 right now.
Okay, well, still, I mean, the market is the market, Coney. Going back to your other point before, well, then why aren't kickers paid more? Why aren't running backs paid more? The same guy
because
that makes the same AAV, right? But the same guy that makes the same AAV as Cam Heyward is Derrick Henry. You can't tell me the Steelers had Derrick Henry and just some down the liner instead of Cam Heyward. They wouldn't be a better team.
Did you just call Cam Heyward a down the liner?
Said as down the liner instead of Cam and Derrick Henry on the team. That's the trade-off.
Right. So you have like Dalvin Tomlinson as opposed to Cam Heyward.
Dalvin Tomlinson's making more money than Cam Heyward.
Not yet.
Yes, he is, which is part of his argument, dude. The guy you just called it down the liner is making more money than him. We have to go because we have Mike Florio, a much better lawyer to talk to. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township.
Crap.
Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's get to an intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers are finally done in Latrobe. They'll head back home to Pittsburgh and take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in their second preseason game. That will be Saturday at 7 p.m. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Sam Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, MHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Black and Gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Starkey and Pop did a show together today, which is a rarity in the summer. You can listen to them occasionally this time of year and learn about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
Pony, you've been accused of hitting the pen 3 times since you said you'd put $5 in the jar.
Well, you guys didn't call me out for it, so it doesn't count.
But you said the chat was supposed to call you out, which they have.
No, it's you guys.
Some guy yelled, "Pen alert! Pen alert!"
Well, you guys have to do it.
Wow. Okay. My God, you're racking up more pen violations than what's his name, Jackson Dart Easy Pass violations.
Mike Florio is back with us. Pro Football Talk brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist, and JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. All right, Mike, we got a big one here with the Cam Heyward hold-in. Let's start with just your impression, your opinion on what's going on here between the two sides.
Well, look, I'm always a big proponent of players getting paid. But when you just did a deal last year and you could have played out the deal and then become a free agent, and if you were determined to be an all-pro, you could have cashed in after that. And when you say that, and I love Cam Heyward, don't get me wrong. When you say that after you signed the deal, you told them, I'll be back next year after I'm an all-pro, and they giggle. Yeah, because the joke's on you. They've got you signed for 2 more years. So these are all things that could have been dealt with. There could be incentives. There could be escalators. There could be terms in the contract he signed last year that would give him more money if he had made all-pro. The joke's on him. Really, it is.
Mm-hmm.
You are a veteran who's into your, 3rd, 4th contract now? So, like, for a guy like a James Cook who got his deal today, who had nothing to negotiate on his last contract, it's one thing. But when you're a veteran who signs your deal eyes wide open and you understand the implication of committing to a 2-year, $14.5 million deal, it doesn't matter if you're an all-pro or not an all-pro. They hold the cards. You signed the contract. It's going to be hard for him to get them to see it his way. And it would have been easier for him to deal with this last year if he was sure he was going to become an all-pro in 2024.
The one thing that he's already gotten this year is the majority of his compensation on this roster bonus. His base salary is just 1.3, Mike. And Andrew heard earlier today that maybe Cam is actually considering seriously sitting out real games this year because he's making like 70-odd grand per game check, and that there is no recourse for the team to recoup that roster bonus. Is that the way you understand it? Do the Steelers have, if he sits out regular season games, any way to claw back that $13.45 million or parts of it?
You've got different provisions of the CBA that would come into play here. He's already shown up. He's already there. If he leaves, it activates an entirely different process that could have him shut down for the entire year, pay back the roster bonus, and not get any money this year. That's one. Door number one, he's not leaving. Door number two would be to just say, I'm not playing. I'm here. I'm not playing. That turns into a face-off where you can...
That kind of gets into the J.C. Treader stuff a little bit, doesn't it, Mike? That he talked about that got him in hot water.
No, J.C. Treader said fake an injury.
Okay.
Cam's not faking an injury. And you don't really need to fake an injury. Cam Heyward's been playing for 14 years. There's something on him if he thinks about it long enough that is legitimately injured and he doesn't have to play. But if he says, I'm just not playing and I'm healthy, you could eventually suspend him for conduct detrimental to the team.
Yep. He
commits a default under the roster bonus. You can claw back some of the money that way. So that money he's already gotten is susceptible to being recovered by the team if this really would turn into, like both sides pushing it to the limit. The best deal, obviously, is to work out a new contract. But, yeah, I think just digging his heels in and not playing, that won't fly if the Steelers want to push it. And I don't know why they wouldn't push it. At some point, you got to get your helmet and go play football. You're under contract and you're here.
Is it a really simple solution to just take some of his roster bonus for next year and give it to him now? Mike, he seemed to imply that's what he wanted when he talked a couple of days ago. That seemed to be him referencing what the Steelers did with Antonio Brown. Are there any real ramifications or consequences to taking 2026 roster bonus and converting it into 2025 salary?
It's a way to save face for the team. The team typically doesn't like to do deals for anyone other than quarterbacks more than a year in advance, yada, yada, bad precedent, all that stuff. So you just move money around that way. And then next year they could deal with the missing money, maybe do a new contract. Maybe it's his last year. I don't know. This is year 15 for him. I just think that he made a calculated risk when he decided, yeah, I'm going to try to get more money if I make All-Pro this year. And he said Monday that this all started back in February at the scouting combine, and they haven't gotten anywhere with it. They haven't gotten there yet. So I don't know what they're going to do. And this is the problem of getting your starting quarterback at a below-market contract and giving T.J. Watt $41 million a year in new money average. You're going to have other guys that say you can afford to pay Watt and you got to steal for your quarterback. There's got to be money there for me.
Mike, this is kind of an in-the-weeds question. I'll try to ask it as simply as possible. If they wanted to move some of the 2026 money for Heyward like we just discussed, does that have an outsized negative effect on dead cap or anything else like that for next year? Is there any provision to just prevent teams from doing that willy-nilly or penalty that they would have to incur if they were to try to move that money?
No, they can move money around. Not that I know of, and I don't want to speak in absolutes because when you do that, you end up being absolutely wrong. But I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would be an impediment to shifting money around. Like you guys said, they did it with Antonio Brown once upon a time, and teams have done that. There's another guy this year, Minka Fitzpatrick, his deal in Miami. They made a big deal about the signing bonus. Right? It was baloney. They took a couple million from next year and they put it forward to this year, and they guaranteed it, and they paid most of his salary as a bonus. It was all overblown because it made the agent look good.
Mike, I'm not predicting this is going to happen. No one has told me that it could happen, but another hypothetical. Heyward did say, I want to be valued. I can't wrap my head around playing this position at this price this year. What would happen if he just said, screw it, I've played 15 years, I'm going to retire? Could they get the roster bonus back then?
Yes. The roster bonus is subject to forfeiture in the year that it was paid. So they can go back and get that roster bonus from him. Now, good luck. You got to chase him around. It can get ugly. But, yeah, that roster bonus was paid to him under the express presumption he's going to play this year. If he retires, he, in theory, has to pay every penny back.
Mike, we've got one other non-Cam Heyward hold-in situation with Chris Boswell, who probably took and ran with the mantle of best kicker in the league last year, maybe he or Brandon Aubrey. Do you sense that the Steelers – I'll give you two situations. Do the Steelers do something to sweeten the pot for Chris Boswell, figuring he's a kicker? It's almost kind of like a separate issue from a football player, or do they say, hell no, we aren't doing any kind of thing for Chris Boswell. He is merely a kicker. We will especially dig our heels in and not give him what he wants.
I can't think of a time a kicker held in, held out, or did anything other than held his breath until he turned blue. I just don't get it. And I think we joked about it on the show yesterday. Like, what does a kicker even do when he's holding in? Like, what's he holding in from?
He's been playing a ton of golf at Laurel Valley out there in Ligonier.
He's been golfing the entire time.
His handicap might be down to like a 2.
I will say this. Under the new kickoff procedure, the kicker is susceptible to getting his ass blown up because he's the only one that's coming down the field with any momentum, and they can run down and get him. And there's some clips out there of kickers getting blasted. So there is a risk to being a kicker. But if you're the team, you could throw a rock and find another kicker. And I know you want to have a good kicker, but I don't see them blinking for Boswell and not blinking for Heyward. So it's just that one is just weird to me.
Mike, how about this idea that part of this is obviously the Heyward thing is he negotiated just last year and they don't want to give somebody a new contract, 365 days later or thereabouts. But still, we're talking about a policy that is not league-wide. It is a team policy of we just don't do new deals when players have more than a year left on their contract. J.J. Watt tried to bring this up with his brother, saying you would have actually gotten a bargain if you didn't have this silly policy. You would have paid him way less money. How about the idea that part of the sticking point is the Steelers' own policy on when they negotiate contracts, Mike?
Oh, hey, I said this before with you guys. Some of their rules, like we don't do extensions once the season starts. We don't do full guarantees beyond year one unless you're a quarterback or T.J. Watt. And I just think that is dumb. All due respect to the Steelers, and I love the Steelers, and I've been in and around Pittsburgh my entire life, but the whole idea is the CBA sets forth the minimum stuff you can do, and anything beyond that, like, you're only limited by your creativity and your willingness. When you apply artificial rules that make it harder for you to have the team you want to have, I just don't understand why they do it. I don't understand why they do it. They're only hurting themselves. There's an arrogance to it. And one of the things I've noticed this year, whether it's the Bengals with their guys who aren't happy, the Cowboys with Micah Parsons, the Bills with James Cook, I feel like so much of what teams do as it relates to their players is about power. And it's about reminding them who's in charge. And these extra rules the Steelers put on their players and their coaches as it relates to extensions, the message is we're in charge and we're going to do things our way, and you should just be glad to be here. And that was some of the subtext of the T.J. Watt negotiations. I just don't know that's realistic. I really don't. And, how long has it been since they won a Super Bowl? How long has it been since they won a playoff game? It gets harder and harder just to say, we're the Steelers. You should just be glad you're here and do things our way.
Mike Florio, do you think when we talk next week at this time, a deal will be done with Cam Heyward? Your prediction?
Next week at this time, I'll say no, which means yes.
All right.
And if I'd say yes, that would mean no.
Mike Florio, PFT. Thank you, Mike. Talk to you then. All right. Kabali's on a heater today. He said some other things about the Steelers making moves that have made waves. We also might have a very special guest at 4:15. A guest so special that when we originally tried to have him on Friday, Chris was thinking about not using his day off to come in studio to interview this person. That's how badly you want to talk to this guy.
I was thinking of potentially taping questions and having them be played to this person for the purposes of at least saying, I got the question out there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
So people are now can start brainstorming who that person is that you are so smitten by.
Are they definitely coming on?
Oh, we're still up in the air on that.
We're efforting
in
the business. Okay.
All right. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The countdown is on. Only 25 days till Pittsburgh faces New York. And these are some of your favorite number 25s. Ryan Clark, Artie Burns, Ron Shaglin. The countdown to kickoff is presented by Duquesne Beer. Grab a Duke. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We'll see some scattered showers and storms move in tonight, off and on until midnight. Lows tonight in the upper 60s with some patchy fog forming toward morning. After that, sunshine for Thursday, highs in the upper 80s. Heat returns for the weekend. Friday's high could be close to 90. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
The Brewers can't be stopped, or can they? I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Milwaukee's riding an 11-game win streak, so fading them today against the Pirates is not something that I'm interested in. However, a play that is worth considering today, under 7.5 runs. Pittsburgh's offense has been terrible, and Pittsburgh pitcher Mitch Keller does have the ability to potentially keep this Brewers offense at bay. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It's the end of summer here in the Pittsburgh area, and your AC is working overtime. Keep your home comfortable year-round with custom-fit windows from Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. With an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 3 million windows installed, you can trust Window Nation. Hurry, the sale ends soon, so don't miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or rates as low as 0.0%. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or rates as low as 1.9%. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Ready to own your year? Score this season's hottest brands at Dick's House of Sport. Shop the latest from FP Movement, Jordan, On, Nike, and more. And check out over 2,000 footwear styles to nail your first day fit. Plus, visit Dick's House of Sport to test your skills in the multi-sport cage. Choose from over 300 plus styles at House of Cleats. Or get your gear fine-tuned with steaming, customization, re-gripping, restringing, and more. Own the moment this year at Dick's House of Sport.
It may be goodbye summer, but it's hello deals here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And this bow tie does not lie. New Ram 1500s, Take up to $15,000 off MSRP. New Jeep Gladiators, now up to $7,500 off MSRP. All with up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. Last chance to make this the summer event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
On Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. You should celebrate. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. We all got them every year, right? So here you go. Take a flyer on the MVP race. I think Lamar Jackson's always a safe bet, right? I mean, he could have easily won again last year, maybe should have won again last year, and I think the Ravens are going to be really good. In fact, when it comes time to crowning our champion in August, I hate to say it, but I think it might be the Ravens this year. How about a Ravens-Lions Super Bowl? You can parlay your division winner dark horses. Maybe the local club is a dark horse in the AFC North, and maybe with the odds, you can do well there. Mark your calendars. This is your day, your hunches, your hot takes. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. PA 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Get a bottle of Seafoam motor treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and we've all been feeling the heat. So why don't you beat the heat with an incredible offer from Universal Windows Direct? Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there's no limit, plus no interest for 5 whole years. Universal's windows have their exclusive super spacer technology. And in short, these windows keep the hot air out and the cool air in. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Once you feel the difference, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Ram of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The Pittsburgh Gun Show this weekend at the Monroeville Convention Center. Tons of ammo, guns, knives, accessories, and more. Get your guns and supplies while you still can. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 4. Info at showmastersgunshows.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in one great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
For 30 years, the Good Feet store has helped thousands of people relieve their pain and live a more comfortable life. And we appreciate working with great doctors like Dr. Pamela Maida.
The Good Feet arch support system can not only alleviate but also eliminate the pain from plantar fasciitis, neuromas, and bunions.
And Dr. William Spielvogel.
Good Feet arch support system can be highly effective for pain relief. In addition, better balance, better stability, better function.
The wonderful thing about the Good Feet arch support system is it gives you a pep in your step. You walk with confidence. Your posture is better, you're well aligned, you're ready to take the day on.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real fruit tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gerken Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing some slow-moving traffic on the Parkway West outbound from Technology Drive going into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Going into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East outbound, it is congested from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by American Cancer Society. The American Cancer Society is making strides against breast cancer by walking in celebration of courage and hope. Are you ready to join the largest, most impactful breast cancer movement in the country? Join today by signing up at makingstrideswalk.org.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. The Steelers are off today. They have a joint practice tomorrow with the Buccaneers, and they play Tampa Saturday night. Mike Tomlin press conference tomorrow to break it all down. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Looking at temperatures in the 80s for Saturday night Steelers-Buccaneers game with Bob Pompiani on the call. That is your Fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Might have a big special guest in the next 15 minutes or so. We're still getting to the bottom of that. We might not. it's not Aditi. She had to move her schedule back because she is with the Ravens today at their practice. And she will join us Friday to preview the Steelers. Shedeur Sanders out again for the Browns, so his availability, much like that of every other Browns quarterback there, not named Joe Flacco, seems to be in question. These guys are dropping like flies. He now has an oblique problem and might miss the game this weekend against Philly, and he was in line to get a start. So that's something to keep an eye on. Kabali put out another yeet. And he admitted that this was Steelers move related because we have to monitor if he's just jerking people around, being a troll, watching wrestling, or if these things actually have, it's my bat signal that Steelers news is happening. And he clarified this on the Pomp and Joe show today that, yes, he believes the Steelers in the next few days will go out and get a wide receiver because my sense is the news the Steelers are getting and what the Steelers media horde is hearing about Calvin Austin is not good. And it's not related to that dog thing that went out. Colin posted that. There was, I think, some kind of like dangerous dog summary charge that he... Did you see that?
I saw it.
Yeah.
It's strictly injury related.
Yes, this is an injury thing. And he's a
God,
very
does this
small
happen
man.
Every single year where they initially somebody gets hurt, it ends up in the end being pretty bad, but initially they go, not much to worry about there. I just feel like it happens every year. Last year it was Russ.
And we're not out of the woods with Alex Highsmith yet either, by the way.
Yeah, I've kind of forgotten about that, but I remember being told pretty early in that process not to take my eyes off of that situation.
So Kabali told Mac on their podcast that it's not Terry McLaurin. They're not going to trade for him. He has said that repeatedly, that they are not going to give up more draft picks and then hand out another DK Metcalf sized contract to a wide receiver. Then you had Mac bring up what we talked about yesterday, the OBJ rumor, and Mark said, right church, wrong pew, I think was his reaction to that.
So a former Super Bowl winner who has a good early career. And
Now, Beckham, this is wild. Beckham went on Bill Maher's podcast where they go into like a room in Bill Maher's house and they drink cocktails and smoke joints.
Okay.
Well, at least Bill does. I don't know if every guest does.
All right.
And Maher, the comedian, political commentator, asked OBJ about playing for the Steelers because I guess he has a really good relationship with Rodgers. And Beckham said, I love him and we've talked. I won't say that it's not a possibility. And I won't say that I haven't had any communication.
Why the hell is Bill Maher getting these guys randomly to talk?
Because he is offering up a very popular podcast that allows for them to drink cocktails and smoke joints if they want. Should we start that kind of podcast?
I mean, the best me and Joe ever did was getting wings for DeCastro and Villanueva. They came in and talked. And
how about the short-lived podcast you had with Craig? Were you guys smoking things or doing any kind of
that one did okay
illicit drugs before that?
That developed a little bit of a cult following, first time, long time.
And what happened?
I think Craig got promoted and actually got on the air for real.
And had to stop.
No, he just was like, well, now I'm getting to scratch this itch daily as a host of Bucko Talk.
How about a producer's podcast, Donnie? How about more work and more content for you guys and maybe more money? I don't know.
Yes, the maybe more money is kind of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the little caveat there. It's maybe for the last part.
Who would drive the producer's podcast as the one chair, so
Bechtold would definitely angle to do it, even though Donnie Should is the most successful and longest tenured producer.
Oh, God, you're right about that. Bechtold would be so hurt if Craig was the one putting this together and said, this is how I want it to go, and he said Donnie drives it, and you'd hear Austin deflate.
Intern Dom was a guest on the Pomp and Joe show today, which I think is a real slap in the face of Pomp because Intern Dom has said that, Bob is past his prime and his days are numbered.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to give him a chair in here and treat him like he's Mark Cabali or
a slap in the
Ed
face of
Bouchette
Pomfo?
or any of the. Yeah.
What about if you're Bechtold? They think so highly of a fellow producer who we still all call intern Dom that they had him sit as a formal guest.
Good point.
Has Austin ever been asked to be a formal guest on anyone's show?
We value your opinion so much. Come in here, stop doing the other stuff, and we just want to talk to you and hear what you have to say. You're right. They've never done that.
No. Because they don't have a
But
lot of
that's
segments
how
devoted to wiffle
badly
ball.
they wanted to in droughts.
Drought? Oh,
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Mark
Yeah.
Grace had a solution for those.
Slump busters?
Yeah. I think Queen wrote a song about it, too.
But I kind of feel like Bechtold's never even stepped into the batter's box. I don't even think he's 0 for 1. I think he needs to get the call up to the big leagues
He's not
first.
getting a hat, right? He's not digging in and taking his cuts.
So OBJ says, I love Rodgers. I've talked to Rodgers. I won't say that it's not a possibility. And I also won't say that I haven't had any communication.
But Cabali says right church, wrong pew.
And I said this is before this podcast even came out. And then people were like, no, you're crazy. They would never do that with OBJ. I don't know. I guess Mark also intimated that he didn't say anything when asked about Amari Cooper. Mac asked Cabali to chime in on Cooper, and he just didn't say anything. I watched this today. I don't know if the connection was wrong.
Wait, he said, hey, Mark, what do you think about Amari Cooper? And just there was silence.
Well, is Amari Cooper the guy, and Mark didn't say anything. So maybe Mark did have something, but he didn't want to
say anything. Which the literal point of him doing this podcast with
But
Mac
he's been
is to say
sworn to
stuff.
secrecy on Cooper.
Man, isn't there a way if you've been sworn to secrecy to say something interesting?
But that would make me think that Cooper could get signed here, because when we've had Mark on here and asked him about Amari Cooper, he did not just stare there blankly at us or fall asleep. He actually gave somewhat detailed and expansive answers as far as Cabali goes
I would have
on
to
Amari
put my
Cooper.
ass on the line here. If they sign Cooper, I'll be really excited because I've wondered aloud repeatedly to various guests we've had why Amari Cooper isn't getting any sniffs around the league, which would normally lead me to believe that other teams know more than I do and that he might just be shot, but I just don't get it.
Here is another name that's been floated out there who would come much cheaper than those guys, who absolutely strikes me as a Tomlin guy.
Oh, wait. Give me a recent team that they played for then.
The Raiders last year.
Hunter Renfrow.
No.
Wait,
Renfrow didn't play last
he
year.
didn't play last year. That's right.
Remember how many years it was of people saying they need to go out and get a Hunter Renfrow. He runs great routes. He's got
very
fantastic
heady.
hands. He's a first guy in, last guy out. The motor is unbelievable with Hunter Renfrow.
They went down the white slot receiver checklist, which is kind of a disrespect to Renfrow because in his prime he could make dudes look absolutely
Also,
silly
Donnie
out
felt
there.
like he was at Clemson on, as you'd like to call it, the 7-year plan. He seemed
Van
like he was
Wilder
playing
plan.
at Clemson like he was out of the Animal House fraternity.
He was there. Which Bowden coach there? Tommy?
Yes.
Tommy Bowden.
Played with C.J. Spiller at Clemson. He was there for so long.
He was there a while, but
Taj
I mean, he's
Boyd.
doing nothing compared to the kids today.
Oh yeah,
You hate those kids today that are bouncing
There
around
was a
all
kid
these
who
schools.
graduated
Tommy
finally.
boy.
There was a kid who finally exhausted his eligibility at Miami last year, who I think was a ninth year
He was
senior.
my age.
Yeah, that was
The guy is my age.
That was Donnie's arch
He
nemesis.
was like a
He
tight
hated that
end.
kid.
He was
Get
a
a
literal-
job, my man.
Who are you, Marty?
My
Griffin?
man. Somebody help this man.
You're talking about.
He's addicted to playing college
You're
football.
talking about him like he's some naked guy walking around the South Side who Marty is like worried about. He's just trying to get his doctorate
Ninth
degree
year,
at that point.
I think a
It's law
ninth year
school.
eligibility guy. Yeah.
All right, so Donnie,
wait, who
do
is
you
that
think
guy?
you know who this guy is? Played for the Raiders last year. He absolutely is right out of the Tomlin playbook. If something is wrong with Austin, and they really are,
And he's a free agent.
and he's a free agent.
Because, like, Jacoby Myers came to mind, but he's still there.
Yep.
This is embarrassing. Like,
No, it's not, because this is not really a well-known player, but people who know, like, real hardcore ball knowers of the college football variety here know who he is.
Of the college football variety
Yes.
here.
Yep. In fact, I think if somebody here is going to guess who the guy is, it's actually intern Jack.
Well, he also just told me he was able to see your screen, so he knows who you have pulled up.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
DJ Turner. Was at Pitt during the COVID.
Oh, no.
Was at Pitt during the COVID year. But listen to this guy's, listen to his football life.
Pitt in Maryland,
Pitt
baby.
in Maryland. Tomlin loves the Pitt and Maryland guys. He's also under 6 feet tall. So he's
Does he like Pitt and Maryland guys anymore? Kenny didn't work out so well. Canada didn't work out so well. Wondering if the bloom is off the Pitt Maryland rose. Perhaps Andy Weidel came in to be the new personnel man and said, Mike, let's do something other than focus on players from a mid-tier ACC program and a bottom-tier Big Ten program.
Work. Sean Davis, Anthony McFarland, Delwyn Gray.
Oh, who could forget him?
What was the name of the linebacker safety?
Derwin Gray.
Derwin Gray, you're right. Antoine Brooks, I think, was the guy's name.
Yeah, big Antoine Brooks, yep. He was supposed to be a big box safety.
Yeah.
And then he was packing his things in a box and moving somewhere else.
I saw somebody compare Shadur Sanders to Aaron Brooks the other day and said if you look at Aaron Brooks, the old Saints quarterbacks, like the way he came into vogue in the NFL, he was obviously not as ballyhooed in college, but some of the measurables, the style, and also like the NFL not believing in the guy are very similar.
Brooks is a little bit bigger. He was more prototype QB size, man. He's 6'4". Shadur's like...
He won a playoff game.
Aaron Brooks, you know what he was? When I was watching football back in that time period, late teens, early 20s.
Would you say he was mid?
No, he was the opposite. For me, he was like a guilty pleasure to watch.
Well, you would say that about Jeff Blake. You loved guys like that.
But when
you
he
had
would
this
get
weird thing for these guys.
When he would get it cooking a little bit, right? He was just a very honestly, Ryan Fitzpatrick's in the same boat. I think Fitzpatrick obviously better than those guys, or better than Brooks for sure. But like when he would get it going in games and get hot, he would do some cool stuff, and I just always Blake is, of course, my favorite example because I was terrified of him as a kid.
Yeah.
He'd throw the ball off the screen on those, the crappy little TVs we all watched football on, and it would drop into Carl Pickens' hands like it had been handed to him.
What are you talking about, crappy little TVs?
What, did you have a big screen?
Well, no. Well, we did later, but how about those big, giant box TVs?
That's what I mean.
But it wasn't little.
Oh, no, they were just weighed 700 pounds.
My grandmother had like a box TV that almost had like wood paneling, like wicker around it.
Oh, no,
and it would sit right on the floor. It wasn't even like on a TV stand or something.
My grandma's house in Cleveland that we would go to and visit had the bar attached. They would have the upstairs was the living area, and they had a regular, more modern TV that we'd all sit and watch. But they had something, and I think it was because it was so hard to move. In one other part of the big living room, they had an old wood paneling TV where the monitor was only like probably as big as this computer monitor pony, and the build out around it was 3 feet on each side.
I went over Starkey's house to watch a Steelers game in the early stages of the radio station. He did not. So this would have been like 2011 or 2012. And I'm pretty sure he still had a regular TV, and it wasn't HD.
That is believable.
Like in the year 2012, the man was still watching standard definition.
I feel like that was when TVs had become cheap enough where, like, if you watched sports, especially for a living,
and it was his main TV. It wasn't even like the backup ancillary.
I think you're right.
Some people will bring out 3 TVs for an NFL Sunday, and like maybe the backup is like an old ass TV. Yes, you're right. This was number one on the depth chart. TV was still standard def.
Well, here's the other thing too. You're right about this because I remember him making the big splash and telling me, Mullsy, I finally got an HD TV. And he, of course, had like the whole Geek Squad from Best Buy come in and, put it in. It's like a TV. He did the whole shebang, so I think he got like a good sound system. Like Joe is the most upsellable person in the world. Like if you're selling him golf clubs, a car, a stereo equipment, you can upsell that man to the nth degree.
I honestly feel like since I've lived in Pittsburgh, I've watched 2 sporting events in standard definition. The random Steelers game I watched at Starkey's house, and I feel like the PIAA championship games are still in standard definition,
They're always on
man.
Standard def.
Come on.
Here's another thing.
Can we get these games in like 720p, please?
At least. Here's the other thing. When Joe and Ron worked together after you and Joe flip-flopped, we would come in here a lot.
And the
these
TVs would be on
in
standard def. I don't even know why the network. I don't even know why they still offer standard def channels.
I think I think that's actually a legal requirement for them. Believe it or not.
All right. Coming up next. First of all, you can text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What Jeff Hathorn said about the Steelers' offensive MVP from training camp, and what Tom Brady said today about Ben Roethlisberger, or didn't say. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates down 6-5 to the Brew Crew in the bottom of the sixth, although it looks like it could potentially get worse here. It's Brandon Woodruff went 4 scoreless. Looks like he got hurt, and Mitch Keller got pulled after 4 as well. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. I'm a big Weather Seal guy because it's a company that did right for me. I had a major project that needed to be rectified and remedied at my old house. They came in, they did the job, and they did it right. Absolutely right. I'm pumping my fist in studio right now because that's what I'm excited about. Everything that Weather Seal Home Services did for me, and let them do it for you with their Buy Now, Pay Later program on windows and siding. Nothing out of pocket. You'll also save 35% off your purchase, which is incredible. And energy efficiency is going to be through the roof, going to save you a lot of money on your heating and air conditioning bills. So let's have you buy now and pay later with Weather Seal. An A-plus accredited rating with the BBB. 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL. Or you can go schedule that estimate, Jack, at WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Prior sales excluded. Offer ends August 24th.
Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Mark Ryan with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Staybill. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Staybill. Visit stay-bill.com for more information. The Caleb Williams-Ben Johnson dynamic has been front-page material, especially after Johnson decided he wasn't ready to reveal Caleb at last week's nationally televised preseason game. Ben is calling the shots here, and from what I've been told, the Bears organization is more married to Johnson than Williams. I'm Mark Ryan.
Cloudy with thunderstorms tonight, the low 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
The Parkway West inbound is slow moving through Robinson Town Center, and on the Parkway West outbound, it is backed up to Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, the Parkway East outbound is bumper to bumper from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You'd be hard-pressed to find an MVP of the offense. I mean, they struggled. I'll go with the quarterback. Maybe that's the easy out. I mean, if you're looking for the most consistent guy, it's a guy that's fighting to make the roster. It's been Miller. He's been the most consistent guy. But if you're looking for MVP of the offense, because of the way they've kind of transformed here over the last week, I would say Aaron.
Jeff Hathorn with us on Aaron Rodgers getting better as camp went on. It's over now. They'll have a joint practice tomorrow. And because there weren't a lot of good candidates, it's like when Peyton Manning was the MVP of Super Bowl 41 in the rain in Miami. There were just really no MVP performances other than Rex Grossman lighting himself on fire in that game, so they just gave it to Manning by default.
If that game had been close, but the Colts had still won and Hester had returned 2 kicks, would he have pulled a Chuck Howley? Or Hawley, excuse me.
No, I don't think so.
Say it's 28-27, okay? Just humor me. And the Bears, miss an extra point, and Hester accounts for half of their scoring. I feel like if Manning hadn't had, a great game, that would have been logical to give it to a guy who had 2 kick return touchdowns.
Segment brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. The fan beer of the month is Hitchhiker Brewing's Bane of Existence and supports breakthrough T1D for type 1 diabetes research. Alex Kozora who we reference from time to time on the show, even though the website he writes for hates us, even though they cite stuff that happens on the show all the time, which is kind of ironic.
And you can't copy and paste anything from their site and print it for easy access.
Aaron Rodgers' stats from camp, he tracked these things. 20 touchdowns to 8 picks, but was only a 58% passer. And yards per attempt, this is amazing he goes this deep, 5.8. So a lot of dink and dunk. Mason Rudolph was a 68% passer, but only 13 touchdowns, 5 picks, but the yards per attempt were up to 7.6.
How do you feel that supports or doesn't support your Mason might be the better option?
I think it helps. I really do. And then Will Howard, before his injury, 37 for 57, 64.9%. 8 touchdowns, only 1 pick for a rookie.
Till he got hurt.
Do we
have Skylar Thompson numbers? Please tell me.
We do.
Did he go deep enough to go Woodside, too?
No. 45 of 69, 65.2%. Only 366 yards because, again, he wasn't getting a ton of work, but more yards than Howard. Did throw more passes. 2 touchdowns, no picks, but was the biggest dink and dunker, 5.3 yards per
I would
attempt.
like to congratulate Alex, who I do think works extremely hard.
On charting all that.
And knows ball. On doing one of the sickest things I've ever seen a human being do with training camp. Like, the idea that he sat there and diligently charted it. He's not recording it, presumably. He's doing it all right there in the moment.
Yep.
Is real, and I say this complimentary, sicko behavior.
Did you guys see the Brady video from Joel Klatt today?
I saw your furious tweet about it.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of laughed because I felt like you had the hoe and the pickaxe out and you were forming. I just felt like you were getting mad just to get yourself riled up in the morning.
So if people missed it, Brady was talking about how, when you're a quarterback, it's just you have to put up great numbers. But if you're going to win, it needs to go deeper than that. Like he was talking about how he would go sit down with the owner and be like, here's how we need to get the coaches better. Here's what our personnel people need to be doing this offseason. Here's what our scouts need to be looking for. He's like, I would go have my own walkthroughs. Screw like the team walkthroughs. Here's what I want out of guys. Okay, their plays are fine and dandy, but we're going to have our own signals and plays too. And he's talking about like going above and beyond and doing all these things if you really want to win. And then said Peyton Manning did all these things. Drew Brees did all these things. Phillip Rivers did all of these things. Paused and then kept going. And so he left out Roethlisberger and Eli Manning. I think he left out Eli because he doesn't think Eli's very good. And he's also, going to have an issue with Eli because he beat him in the biggest game twice. And then I just think with Ben, he feels like Ben just got by on raw ability.
He did.
And I think
he's right. Ben was famously
but
a
just
last in,
throw
first
Ben
out
in
guy.
there and make
Why, if you're Brady and you don't feel like he actually did the things you're describing, why would you just, quote, throw him in there?
Because when you throw in guys like Phillip Rivers, for example, and say, like, Phillip Rivers did all these things to make himself a great quarterback, and you just leave out a guy who was better than him, it makes it seem to me like it is personal. Like, it makes it seem if Joe Klatt really wanted to, he could have said, that's interesting. You didn't say Ben Roethlisberger. Do you think Ben left a lot of meat on that bone and could have been a much better quarterback? And if Brady was in a certain mood, he might have said yes there.
Why didn't he bring up Aaron Rodgers?
Because I think he was talking about guys that were more like his peers. That were like
Rodgers played a long time when Brady played. Rodgers is absolutely Brady's peer.
Maybe he's got something with him, too.
Well, Rodgers is a natural talent guy, too. Pure natural ability. Didn't Brady once say, though, about Rodgers, if he was in our system, he would have won 7 or 8 Super Bowls?
Maybe he thinks with Rodgers he just, cares about things once the season ends that go beyond football, and that's not how he gets down. I don't know.
Brady cares about stuff beyond football.
Yeah, but that stuff, like taking precedence over football, really only started his last year in Tampa when he went to Robert Kraft's wedding
And then
the day
dog
before the
cussed
Steelers game.
Dog cussed all those teammates of his while the Steelers were getting...
the kid who went to Notre Dame who lived near Craig, who's the Jags center now, who played on Friday or Saturday night. What's
Robert
his name?
Hainsey.
Hainsey, yeah. Hainsey's getting absolutely obliterated by Brady there.
Yeah, that was Mitch's finest hour. He came in and just cooked
by the way, let's talk about Craig for one more second here.
I want to say, for the record here, I'm not going to let you just slide out of this discussion.
I'm not sliding out of anything.
He didn't include Roethlisberger.
Because you took a shot at him.
No. He did
though.
not include Ben Roethlisberger for one reason. Because Roethlisberger did not embody the things he is describing there.
Right, and that's
people around town here, where everyone loves Ben, have been very honest.
But
and
that's
said,
going to come
Ben,
across as a shot at Ben, Chris. It just is.
Too bad. Maybe Ben can take it up with Brady. Except he's busy looking at the jersey Brady signed for him that he begged for after the game.
That is true. Can I get back to Craig now, please?
Yes, I'm always here for some Craig bashing.
Let's not bury the lead with him. He used to basically take orders from us, okay?
He didn't basically take orders from us. He was subordinate to us. We told him we needed to do this,
and he's
he had
now
to do it.
living in a neighborhood where he's close to an NFL player, and he's also right around the corner from the guy who is Pat McAfee's money guy.
You want to talk about moving up in the world?
That's what I mean.
Beverly Hills 90210. That's an expensive zip code Craig's occupying.
And how did Craig get there? He just put a resume down that was, I produced Starkey, Chris, and Pony, and if I can manage these three people, you should give me a huge raise, and I should be in charge of the entire radio station?
I actually think that's pretty much how it happened. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's how it happened.
And he's actually been very successful at it. So
yeah, he continues to deliver results for his employer.
Right. So I'm not saying this to throw shade at him necessarily, but
you kind of are, but that's fine. We like doing that.
But I'm just thinking in my head, how much money must this man be making that he's living next door to McAfee's money manager in a current NFL offensive lineman who starts, not some backup?
I mean, Craig's probably...
What's his net worth? Does Google or Grok have an answer on that?
Probably Ken Carman territory. I was just going to say he's probably $1 to $3 million. Let's look up Craig Riley net worth. The first image result for Craig Riley is callous.
And poor Donnie over here, he's doing it all, and he's doing a great job, and I think he maybe aspires one day to either be on the air all the time or in a management spot like Craig. And, this is apparently now the pathway and gateway to get there. It's not the cradle of coaches. It's the cradle of brand managers, I guess, or cradle of quarterbacks like Pittsburgh is known for. But Donnie's over here working his balls off. He's living next to a lady that's got a fake owl or bird on her back porch, right? I mean,
I have the fake owl because she loves birds.
Wait, what? So you got the owl up to keep her birds away?
Yes, it scares away the birds.
So are you do you have an open rivalry with this woman where she...
No, not at all. But she didn't care either that we got the owl. We kind of explained.
But if she loves birds, then she must be pissed that you're depriving her of having more birds, no?
It'd be hypocritical, though. I mean, the owl is a bird, no?
But the owl but it's not real.
It's an anti-bird bird.
If it was a real owl back there, I think she would look at it okay, everything's equal. I'll take the real owl hanging out at Donnie's house. It's a plastic owl.
Man, I'm just shocked at how many of the image results for just Craig Riley, Craig with a K, are when we did the face swaps that made us look like women. One of the first 5 results in here is Craig, a YouTube video of Craig sitting in with Rob Pratt. And
I bet that's electric.
I can only imagine Pratt grabbing Craig after he produced the show or did a Bucko talk or a Pirates pregame and just saying, Craig, need you in here for a couple minutes.
Rob Pratt, longtime KDK AM personality.
Rob's a legend
actually
in the business.
A very dear friend of Joe Namath's because they're both Beaver County guys.
He is.
I texted Rob Pratt today actually for a very small favor, and he never got back to me. So I don't know what we did or what we said to get on his bad side. I didn't either. Well, I did, but then I didn't think I did because he blew me off. So I started texting people over there.
Was he one of the many numbers that you don't have saved?
No, I actually have I have, for some reason for him, I have a work phone number, I have a home phone number, and I have a cell phone number.
You have all 3 Rob Pratts. You can get Pratt wherever he's at.
I have the number to call him in this building.
A number to call him at his home.
He still has a landline.
Of course he does, obviously.
Do you have one?
No, we don't.
Me neither.
But I've often thought about, like, you know, if I was doing a lot of interview spots in other cities in the country, like on a regular weekly basis, I would probably get one.
Well, they have to be paid, right, to justify that?
To justify landline. People are saying, CL in the YouTube comments, you guys are so unbelievably jealous of Craig right now. I don't know. Craig's never farted in front of his wife. There's not much to be jealous of in that respect.
But I will fess up to it. There is some jealousy that he, you know, climbed over us to get to this.
Hold on a second. You're implying that you would rather have Craig's job than ours.
If it's paying him to a point where he's living next to Pat McAfee's money guy and an NFL offensive lineman, yes, I am saying that.
Big house and I think
I ain't living next to those people.
You're living next to Joe America, to Texas Keith. These are luminaries who probably have land rights.
They have blue-collar jobs. He's living next to millionaires, so he must be close to a millionaire. Did he inherit money? Is his wife rich? I don't know.
She works and does very well for herself. But Craig has turned into a big-time breadwinner, Donnie. Maybe that's going to be
and he has gone corporate big
probably
time.
not.
Oh, my God, corporate Craig. Yeah, no, Donnie, like you hosting a show here, you don't strike me as management material. You're too much of the common man. You're Dusty Rhodes.
I wouldn't work in that setting.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's segment is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers done at Latrobe. They'll head back to Pittsburgh at Acrisure Stadium to take on the Bucks Saturday at 7 p.m. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Jack. I want to tell you right now about the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app. It is summertime still, of course. We still got a good month plus of summer left, so make all the downtime fun time with BetParks. You can live bet on sports because that's just better on the BetParks app, the live betting. Bucks, you can bet Bucks baseball, of course. How about player performances, home runs, strikeouts, and more? And guess what? Whether your team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app. It's the only app I ever use and recommend to bet sports and play my favorite casino games right there in the palm of my hand. New games right now on the BetParks app. How about Squid Games? Money Horse. I've not heard of Money Horse yet, but there's that one. You could play Blackjack, Baccarat, and more, plus hot online slots, 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra, and more. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com to download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. You must be 21. And in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan, you love to play, you play to win, you bet. BetParks. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. DJ Metcalf. Once again, the Steelers have one of the NFL's standout wide receivers on their side. Standing 6'4", 230 pounds, Metcalf spent his first 6 seasons with the Seahawks, racking up 48 touchdowns and over 6,000 receiving yards. He was traded to the Steelers this spring in a stunner back in March. And with the departure of George Pickens this offseason, Metcalf becomes Pittsburgh's clear top receiver heading into the fall.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for Donnie's segment. Craig has a gigantic house next to an NFL player, but at least our guy Donnie has a segment named after him for his big football takes, brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie off the air just thinks that Hainsey and Phil Maines
is living below means.
Money guy.
Well, Chris just said that.
Yeah,
you agreed with that.
Yeah, well, I also brought up that that's probably Hainsey's parents' house, not Robert Hainsey himself.
I lived,
I don't know,
the late
Craig
Justin Strelzik lived 2 streets or 3 streets up from where I lived growing up. He used to dump out a huge garbage can full of candy to us at the end of the night on Halloween.
But Craig said that he lives near Robert Hainsey, so...
Donnie, he would tell us to empty our pillowcases and then say, come back over when you're done emptying the pillowcases. Then Strelzik would pick up probably 50 pounds of candy and equally distribute it to like 5 kids.
Donnie, I think he would have said I live close to his parents. He didn't say that. He said he lives close to...
Maybe Craig's...
That sounds cooler if you say Robert Hainsey.
You absolutely live... there is a person worth $1 million in your neighborhood, Pony. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You also live in a neighborhood with like 300 houses.
Yeah, Pony's talking... He was talking last segment like he lived in a shack.
No, I know. He's just...
did not.
He's once again.
Oh, Craig's living in this $1 million neighborhood.
Yes,
I'm with blue collar folks.
He's once again trying to affect. He's just once again trying to affect this blue collar sensibility.
What do you mean? I was at the Washington County Fair, right in the mix with it yesterday.
You were like the
with
only
my
person
people.
with a dress shirt on.
What do you mean?
You had a blue dress shirt on.
Okay, but you can't dress up for these things.
You were the only person there. The only thing blue collar about you was the color of the shirt.
It was, yes, exactly blue collar, because I wanted to fit in, and it worked.
You're trying too hard. You stuck out like a sore thumb.
Should have put some cowboy boots on.
I do own a pair.
Nice pair?
Yeah, I think. They're like $400.
Oh, Mr. Blue Collar just throwing down 400 bills.
I'll bring him in.
Man alive.
All right, Donnie, what do you got today?
I'll find out he owns like a $100,000 tractor one of these days that he bought cash.
The debrief, August 13, 2025. I feel like this is a leaf turning to the side of Malsey, what I'm about to say.
Okay.
And I don't know where Pony comes down on this topic too, but I certainly know.
A leaf turning to the side of Malsey.
I have zero interest in Hard Knocks.
So you think
Absolutely
you're turning
zero.
into Chris, is what you're saying.
Let me shake your hand.
You're
Come on,
turning
Don.
into Malsey.
There you go, brother.
NFL content is just not hitting the way that it used to for you.
I have no interest in it.
I mean, I haven't watched it either, so we're all in the same boat.
I completely forgot last week it was even starting. One of my buddies was like, "Oh, Hard Knocks tonight." I'm like, "Man, normally I'm the guy that
too sanitized."
Well, that's what
they
I mean.
ruined it.
Yeah, they did.
They gave teams final cut.
Yes, the old seasons were great. Like when it first came around, that Ravens season in 2001, great television.
Okay, I'm going to give you guys another take off of that, actually, which is it's just another symptom of the NFL, and this is absolutely happening with like the way local media especially covers it.
Yeah.
It's now such insanely big business that you see a lot of stuff either comes from a national reporter who's tied into a network that now, if it's ESPN, has a vested in 10% of its owned by the NFL, or it's coming essentially from an internal team reporter. You're not getting a lot of people breaking real stories locally because the teams themselves and the league broadly, I think, are trying to make that impossible, to just control the narrative about the league because it makes so much money down to the nth degree. And I think that's bad for the consumer, to whatever end you actually care about finding out about things as they are.
That's why, and
really
I know that this is not for everyone, they should just let the Cowboys do it every year. Because I think Jones actually is like, yeah, I don't care. Let everything air.
Yeah,
whatever you think is
the drama.
Whatever you think is the most entertaining thing or the best thing, make sure that's in there. Because that's what he cares about. Not. And Denzel, did you see Denzel Washington murdered him for that?
Yesterday on Stephen A's show?
He said he's box office. He's not Oscars. He ain't been to the Oscars in a long time, this guy.
So what would be training day for Jerry Jones? What's he going to have to do?
Well, I think he meant like getting to the Super Bowl was the Oscars there.
So what's he going to have to do to get to a Super Bowl? I mean, Denzel had to go and play a bad guy in training day to get Best Actor.
I think he basically said, like, step down and stop running the team anymore, you old crank.
How about Jerry just, like, randomly, how many years later was it, revealing 15 years after the fact that he beat stage 4 melanoma?
And had, like, an unbelievable trial drug that got him through it. Yeah.
Now, is that a trial drug if you're willing to take the drug that you get for free, or is it, hey, Jerry, you're worth, like, $10 billion?
I don't know. I don't know enough about that stuff.
Stage 4 melanoma, I don't think I need to tell anybody listening, no joke, and usually doesn't end up going that well.
Yeah, the higher the number on the stage, the worse it is, right?
And melanoma itself is just a very tough one if it's that late.
Yeah.
God, he must have had a hell of a drug. You know what? You talk about, like, Steelers' stupid rules. I was thinking about this with Florio, guys, when he said, like, hey, the Steelers, it comes off as them trying to be, like, very prideful and kind of, like, puff their chests. Jerry's inexplicable, like, rationale on doing the Dak deal, the Lamb deal, and eventually this Parsons deal are going to end up costing him a ton of money. Like, in the long, like, in terms of, like, what he could have gotten them for and how
but he's going to say he bought himself, like, all kinds of publicity stuff, and it was worth it.
But that's, like, the biggest indictment of all, is that he's completely backwards priorities-wise. He really is. So, I mean, Denzel's right at the end of the day.
Did you guys hear about the Max Hurleman story? Everybody's favorite down-the-line guy from the preseason game Saturday.
Had a field day calling out Max Hurleman for making plays.
Here's a guy trying to make a name for himself.
Did they contact Wahlberg already?
To play him in a movie?
Yeah.
Well, he said he looks like Tom Cruise.
They'd contacted
Hurleman.
Cruise yet? I mean,
You had all the right moves. Tom Cruise was in a football movie.
There's actually not enough danger simulating being a football player for Cruise. He's got to be like, can Hurleman at least like hang from a plane that's flying at 10,000
According to Kabali, the reason why Max Hurleman is a Steeler is because Ross Tucker recommended him to the Steelers.
Really?
Yes.
Why would Ross Tucker feel that strongly about Max Hurleman to make that
There's
reco?
some kind of Tucker-Hurleman connection. I don't know if Hurleman's from Harrisburg.
So, yeah, Tucker's from Wyomissing.
And he played at Notre Dame, and where else was he?
Hurleman?
Yes.
He didn't even have a Wikipedia page. I don't even know. Holy Cross, maybe? Does that sound right?
No,
he was at
I
Holy
don't think
Cross?
so. But either way, he recommended...
Colgate. He went to Colgate. He went to
Okay.
Colgate.
So I think it's possible that maybe Tucker called some of his games at Colgate because he was doing FCS
you know what? Here
games
it is.
for CBS Sports.
Hurleman went to Wyomissing area.
Okay.
That's
There
Tucker's
it
high
is.
school. Boom. So Tucker just kind of called in a recommendation / favor. They've accepted this recommendation, and the kid's at least, to his credit, doing pretty well for himself in the preseason.
I think all the Tucker reference did was get him to that rookie tryout. It wasn't even any kind of spot on the team.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the one guy that came out of the rookie camp where there's an undrafted guy who they didn't even sign as an undrafted player right after the draft who just gets hoarded in because they want bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And he separated himself there and got the invite to
He's probably going to make at least the practice
camp.
squad with the expanded practice squad.
I kind of feel that way.
Seems like he's...
Don't you, Don?
So Kazora...
Yeah, I think he's like a practice squad darling.
Yeah, like Alex Kazora, again, second time we've mentioned him, but he also does very detailed roster projections.
He's a big special teams guy.
Correct, and he just obviously goes down in piece by piece, and then he comes up with a projected practice squad, and I know the last time I looked at that, he had Hurleman on it. I mean, that, I actually have a lot of respect and enjoy a story like that of a guy essentially getting, not a favor called in or a break, but, taking a lucky break that Ross Tucker is, willing to put your name out there.
What a flex
and
for
vouch,
Tucker.
Right, and vouch for you. I always respect it when people get those little, nibbles at the cheese and, actually... take advantage of them.
I tried to do that with the kid from South Fayette who broke all the passing records at Syracuse. Remember the kid there? What was his name? Brumbaugh?
Christian Brumbaugh.
No,
Yeah.
Brett.
Brett
Brumbaugh.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't one of them
That was
end up
around
at Duquesne?
2013. That was him.
I contacted...
He lived in my neighborhood for 3 years.
I contacted one of my guys up there, and I'm like, look, we suck. There's a dude down here who's obliterating passing records who's got no FBS offers. At least, look at the guy.
And you got crickets.
We know about him. We just don't think he fits, is what the response I got was.
That's a famous line. We don't think he fits.
In what way?
I think he was
he's
more.
good?
I think he was more of just a classic pocket quarterback, one of those deals.
I mean, I would just think, you know what, nowadays, if that had happened, I feel like you'd have had a much better chance of, a team being open-minded to that. Maybe not Syracuse, because, the FCS transfer portal, guys are coming up from FCS and making impacts all over the place. It's, a very much a food chain now. Pitt's, a medium-sized fish on that food chain, so they're going to get, they get rated every year. There's, 10 schools in the country that don't.
All right. Donnie, thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Donnie, by the way, wearing his McAfee shirt today. Is that
for the brand?
Was that from the golf tournament this weekend?
No. Phil gave this to me at the softball game.
What the frig, man? I'm on the outs with the McAfee people, and I blame you for that.
You blame me?
Yes. I'm guilty
Really?
by association.
Really?
Somehow
Because-
Donnie is not.
Really, because Phil texts me once in a while during shows to just, reference something that we just said. So it sounds like I'm not even on the outs. So somehow you're on the outs with them because of me, and I'm not
This
even
is
on
going to be
outs.
the second time today I beg for free stuff.
Yeah, what the hell,
I'm wearing
man?
a Pitt shirt because in 15
Desperation's a
years here,
stinky
this is
cologne,
the only
Don.
Pitt shirt I've ever gotten from them.
Desperation, a very stinky cologne for our boy.
And Donnie's getting, here, go, by the way, here's all kinds of McAfee stuff. You're welcome.
How do you feel about it all? Depressed?
No, it's just, it's like a chip on your shoulder. It's motivating for me.
Really?
Yeah.
You do have at least the well-hung
It's like,
vineyards.
all right, I told you my grandmother got me this. It's like, all right, I know where I truly stand now. I know where I am on the pecking order.
Oh yeah, Donnie. He's down there in the gutter with the rest of the riffraff here at the station.
It's like when the players voted Mahomes like the 6th or 7th best guy in the NFL.
You're going to carry that chip on your shoulder, and you were just going to do the best segments. Content will be king like you've never seen.
Is that how you
before.
feel about me?
He's going to come out to like How You Like Me Now one of these days, have an entrance. Look at him over there. That's not the only piece of pit gear. When we coached for the team, they gave us like a pullover. They gave us multiple items.
Oh, that doesn't count.
It was the nice stuff. It was the on-the-field gear. What the hell are you talking about?
They didn't have a choice.
Count? They still gave it to you for free.
It wasn't because it was me.
Oh, so now it has to be the intent behind it.
Yes.
They let you give a damn speech in the locker room where you talked about vomiting 3 times that day before getting in there.
Because I did. I was nervous.
You were wearing a headset and literally wouldn't acknowledge me because you actually thought you were a real coach. It was an embarrassing display.
No, it wasn't. It was not.
An embarrassing display.
The point is, he's bitching and moaning that he's only gotten this one item from Pitt. He's gotten like 6.
Elijah Cansey came up and thanked me after that game.
For a good laugh?
No, for my dedication.
Hey,
yeah.
Coach.
Was it who was it that tried to kick the field goal at that game? Was that you?
Yeah, that was before I started working out, though. I wasn't very flexible.
I tried to do it too, but that was on a freshly torn meniscus. And Pitt did something very nice for me. Their head trainer brought me in and said, like, put me on the training table, did the knee test. He goes, "Oh yeah, you tore your meniscus,
but
man.
also,
you better get that looked at."
But it also wasn't a K ball.
Well, they don't have those in college.
Yeah, so it was just really hard. Anyways. Matt Clement going to join us next hour, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst. Are the Pirates going to get swept in Milwaukee and become the latest casualty? The Brewers have won 11 in a row. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. We are in the heart of summer, Pittsburgh, and it is hot. If your air conditioning isn't keeping you as cool and comfortable as you'd like, don't sweat it. Call the honest professionals at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. The certified cooling experts at McVay are ready to restore cooling comfort fast. From quick repairs to full system replacement, McVay has the tools, the techs, and the trusted reputation to get your home cool again. Beat the heat. Call McVay today or visit callmcvay.com. McVay, your honest home service experts.
I'm Dan Zangbrilli here with Joe George, partner at the Western PA injury firm LGKG. Joe, there's no shortage of injury lawyer options out there. In fact, you'll hear plenty of ads saying this, singing that, or offering this or that.
When we're involved in a case, Larry or Joe, we're actually involved in the case. We're the quarterback. We're the ones dictating where the ball is going to go. Is it going to get handed off? Is it going to get thrown? We're going to run it. We're the quarterback. You're going to talk to us. You're going to see us. You're going to meet with us. I'm happy to say a lot of the folks that we've had have been here 20, 30 years. They know their role and they do it well.
In other words, you don't get farmed out.
No, not at our firm. You're going to talk to the top dogs, Larry and Joe.
Or as I like to call them, the big cats, LGKG. They live here, work here, coach here. Most importantly, they win here. A 90-year reputation that provides you with a big home field advantage. So if you're injured in an accident, make sure you're playing with that advantage. Call them. You'll actually get them. LGKG, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Hi, this is Larry Richard letting you know that your next adventure starts with the 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Right now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Bowser Hyundai, get away with 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on the 25 Santa Fe. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 total due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better?
Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Lincoln Park. From Zero World Tour 2025. Live in Pittsburgh. PPG Paints Arena, August 19th, with special guest Gene Dawson. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit LincolnPark.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shorkey Mitsubishi has hot deals that'll be gone in a flash. Check them out. 0% financing for 60 months is back on the 7-passenger Outlander. Or choose the brand new Mirage. Already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade. Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills. Or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Long live the king! Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. August 23rd and 24th is opening weekend. It's entertainment, it's fantasy.
It's an adventure! To the past!
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. At the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at PittsburghRenFest.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, Donnie Football here with a new opportunity for you. The 20-pound summer slim down with Awaken 180 weight loss. Dropping 20 pounds before summer ends. Cruising to that goal of 30, 40, 50-plus pounds. It's simple. You take the last few weeks of summer, eating, drinking, enjoying the weather, but the difference, you're doing it with the 20-pound summer slim down. But Donnie, summer's almost over. That's the point. The pounds melt off fast with Awaken 180. I dropped my first 20 in just about 2 weeks. And that first 20 propelled me to reach my goal of losing 45 pounds. Think about it. You're going to slide back into that same old fall routine with that same old mindset. Mix it up. Live up the rest of your summer while dropping your first 20. Then jump into fall with that whole new groove. Yeah, I said it. You'll be saying it too in just a few weeks. 20-pound summer slim down with the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited interline apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Planting a tree, putting in a fence, whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you